I'm recording a one-size-fits-all legal disclaimer for the beginning of every episode that I upload. The views and the opinions expressed in this podcast are those of the hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of any agency, organization, employer, or company that they are affiliated with. Examples of analysis performed within this podcast are only anecdotal examples. They should not be utilized in any real-world analytics as they are based on anecdotal information. That is all.
There we go. Okay, we're recording now. All right, and then there he goes. No, it's
little recording message right there.
No, it's all right. Yeah, now he's got his line. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to shake my beard a little bit for good luck.
I'm going to get myself prepped here.
Nice, prepped out. All right, so hello, I'm Robert Cross, and this is the Cross Theory Podcast, the podcast where we look at this book, The Dictionary of Theories, if we can get it into focus here. There it is. More than 5,000 theories. Perhaps we'll have 5,000 episodes. Who knows? Okay. I'm joined here today by two people this time. This is the first time I've had two people on this podcast. They're both directors. Isn't that crazy? And actors, too. They're both actors and directors. I call them, I'll say I'll give you the upper echelon first. You're directors. Okay. Even though the people would say producers or upper echelon, whatever. All right. So, Matt, do you want to go first? Introduce yourself, and then Brian after him.
Sure. Hello, everyone. So, Robert, thanks so much for having me on the show. I'm Matthew Rocca, and it's kind of a beautiful little reunion here because I wrote, directed, produced, edited, acted in this movie called Morte that stars this guy right here, Brian Butler, and Robert plays a key role in this and also was one of our executive producers. It's a great Morte reunion.
That's right.
And Robert has a double in the movie too, but we'll
we'll talk about that later. I'm sure we'll talk about
what that means.
A stunt cock. No. We could say cock on here. It's fine.
Okay, thank God.
It's not monetized. You're fine.
Now went from a 1 hour podcast to a 2 hour podcast.
Yeah.
You bet your cock on that.
Yeah,
okay.
Right.
I'm as Matt said, I'm in his movie Morte, and I also made a movie called Corpse in Kensington, and Matt is in that. And then
I wasn't called. No, I'm just kidding.
I met you like at the very
end. I know. I'm kidding. It was a joke.
And then when we made this other movie last year, Matt is in that and called up Robert for that, and that was our second collaboration, the three of us.
Oh yeah. And who the hell are you? You haven't even introduced yourself. You just
Brian.
said I'm.
My name's up there on the little.
Yeah,
thing.
it says Brian.
The video.
Yeah,
recording.
what's your? Yeah, it's
Brian
that
Butler.
side. Yeah, Brian Butler, the Brian Butler, and as always, I'm Robert James Cross. I have a master's degree in writing, a master's degree in education. I'm working on my doctorate in education. None of that matters though, because the theory we're going to look at today, I haven't even looked at it, like I told them, is philosophy. All right, so it's from the 19th century. It's called the absence paradox. I'm going to read it out. A source of humor used in music halls, but probably ancient. No person is ever present because he is either not in Vladivostok or alternatively not in Patagonia. So he must be somewhere else. If he is somewhere else, he certainly is not here. This argument understands a relative adverb as absolute.
Ooh.
How do you feel about that when you hear it?
I just feel like my soul left my body while you were saying that. And I felt like I was experiencing it, even though I can't really articulate it. I just felt like I was experiencing it as you were saying that. And I felt it just left my body.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Can someone explain that to me, please?
Well, I feel like what it means is like, so let's say, okay, for example, let's go back to the Corpse in Kensington argument that we just had a second ago. Okay, or not argument, but like what I said. I wasn't called to be in that movie, right? So I wasn't there when you were filming it. That means that I was, at some point, I was never there at all. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
but in your mind, you were thinking of me, I'm sure, at points when you were making that movie, weren't you?
Like, God damn it, Robert should be here.
You really? Yeah. we need an Oscar. Where's Robert? No, I'm just kidding. No, no.
We make indie movies, so we can only afford to have 4 people in the movie.
That's
And
right. Yeah. Oh, you can afford me, believe me. I pay to be in films. Ask Matt. No.
I love what you said on Robert in the when we did the little Morte featurette, and you were like, Matt comes up to me and says, you're a good actor, Robert, maybe even great. The dude's buttering me up for money.
That's right.
It's okay.
His blood's stuck in my ass. Yeah. No. No, that's funny. Yeah, no, I mean, it just means that, like, if somebody's not with you, then they're nowhere. It's like the absence, the absence of them, essentially. So you've dealt with it, I'm sure, in your own life and everything. Like if you know anybody that's dead, I mean, all of us do, right? Then that means that that person is forever absent. It doesn't matter what. But if they're alive, they're still absent in a sense. They might be somewhere else, but they're not here.
Well, yeah, that's interesting because putting it that way, that what you're saying is it puts an interesting frame on something I just experienced, which was just hanging out with a mutual friend and my ex-girlfriend recently, and that we still, we're still good friends. We still text each other all the time and stuff, and but we just have been absent from each other's lives physically, like, and it's been a very long time since I've seen her. And so it was like, oh wow, like actually seeing her again, it was like a feeling of this really great feeling of, oh cool, it's so great to see each other, but also a sort of interesting weight to the fact that there's been that absence.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
it calls into question a lot of things. Like, on one hand, there's just the idea of of somebody dying, or not even dying,
Being out of your life.
when you have a friend and they're not they were your friend for 10 years, and you never see them again. That calls into question just the nature of your perceived reality, and it leads me on a path of like, there's no way to prove anything's real. Like, just to find the most like obvious example, like, I guess, like in the Matrix, where it's like, here, unplug, and then you're actually somewhere else, and you could be anywhere, and and there's literally nothing you can possibly do in your entire lifetime, no matter what, to prove that that's not a possibility. And that's weird. And that's strange and like all encompassing. And so, do you worry about it, or do you just go, fuck, whatever, I guess, I'm just gonna assume this is real, or there is some meaning to anything you can achieve in this life. Like a goal that you want to hit. You just have, otherwise you just disappear within, you just have to focus on what seems tangible, I think. But for when someone dies, that's something that, even more so than because you can always, if you miss somebody and you want to reach out, you can do that. But
whether or not they answer you is
But there's such a big chance. But when someone died, like, I think when I was younger, I thought of it more as like, when someone, you're thinking about, the pain they're going through and the suffering, and how scary it must be, or what's going to happen to them after, blah 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 blah. And now it's like, I'm like 35, and if I lose, like, I lost my mom when I was 30, and I think of it, and she was very young. She was 60, going on 62.
Yeah, that was young.
And so that was, 1/3 of her life, on average, like a third of her life. That she didn't get to live. And the way I perceive it when that happened to me was, that's on average 2/3 of my life that she's not going to be. And usually you have your mom for 2/3 of your life. So I'm thinking, like, on average, there's about like 30 years that she's supposed to be here
Yeah, that's
and won't be, and you just, and it's not about suffering and where, you're just like, you just don't get to do anything or see. I mean,
yeah,
it's obvious, but when you but when it happens, you just think like, okay, there is nothing louder than just complete
Silence.
absence
yeah,
and
Yeah.
silence.
Hmm. Yeah.
And it's
yeah.
just profound. And you're just, it's yeah, yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
true.
that's like, to like when that happened to you, Brian, it was like, I didn't know her very well, but I had met her a couple times when we were filming Bullets, and remember she was so sweet to let us film in her house and scream bloody murder in the garage and do all the crazy shit we did in that movie. And but I just, seeing you go through that and stuff, and then it really made me, that's my worst fear, is like losing a loved, especially like my mom and stuff. And so, and since I have OCD, like that's a real trigger. I was thinking about losing loved ones and being afraid, what is something, and then the absence thing that we're talking about,
Yeah.
and so then it go connecting to the absence thing, it makes me try to be more present in the moment,
Hmm.
because I'm like, well, you don't know when that could happen. So a reminder of not knowing it, instead of letting it lead to fear of absence, make it like, let's be present right now. Let's enjoy
Mhm.
it. Like,
And that's hard to do,
and it's
even
hard.
with
Yeah.
that lesson and that reminder. It's hard to it because the knowing of how precious it adds this pressure where you're like I
Hmm.
can't fuck this up. Like I have to make the most
Yeah.
out of every moment. And that adds a lot of pressure. And I think it ends up going kind of in a circle until you realize like just
Hmm.
like doesn't have to be
Well,
perfect. It doesn't
no.
have to be this elaborate thing. You just enjoy it, take people in and
Yeah.
be what you are and find some sort of balance there and
Yeah.
have ups and
Yeah.
downs and
Yeah, perfect is subjective. I've always said, like,
Mhm.
your brand of perfection could be completely different than somebody else's brand of perfection. And when you start comparing your perfection to somebody else's perfection, that's when you die inside, and when everybody else around you
Yeah.
it becomes less than. Um, yeah, no, I mean, we're talking about mothers being lost. I mean, I lost my mom when I was 15, so like I lost her way, way in the beginning. And so
Yeah.
I haven't had my mother for, or I'm not going to have my mother for a good long portion of my life. And that absence of her hasn't really like, it's weird. Like I had discussions with her and stuff, but I was a teenager, I was like 14, 13 years old the last time I had like a real discussion with my mother. And whenever something happens, I don't immediately think like, oh, I gotta like call my mom and let her know. Like, I don't think that because I've kind of come to terms with the fact that like
Yeah.
she's gone, whatever. But I know people that have lost their parents or whatever at a later age, and they think, they have those thoughts. They're like, oh, I
Yeah.
like when something good happens, they're like, oh, I gotta call my dad or my mom or whatever,
Totally.
whatever, and let them know. And then I'm like, I kind of I feel grateful that I don't feel that, but I also, you know what I mean? It's like I'm grateful
Yeah.
for that, but I'm also not grateful for the fact that my mom's not around.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's like you could either be grateful for the absence and to have had them for that short period of time, they nobody was better than they were essentially,
Yeah.
nobody will be in your
Yeah.
life, or you can like, live your whole life being, resentful and pissed off at God and all these other fucking things that people are
Yeah.
because of those things.
Right.
yeah.
Or you could do like what when you were talking, Brian, I was thinking in my head, I was like, we were talking about like the 2/3, 1/3 of life, all that stuff. I'm like, you pick up from where they left off and you keep
Yeah.
fucking moving forward,
Yeah.
until like oblivion, essentially. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
Yeah.
they would do the same thing for you. You know what I mean? They would do the
Yeah.
same thing for you. But yeah, I didn't mean for this conversation to become a downer. I didn't.
Sorry, guys.
No,
That
no,
was the
no, no, no.
first
I was
thing in
no,
my
no.
head.
No,
I
no.
was like, oh my,
No, it's good. It's good. Yeah, yeah. No, it's good. No, yeah, no, I mean, I don't, I talk about my parents sometimes when I do this podcast and shit, mostly about them being drug addicts. That was like my big thing. I've had a lot of people on here that have done a lot of drugs. I'm sure you guys have done a little bit of stuff, but I know that you guys aren't like
hardcore
Who,
drug
me?
addicts. Yeah, well, I
My
mean,
booze don't need
alcohol,
nobody.
alcohol's not really. I mean, like it is a drug, and people get fucked up on it and whatever. But I don't consider it like heroin or anything like that. Like,
No, but I've done nothing. I try.
oh, really?
My dad, who's as you know,
Yeah, yeah.
you guys know, as a stoner, he did smoke pot with me a couple times, and I
Nice.
fainted one of the times. So
Mm, yeah, yeah.
I have done no drugs that the characters in my movies wouldn't do. They do it, it's safe.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I mean, that what does that check off? Like, nothing. So
Movies that have already come out or movies to come.
oh yeah, 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 yeah. Well, I guess we'll talk about that later. Movies to come out. Yeah, that'd be cool. But let's talk about movies that have already come out. I feel like we could segue into that. Um, we had kind of a conversation before we started recording this about what we would want to talk about, and we brought up the Bret Easton Ellis podcast with Quentin Tarantino. Now, I don't know if you know my history with Bret Easton Ellis.
You told me. I
Yeah.
don't know if
So
Brian
I
knows.
have a book called Shards, and he has a book called The
No
Shards.
shards.
And when I came out with my book, he emailed me pissed off, telling me that like I needed to like take it off of Amazon and all this. Oh yeah, he was super pissed off, and he was like,
And it
"You're
was
an asshole."
him
It
or
was
like,
him. It was Bret Easton Ellis.
oh
Yeah, it was
my
him. Yeah,
God.
and he was like, he called me a biter. I remember he's like, "You're biting me. You're a biter." All this other shit. And I was like, and I said, I said, I respect you. Obviously, I respect his work. I love American Psycho, all that
Yeah,
stuff, you know?
yeah,
Um,
totally.
and so he did that, and that kind of pissed me off. Now, I didn't take it down off of Amazon or anything, obviously. It pissed me off so badly that my next book that I'm writing actually right now, I'm taking American Psycho a little like nothing that would get me like sued or anything, but I'm
Yeah,
taking like a kind of the essence of American Psycho,
yeah,
and
the
I'm putting it into
inspiration.
this book. And so just to fuck with him because whatever. But
Is
but
it
I did I
fiction?
yeah, yeah,
Fiction book or
yeah, it's fiction. It's all fiction. Yeah, 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 yeah. Everything I write's fiction. I don't like writing about myself or anybody I know. I think that would be rude. But yeah.
Well, see, it's
you're
funny.
like,
It's funny you say that because I was gonna say as an interesting segue
Yeah.
connector to our absence philosophical discussion
Oh yeah, go ahead.
that connects into the movie thing. Just because you said that about not writing about yourself or people, it's like the everything that I do, like Morte, right, and then the next one I'm working on, and the next one after that, like.
Am I gonna be in that next one? Are you gonna
Oh,
call me
dude,
for
of course. No, we're gonna. I'm
me on the cover?
I'm I'm 50 pages in right now, and when it's done,
Is
we're
it-
gonna call you up right away, dude. We
oh,
gotta do
thank you.
it.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
I was just gonna say that um for me, I write almost exclusively in a
About
way
yourself.
about
Yeah.
myself, about
Yeah.
people I know,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's all buried in genre and fictional
Mhm.
stories. So it's like there's a fictional story, but then the truth is buried there for only the closest people who know me, who know like, oh, that's me, or oh, that's this from this conversation, or
Yeah.
and that to me is the whole absence thing. Like, I feel like I think one of the reasons I'm so obsessed with cinema and making my own films is because it can keep the memory
Yeah.
of people who are either not with you anymore, either like just not in your life as much, or maybe they're gone, they passed away. Like it can keep that memory alive, in
Yeah.
a really beautiful way. And even just there's a cameo of someone in Morte who's no longer with us, and I'm
Oh,
gonna dedicate the film to her, like
mhm.
but yeah, it's an interesting way to connect things, not to derail
yeah.
from your book, I think, but
No,
I
yeah.
I feel the same way. But it's like like I'll write characters and you could watch the movie and go, oh, okay, so Brian, if this is maybe this character is Brian, but it's like, well, the girl's me too. Like
yeah, yeah,
all
totally.
the characters
I can tell that, by the way. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
but no, like it's not going to be. Well, I guess I'd like to just quickly ask you, Robert, when
Yeah.
you say that you don't write about yourself,
Yeah.
do you mean that in like a literal way, like a character who's named Robert or a character who's obviously you,
Well,
or do you
so
mean you try
yeah.
to not have any influence from your personal experience, from your personal life
A good
whatsoever?
question. Yeah.
So yeah, so Shards, which like not a lot of people have read it, and I'm not expecting anybody to, is about a Vietnam vet who comes back from Vietnam and lives in Las Vegas to fight a supernatural brood of hookers, right? And so,
I
have
love
I
it.
dealt with that in my
Sign
life?
me up,
Like,
dude. I want
I
this
don't
book.
know. Yeah, right. Yeah, you want the film rights to that? But the
Relatable?
but so like, does he have qualities and aspects of me? I don't know because like when I was writing it, I was just writing it based on documentaries I'd watched about Vietnam vets, and
Mm.
and about like Apocalypse Now, one of my favorite movies ever made.
Yes.
That basically is what inspired me to write it in the first place. And I thought in my head, I was like, what happens if Kurtz is actually a hooker? Like that was in my head when I was like
I
watching.
love it.
Like, what if he was a hooker and he was in Las Vegas, right? Because Las Vegas is full of hookers. The main hooker is, basically Kurtz.
So it's the
Um,
miso honey chick
that's
from
right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Sucky, sucky,
Brando.
$5.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
That's right. Yeah. I love it a long time. Yeah. But no, I was workshopping. I told this story on another episode. I was workshopping a story that I had written in at SDSU when I was doing my MFA, and it was about the Yellowstone volcano going off, but it goes off in 1985, the year I was born. And so when I said I don't write about myself, I told that to my class too, and one of the girls in the class was like, "Well, no, you wrote about this volcano going off in 1985. You were talking about your birth." Like that's what you were like subconsciously.
Interesting.
But in my head, I
Interesting.
was like, I wasn't thinking that. I
No,
was
you
just,
keep it subconscious. You don't.
yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah. It's
there.
exactly, yeah. I don't have
You're not
like I
like, this
don't,
is
yeah.
my manifesto.
No, I
Yeah.
don't. Yeah, I don't do that at all. Yeah,
Which is
because
what Bret Easton Ellis's The Shards is.
that's right.
Yeah.
No, I know. Yeah. No, because
Like that.
I read it. I read it
Yeah.
just to make sure it wasn't like mine, and it was not. So I was, there's no hooker
Very
witches.
obviously.
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever.
But anyway, yeah. So, no, to kind of like backpack off of what you two were talking about, um, the whole like staying alive through film thing.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I also think that as well. I've had a lot of dreams. I don't know whether or not you guys have had dreams before about like being in a bar or being out somewhere, and then like you look up and you see yourself on television. You ever had one of those dreams?
I always dream of myself on television, but not
Yeah.
specifically at a bar. But
Oh, really? Yeah, but do you see yourself? Yeah.
Daydreams.
Yo,
But
daydreams about that. Well, no, but like I'll be like in a bar with somebody, and then I'll look up at the screen, and it's like me on like some sitcom or something. I'm like, oh hey, I remember when I did that, and then the
oh, that's
person's like, oh yeah,
interesting.
that was cool, whatever.
That's interesting.
Yeah, no, it's weird, but I don't again like I've never been on television, so I don't. Well, I have, but like Jimmy Kimmel. I was on Jimmy Kimmel, but it was
Oh,
like,
no way.
yeah, I was behind him waving. It was Van Halen was playing, and I was on the front row of a Van Halen concert, and he
That's
was like
amazing.
standing there, and he's like, all right, everybody behind me wave. And so if you watch the video, I'm like behind him like this, like
That's
waving
so
behind Jimmy
funny.
Kimmel. He was nice. Everybody talked shit about him. He was nice to me. And so was Van Halen. They were great. I didn't meet them, but they were awesome. But would have loved to. But anyway, but yeah. So like for example, that right when I die, which will happen eventually, right? Okay, unless like Elon Musk figures out some way for us to stay alive forever. Hurry it up. The When I die, somebody will watch that Van Halen video on YouTube and they'll be like, "Oh, look at that goofy fucker that's behind Jimmy Kimmel," and that's me. Like, right? Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm like, I live beyond
Yes. Yeah.
myself. Or my book. When somebody reads my book, they go like, "Oh,
Yeah.
Robert Cross wrote this
Yeah.
book." It's like that guy, whatever. So yeah, I get the whole film thing and wanting to do that, and I wonder if there's if we can go kind of psychological about it now that like we started talking
Yeah.
about it. Is there like a tinge of like fear of death like in wanting to make films? Like is it like I don't want to die, I want to live forever, and so I'll just make movies and be in movies in
Oh,
order to keep myself alive?
for me, for no, sorry, Brian, what were you?
Oh, I mean, there was maybe not as much right now at the forefront, but initially for
Oh,
me.
was it? Yeah.
That's interesting you say that because for me, it's much more now than it was before. So it's an inverse of your answer. It's like the older I've gotten, the more that thought is with me. It's not that it's I'm my core fear is much more about those I love passing away, not about myself so much. But I do think about that, and I always think about, I'm always texting Brian these like, Scorsese and Spielberg talking to each other videos, and or people directors of that age, like in their late 70s and 80s, and being like, that's going to be us, when we're making movies up to through our 80s, and we're still besties talking about movies, and so
I'll be long dead. But yeah, no, no, no,
no, you'll be right up there
Us.
with us, dude.
Come on.
hurry up, Elon. No, no.
In like the tube, like
Yeah, that's just a glass case of my head. Yeah. I'm Ronald Reagan. It's like me and yeah, that's funny. But no, I totally get it. And but that's the thing. Like when I first started watching film when I was a kid, my mom got me into movies. She showed me all of Kurosawa stuff. I saw Kurosawa stuff all the way from when I was a little kid. Like my mom loved showing us Yojimbo. It was like that was our thing.
Nice.
We'd sit and watch Yojimbo and Seven Samurai and all that shit. And so when I got older and everything, I was like, yeah, nothing's in black and white anymore. And all those people are dead. Like I would love to have talked to Kurosawa. I would love to have talked to Mifune. Like all those people, I would have loved to just like have chats with them, but I can't. But I could watch documentaries about their lives. I can watch their work, and then I could be like, okay, I kind of had a conversation with them. It wasn't the conversation I wanted to have, but at least I knew about them as I guess, a professional. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a really no, that's a really great point. It's I feel that way with a lot of directors who aren't with us anymore. Like I was just watching some interviews with Friedkin,
Oh yeah, I love him.
Yeah, I feel like I can't really believe he's dead because he's just so
alive.
Even as a really old man, he's so vibrant, and it's just so. And then Hitchcock, is like that's like that was like seeing Psycho when I was in like third grade or like way too young. It was one of the first things that made me like really think about movies, I think, and Hitchcock and all that. So I feel very connected, like what you're saying. You can watch their interviews and it's almost like you're talking to them from beyond the grave in a way.
Yeah, there's some directors that left quite a bit of those like there's a lot of great Kurosawa and Bergman interviews out there. And hours to where you really do feel like you get to know them, but not as much. I do feel like that's changing today with podcasts. Like one, they talk for 2.5 hours, and not only do you feel like you know things that make them tick, you know what their personality issues are, know all these little things that you really feel like you know them almost like a friend or almost like one-on-one, just from how immersive it is into so much minutia. And like there'll be 15 minutes of them talking about stuff that doesn't even matter, that you
that's right,
totally
less about them talking. And but that creates a kind of intimacy that wasn't there. I mean, luckily there's still lots of stuff from the past, but we're in a time now, luckily, where there's more and more of this capturing of what's in people's heads and delivering it to the masses.
So the thing I love too is that, just thinking about it, like when I put this online, right, this podcast that we're doing right now, once either of you or both of you go up to accept your Oscar, right, in like 10 to 15 years time, or maybe even shorter time.
Do we have to wait that long?
Yeah, I mean, like I would like you to wait that long. I mean, like, I don't. But when you go to accept it, they can go like, oh, look at this. We could listen to what they were like before they became so big, right?
Totally.
They could listen,
totally.
You know what I mean?
I think
because afterwards you're going to be like trying to like not say certain things, and you won't say like the Jews did this or whatever. You'll be like, you're going to have to.
I won't say that I got turned on by Passion of the Christ.
Wait. Does Robert? Did you hear the podcast with Tarantino? Do you know what we're talking about?
Yeah.
We're not going to be talking about Paul Dano today.
No Paul Dano. No Paul Dano. He's an amazing. We want him in our films. Yeah, we need Paul Dano more than ever.
It's funny. I was thinking of because I was re-listening to that podcast in kind of preparation for this, like for fun, and I was and still hearing him talk about Dano. I was like, dude, like I love Paul Dano, and I was
Yeah.
like, thinking like, oh man, like I would just feel like so, we all know how much I love Tarantino. I'm
Yeah,
wearing a
yeah,
Rick
yeah.
Dalton shirt right now,
Yeah.
so but I felt so bad for him, and I was like, and I was thinking to myself, oh man, like there's a movie I was thinking of with Paul Dano where I was like, oh, he would be perfect in this film, and I was thinking like, oh man, like would I make this film and do all this stuff and put him in the movie, and then Quentin would like criticize my movie for having him in
Yeah,
it,
yeah, yeah. But
When you're
but
not in it,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. Like, I mean, I feel like sometimes they say that what is it? The sincerest form of flattery is like, what is it? Pretending to be somebody or doing the thing that they do or whatever.
Yeah,
But I also think that talking shit about somebody is also the sincerest form of flattery because you've taken up a part of their brain.
right. That's
You know
true.
what I mean?
That's totally true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, you know what I mean? Like
Like
I,
hatred and love are so close.
they're
yeah.
kindred spirits. Yeah, 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 yeah. So I don't know. I think if that Tarantino was like, oh yeah, Matthew Rocca sucks, or Robert Cross is the worst actor, or Brian Butler is a woman, like whatever. If he said those things, I'd be like, he had to think about me at one point. That's fucking awesome. Like, he thought
It's
about
better.
me.
It's
That's
better
good.
than nothing, right?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, there's people that don't think about me at all, ever,
But and he's admitted, he's like, I don't like talking about new movies because I don't want to show any favor towards one side or the other. And I think
That's
that indicates that there's a responsibility when you're not just famous, not just an icon, but when you're just beloved by like
yeah,
Yeah,
9 out of 10 people, and the
yeah,
10th person's probably just being a fucking asshole. Like they
yeah.
probably
yeah,
like 2 or 3 of his movies, and they're
The
just
tenth, yeah, the 10th dentist, right? That's
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
So there is a responsibility of like you're gonna break somebody's heart if you talk
Mhm.
back about, and it's like but
yeah.
also he's got to have some kind of agency where he can talk a little bit. He's got to be able to say what's on his. And I think the thing of that podcast is he was just very comfortable being candid,
That's how. Yeah,
and he was just like, I'm gonna just be real and have a real conversation. And maybe they should have, I don't know. I'm not gonna blame them, but maybe they could have edited it out, or I don't know. But he
that's.
but he did go on and on, and it was at a certain point, it's like you got to be aware, like, all right, I'm really ripping into this guy. Like maybe,
Yeah,
Can we,
yeah, yeah.
it's
can
about
we,
being hated,
yeah,
That's
but
that's
you don't
just
want to break
funny.
the guy's heart, make him suicidal,
yeah.
or
Can we
Yeah,
do it? Can we
care.
do a little? Can we do a little exercise?
Yeah.
Okay. Worst actor ever. Go. Go.
Until like 2 weeks ago, I would have said Timothy Chalamet, but then I saw Marty Supreme, and I actually
Is
thought
it good? I haven't
It's
seen it yet. Is it
it's
good?
fantastic.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
funny. It's funny because me and Brian have had this discussion. I really loved him, but he hasn't seen this one yet.
I haven't
I
seen.
loved him in the Bob Dylan one,
Oh,
and
I
then I
haven't seen that one
saw
either.
it
Yeah,
was
yeah.
really good. He's incredible in that. And then I saw Marty Supreme because Brian kept telling me you got to go see that movie, and I
Yeah.
was like, oh my God, like he's fantastic.
Is he really?
The
Okay.
whole movie's fantastic. It's so good. Like
Yeah, I won't.
it's
I won't watch anything with him in it that isn't Dune. So no, I'm just kidding. No, no, I just haven't gotten around to seeing Bob Dylan. I love Bob Dylan. I saw Bob Dylan live. I was kind of pissed
oh, I'm
off.
so
Well,
jealous.
I
That's
was kind of.
awesome.
He didn't play any of the hits, and I think what happened was
That's
that
his whole thing.
yeah.
That's his whole
No, but listen.
controversy.
So I think what happened was that his manager went up to him because we were like, I think San Diego was like one of like the second date or something of his
Yeah.
tour. I think his manager went up to him after like the third date and was like, "Hey man, like." Because it was like silence, like there was no cheering, anything, and he was just like, "Thank you
Wow.
very much," was doing all that stuff, and like there was nothing. And so like after the fourth date, he played like Desolation Row and All on the
Oh
Watchtower.
wow.
He's playing all the hits, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Fuck!" Like
Dude,
he should have played
dude,
that here in
I
San
know.
Diego.
I
Like I
know.
was
No, no,
so
no.
mad, dude.
It's funny. It's funny, dude. It's funny you say that.
they did. Same with
Yeah, I
It's
paid
fun.
for the fucking
I
hits,
paid for
man.
the. No, it's really
Play the
funny.
monkey. No, no.
It's like no, it's really funny you say that because there's a whole amazing sequence that you got to see the movie because there's a whole amazing sequence in we're talking about Complete
in
Unknown
in Complete Unknown. Yeah,
where it's like it's like it's filmed and feels like a suspense sequence
yeah.
because the fans are so wanting the songs they came
And then
there
and
for
then he pulls out an
and
electric guitar, right?
and yeah, and he's like,
Yeah.
fuck them, and he's like, and the and
Bob
and
went
the
electric.
who's that beautiful girl who plays Joan Baez?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking
She's
about. Yeah, yeah,
she's gorgeous and just so good, and she sings all of her stuff
yeah,
too.
yeah.
But she's like really wanting to do like the stuff,
Yeah.
and he's not doing it, so she starts doing it by herself, and
Yeah.
and they're just like waiting for him to
It's
do
very
it.
random to come over. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, anyway, so you thought Timothy Chalamet 2 weeks ago, huh? Is that what is that your final
Not,
answer?
not not the worst of all time, but in terms of amount of fame and using him to
Hmm.
like interesting talent. I always thought he probably has some potential. He did some Broadway stuff like that's yeah, but they're just not using him in a way that it was interesting. It was just like pretty boy,
Right.
it dainty,
Yes.
Yeah.
just looking attract. Like Call Me by Your Name was okay, but everything else it was just this. And then the amount of fame and blowing him up and talking about how he's so great. I was like, he might be great. I just haven't seen anything that shows that. I
Yeah.
haven't. I don't know. Because it's just I was just getting flack.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But I'm kind of going Tarantino on the guy. But no, I'm freaking Marty Supreme is great because they kind of do this makeup on him to make him less attractive, and they kind of have put him in situations where he has to get ugly and do all that stuff, and that's made for a much more interesting movie, and just kind of showed what he could actually do. It was
Nice.
like great.
He can play ping pong, right? Is that what the?
Yeah, but that's the thing, like, pretty much any actors, yeah, there's a lot of actors that it's not so much
Yeah,
that they're bad, it's just they're kind of boring. Like they just want to look attractive and
Yeah.
yeah,
just,
Yeah.
they're just
Yeah.
obsessed with how they come across. And
yeah,
any director, especially if it's like a respected director, can get something out of them. So it's
yeah.
just
Totally.
that matter.
Totally.
They just need the right
Totally.
director
How
sometimes.
about you, Matt? Who's your worst actor?
Well, it's funny because I'm having a difficult time thinking of the person who came to my head is it's interesting because it's actually it's someone I've worked with,
Uh-oh.
but and it's not one of you guys,
No,
but he's
Robert
dead,
Cross. No, no.
he's dead, so he can't do anything about it.
Okay,
But
all right. Uh-oh. Even better. Even
Narrow
better.
it down. I know.
Yeah, yeah, here we go.
but no, no.
Accents.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing,
Yeah.
though. I actually kind of like what Brian just was saying with Chalamet. I actually want to, I do want to say his name in respect to him because I want to. I'm taking something that started as a negative, but actually it became he actually became good as we worked together. Because this guy isn't like he wasn't trained as an actor. He never had acted, right?
Mhm.
So I'm saying, Brian, I think you know what I'm gonna say, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying with respect, love, and prayers to our friend Joe D'Amato up in heaven, who was in our movie Bullets, Fangs and Dinner at 8 years ago. My first, real feature. I made one in high school too, but like this was my first like real one. Brian's in that movie too. And when Joe started with us, he probably fit that category because he was, it's no fault of his own. He just had never acted before, and he really wanted to be part of a movie. And he was so kind, and he let us film in his home, a lot of scenes in his home. And, I think he put in some money too, and like it just, he was just a great guy. And but at the beginning, it was very, 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 obvious he was trying to act, and he was like very very cartoonishly, and then the more that I kind of figured out how to work with someone, and that was a good experience as a director because like the more I've figured out, oh, how do I work with someone who really doesn't know how to act,
Yeah.
but put him in situations where I can see certain elements of him shine more and pull those things, because I've found it's actually in a way because I work with a lot of non-actors too, and I found that sometimes directing someone to do less is harder. And
Yeah,
that was like a thing that
You
I
want
learned. I
to
was like,
act. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, I
yeah,
was like,
yeah.
oh, okay, so Joe, wait, let's just do less. Like let's just give a little just don't even do anything right now with your face. Like just give a look and that's all we can interpret it just through that. And then he did a really good job. He actually stepped up to that and then he did good. And you can if you watch the movie, you can I think even kind of see that progression a little bit
Got it.
throughout.
That's like
Nice.
99% of his directing is like, dude, just like calm down.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
Camera's like right here, like just stop.
you're
The
good.
eyeballs
You're
Well,
just
good.
Brian, you gave me so anytime we act in each other's movies, it's always like a lot of fun and and Brian had me in Corpse, right? And Course in Kensington, and I was a very, very small little cameo role. I wasn't a big role in that one, but it was like Brian just, because it was small, I was like wanting to do more, like go
Yeah.
bigger with it
Mhm.
and do a bunch to make myself memorable. And Brian was like, no, no, it's not that role. Like you give us just like don't project anything on your face. Just be thinking about like, something that annoys you, but but don't project it. Don't tell us you're annoyed. And I thought about the professional development meetings at Preuss. I just thought about that, and I didn't make it obvious though. It was just in the back of my head. And then Brian, it came up to me after and he goes, dude, what? I've never seen you make that face before. What were you thinking of? And I told him, he goes, oh shit, man, that's crazy.
You'll see it in the movie, Robert, because Matt, he doesn't say anything in the movie. It's this one scene, and he's very quiet, but he does this like subtle thing with his face. And like Matt is so nice and all
Yeah.
kind and charming. And in this scene, he just does this subtle change to his face, and he like almost looks like a completely different person.
That's interesting.
Because you're just not used to
Thank
seeing
you.
Matt looking like annoyed.
Yeah,
And so
yeah,
you can do that. Like I've done other like projects with Matt where he will change his physicality or this or that. But that one thing, it was like just a very subtle change, and you're just like, he's not even recognizable.
yeah.
I'm like, is he gonna beat me up
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now?
is he gonna kick my ass? Yeah, yeah,
And it's
yeah.
just really fun to see that. Yeah.
That's
Matt,
awesome.
be a
That's
chameleon.
awesome. I can't wait to watch that movie, especially since like Michael Madsen's in it too, man. And I love
Yeah,
Michael Madsen. Speaking of people that have passed on,
yeah,
and Michael
seriously.
Madsen is definitely not my choice for worst actor. He was amazing in everything he was
Amazing.
in. Everything I watched, it was like, fuck, that guy rules.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, my choice is Channing Tatum, and and yeah, it just always has been. I'm just not a huge fan of his. Um, and I'll tell you why. So, and it's because of a Tarantino movie, funnily enough. So,
Oh,
Hateful Eight,
Hateful Eight.
Hateful Eight. As
You
soon,
don't like him in Hateful Eight?
no, as
Interesting.
soon as he
Interesting.
showed up in Hateful Eight, it feels like
Yeah.
that movie went all the way down, like in my
Interesting.
list. It was like it was up
Interesting.
here until he showed
Yeah.
up. As soon as he showed up, it was done, and I was like, "Fuck!" And literally, and I hadn't really seen him in anything beyond that except for like GI Joe and what was it? That's that other one where he did with the Rock. Oh, Pain and Gain. He was in Pain and Gain with the Rock. Like all that, I've seen him in those, and I was like, yeah, okay. Well, he's passable as like a meathead guy. Like okay, he's a meathead dude. I've never seen him in a Shakespearean play or anything, so I didn't think anything like he was gonna give me anything in Hateful Eight either. And he didn't. Like again, it was like I was like, what is this guy doing? Like whatever. Again, if I met him in real life. I would still tell him that, and I'm sure, like whatever, he could feel any way he wants to feel, but yeah, he's not my favorite actor. My favorite actor is someone who gets shit on all the time, which is Jeff Goldblum. Jeff Goldblum is
Oh, yeah, he's
he's
fantastic.
who also got shit on in a Seth Rogen movie, right? Who again, I don't think he's the greatest actor either, but like yeah, but like Jeff Goldblum, right? Like I think like the whole persona of him like is I don't know. It's weird. It's like seeing him act on screen and then seeing him off screen. It's like, like he isn't really acting,
It's very
right?
natural. It's so
It's
natural.
like a natural thing,
Yeah, it's
and
so
that's what
naturalistic.
you want in an actor,
It's
like
it,
Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt, when
yeah,
he's on screen, he's
yeah.
not being somebody
The,
different. He's being Brad Pitt as
he's
that
Don't have
character.
to do
He
anything.
doesn't have to do shit, and
he
he's
He
like
he's
picked
he's
you, so
believable.
just do your thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's
yeah,
believable,
yeah,
and those are the best actors, not the ones that
yeah.
like they have to like try super hard, where you're like, fuck, like even like,
You
okay,
show how good of an actor I am.
yeah, exactly, yeah, yeah. Like
Yeah,
we all love Daniel Day-Lewis. Every one of us does. Okay,
of
like
course.
he's one of the greatest he
Of
is the
all time.
greatest of all
Yeah.
time, right? Okay, but like he's another one where it's like, do you really think that Daniel Day-Lewis doesn't act like that sometimes off screen, like the way that he acts in those movies? Like, of course he does. He acts the same way, like when he's not on screen.
It's funny you say that because I always think that Phantom Thread is the closest. I could be wrong because I don't know the man, but
Because he was a cobbler.
I feel like
Yeah, yeah.
Phantom Thread is the closest we come to the
Him.
true Daniel
Yeah,
because
yeah.
of him being an obsessive perfectionist and
Yeah.
it's his real voice. He's not doing
Yeah.
like
Any
British
accent.
voice is
Yeah,
not doing
yeah,
the Daniel Plainview, you know?
yeah.
It's just like all those. I was actually just thinking of that the other day too, because this student was like really annoying. Like he came into my classroom and he wasn't supposed to be in my classroom. And I was
Hate it.
basically riffing on that on, are you an alien? Are you an alien sent here to make my life a living hell? Is that what you are? You're
This is,
gone, but the annoyance is still here.
yeah, yeah,
I'm not a big like proponent of method acting. I'm like, but at the same time, whatever works, like
yeah.
don't hurt people, but whatever works. But I do think you can method act without drawing so much attention to yourself.
Hardcore. Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
feel like it becomes this thing where it's about how much attention can I get and how much of a big deal can I make out of this? Where instead you could just be method and just be quiet or
yeah,
or not be method or
yeah,
do both and go in and out on different days. Like but it
Yeah, yeah.
doesn't have to be this thing of like, oh, look at I
Look
dragged
at
myself through the
me.
mud for 2 months and
yeah.
I was
Yes.
the character at home with my family
But
and
do you also think that like people who, not that you just did that, but I'm saying like people who talk like massive amounts of shit, like professional actors, like Billy Bob Thornton recently said something I think about method actors, and he's like, just act, he said like or whatever. And do you think that that's also performative, like the talking shit about people that do the method acting? Because I feel
oh,
like that's like a through line with some of those people too.
it's a very like
Yeah.
British thing.
Yeah,
The
British.
British are like go to school and learn the craft so you can just fake it and you could just turn
Yeah,
Yes,
it off.
yes,
And I'm
yes.
not going to say that that's better one way or the other, but that way is, I guess, easier. It makes it easier. It makes you able to like harness it in a way. No, no, complete. I just totally misspoke. That way
so
is, I would say, harder in a way because
Mhm.
with method acting, it's like you're just of course you're gonna do a good job. You're being the character all day and at the same time it kind of dulls it. Like you might have been the character 100% in the shower this morning and
Yeah.
you blew off all your steam and now you're here on set and you're the character, but you're the character and he's tired and he's not doing his thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
Um,
yeah,
but the
yeah.
way the Brits want it is like you turn it off and you turn
yeah,
it on. And when you
mhm,
turn it on, you're completely there. And the take, because especially in movies, all that matters is that the take is good,
yeah,
Yeah, exactly,
It
exactly.
really doesn't matter,
It's
and I guess like it's theater is a little bit closer to method because you for a longer period of time, but at the same time, plays over, I'm out. There's no
the play's
reason.
over.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely feel like my style or approach to acting is definitely it's not that 100% method, take it home, you're in character at all times. But I think that I'm in between in that I borrow a lot of techniques from method and elements from it to really immerse myself in a character. So I do like a crazy ton of research and really dive deep into character. And there's another movie of Brian's that I acted in, where whenever that movie comes out, I can't wait for people to see it. Fruitful Mold. And I in that one, Brian wrote a role and specifically cast me because it's so opposite of what I usually am, in that I'm usually, kind of playing the erudite, sophisticated kind of guy, and that's kind of who I am and stuff. And Brian wrote this to be like this. How would you describe him exactly? Like a sort of a wigger
Yeah, a guy
character.
who thinks that he's a different like culture and
yeah.
he really
That's
is
funny. Yeah,
and goes all in.
And
yeah,
Brian was like, like baggy jeans and bling, and, on me, right? Like
yeah,
baggy
yeah,
jeans and bling and all this
yeah.
stuff.
That's pretty
And and
funny.
and
Yeah.
and, and so to get into that mindset,
So
I
Gary,
did.
Gary, you watched Gary Oldman in True Romance, didn't
I
you?
did. No,
Yeah.
okay. I
Oh, it's
watched.
White Boy Day.
I watched Gary Oldman. I watched. I watch a bunch of like actual like
Ollie G.
rappers and stuff like that. Yeah, like and I listen to a bunch of hip hop, and
Yeah,
if you know me, it's like
I
that's
love
not
it.
at all
Yeah,
my milieu. I listen to opera, you know.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm listening to hip hop and coming up to Brian's
You went
set.
full method. No, no.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing is like I got really in the zone, really immersed myself. But then once we were wrapped for the day, I'm not going to go and keep listening to rap. I'm not going to go to Starbucks and order in that accent and
Or
use
be
that voice.
or participate in a drive-by, right?
But even before we started filming, like he shows up on set. Hey guys, what's going on?
Yeah, whatever.
Oh yeah, 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 cool, cool, cool. Talk, talk, talk. All right, we're gonna do the scene now. Okay. What- yeah.
Hey, what
And
up,
cut,
bro? What's going
cut,
on,
cut,
homie?
cut.
Yeah,
All right, cool.
yeah,
What's
yeah.
up? And it's like, and also, you don't have to do that, but
Yeah,
it's
you know,
like,
yeah, yeah. You could be like
oh,
Daniel
that
Day-Lewis and
hard.
have people call you Abraham Lincoln like everywhere. You know, no, no.
He is the guy though that and
Yeah.
it's probably and him and Heath Ledger maybe
Heath Ledger. Yeah. Well,
why it's so popular because or Brando like they
Oh,
because
Brando's, yeah,
the
yeah.
Brando's
role
a
And
so
fucking.
and in his heyday, very much De Niro too, like
Oh,
Raging
yeah,
Raging Bull, Taxi
yeah,
Driver, Cape
yeah,
Fear, you know.
yeah. Cape Fear, man. Um, so I guess like let's segue away from all that and go to like the movies, right? So like what is it? We're gonna stick to the 21st century. Is that what we decided on?
21st century,
21st
and
century.
here's a couple ground rules.
Okay,
Set
ground rules,
a
go.
couple ground rules,
All
and
right.
Tarantino kind of set one of
Who
the
cares
big
about what he
pieces ones
thinks?
for
No,
it.
I'm just kidding.
no Paul Dano.
Yeah, yeah, no Paul Dano. Yeah. Rule number one. Fuck Paul Dano. Rule number one.
So he had a really cool rule on the podcast that really made the list, I think, more interesting. At first, I thought it was going to make it way too difficult, but then I was like, oh, it actually makes it way more versatile and interesting in that you can only pick one director one movie per director
Okay.
in the 21st century. So that was helpful because it was like, okay, if you could just do, then my whole list would probably be Quentin and Scorsese pretty
And
much, and then
Nolan.
it
Yeah,
wouldn't be
yeah,
that interesting,
yeah,
right? So
yeah,
like, so that was one rule. And then and of course they're the 21st century, so 2000 through now.
yeah.
And there's one other rule that I set for myself
What is that?
that I want to hear what you guys think of
Okay.
this. But because I originally had a different list, a slightly different list,
Okay.
in that I set a rule for myself though that I said I think I should only do just like we're doing only one film per director. I
Yeah.
should only do one film that stars the same fictional character. And by that, the reason for that is what I mean by that is that originally my list became he knows what I'd say. My list
Oh,
became repetitive because I had like three Superman movies and
oh,
two Batman movies.
okay.
And I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
okay, this is getting kind of repetitive, and maybe it's not that interesting.
yeah,
So it made it more of a challenge for me to say, okay, well, fuck, if I had to choose just one Superman movie, what would that be? That's hard
yeah,
for me.
yeah, yeah.
And one Batman, that's not hard. I think you guys will
I
see. It's
mean,
not
the
that
Dark
surprising.
Knight. I mean,
But one
go.
Superman, that was hard. That was hard.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Brian, any other
yeah. What
rules
do
I'm
you got? Any
forgetting
rules?
about, or
Yeah, you got any rules?
I'm just trying to because we got until 7. We got an hour and 15. And
I mean, we could go a little bit over. I'm
a
not
little
worried
bit.
about it.
Okay,
Yeah, don't worry about it.
put Matt's list and my list together. 40 movies. I'm sure 5, maybe 10 of them will overlap. So
Yeah.
we'll say it averages out to like maybe 30 movies.
Are we
So,
gonna? Are we gonna like? What are we gonna? So we're gonna say the movie, and then we're gonna give like a hour long speech about it. Like,
well, I mean, I don't want to just list them off. We
no,
got
yeah. Number one, go.
to because there are some movies like this is not a perfect list.
Yeah.
There's some movies on here that maybe there's movies that I like more than these movies, but I just feel like these are more like interesting movies to talk about, or just
yeah.
movies that I have stronger feelings about, or that movies that I think about that left
Oh,
a
well,
better
well, I'm so glad you bring that up about movies that you think are interesting and you think about because that was what that was where I was coming from too, was it's like it's a very personal list. So it's not like I'm saying these top 20 are the best. This is cinema movies of the century. As you know, I'm not coming from that place as even though I would say that we're experts, but I would not say I'm coming from a place of expertise so much as coming from a place of
Fandom.
of fandom and love, and the ones that stick with you the most, and the ones that you like. Because there's certain ones where I'm like, there's certain ones I think of that I really am like, oh, this should make it to the list. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I was like, well, what are the ones that I keep coming back to and want to rewatch?
Mhm.
And the ones that, and so that was even, for me, it was a lot about that too, that rewatchability, and
Yeah.
certain ones I could just turn on any day and kind of always be in the mood for,
Yeah, it's like a combination of like some I feel like are it depends on the movie, but there's sometimes when it's like I feel like this one's like the greatest or just
Mhm.
objectively great. And then there's times when it was like, this one's too great. Like everyone knows this movie's great. I don't need to
Yeah.
include it.
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't include it. Or other ones where I don't care if everyone thinks it's great. This I really love this one. It has to be on the list. So it's like a combination of pulling from great or
Yeah.
important or just personal favorite for whatever reason. But I think in the time we have, like we gotta try and keep it to like maybe 2 minutes a movie.
What do we do when we don't like the movie that the other person mentions? Do we
Well,
like
that's okay,
do we
right?
go boo? Fuck
No, no,
you.
no, 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 no.
Boo.
What we
What?
do when we don't like it is we go, that is weak fucking sauce, all right? That is weak fucking sauce, the limpest dick.
That's the Paul Dano of movies. No, just kidding.
Paul Dano.
Yeah, I'll edit in like a blinker. Paul Dano. His face will just pop up.
And one other thing, I think like if my number 19 is Matt's number 5,
Yeah, we should say that, right?
It's just like
so that's my number 5, and then
Yeah.
maybe Matt can go
we
off
can
on it here too. Or by time we get to his 5, if we've already talked about maybe if he has something else he wants to add, or we can go
we can
right
riff
away
and
with
keep
my
Yeah,
5.
yeah,
on.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, should we that no, that I agree totally. Should we, and we were talking about going up, so number 20 going all the way up to
Yeah.
one,
Mhm.
to build that suspense. But what do we should we do? What do you guys think? Should we do our lists separately like that, or should we do like my number 20, your number 20, my number 19, or like that? Or what do you guys think?
Back and forth,
Back
maybe.
and
Yeah, we
forth?
should do
Yeah.
20, 20, 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Who wants to go first?
Eeny, meeny,
Mighty
miny.
Mo.
I'll go.
Kids.
I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead.
My first choice, I didn't want this to be. I didn't want this to be the first movie I had to talk about, but I don't really want to put it above the others. Um, Kind of a controversial movie to mention before I say the title, I
Your
want
number
to
Paul
say
Dano. No, just kidding.
I think this movie. All right. It's The Patriot from the year
Ah,
2000. Mel
Fucking
Gibson.
killer.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Movie.
I'm
Killer
glad
movie.
you like it because
Fucking,
it just
ah.
feels like in this day and age, it's kind of like not the best time to be like, yeah, fuck yeah, America,
Yeah, fuck yeah, Mel Gibson. Fuck yeah.
and Mel Gibson too. That's another thing. But in spite of both of those things, I think it's a great movie, and I think he's really great in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
One of the best.
And another thing that's a criticism that the movie defies is that just like Independence Day by Roland Emmerich and
Yeah.
his other movie Godzilla,
Oh yeah.
there's always this, I would say, like literally like a fascist, pro-America, anti the other, anti
Yeah.
propaganda
Yeah.
that is like, I wouldn't say like offensive, but it's almost like laughable now looking back on it.
Right.
Um,
Right. Like where we're at
Who's
now.
who's the other in Godzilla? Is it Godzilla?
Godzilla, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, what are you talking
That
about?
one, like,
No,
like,
no, no.
you could even say that Jaws is like,
Yeah, the shark is the other.
let's get it.
Yeah,
But
Yeah,
it's really apparent in Independence Day.
Yeah.
And
Well,
even
yeah, they're aliens. They're literally aliens. Yeah.
And then the way they take them down,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
America, fuck yeah,
Fuck
thing.
you. Yeah.
But in The Patriot, it's like in terms of making Jason Isaacs, who's like
It's
kind of the greatest
fucking
ever.
Lucius
the worst,
Malfoy, bro.
yeah,
Like,
the worst. You think he's bad at Harry Potter, man?
yeah. Oh yeah, dude.
It,
Hardcore.
but it's almost sick how horrible they make him, and it's almost unfair how much they dehumanize him as a villain, because it's great in the movie and you're like, oh fuck that guy, but in real life you're like, oh man, like dude,
Mhm.
there's got to be the guy, you know, he goes home and he takes a dump and
You
he's
think about that when you
that
watch film
day,
movies?
you know what I mean?
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you know, nuance is always good.
Yeah.
Deep lore.
Having said that, Jason Isaacs, you know, still kills it.
He should
But
have. He should. I think he should have been nominated for an Oscar for
yeah,
that movie. I don't think he was. I think he
and,
should have been. Yeah, yeah.
and Mel Gibson, even though he went crazy, like it's so
Did he
great.
though? No, I'm just kidding.
And another
Did he?
thing
No,
about
no.
Mel Gibson is Signs should probably be on my list, but because
Oh,
I haven't watched it in a long time.
amazing.
His Signs on your list, Matt?
Got another
no, but here's what I'll say. There's a different M. Night, because we're sticking to our one
Yeah,
director.
yeah, yeah,
There's
yeah.
a different M. Night one that made the list, but Signs is amazing.
It's Trap, right? No, I'm
It's
just
like,
kidding.
I was so mad at my brother because we went and saw Trap together, and he kept making fun of it the whole time.
Yeah,
And I was like, I'm
I'm still
actually
making
liking
fun of
it.
it.
Shut up. And he's like, none of this makes sense. The
Yeah,
plot holes
well,
are so
it was
stupid."
no, well, it was
I was-
great. It was great until they left the fucking arena. Like
Yeah.
the whole movie was great, and then they left the arena, and I was like, this movie sucks ass. If they would have
Wait,
stayed in the
Brian,
arena,
did you see Trap?
No.
you got to watch it. They leave. Well,
It's
I
really
mean,
fun. It's really
yeah,
fun.
it's a great
like-
movie
yeah.
until they leave the arena. But anyway,
I feel that way about Knives Out. Knives Out was
Yeah.
cool, and then when it turned into a car chase, I was like,
yeah. Is this really? Yeah. Knives Out isn't on my list, so we're good.
But yeah, Signs. There's this thing about Mel Gibson, like he can be such a tough, like macho guy.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
so cringy. I'm talking about how great Mel Gibson.
It's okay.
But when he
I love Mel Gibson. I
when
don't
he
give a shit.
cries, like he's so strong. When he cries, you feel it. He's
Oh,
accessing
for
something
sure.
Yeah.
he's
Yes.
blind, something
Yeah.
like true or made it, whatever. When he cries, he crumbles.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, he's
instantly want to cry. Like now I'm gonna start talking about Signs when
It's
he's
okay. Yeah.
yeah.
cheese and he's like, eat this fucking dinner, and he
Yeah,
starts
yeah.
crying because he's so scared of what could happen to his
Yeah.
family.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And in The
So-
Patriot, I mean, the guy goes through hell. There's the worst things happen to him, and once again, it feels like the screenwriter, they're just cheating. They
Yeah.
just hate the Brits, the non-Americans, so bad. And that's my criticism of. I'm just rolling my eyes the whole time. But in spite of all of that,
Yeah.
it's an epic movie, and it's fun, and yeah, so it's
Amazing.
it is really cringy in this way. It comes out right before like September 11th, and you just there's such a big crowd for this movie that is
Yeah.
not me,
Yeah.
but it is this adventure, and it has this heart to it, and I like the character and just the journey they go on.
Yeah.
No, that's
They
amazing.
just got the villain doing these horrible things,
Horrible shit. Yeah.
locking people in a church and burning it down, and just the worst of the worst. But then you got Mel Gibson just
The
throwing a
tomahawk. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's funny. It's funny because I teach. So for those in the audience who don't know, I teach a course on film, and one of the things I do at the beginning of every film class, like in the first day of film class, is I show this really cool montage. I forget who edited it, but it's great on YouTube, where it's like, you know, just a bunch of iconic movie moments, and a lot of kids, even if they haven't seen The Patriot, like they know it, like they'll like
Because the part
like,
where he's
they-
got the flag and he's running
yeah,
with the
like
flag.
yeah, like they
Yeah.
like they know it's like
Yeah.
the most like American thing ever.
Yeah, that was hardcore, dude. That was
ridiculous.
hardcore.
So
Yeah.
I have very weird mixed feelings of just seeing it as just hardcore, like almost like German Nazi propaganda.
Wow.
But at the same time, it's just like this Spielbergian candy, the way that it's filmed, and you just
Yeah.
see products, and it's this weird thing where I'm like, this is dangerous, but
Yeah.
Well, you
I
know-
watched it when I was a kid, and I don't know.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I was just discussing how certain. I was talking to kids, some students, about how certain films can have points of view that you don't agree with, and can even be dangerous. But that doesn't mean the filmmaking is bad, right? It could
Yeah.
actually be really good film. So, like I told them about Birth of a Nation, you know, or the Lenny Riefenstahl movie, Triumph of the Will, which, by the way, a lot of kids don't realize that and then I showed them side by side that Be Prepared with Scar on the
Yeah,
box.
it's about
And
it's
that's
based on that.
exactly
Yeah,
from
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
like
Be prepared. Yeah, yeah.
Very
Yeah, it's
thing.
a
It's a
classic.
powerful tool. Like a
Yeah,
great
yeah.
filmmaker can be, a horrible person and have a terrible viewpoint. But yeah, it's like we want to teach the kids to like to exercise that muscle so that they can learn to go, all right, what's all your bullshit you're trying to sell me, and then what are your tools that you're using, and I can admire
totally,
the
Yeah,
way,
totally.
even if I completely disagree,
Yeah,
yeah,
have the freedom to see through all that and make up your own mind.
yeah,
yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your number 20, Matt?
My number 20, I don't know if it's on Brian's, but I do think it is. It is every time I watch it, I think one of the most Brian movies, and I'm sure Brian will probably agree. Something that Brian would make. Maybe it's not on there for that reason, but The Lighthouse, my
Oh,
Robert
that's it.
Eggers
Yeah, that's a
movie.
good.
I liked it a lot. I really liked
Eggers, yeah, Eggers is
Yeah,
great.
my
Yeah,
my
Wow.
Robert Eggers movie.
yeah,
It was hard to choose from his incredible filmography. Just like a lot of these directors, where you had to just pick one. Or I was like, okay, I love Nosferatu.
yeah.
Me and Brian saw Nosferatu at the New Bev. That was so much fun. And
Was it
we
good?
saw it.
Yeah,
Thought I was
Loved it.
yeah.
I loved everything he's made. But at the end of the day, The Lighthouse is the one that I just feel I come back to the most, and I feel the most probably inspired by in terms of the look. There's literally a whole chapter of Morte that is inspired by
In that,
that 4:3
yeah,
look at black and white
yeah,
film aspect ratio. And But the performances and just one of the things that on my list is like I was really torn about this and a different movie from 'cause, here's I consider the directors of modern horror slash like elevated I kind of hate that term but elevated horror
yeah,
um to be some of the ones that I most anticipate going to see their work because horror is like my favorite genre if I had to pick probably and so there's him there in my opinion there's him there's Robert Eggers there's Ari Aster there's Jordan Peele
yeah.
who am I missing from that like our generation
Just
horror.
reminding me of movies that I wish I put on my.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
like
know.
okay,
Yeah, every time you
yeah.
say something,
I'm
I'm like,
like,
wow,
okay,
did I
maybe
forget
you
that?
know
Yeah,
okay. So that being said, I was like, I was even torn about about that, or I was like, oh, like there's certain movies of like Ari Aster or Jordan Peele or something where I'm like, oh, maybe I am even more like haunted by those films or whatever, where I'm like, oh, should this one be there on the list or what? But at the end of the day, it was like there was just something about The Lighthouse and I think the exuberance of the filmmaking and the fun of the filmmaking that to me it's really just like intrinsic to my style. Like yes, it could be kind of classified as a horror, but not exactly. Like it's funny, it's weird, there's fart jokes, there's a mermaid, there's like all this crazy
yeah.
shit.
There's definitely a
Like
mermaid. Yeah,
I love it. I love
it
it. And
happens.
the ending too. Me and my brother, when I showed my brother for the first time that ending, me and him were. Yeah, I already had seen it many times, right? But I showed him, and he was cracking up so much when that there's. Can we just put a spoiler
That's,
alert on things like so
if you're listening to this
like,
podcast, you're gonna get
hey,
spoiled by
yeah,
shit.
it's like
Yeah, yeah. Oh
so
well.
when he goes up the stairs after all the mystery
Yeah, yeah.
of what's up there, and there's the bright blinding light, and
Mhm.
then without even telling us what really happened, and he just faints and falls over the
Yeah, that's
stairs,
it. Yeah,
and then
yeah,
that's it. The
yeah, yeah.
existential. Me and my brother have very existential like sick humor, and we think that kind of stuff is really fucking funny. So
Yeah.
we were like in tears laughing, just like the build up to it, and then nothing is revealed. It's
Yeah.
just like
and the light
Yeah,
coming.
and that's it. Yeah, it's kind of like the ending of The Whale, right? The Whale is the.
I
I
haven't
haven't, I haven't seen that.
I
Oh, you
seen
haven't?
the Whale.
Oh, okay.
No,
So it's similar.
it's funny. I was just discussing this with a fellow film fan. I love Aronofsky, but there's certain ones that I'm afraid to watch because I think they're just going to be too depressing of his,
Yeah.
and that's one of them.
After Requiem for a Dream, you're like, dude,
I didn't see
Yeah.
Requiem for that reason.
There's actually I wanted to put, I mean, other than when you said the one director rule, I was like, most of mine are going to be Terrence Malick and Aronofsky films, but then
Yeah.
I'm like
Nice,
I'm like,
nice.
oh well, I have to pick one of each, so whatever.
Yeah, that's it would be hard if with Aronofsky it would be hard to choose between Mother and Black Swan. But
Oh, for you?
Yeah.
I can't. So me and Jennifer Lawrence share the same birthday. I can't stand her. Anyway, we're gonna go to my number 20. It's a documentary, right, by Werner Herzog called Grizzly
Oh.
Man.
that
Grizzly
was
Man.
my
Grizzly
an
Man.
honorable mention.
Yeah, is it on there?
And Grizzly Man is an honorable mention.
Grizzly Man is
I love that.
one of my favorites.
I
I just
still
watched
need-
it again last year.
I still need to see this
Dude.
Grizzly because I love Herzog. I love
Oh, dude, you gotta watch Grizzly Man.
Brian introduced me to Herzog when we watched the Herzog Nosferatu.
His
Oh,
Nosferatu
way back
is
in the
my number 4 of all time.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Is it on? Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's still my favorite Nosferatu of the 3. Actually, is the Herzog.
Yeah, I love.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Klaus Kinski is fucking a nutbag, but
But Grizzly Man, he takes it into like he doesn't just make a documentary. He does like tableaus with the
Yeah.
people, like the
Mhm.
like the mortician.
that knew him and that saw him and that touched him and then yeah.
And he
I'm
talks,
so
and
excited
then
to
he
see
has
it.
the camera like pull back
Yeah.
after and he just has them stand there awkwardly.
Awkwardly.
After
Yeah.
he said this horrible
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But then you realize like some of that footage of the bears is kind of similar to the footage that he was shooting with there's like a mirror there and it's like just like the emotion that doesn't exist and whether or not the emotion does exist, and you got this guy kind of being like, oh, these bears are like my family, I love them and everything, but the bears, they end up not loving him very much by the end of it. I don't want to
What an entertaining guy, though.
no, I know he was super I'm forgetting his name right now because I was going to
Timothy
say it.
Treadwell.
Yeah, I can't remember it. But yeah, no, that's definitely my number 20. And yeah. No, what were you gonna say?
When he has her, I almost want to put it on my list just for this one part. When he has Timothy Treadwell's ex-girlfriend. Wait,
Yeah, Timothy Treadwell.
watch him.
Yeah.
He doesn't let you hear the audio of him being eaten.
No.
He doesn't,
Yeah.
and he doesn't, and Werner Herzog listens to it. He doesn't let you see his face
No.
while he's listening to it.
Wow.
Yeah.
He has you look at the girlfriend's face who's watching Werner Herzog listening.
Listen to it.
He
Yeah.
puts his hand up to touch the earphone and it's trembling.
Yeah.
And the girl just starts crying.
Yeah.
He's like, you can never listen to this. She's like, I'm
Oh,
not.
Yeah.
shit.
You
It's
can't.
just the most, it's way worse than if you even could hear it or see what happened. It's
Yeah.
so much worse.
Jeez.
It's the most-
And that's very much in line with what we were just talking about, where like that existential kind of like you're never going to really understand the ending. Like the ending of Timothy Treadwell
Yeah.
is also an enigma, is also something that like is kind of in the back. There's an absence there. Let's go back to the theory, right? There's an absence of that ending, right? And you have to kind of like, because believe me, as soon as I heard, I heard that he had gotten eaten by a bear, in my head, right, I have a completely different understanding of what that even looks like, right?
Yes.
Than what really happened or how it
such a
sounds.
goofy guy too.
No, he was a super
So
goofy
mad.
guy. Yeah, hearing him
Wow.
scream or any of that stuff, like you don't hear any of
So
that.
funny.
Dude.
Yeah.
Jesus, Banner, Christ, boy, we need
Yeah.
some fucking water for these
Yeah.
animals.
Yeah.
And then, but it seemed like he kind of summoned it because he was like,
No, he did. Yeah, he was
He did it for 20 years.
poking the bear.
and he stayed longer than he was supposed to, and went to a place where they're more dangerous. He was like, and he talked about how I would never want a bear to die for me. I would just let it eat me. It sounded like it got to a point where it was like almost like
He wanted that.
Yeah.
He wanted
Just
that.
some
Yeah,
way
yeah.
manifesting it. It was just getting to be like you were so lucky and you pushed it even farther.
Yeah, it's kind of like the idea of like like they say Jesus as an historical figure, but then we could talk about like Jesus as just like a person, right? He kind of like caused himself to get killed, right? Because he was like, hey, I'm the son of God. And then you've got this entire land that he lives in where all these people have kind of denounced God and killed him, quote unquote. And then he's like, hey, but I'm the son. And they're like, cool, we're going to kill you too. And it's like, if you never said that, you probably would have been fine. But it's like he wanted to die. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing with the bear. It's like he wanted the bear to eat him. That's why he was hanging around bears all the fucking time.
And just the fact that he pushed it even further that last year after being so lucky.
Yeah.
And unless the only other thing is this, maybe he just truly didn't fit into society and he just became.
I don't feel like he didn't, because we obviously, when you watch that documentary, you feel like, oh man, I wish I had a friend like that who hyped me up as much as he hypes up bears and shit, right? And it's like,
chocolate,
all that, man. And it's like, so was he not conforming to society in some way? Like, I don't think so. He was just like super autistic or something about bears. Like, there's super autistic people about all kinds of shit, and that's life, man.
If he got the part on Cheers, though, it might have been Woody Harrelson who got.
That's true. That's true. Crazy. Yeah, it would have been Woody Harrelson.
That's crazy. That's like, it's reminding me of this is not on my list, but just an interesting one from 2013, the documentary Blackfish.
Oh yeah, the SeaWorld. Yeah,
the SeaWorld thing. That was so disturbing. Like, just just feel like, because you think you're in a safe environment with the
killer whales.
It's like,
no, you feel like you're in a safe environment with something called a killer whale.
That's what's so ironic. It's like the bear thing you guys are talking, because it's like, yeah, of course, it's like on an intellectual level, we know that killer whales and bears are not at all. But it's like we're so used to, like, almost like culturally, like, oh, bears are cute
and Free Willy, right?
Teddy bears and Free Willy. And it's like, no, these are fucking wild animals.
They're wild animals. Yeah. Like, they don't give a fuck about you.
On this subject, quickly before we move on, have you guys seen the movie The Act of Killing?
No.
Yeah.
Produced by Werner Herzog, but it's a great movie. They interview this guy who was this an Indonesian general.
Nice.
He was the responsible for killing like over 1 million people.
Oh wow.
And I think I'm pretty sure, from what I remember, they interview him and they have him do like reenactments and stuff, but he's the subject that it's just very dark and strange, but there's some beautiful crazy visuals, and it is very Herzog-y. Even though he didn't direct it, it has that you just reminded me.
I want to see that.
But it was very disturbing and powerful.
You reminded me of that other movie. It's not on my list either because I don't remember the name of it, but it could have been. What was that movie with Ryan Gosling where he's like in Asia and there's that guy with the knife that's like the you know what I'm talking about?
The Reppin' Only God.
Yeah.
I don't think if I saw it, I don't remember it. But
I watched it.
On my list, though.
No, that's a good movie because like Refn's got the lighting, like the neon lights everywhere, and it's got like a guy that you kind of sounds similar to that, like an Indonesian general type character, and he, like, anytime anybody does anything fucked up, he pulls out this gigantic like fucking like machete. And it's like, oh man, like, but it's like you don't see the machete on him. That's the crazy part. Like, you never see it on him. Like, they could literally have like
comes out of nowhere.
It just comes out of nowhere. And literally, like it comes out, like, literally, that's what it does. But it's
like a certain sword scene in a certain movie that we made.
Is that what?
Cartoon logic. I love it.
Yeah. All right. What's your number 19, Brian?
All right. I'm gonna try and not talk too much about the movies that I don't have that much to say because of conversations that are so great. I'm saving it for that because I don't have that much to say. But so the 2003 remake of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh, with Jessica Biel?
Yeah,
it's a good.
That's dude. That's so interesting because it's like I'm so enamored with the original, but you've been telling me for years I need to really watch the remake. So
have you watched the remake? Have you watched the remake, Matt, at all? No.
I saw parts of it and thought it looked really amazing, and I just didn't get around to really watching it as a whole. But Brian's been telling me it's like actually right up there with the original.
Oh yeah, it's great. No, it's a great movie. Yeah, it's a great movie. Yeah, yeah.
What were you gonna say, Robert?
Oh, I was gonna say like it's visceral. Like you could like
Oh
taste
my
and
God.
smell all the shit in it. Like that's the,
And
that's some of the best stuff.
it's the
It's
same DP as the original.
Oh, is it?
yes,
Okay.
They're great.
yes,
They're great in completely different ways. The original so authentically grimy,
16
gross,
millimeter.
just cheap and it's exactly what it needs to be. And this one's bigger budget, but the texture of everything, all the paint peeling and the sweat and the guts and the
Hmm.
slaughter, not even before anyone even starts dying, is just seeing the atmospheres. It's the best like art direction ever, and the
Wow.
characters and the acting is so great. Um, I did want to piggyback on when you were talking about the lighthouse. I
Yeah.
like the lighthouse. I thought there was like 20 minutes in the middle where it was just this long dialogue scene. That part was just a little too much, but it was a lot. I had just made a movie that was a black and white movie of two people stuck together talking. I made
Yeah.
it for the
Oh
light.
yeah,
You made
man.
it, he
Yeah,
made it
It
friend of
came
the
out,
before.
world,
Yeah.
man.
it
Classic.
came out
Yeah.
after,
Classic.
but I made it. So there's a bit of a frustration there of not like a jealousy, but like of a like, okay, well, here's how I would have done it, but guess
Right.
what? I already did it. So,
Yeah, yeah,
but it
yeah.
was great. And then and the farts and everything, I was like, I I don't think that he has there's this conspiracy. I think it's just we may just have similar influences, and it's just a coincidence or something in the air.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, yeah.
I do think The Witch was a big contender for my list. I really like The
Oh
Witch.
yeah.
I had
Yeah.
also just made a
Yeah.
kind of folk horror movie before that came out. So like Robert Eggers is always kind of like making a movie
Behind you.
that I would want to.
Yeah.
He's just making things that I want to like. He made a version of Hamlet, and then
Yeah.
Nosferatu is like my favorite thing ever. I don't even know
Yeah.
if I'd want to do that, but he's
Yeah.
very much
Well,
does the thing that I would want to do.
Can I be Count Orlok if
Really
you
good.
do it?
Sure. I would do anything to.
well, Brian, it's funny you
Well,
said it.
yeah, it'd be really hard to find a way of doing it in a way that I
You
approve.
want.
It's
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
But
it's
I was
funny.
surprised.
It's
I didn't mind the Robert Eggers one.
yeah.
it's funny
Like,
you say that. It's funny you say that about like him doing certain things that you wanted to do. Because I've always noticed that with like your stuff, and Nosferatu was the first time I noticed it with mine because of the fact that we made Bullets, Fangs and Dinner at 8, vampire movie years ago, and it's not at all the same movie, right? It's not at all like the same thing as Nosferatu, but just that my whole mission statement was like, let's make them not sexy, let's make them really dark and really fucked up, and there's no romantic, thing to it. Just it's gross, and even if there's sexuality, even that's gross and creepy, and that's like what he did with Nosferatu. It's just like I am appetite.
ironically, ironically, he did to me make it sexy somehow. I don't.
Well, I think
I
that's
mean that
Lily,
ending scene was pretty
that's
sexy.
Lily
Like-
Rose Depp's
I mean,
fault
yeah,
for making it sexy, right?
yeah.
Like
But-
fault.
When she does that, like
that was unexpected.
that fucking scene, the orgasm scene. It's
Yes, yes.
That was crazy because it's like I'm gonna make the grossest, fuggliest vampire ever, and yet it's gonna be so much hotter than any of these other movies where it's like a
Yes.
yeah,
and so this will be the Passion of the Christ turned me on moment.
yeah. Is it that?
But
Is that it?
I think
Yeah.
a lot of people talking to you guys, it sounds like a lot of people may have gotten turned on by
I
that.
was.
That was
Yeah.
just magic. What
I
the
got
hell?
you got to see his penis. That was pretty cool.
Oh,
Um,
and then
yeah, zoom right into his dick.
that ending was
All right, what? Yeah, what's your 19, Matt?
My 19 is Baby Driver.
Is that a movie about a baby that drives? Is that what it's? No, I've never seen it. I've heard of it though. It's like a card movie, right? Something like that.
So wait, Robert, you haven't seen it. Brian, have
seen
you seen it?
seen it.
I've seen it.
Yes. Okay. Baby. Yeah. It's Robert. It's Edgar Wright.
Right? No, Edgar Wright. Yeah, yeah.
And it's kind of, I love it because it's kind of got everything. It's a crime movie in a way. It's because it's these people who are pulling off these heists, and the titular baby driver is a guy who is this incredible driver,
Yeah.
and he can only be that way because he's kind of partially deaf, and like he listens to music, and the music gets him in tune and in sync and stuff. But what I really love is that the music is a character, and and it's so designed, like every shot is designed to the music, and that's always something that Brian and I have talked about in terms of like ideally, what's the most fun part of editing and stuff. And it's like when if you've had a song in your head and you want to see that song on film, and right now where we're at with our careers, it's difficult to do that because it's a lot of money to
Yeah.
get rights to
Yeah.
big songs. But that's like the most kind of cinematic thing, I think, is when you can put like music perfectly to film. And that movie just does that in spades. And it also has this emotional heft to it because it's like it starts as a crime heist thing. Then there's a romance that is, it's not just like, oh, we'll throw in romance. It's like, no, it's like a real romance that you can really get behind and really connect with and feel the character, the romance of that. And you feel the character's loss, but there's also a lot of great comedy.
Yeah.
And there's Kevin Spacey being evil, which is always just the
Oh, he's acting there, right?
The
Yeah.
last time that was like the last movie before he went away.
That
Before the
was,
crash,
yeah,
yeah,
that
yeah.
was. No, here's I have my House of Cards ring somewhere. Here's hoping for a comeback.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
but yeah, so it's a movie that's it delivers kind of on all fronts, and it's also really fun to see not just Spacey, but just like the entire cast. Like John Hamm is so good,
Yeah,
from
John
Mad
Hamm,
Men,
yeah,
and
he's great.
the girl, I forget her name right now, but she's like the girlfriend of John Hamm in the movie, and I have a super crush on her. And
Yeah,
it's just yeah, it's an incredible like from cast to direction, music, like it's just a very fun, vibrant, joyful movie, I think. But
you know,
Brian, since you saw it, I'm curious what you think
yeah.
about it.
What'd you think?
I saw it once and I liked it. I think I'll say that I have this honorable mention list I keep going back to. Shaun of the Dead would have been my
You're
Edgar Wright.
Edgar Wright, yeah, nice.
Spoiler, it's not on my list. That is the high. It's close. That is the high for him for me. His other there is one other one.
Hot Fuzz.
I liked Hot Fuzz.
Yeah.
I really loved Last Night in Soho.
I haven't
I
Uh,
seen
love
that.
that
Is that
too. I
good?
love
Is that a good one? Yeah, I haven't
yeah,
seen that.
he
Yeah.
did
I feel like that one was underrated, wasn't it? Because it was like I didn't hear a lot of people talking about it. I thought it was really good. Yeah,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
It's kind of a classy gothic horror movie, and I don't
Yes.
even remember it being that funny. Like it has that his vibe to it, has that kind of goofiness to it, but it's just this
But it's
very
still
gothic
very dark.
thing. And apparently he was influenced by Don't Look Now, which is a great movie. I didn't really see too much of that, but I kind of got the feel of this being the psychological kind of like head fuck, but still a little bit of fun. It just very like a classy British horror movie, but just really cool, kind of a ghost story thing.
Nice.
That was close too, but Shaun of the Dead's high for me. But yeah,
Yeah,
Baby
that's
Driver was
that's
great. I liked the use of the music and everything. It was just the needle drops are great. Like that was
great
a,
sound.
a fun time at the movies. Just all those sequences, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Speaking of music, I had Diego on here who did the music for Morte.
Shout out
And
Diego
yeah, shout out to
Rodriguez.
And I'm
Diego,
doing
man.
the music for my movies now too. I was
Yeah,
like,
You're
and
gonna have him doing it too, yeah? He's
he's
great. No, he's
he's
great.
already. I'm only in not even pre-production. I'm only in the script writing stage on the next one, and I already brought him on for that one
That's
too.
awesome. Yeah, no,
So
he's
he's gonna be our John Williams,
yeah,
right?
that's
To our
it. Yeah,
Spielberg.
yeah, 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 yeah. That's funny. No, he's your Hans Zimmer. That's it.
Mhm. Yes.
No, he's great. All right, so my number 19 is another off balance one, I guess. It's by a director named Thomas Vinterberg. It's called The Hunt.
Wait,
It
that's
has,
yeah.
yeah, Mads Mikkelsen plays a
oh
guy who
Oh,
gets.
I'm thinking of a different.
No, you're thinking of a
I'm
different one.
thinking of the Betty Gilpin.
No, 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 no. This is
Okay.
Mads Mikkelsen gets
I need to see this one. I
yeah,
know
accused.
I
Yeah,
love Mads Mikkelsen. I
yeah,
know
he
what you're
gets
talking
accused.
about.
Yeah, he gets accused of touching a child, and the whole movie is about whether or not he actually did it, and it is so fucking good. And like, there are scenes in that movie
And just the overall essence of the film, like you you're on your fucking tiptoes and your heels like the entire time. Like you're just like,
Yeah.
holy shit. Like you don't know whether or not he actually did it. There's
Yeah.
like all this shit that happens. There's people that want to like kill him, and it's all in where's Mads Mikkelsen from? Like
Hannibal.
yeah,
Danish.
yeah, we're Danish. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all in Danish. Like the whole movie
Yeah.
is, it's obviously it's got
Wow.
subtitles and everything. It's a foreign film, but yeah, The Hunt by Thomas Vinterberg. It's one of the
I,
best. One of
I'm
the
so
best.
adding
it's
it to my. I have a list of. I'm adding it to my.
I'm
Good.
adding
Yeah,
I'm adding that to mine too because I've been dying to see that and Mads is like
yeah. He's
I'm obsessed with the show Hannibal.
Hannibal. Oh,
And
Hannibal's great.
and
Yeah,
yeah, and that's because Brian actually so we do this thing where we swap a lot of times. Like I think I told you about House of Cards maybe, and
yeah.
then
Hmm.
you told me about Breaking Bad, and then
You told me about Breaking Bad.
or I
Oh,
told you
really?
about
Yeah.
and
Oh,
then
Never.
wow.
You're like,
I
dude,
told
what?
you.
Like,
I
yeah.
t and you told me about Hannibal because we're both obsessed with, Anthony Hopkins
Yeah,
Hannibal. And Brian was like, dude, you got to see this show. And I was like, can anyone live up to Anthony Hopkins? And he's like, no, 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 it's not that. It's its
it's
own
not
thing.
even close to
And
that.
not
I was
even,
Yeah,
it's its
so
own
yeah,
thing.
offended.
Like,
yeah,
I was
yeah,
so offended at first. I was like, how dare?
yeah,
yeah,
And then I
yeah.
was like, he's not better, but
he's,
it's certainly
he's his
Oh,
own.
yeah,
acknowledging a
yeah.
certain thing. Like,
They could have. The people are still begging for the next seasons.
Oh, they
Like
want to do.
everybody wants it.
They even the creator wants to do
Yeah,
it.
I know. Yeah,
And David Fuller, the creator, he and Mads joined forces on some new movie. Did you guys hear about that? It's
no,
coming out in like a
no,
couple
no.
months. It's
Oh,
like
that's
a
it.
yes.
weird, surreal, trippy thing. Like,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, The Hunt. Watch The Hunt. It
I want to
is
see the
everybody.
Refn movie that with Mickelson. He made like a trilogy, like the Pusher.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I haven't seen those either. I was gonna.
oh,
Those are on my list of like things I gotta hurry up and watch before I die. Yeah, yeah. I have a big list of those movies. But yeah, what is your number 18, Brian? 18.
Uh, Pan's Labyrinth.
Oh,
oh,
oh.
great choice. Yeah, hell yeah.
That's a classic.
That's
Classic.
such a great
And
choice.
this is one where it's like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I'm like this huge Guillermo del Toro. Like I love Guillermo del Toro,
Uh-huh.
but I think that the gap between Pan's Labyrinth and his other movies is very wide.
Yeah.
I think it should have won more so than The Shape of Water.
Oh yeah, big time. Big
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
big time.
really love. I thought the Pinocchio he did was a
I
great
love the
comeback.
I haven't
Pinocchio.
seen it.
I love that.
Good.
Haven't seen it.
I loved Frankenstein too.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Frankenstein was great. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. The art direction in those movies is out of control.
Incredible.
Out of
But
control.
but,
Yeah.
but Pan's Labyrinth, it's like every single aspect of it is just so solid. That was just a great year.
Yeah.
Year he did Pan's Labyrinth. NRE2 did Babel, which
Oh
was
yeah, Babel was amazing. Yeah,
and then
Oh yeah.
Cuarón did Children of Men, which
Children
Oh
of
my
Men's great.
gosh,
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll be
yeah.
talking about that later.
Spoiler alert. No, no, no.
Let me think. But I have a theory that Del Toro in the 70s watched a movie called The Spirit of the Beehive. And I have a theory that all of his best movies are sort of versions
Based
of
on that.
Oh
whether,
really?
whether he's consciously doing it or not.
Spirit of the Beehive.
Yeah,
Is
it's
what-
like
yeah.
it's like set during the backdrop of I think like the Spanish American War.
So similar. Yeah, yeah.
And it so there's that backdrop, which he always has some historical war that's in the backdrop of his fairy tales.
Mhm.
But in Spirit of the Beehive, it's this little girl, and she's experiencing all this real life drama. At the same time, she sees the movie Frankenstein, the 1930
Oh,
Oh,
starts having nightmares,
Uh-huh.
and she starts seeing visions of the monster like visiting her.
that's awesome.
And it kind of parallels this real life story about the war, and there's all these great crossover, and it's a beautiful movie, and it has some of the best cinematography ever. Like it's like Malik level. Like
nice.
Wow.
I'm waiting for Criterion to do the Blu-ray because it's still just DVD, but it's just a
Yeah.
beautiful. But anyway, Pan's Labyrinth is just the ultimate Del Toro movie, and it's not saying anything about his other stuff is bad. It's just so hard to top that, and yeah, I don't want to talk too much about it. Everybody knows Pan's Labyrinth is great. It's kind of
Yeah.
a boring pick. It's like, yeah,
No,
done.
but no,
How-
but that's no, it's great because
Yeah.
it's so good, and it's like, and it's no, it's amazing. I remember the seeing that for the first time at the same theater. We're all San Diegans. You guys remember Parkway Plaza?
Yeah, yeah, Parkway Plaza.
The Regal Theater.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
it's like such a dead zone. There's no one,
Nobody
nothing
goes there.
exists
Yeah,
anymore. It's so
nobody
sad.
goes there.
But back in the day, the theater was really cool, and they would show stuff that was a little off the beaten path. And they showed There Will Be Blood there, and they showed Pan's Labyrinth, and that wasn't playing at every single theater
Yeah,
locally. And I remember seeing it there and being like really very moved by it, and I remember loving like the sort of the whole aspect of the fantasy versus the reality, and kind of like which one is scarier,
yeah.
like is the monster actually scarier, or is the reality
Are
of
we the monster?
yeah, yeah, and
Yeah.
Period. Talking about
so
the
yeah,
pacing, they gave that guy the
and,
that, that
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
they gave
brutal.
him the Jason Isaacs treatment. They made that guy.
Yeah. Well, Brian, we won't spoil anything about a certain film that I've been working on, but I wonder if you can see any of how there was little seeds of that in Neighborhood Watch at all, like
Of Pan's Labyrinth.
of Pan's Labyrinth. It's
Possibly. I
well, we won't give it away, but I'll just say the element of like a kid's fantasy reality versus like the reality,
Oh,
like how scary it
conceptually for
is. Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
It's like it's got this thing where I think it's like the hardest he ever leans into the fairy tale. It's like almost like
Yeah.
Alice in Wonderland.
yeah,
And I also feel like it's the hardest he ever leaned into the violence. Like
yeah.
Yes.
bashing the dude's
What
face in with a bottle of
Yes.
what is that? What's that movie that he produced? What is it? The Orphan or the Orphanage? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
I think it's
I
the
haven't.
orphan.
Is it at the orphanage? Yeah, that one was. I felt like if he had directed that, because I know he only produced it, he didn't direct it. But I feel
Yeah.
like if he directed that movie, that would have been probably, I feel like, his best movie. Because that movie, the ending of that movie, still fucks me up. Like to this day, it's not on my list, but it's one of those movies where I was like, it said produced by, and it was right after Pan's Labyrinth when it came out. It was like produced by Guillermo del Toro, and I
Oh,
was like, yeah, and I was like, oh, I got to see this. And then I saw it, and it was like my heart was pulled out of my body. Like at the end of that film, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Like, no, it's just it's one of that movie is also one of the great. And I feel like again, if Guillermo had directed that film, we'd be talking about that movie and not Pan's Labyrinth. Pan's Labyrinth's great. It's again one of the greatest movies ever made, especially by him. But I
I've got
felt
to
like
see.
The
I've got to check that
Orphanage.
one out.
Oh yeah,
I've
you
got to
gotta
check
watch
that out.
that movie. That's a classic. What's your number 18, Matt?
Oh, my number 18 is speaking of creepy related films is a movie aptly titled Creep. It's
Oh.
with Mark Duplass is the titular creep in the movie.
Oh.
I think it's Mark, right? Yeah, Mark Duplass. Of the Duplass brothers, and they're and it's 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 this interesting concept that takes the found footage thing, which I can find a little bit grating and cliche, but it makes it work perfectly with the concept. Where it's like, and then maybe it's because I'm a videographer, so I can relate to doing freelance gigs and stuff. But this freelance videographer, he gets this like this gig where some guy who's out in the middle of nowhere wants him to do like a video for him to give to his son, and it's like he finds out this guy is dying, and the guy wants to leave his last moments on, capture them on video and have him, for his son to watch. And it quickly, very quickly, like right from the first time you see the Duplass character, is evident that not everything is quite as it appears. That this guy's really, really weird, really off. But it's like what I love about the movie is that it is ultimately like it is a horror thriller film, but what I love about it is it does this unique thing that I'm really interested in and I want to do in certain movies of mine, where it's like it's going in a horror direction, but there's so much minutia and awkwardness and just stuff that's even just so cringe that it's like funny between the how the character acts and how the normal guy is just trying to like be normal with him, just and just this back and forth between the mundane and the average, and like something's off, something's weird, but I can't quite put my finger on it. That it makes it so that the escalation into scarier, creepier territory feels really earned. And that's something I'm always really interested in is like, not just necessarily always starting with this is a scary movie or whatever, but like, how do we build to that? And having been in situations like that, where it's like, I've known people where I'm like, there's something off about this person.
Mhm.
Oh, but maybe not. Maybe no. I want to be polite. Like no,
Yeah,
no, no.
yeah, yeah.
They're my friend or whatever. And then it slowly escalates until you're like, oh my God, I'm in a horror movie. Like, how did that happen? And I'm like, duh. Of course. I should have known this would have happened. But and that's what the whole movie is playing on is like,
Yeah.
is this guy's niceness in in spite of the increasingly weird situation and I love movies that take place in isolation too and where it's just very simple concept and it's just like two actors just you know bouncing off each other. I guess
Yeah.
that's clear from The Lighthouse, but like this one just really takes that in a very stripped back way, and and Mark Duplass and his brother are inspirational in that way, and that I'm like he's someone who people know his name and he's in famous things, but he's not like this gigantic famous person and his brother is not either, and they're okay with that, and they're
Yeah.
just like let's make a movie that's like ultra low budget and fun and we want to do it, and that's what they care about, and I'm like I've read his book on like using that as a business model for making films, and so there's an inspiration there and a joy of just like this is very simple, very low budget, and it still goes off the rails and it's crazy, but you can see how it was made, which is cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's a great way to make a horror movie, and like it's like kind of the best way. That's like the best horror movies start. There's just that slow burn. They don't really
Yes.
give you the candy like some of them do, but right up front showing you something. But it there is that sense of dread that builds, and it feels like as a filmmaker, you're pressured a lot of times of like, hey, you got to tell the audience what it is right away,
Yeah.
or if it's a comedy, this is even worse.
Yes.
If it's a comedy, you got to make them laugh like right away,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it's kind of like, well, what if that's not,
Well, it's yeah,
it's just like,
yeah. It's even worse now, like how Matt Damon and Ben Affleck were saying on Joe Rogan about how like the Netflix model of writing movies
Oh,
now where you have to like
oh yeah.
constantly tell the audience like this is what's happening because they're on their fucking phone the whole time.
I know.
I mean it's like
I know.
are you gonna do that? Are you gonna start doing that? Like I wouldn't.
No,
Like
never.
if I'm writing a movie, I'm not gonna do my movie's gonna be what it is. Like I'm
What
not gonna
is?
write, what the plot is every 5 pages because there's some moron on their fucking phone on
Oh, I know.
TikTok. Like that's just
Terrible.
yeah, it's just not how it
It's
works.
terrible. Well, it's like it's funny because even I feel sometimes like I'm an old man.
You are an old man. No, I'm just kidding.
I am an old man.
You are an
No,
old man.
I got crazy in my hair.
Yeah.
I'm an old 37-year-old man, and
Yes.
I'm preaching to my students about these type of things, right? Like
Yeah. Yeah.
the importance of cinema, the importance of seeing it in a theater or
And paying
streaming.
attention. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, paying attention and put your fucking phones away, and
Yeah.
it's like, but it's so true, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, the I'll tell students where I'm like, if we're watching something in the class, like even more offensive to me than if I'm talking and you're on your phone.
Yeah.
If we're watching a film that I
And
have
you're on your
created
phone.
for you and you're
Yeah.
on your
Yeah.
phone,
Yeah.
I will keep it like I'll usually keep it till the end of the period.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're watching it during like a Scorsese movie or a Spielberg, I will keep it till the end of the fucking day. I will not give it back. It's like,
I will start paying the bill because I will keep
I would
it.
love to see. I would just love to see Matt like walking up to a student and
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Grab me the thing. Yeah. You want to know what I do? You want to know what I do is that the
Yeah,
first
fellow
time,
teacher Robert.
yeah, teacher Robert does. The first time I see the phone, I say, put it away, nicely. And when they put it away, I go, okay, you get that one, right? The second time, they have to come up in front of the class and do rock, paper, scissors. And if they lose, I get to keep their phone for the whole day. If they win, I don't bug them about the phone the rest of the day, but it resets the next day. And man, I had a whole pile of phones. Like
Oh
the
my
first
God.
time I put that, I implemented that. It was great.
If I
Yeah,
was
it was great.
if I was as good at rock paper scissors as you, I
Oh,
could
I was a
be.
champion at one point. I beat all these drunk guys in a garage one time, and it was like, so I said, "Don't fuck with me, man. We'll rock paper scissors it up." Yeah. But
Make
anyway,
me feel like there's a chance. So that's
yeah, there's a chance. There's a chance. All right, my number 18 is, I had this was tough because of the one movie per director thing. So I wanted it to be Uncut Gems, right?
Oh,
I
nice.
wanted it to be Uncut Gems, but I like Good Times better.
okay.
Like, okay.
Marty Supreme is very similar to Uncut Gems.
Is
so-
it really?
Okay.
Okay. So I love Uncut Gems. That's one of my faves. And
Right.
so, but Good Time because Rob Pattinson to me he was Twilight guy. And that's all I knew him as was Twilight guy. I didn't watch anything else with him in it other than that one where he played the guy who dies in 9/11 at the end of the movie. I forget what the name of that movie was. But anyway, I was like, yeah. So when they were like, oh, he's going to be Batman, I was like, there's no way. Like, this guy is not a great actor. In my head, I was thinking that, right? But then I watched Good Time, and I was like, okay, like, he's going to be a great Batman. And he turned out to be a pretty good Batman.
Yeah,
and,
he was
and
great.
no, but he was killer in that. And it made me want to watch more of his films and everything. But even more so, that was like I want to say that was the second movie I've seen of the Safdies. So it was the first one I saw was Uncut Gems. And then I watched Good Time, and I was like, oh man, this is like so much better than that movie.
Wow,
Just because it was like, I feel like it reverberates into Uncut Gems like that movie does.
Yeah.
In that, like, the tension and the suspense and the everything kind of just, and the chasing and all that shit, it's all there already. It's kind of like the template for what Uncut Gems became. And yeah. And so that's my number 18 if you want to speak on it a little bit.
That's so cool. I will just say I'm regretfully a little bit late to the Safdie thing, to their filmography.
Yeah.
Because actually, interestingly enough, I shared this story with Brian, and that's why he really pushed me with Marty Supreme, and I loved it. Was I saw Uncut Gems like you? That was my first one. I've seen them acting in other things. Right?
Yeah,
Like
in other
the
movies.
actor,
Yeah.
I love Licorice Pizza. It's one of my favorite Paul Thomas
Yeah,
movies.
yeah.
But like in terms of their filmmaking, Uncut Gems, I was like, I love them. Don't get me wrong, I was loving the movie, and this is a huge compliment to them.
Yeah.
But the compliment is that I was so stressed out.
Oh yeah,
I
super.
had to leave. I had to leave the theater.
Oh,
Because
did
I
you
was
really?
that stressed out, and I have OCD and
It's because you have
anxiety.
OCD. That's
Yeah, and it really fucked with me. And I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, this is amazing. I am in awe of the filmmaking,
Mhm.
but I can't do it. And I
Yeah.
left the theater. And I told Brian, and then he goes, dude, well, Marty Supreme is kind of like that too. And he's like, but
Is it? Yeah.
you gotta stick through it. And I'm glad that I did. So now I need to go back and watch all of Uncut Gems and see the stuff that I missed, and then go back to Good Times.
Did
right?
you feel like that during Marty Supreme at all? Like any of that stress or any of that
Oh,
stuff
for
like
sure.
that? Did
I
you?
did.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
but I think that because we talked about it before, and I kind of
Okay,
knew
you got
what I was
most.
getting
Yeah,
into,
yeah.
and I picked a day when I wasn't like super stressed in my own life. Like
Yeah.
I was just, it was kind of a chill day. I was
Yeah.
like, okay, I think I could do it, you know?
Yeah. No, I completely understand all that. So I actually have a leaving the theater story. When I was 18, going back to the Grizzly Man thing too. When I was 18, I almost got attacked by a brown bear. And that
What?
and that like freaked me out real bad. It gave me like really bad PTSD about that kind of shit. And so I could watch Grizzly Man and be fine. But I was in the theater watching what was that fucking movie? It's called Tropics.
Revenant?
What?
Oh.
No. Revenant was fine. It was
Revenant. I was gonna say Revenant.
Yeah, Revenant. No, it was like
Cocaine Bear.
no, yeah. It was the fucking the basketball one with Will Ferrell. You know what I'm talking about?
Semi-pro.
Semi-pro, yeah, the
Oh,
semi-pro. And so fucking there's a scene where there's like a bear that like attacks them or something on the
oh.
It's
thing.
funny,
Dude,
probably,
yeah,
right?
yeah, no, it's not. And I was there with a bunch of my friends and everybody was laughing and shit. I just had the biggest like existential dread like come over me and I
Oh,
was like, I have
yeah.
to leave. And I
You
like took
feel,
off. And I felt the same way
wow.
about the panda attacking in Tropic Thunder. I was just gonna say Tropic
Oh,
Thunder
yeah.
because that was another thing. When the panda attacked them,
Yeah.
I was like, I kind of like heart palpitations, the whole
Yeah,
thing.
you're feeling
So
it.
so I get where
Do
that
you
comes from,
do
you
you
know.
feel that when you see the panda raping Homer Simpson?
No, I do not. Or sexual harassment panda on South Park. No, I don't. I don't feel that way at all. But what's it called? The movie that made me actually at home get a panic attack watching it was, and I don't know if you guys have seen this. Is it called Fall? The one with the big tower and the girls all go up it. You know what I'm talking about? Have
Yeah.
you
Is it
have you seen that movie?
Kind of that thing.
They go
There's
up the
that meme.
tower.
There's that meme about like there's a 0% chance I would ever find myself in this
Yeah,
situation.
of course. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Have you seen that
wait, wait,
yet?
wait.
I haven't
Wait,
seen.
it's
I've seen
it's
the
not the
meme.
one with, it's not the one with the girl who goes on the date up at the
There's
top
no
of the
date. No, no, no.
it's
That's
like
there's no
Like that
date.
thing
It's
from like Star Trek where it's
it's a
like a small.
radio tower. It's a radio
Yeah,
tower,
yeah,
and
yeah.
they
oh
go up
geez.
the
I've
they
seen
go
it.
up the
I
yeah.
I am terrified of heights,
thought it
so
was
that would
Dude,
really
dude,
really
I have so I have like a 70-inch television with like it's curved, it's 3D, all this
oh
stuff.
wow.
And so I got my surround sound and everything. And one of the first movies I watched on it was this movie.
You don't
And
want to
fucking
hurt
no,
yourself with
and
that.
dude, I was literally like sitting there, my hands were I'm sweating just talking about it. Like it literally
Wow.
I felt like I was gonna pass out the entire movie. It was hard, and that was at
Dude,
home. I couldn't imagine if I was at the movie theater
At the
watching
movies.
this film. But it's not in my top 20 list, obviously. But it was I would say it's a good movie if you want to be freaked out, but it's not greatly acted. And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
Jeffrey Dean Morgan's in it at the end of it. He plays like the dad that they're trying to get a hold of, and he's not in it for the rest of the film. He's only in the end. It's like he's like, oh hey, how's it going? And I'm like, oh, that's Jeffrey Dean Morgan. He's great. Yeah, I love that guy. But
sold some tickets,
yeah, right. Brian, what's your number 17?
17. Okay. I had three like political satire movies. I wanted to put Borat. I wanted to put the Death of Stalin,
I
which
haven't seen that one.
I haven't seen that one
It's
either.
Jason Isaacs is in that one too,
Jason
right?
Isaacs
Yeah,
is
yeah,
in
yeah.
it.
That's right. Yeah,
Michael Palin from Monty Python
yeah,
is
yeah,
in it.
yeah.
A lot of great actors. That
Uh-huh.
was such a great underrated movie that year. But I only watched it once, so I kind of am like, I don't. But I put Team America.
Oh, classic. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
Classic
For the
movie.
sake of this
Yeah,
podcast, like I'll say, everything they touch is gold. They did
yeah,
Book of Mormon.
yeah,
They haven't made too many movies, but when they do, it's a big hit. And it just
yeah,
Team America is great.
yeah,
It's a great, post 9/11 thing,
yeah,
and
yeah. And the Film Actors Guild is.
yeah, it's just so many great things.
I-
It's just so on the nose, but not in just in a kind of perfect way. It just needed to be what it was.
Matt
And,
Damon. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
but I don't really want to talk about it. But
No.
for the sake of this podcast,
Yeah.
I thought of another one that it's not really one of my favorite movie. I just talking about death and stuff,
Yeah.
and I gotta say, man, when I watched AI.
Oh wow. Yeah.
First
Oh,
of all, I
yeah.
like Minority Report better than AI. I think Minority Report's a great, maybe my favorite Spielberg movie
Yeah.
of this
Wow.
era. But I want to talk about AI and kind of list that here, just in terms of the most profound effect. I think I only watched it one time. I don't know if
Yeah.
I could watch it again.
Wow.
But I watched it. I think I was 11 when it came out. My mom took me to see it,
Wow.
and there's this Pinocchio element to
Yeah.
it, and it's just sad. Like you watch it, you think, oh, it'll be interesting, it'll be fun, it'll be weird, it'll be creepy, and then it gets darker and darker, and you see the robots. As a kid, I had this weird thing like with Brave Little Toaster.
Oh, I
yeah,
love that
very-
movie.
Seeing
Love
the
that movie.
Yeah.
cars get destroyed at the end.
Oh,
Like,
it's
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah,
sad.
yeah.
So
It
sad.
was.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that,
so
how it's just
traumatizing.
so they're not they're inanimate objects, but they're not,
They're not.
Yes,
Yeah,
me
yeah,
too.
posed
yeah.
up so mercilessly,
So
and
sad.
AI kind of does that in the middle with the robot characters just getting destroyed.
Droid. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But then it just goes even darker, and the kid, spoiler alert. Have you guys seen AI?
Yeah, it's a great
I,
movie.
I'm gonna but spoil away, but I'm gonna say confess that that's on my. There's certain ones where I'm like I need to have watched that, and there's certain ones where I'm like there's certain ones where I'm like, I really want to watch it, but I want to watch it on the big screen, and
Yeah,
I and I'm kind of just like, oh fuck, I'm just gonna have to watch it on the TV, I guess.
yeah.
So yeah, that's in that.
You mean the big screen like my TV at home,
So
right?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yes, let's do it at your place. But that's
talk about Joe D'Amato, man. That guy had a setup. He
Yeah,
had a
yeah, yeah.
oh,
Oh,
dude,
is that what he
yes.
did? Yeah, yeah.
So, I will, because of that, I will not tell you how to, but there is this Pinocchio element and there is this existentialism to the boy, and I don't want to start like weeping here.
Yeah.
It's not that great. It's not like the greatest movie of all time. It really affected me for reasons unknown. And I remember after it was over, I was crying like
Wow.
later. And
Hmm.
I was like, what's wrong? And I don't even know how I articulated it to her, but I just remember telling her, and she started crying. And it
Wow.
was just this weird thing. And now that she's gone,
Yeah.
it fucks with me even more.
To
But
watch it. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I mean, not even just to think about it.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
but aside from my personal stuff, it's just yeah. I mean, I don't want to say it has a sad ending, but it really does.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
And
yeah, it
it's this
does.
weird inevitable ending. And
It's also the ending of Kubrick. Like really.
well, that's the other thing,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's
it was it was his project, and he just gave it to Steven Spielberg.
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
this is okay. This is the question I was really curious about, hearing you describe it the way you did in such emotional terms, and for me, Kubrick is many as we all know, complete genius,
yeah.
inspiration,
Yeah,
and he's many things, but emotional to me is not one of them. Like his
yeah,
movies are have this cold, kind of distant quality to them to me that are, and I don't say that as a critique. I say that as a strength. That's actually,
yeah,
this is the image,
Yeah,
that this is like a tableau. This is like I'm God and I'm watching you,
yeah,
and I'm just like watching from afar, like a judgment
yeah.
kind of, and so that's Kubrick to me. And so I'm curious, Brian, like what you just described is so emotional. Do you feel like that emotion, like Kubrick was ultimately correct in saying this should be Spielberg's because of that emotion? Do you think if Kubrick directed it, he wouldn't have had that kind of
Or did
feel?
Spielberg inject that
Yeah, or
emotion
did he
into it?
there
inject it? Yeah.
there
Yeah,
kind of is a definitive answer that Spielberg has talked about it. Um, First of all, I think Kubrick only gave it to him. I think it was more about just this. He saw Jurassic Park and he
yeah,
went, "You're the CGI guy.
Yeah.
You're gonna do this. Like
Yeah.
here." And he also Kubrick was gonna do a movie about the Holocaust.
Right. Yeah.
Oh no, but he didn't abandon it because of Schindler's List. He just abandoned it
He,
because
he
Kubrick
was
immersed himself.
he
yeah,
got
yeah, yeah.
he got too depressed
To
when
the
he
I
press.
can't
Yeah,
research this
yeah.
for 6 years or
Yeah.
whatever. So,
yeah,
but with AI, it was okay. Your CGI, that's really great. Here, do
here you
this.
go.
And
Yeah,
everyone always says like, "Oh, well, Spielberg made like a wimpy version. Spielberg made it too sentimental." And I mean, maybe this is the wrong person to ask, but Spielberg said that all of the sweet stuff in that movie came from Kubrick, and
Really?
all the dark stuff came from him. He said
What?
he pushed to make it way darker. But of course, he's gonna tell you that. So
yeah,
who
that's
knows?
it. Yeah,
But
Kubrick's dead. He can't be like, yeah,
but
that's bullshit.
but
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. He's Steven Spielberg. What does he care
yeah,
if that's
that's
the
true.
he
Yeah,
doesn't have to lie. But yeah, it is imagining Kubrick doing it feels right because what you're describing, Matt, is like there's this robotic quality to Kubrick and
Yeah.
his characters that I think I don't think that Kubrick characters don't cry or they don't or they're not
No.
emotional. I
yeah,
think a lot of times I think crying is overrated in movies. I think
Yes. Yes.
characters not crying can be more effective.
I agree
You
totally.
know,
or
or
screaming. Screaming's
yes,
another.
yeah,
Yes, I agree.
well, it's just the context. It's the shit. The crying is just one little tool. It's just a thing that
Yeah,
can happen. But so I think Kubrick, he would have done a much more like ambiguous, stoic, robotic version of this
Yeah.
robot movie that would have been interesting. But maybe it would have been overkill because it's
Hmm.
about. Well, I don't know.
yeah,
Because there's a lot of Spielberg to it. It does it, and honestly, it is a I don't think about Kubrick when I think about it doesn't there isn't I don't see a lot of Kubrick in it, but maybe I haven't watched it since before. I think I haven't seen it since I've seen any Kubrick movies. So I
Yeah.
Well, when was the last Kubrick movie you watched?
well the first Kubrick I was probably like 14, and I think I haven't
Me
seen
too. Well, for me, it was The Shining. What was it? It was Clockwork for you,
you know
or
what? It might have been The Shining when I was like 12. I might have seen
yeah,
The Shining, but when I really started being like, this guy is the director, it was probably Clockwork in 2001, like right around the
yeah.
same.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Classics.
Yeah. So I had to just stick that in there. Just I had more to say about it, and it had a
Yeah.
bigger effect on me. So I had to switch out that for Team America.
Nice. All right. So that's your number
Okay, so
17.
wait. To be
Yeah.
clear, you X'd out Team America for
For
AI.
yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But I like Team America more, and
Yeah.
I
Yeah. I know.
I
It's
watch Team
yeah.
America
It
more.
won't.
I just had more to say
It
about
makes
AI, and
it makes
I
you
just watched
cry
that.
more.
I just but okay, puppets pooping and peeing on each other.
That's right.
That's,
Tears.
that's
No. Matt, what's your number 17?
My number 17 is I don't think this will be a big surprise for Brian, whose costume in Morte at a certain point is literally exactly this. A ghost story. Uh,
Oh,
Haven't
have you
seen
seen,
it.
I haven't seen it either.
you
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
haven't seen
I've
it?
heard of it. I've seen like
Yeah.
the trailer for it, but
Yeah,
I've
it's
never seen it.
Casey Affleck, you know, as you guys have seen the trailer, but like Casey Affleck, it's no spoiler, he dies, right? In
Okay.
the kind of beginning of the
What?
film.
No, I'm just kidding.
What? Like
A ghost
and
story?
it's
No.
but what makes it so bold to me is that he is he's I'm just looking at the director again. It's oh yeah, David Lowery. Yeah.
Oh,
David
David
Lowery's
Lowery. Yeah,
amazing.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
He's so good. But like so this was the first movie of his that I saw. And so what makes it so great, I think, in terms of the boldness of it, is that it's like you got Casey Affleck is, you know, is a star. You got him for like 15 minutes or something, and
Yeah.
then he dies, right?
Ooh,
And
they
the
saved a
rest
lot
of
of
the movie,
money. They saved a lot of money, I
Yeah,
bet.
that's right.
The APR
No,
booth.
well,
Yeah, yeah.
that's what you would think, right? You would be like, okay, they saved a lot of money by not having him on set, but it's fucking him behind the sheet. Like
Behind the thing.
there's
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
him.
They
It's him.
wasted money.
Yeah,
He's literally, it's him.
But they really
Like,
used him on the set. Like they
it's
had him
him
under the
the
sheet.
whole time. It's him
That's
behind the
crazy.
sheet. It's like it's not some double or whatever because
Holy
that,
sheet.
that would be the easy way to do it, the cheap way to do it, right? But it's like no, he's behind the sheet, and he's like, and it's like he's and there's something to that too, in that the emotion of the character is like conveyed in even just that ghost sheet form. And the whole movie is very existential, very interesting and spiritual, but it's like it's really in that I think it's like 4:3 ratio, and it's very much like it feels like a home movie, like
Oh,
the
okay.
way
So
that
it's like a Super 8 type thing.
yeah, it
Yeah,
feels
yeah,
like that, but it's not where it's found footage. It's
yeah.
just
Yeah.
that it's shot in this like it's not just the boxy ratio, but it's also like curved. So it
Oh,
creates
God.
this like home movie feel, but there's no character filming it. So it's not found footage. It's just to evoke like a
16
sense of
millimeter.
memory.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like the it talk about movies that get you emotional and stuff like
Yeah.
it really it's a movie that like it's one that can be difficult at times because it really does get you emotional. For me at least, it's that feeling of like bittersweetness and nostalgia and loss and like wanting to reconnect with the past. And
Absence.
yeah, it goes back to that for sure because the whole movie asks that question of like everything in the frame. You'll see like a frame of like a character, the wife of the character who died, like where she's all alone, and you see the ghosts, in the background of the frame, and we know that he's there, but
Yeah.
there's no connection, and they even shot it in like they shot it twice. Like they shot the girl and then they shot the same shot with her out of it and then him and then they put it together.
Oh,
So
interesting. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
so it's like it doesn't even it feels like just a little bit off.
Disconnected.
It's
Yeah, yeah,
disconnected.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, and you just see that throughout the movie. And it's like, there's this whole thing in the movie of a letter that the girl like wrote to herself and she buried in one of the walls. And the whole movie is just the ghost like wanting to find that letter.
Yeah,
And when he can find that, maybe that's like how he can disappear from Earth and like go to heaven or the
yeah,
afterlife.
yeah,
And it just really like it really makes you think about what we've been talking about in terms of the afterlife, in terms
yeah,
of the absence, in terms of
yeah,
and the fact that they don't give Casey Affleck any like dialogue after he dies. He's
yeah.
just literally behind the ghost sheet,
They just give him
It's
money. And
like,
that's
yeah, it's just a physical performance,
yeah,
and
yeah,
it's deeply sad, but it's also like funny at times too because he's just behind this goat sheet and there's some like funniness to that. It's to like and it's like you would expect a movie called A Ghost Story, like it's like, oh, is this a horror movie? But it's not scary in
yeah,
a traditional way. It's like it's more scary in the existential questions and the loneliness and the feeling for the ghost as opposed to the ghost being the scary character in it. So it's
yeah.
no, it's really good. It's a
No, it
good. I
sounds
would
good.
recommend it for sure.
Yeah.
Can they see him when he's in the like when he's in the background? Is it Casey Affleck and he's like invisible, or does he have the sheet? And can they see him when he has the sheet on?
No, no, no. They can't see him. They can't see him, but he's in the sheet,
Oh,
and he's
so
in the
so
sheet
it's
the
a
whole.
ghost sheet that they
Yeah,
can.
it's a
Yeah,
ghost.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
yeah, yeah,
So,
and
so the
that's
sheet is a stylistic thing of when he
that
dies, he becomes the sheet. He
the
doesn't
sheet.
on to.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's like
I
a
had no. Okay.
stylistic thing. Yeah,
I
it's
thought I thought he gets a sheet and puts it on so they can see
Like
him.
in Beetlejuice.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
no.
Okay.
There's a
It's a
really
style. That's
cool
interesting. Yeah.
there's a really cool shot where it's like he's in the hospital sheet, like where he's dead and it's over his face, and he comes up from that. And then it's just the ghost sheet as he walks across the plane, like back to his old home.
Oh wow.
And
That's
it's just now the ghost sheet, and that's like
Becomes
his
the hospital sheet.
form. And he
Yeah.
even like meets another ghost at some point where she's also in the sheet, and it's like they're communicating silently through
That's
the sheet.
interesting.
that is
No,
very
it's
interesting.
it's
Yeah, that's
crazy.
So
super
the
interesting.
movie's saying
Yeah.
when you die, that's what you actually look like.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
well. I think the director had said. I think Lowry had said that he thought there was something kind of like because it was kind of hokey and funny. He also thought it was kind of sad and like that
And
contrast was
very
interesting.
existential. Imagine you just hang out with everybody and it's just like
yeah,
we're dead and we look like
They're just like in the
yeah.
well, there's like even so with the movie
forms.
with the movie we made Morte. I mean, it's not even a spoiler to say there's a big scene where Brian's character Morte is dressed in a sheet that looks like that, where it's just the eye holes cut out and he's in the
Mhm.
ghost sheet. But beyond that, there's just like a lot of scenes where I framed you in the background or in a
Yeah,
wide shot,
yeah,
where it's like
yeah, yeah,
you're just an observer,
yeah.
and the rest of the world's going on, and it's like just and I guess there's something about that I just connected to that I feel that way a lot where I'm the ghost sheet, and I'm just like watching like normal people interacting and I'm just
Yeah.
in the background.
We're
That's
talking about
cool.
absence. It's like
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
absence
yeah.
of
Yeah,
your entire form, and it's just
Everything.
a
yeah.
voice.
Uh-huh.
And there's this movie. There's these two great movies that should be on my list. One's called The Pervert's Guide to Cinema. The other, the other's
I
called
love this
The Pervert's Guide to Ideology.
Oh.
Director, she has this guy who's like a teacher or a philosopher, and she just films him, and they have him wear costumes and in backgrounds of famous movies, so they make it look like he's in Jaws or The
Yeah,
Exorcist
yeah.
Oh, what? That's so cool.
while he's giving a like verbal essay about those movies and the ideologies behind them, and it's
Oh,
very
interesting.
interesting.
That's so
Yeah.
cool.
But he says something about how like they're talking about The Exorcist and how one of the scary parts of that is the idea of the voice and the voice not being a part of you. Like your
Yeah,
voice
yeah. It's
Yes,
outside of you.
is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
sound that your
yes.
organs make
Hmm.
and the detachment of your voice. And
Yeah.
that talking about Ghost Story kind of reminded me of that and how it when it's just the sheet, then in our existence, our reality of you, it's just your voice. If we can hear you at
Yeah,
all.
yeah, yeah.
It's interesting that's a great example and very interesting you bring that up because I was just explaining to my mom who thought my mom, will never watch that movie, The Exorcist, again because she was so disturbed, so creeped out. And to me, it's the number one scariest movie of all time. You know
It's a
this.
good one.
Like I have a lot of difficulty watching it, but that means it's amazing, it's brilliant.
Mhm.
But it's like it really scares the shit out of me. Like as a Christian too, it's like it really scares me, and
Yeah.
raised Catholic, and to an extent. But anyway, my mom just assumed that Linda Blair played the voice, and the voice of the demon, because
Yeah.
Linda Blair is the little girl. And I was like, no, that's
It was,
Mercedes McCambridge
yeah,
who
yeah,
did the voice, and she's
Smoking
like
and
this, yeah, chain
yeah,
smoking, the raw eggs, all that stuff,
yeah,
like and that disembodiment thing. It's actually what you're saying there about the voice and that disembodiment is kind of like I think about that a lot with a movie that I know you and me, Brian, love this, and Robert, I'm not sure if you love it as much as we do, maybe,
yeah.
we've talked, me and Brian have talked a lot about how much we love Tom Hardy's performance as Bane
Oh
in
yeah, I mean, yeah,
Horizon.
yeah, yeah.
And it's there's
The
moments like
voice. Yeah,
the
yeah,
airplane scene where
yeah,
it's like
yeah,
it's clearly ADR, but that actually makes it creepier. Like
yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah,
this disembodied creepy,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
of course,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
we'll get to him later.
Yes, yeah, yeah. We'll get
I
to all
have
these
a
people
I have a
later.
Tom Hardy movie
Oh, do
here.
you? Okay.
I
Yeah,
know, you're Tom.
yeah,
I
yeah,
know you're Tom Hardy movie.
Okay,
yeah.
that's no surprises there.
Tom Hardy rules.
But yeah, his that's a great performance. Yeah, scary, scary voice, creepy
My
voice.
number 17. That's where we are, right? 17. We've been talking so much.
We
Yeah, no,
are.
my number
Yeah.
17 is a Japanese film, recent Japanese film, by Takashi Yamazaki.
Oh.
It's a film called Godzilla Minus One. Probably
Yeah,
one,
dude. Fuck yeah.
probably one of the, if not best, representations of the monster.
Maybe the
As like
best.
it's as
Maybe.
a translation of the nuclear thing, right?
Mhm.
That's my
Because
that's the
yeah,
best part.
it's like
So
yeah,
good.
when he finally does the thing, like you see a mushroom cloud, the whole thing. It's like oh yeah, and then the whole. But the thing was is that I usually when I watch a monster movie, right? I fucking cannot stand the human element of it. Like
Uh-huh.
I cannot, I'm like,
You're
why are they
bored,
here?
right? You're
Why are they
bored.
here? I don't give a
Yeah.
shit about them,
Yeah, I
whatever,
don't
right?
care.
This was one of the only monster films, kaiju films, whatever you want to call it, where I was like, okay, the other one was probably Godzilla King of the Monsters with Raymond Burr back in the 50s, 60s, whatever it was.
First one,
But yeah, the first one. Well, the first one was Gojira, which was didn't have it had like people in it or whatever, but they
but
were
they
all speaking.
re-edited.
They
They re-
edited it, yeah. They re-edited it and with Raymond Burr in it, and it became King of the Monsters, and it was released here in America. That was the original thing. Sorry, I'm a huge Godzilla nerd,
No,
but
that's awesome.
but the but minus one, right? Which I still need to watch. Minus, I think it's minus color. It's like the black and
Oh
white
yeah, the
version of
black
it.
and white.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
haven't
yeah.
seen that one
I
either.
want to see that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, where it's all black and white. I heard it's like even better
yeah,
somehow.
yeah. That's what I heard too. But
Yeah.
again, it's kind of like what was the black and chrome, the Mad Max Fury
Mad
Road
Max.
Oh
one
yeah,
that
that.
they
Well,
did. Yeah, yeah.
I was,
Logan.
They did it for
yeah,
Logan too.
I,
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was gonna say Zack Snyder's cut of
Oh
Justice League,
yeah,
the black
Justice
and
League.
white
Yeah,
version.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like,
They're just
That
bragging about their framing. They're like, I'm
yeah,
so
yeah.
good. You
yeah.
can put Raiders of the Last Ark in black
Oh,
and white.
black and white. Yeah, with what did he use as the soundtrack? What's his name? They re-edited the whole thing with the soundtrack. Fuck, I can't remember now. One of the directors, some director wasn't Lucas or any of those people. But anyway, um, Godzilla minus one.
I'm
That's
embarrassed.
my number
That's a really
17.
I'm embarrassed to say I haven't seen it. I've
Dude,
heard
you have to
Oh,
watch it.
Brian,
It's only been
dude,
out for a couple
that's
years, so it's
a
not
new
No,
embarrassing.
Brian, you would love it for
Yeah,
sure.
you would.
it's
It's
not Shin Godzilla,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
the effects weren't very good. But it was a cool movie. But
no,
this one,
this one is like what Robert's saying, like the emotional journey of it.
Mhm.
Like it's kind of like I'm not saying it's necessarily comparable to this in
Yeah,
terms of, but it kind of is like with Jaws, where like you
yeah,
actually care about the characters,
yeah, yeah,
and you're
yeah,
like, oh, the monster is still there, but like the characters actually really matter to you, and you're
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
like, whoa, like I care about them and I feel
Yeah.
this.
Yeah,
And
when the monster's on screen, it's kind of like what you said with Jaws. Like there's some sort of emotional like you feel fear for the
yeah,
humans in it.
yeah,
Like you're like, "Oh shit, they might get eaten by the shark or whatever." And
yeah,
when
You're
the
not
God when
rooting.
yeah, no, you're
God,
not rooting for the shark. And I'm not really rooting for Godzilla in this movie too much. Like there's scenes where Godzilla does stuff and I'm like, "Fuck, like why'd you do that?" Like in my head I'm thinking like,
yeah,
don't do that. When like every other kaiju movie I've seen before, I've been like, destroy the whole fucking earth, Godzilla. You know what I mean? Like I thought that, but
yes,
minus one was one of the first ones where I've watched it and been like, the other one that I can say that is older that I felt like emotion was King Kong Lives. You ever see that one?
I love that. I used to I
Dude,
have that on
the
VHS.
I
one,
haven't,
yeah,
no,
the
I
one,
haven't seen that one, I
dude,
don't think.
that's the one. It's like the sequel to the '70s King Kong.
It's dark and like sad and
Dude,
gross.
it's super, dude, and it like yeah, because it's King Kong and it's like his wife, and like they both get experimented on, and it's like, dude, your heart like burns. It's kind of like The Fly 2. Have you seen The Fly 2? That's
Oh,
another one, dude.
yeah, that one's
Eric
even
Stoltz.
grosser than
Oh
the
yeah,
first
it's
one.
even worse.
I
Like
can't
it's
even.
like, oh yeah, you could like cry, tears, all that shit. But anyway, yeah, like the human emotion stuff is in Godzilla minus one was what I certainly hope that
Yeah.
Yamazaki that he keeps making these films. Spielberg told him that it was like he watched it like 50 times or something. He told him or three
Really?
times or whatever. He
I
was
did
like
not
it
know
was
that. That's
amazing.
so
Yeah,
cool.
Spielberg loved it. He thought it
That is
was
so
one of the
cool.
greatest. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And he was like totally taken aback, right? This Japanese guy's like, you are my like that's like his
Spielberg?
idol. Yeah, yeah. He's like Spielberg likes my movie. Like, what's this all about?
Amazing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's living the dream.
That it certainly is. Certainly is. Number 16, Brian. Let's
Yeah.
do this.
First, I gotta tell you, if you ever want to see a Tarantino-esque Godzilla movie,
Yeah.
watch Ibira. Ibira, the monster from the deep.
Oh, I
It's
haven't seen that. Is that good?
the crab one, but
Ooh,
Godzilla's in it. It's
Oh,
just,
really? Wow.
I have
Okay.
not
All
seen
right.
that
All
one.
right. I'll
but
have to
it
check that
literally
out.
it's so entertaining, so well done. It feels like a Tarantino, just the style of it, and yeah, it feels very Tarantino-esque, like if he did a Godzilla movie. So
Nice.
highly recommend. So my number 16 is such a great movie that it's just kind of boring. It's like, what are we gonna say? What are we gonna talk about? Are you there, Matt? I don't want to say it until you get back.
He's in the bathroom.
So, okay.
He's in the bathroom, but
Um,
we could say something. What do you got?
right, so it's my Coen Brothers movie,
Coen
and
Brothers?
I will say my runners up were Macbeth, uh,
Okay.
well by Joel Cohen, and then Oh Brother Where Art Thou is
Yeah,
great.
that was a runner up, huh? Yeah, that's it. I love that movie. That's like one of the yeah. It's not
Yeah,
on my list, but that's a classic.
yeah.
Yeah,
I just thought it was. I mean, obviously, their stuff in the '90s is like,
oh yeah, that's the yeah. That's
uh,
the good shit. Yeah, yeah.
and I was gonna say how this movie has an extended. It's very novelistic and it has an extended denouement.
Mhm.
And another movie that I'd like to put on my list that has this extended denouement is very novelistic is Place Beyond the Pines.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. With Ryan Gosling. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That one blew me. I haven't really revisited it, so I don't like think about it too, but I remember kind of being blown away by it. It just keeps going and crosses multiple generations. It not in
Yeah,
kind of like a stupid way. It kind of made sense.
yeah.
But yeah, it's not like it was very profound at the time, but I'm not like walking around like getting a tattoo. Oh, please don't mind, man.
Or getting
Uh,
tattoos all over you because you want to be that
right,
character, right? Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So obvious choice. I feel like anyone would put it on their top 20 is No Country for Old Men.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Are you kidding me? Oh come on. Like
Uh,
yeah.
I heard you from the other room, and I was gonna say No Country for Old Men.
yeah, you know, I said Macbeth was my runner-up, and Oh Brother Where Art Thou is also really great. I was talking about how Place Beyond the Pines is kind of similar, very novelistic and extended denouement. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, obviously, what is there? That's like talking about The Godfather. It's like, what is
Yeah.
there? It's a great movie. Everybody knows why. It's fucking great.
Yeah.
And for me, I really like this slow burn novelistic
Slow
feel.
burn. Yeah.
And then I love the anticlimax, of course, which I think some people I know didn't like this, but I think that's one of the big appeals of it. And then how Tommy Lee Jones is such a strong character that it's really
Yeah.
about his arc after
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
This extended denouement that just kind of feels inevitable and kind of perfect, and yeah, just really great.
It,
Just yeah, I don't know. It's just so perfect that there's just nothing interesting to say. It's
it's
just
Yeah,
it's a
everybody's seen it.
perfect
Everyone knows it's great. Yeah.
yeah.
it's a perfect movie, and I'll never forget the first time watching it at Edward Cinema of San Diego, people, Rancho San Diego, where we grew
Nice.
up. Me and Brian grew up in East County. I remember watching that movie in this sort of packed theater. I remember my parents watching it with me, and they didn't really get it that much. And I remember thinking like, oh my, like this is so. I didn't even know who the Coen brothers were at that point when it came out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That was my first Coen brothers movie, and I was like, wow, like this
Set the
is
bar high.
yeah, it sets the bar really. I was like,
Yeah.
whoa, like,
And then you watch The
and
Big Lebowski, you're like, what the fuck? No, I'm just kidding. No, no. Whoa, completely different. What's going on? Yeah, no.
no, I love that. I love no, it's true. I love that versatility for
Yeah,
sure. It's
yeah,
like, but it's like what, like, but I remember that it was so existential. It was one of the most, at that point in my early life, I was like in high school. It was like one of the most existential movies I had seen, where it, like Brian said, that open end, that sort of anticlimax
yeah,
and
yeah,
the open-endedness of the ending, and like the violence just kind of being meaningless, but like
yeah,
that has this sort of metaphysical, like,
yeah.
it's sort of evil to it as well, and with the Javier Bardem, character, and I remember actually, Brian, you'll both find this interesting, but since me and Brian go way back to high school, and we were talking about Morte way back then, but way so many years before we ever made this movie, all three of us together, that was one of those early movies where that was part of that incubus of
Oh, nice.
inspiration, where I was like, it's like there's no, real ultimate motive for, I mean, yeah, you could say greed, right? But like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
there's really not like there's not really an ultimate motive to the killings. A lot of it is just this chaos,
Mhm.
and this open-endedness and this sort of cynicism and nihilism of, like, the just the world that they exist in, and the apathy of it, and
Mhm.
and so it was one of those early things. And Morte's, I'm not saying it's comparable, it's its own totally different thing, but it was one of the early things that was in my mind when I was first thinking of it, just that kind of existentialism to it, I guess,
Yeah, yeah. My favorite line from that movie is when he's sitting there, Javier Bardem, and he's like, "If the rule you follow got you to this point, what use was the rule?" Like, and it's so true.
Yeah,
When you fucking
yeah,
hear that line, you go like,
yeah,
"Why do I do anything now?" Like, right? You're
yeah,
like, because it's all going to lead to some point where you
yeah.
can't get out of it or you die, right? Okay, so it's like, if the rule or the life you follow got you to a point of no return, what use was the life? What use was the rule? Yeah,
Yes,
it's very
totally,
scary to think about, and that
totally,
is that is the
totally.
philosophical, like,
Yeah.
you're like,
Well, I often think of that Javier Bardem in the on that note, on the gas station scene, in terms of
yeah.
like people I interact with, in that,
You
like,
make them flip a
I
coin. Is
yeah, yeah, I make them flip a
that?
coin. I'm ready to kill them if they don't choose the right one.
Yeah, yeah. Call
But
it.
but but I often think of myself as as his character, just in terms of, like,
It's scary.
not the scariness, not the
Yeah,
threat, but just like, but just in terms of, like, interacting with people who are just living the minutia
yeah,
of life,
yeah,
and I'm like, and I'm trying to kind of come into their life and be like, there's is there more, like, can you be thinking about more? And I think that that's kind of where that scene is coming from. It's like,
yeah,
even though it takes a sinister,
yeah,
turn, but it's kind of like, I think he's seen the mundane, and he's
yeah, yeah.
disgusted with it, and
Well,
he's like, and that's how I feel a lot of times. I meet people and I'm like,
yeah.
oh, mundane, your mundane life, it's not in a judgmental way, just like, oh, the mundane is so disgusting. Like, there's more, like,
People sometimes, like in the movie, are so like fixated on something. Like they're
mhm.
so fixated on a thing, like this higher thing or this thing
Yes,
that's beyond them, that they
yes,
don't, like we were saying earlier, they don't really care about what's happening in the moment, or
Yes.
like why
Yes.
they're doing the things they do, or
They're
how
just
they're doing the things they do. They're just moving through life trying to get to
programmed. Yeah.
beyond to
Yeah.
this thing. And yeah, I mean, but it's scary when you watch something like that, or when you experience something like that, where you think in your head, you're like, well, fuck, I've been guilty of that. Because I'm sure you've been
Uh-huh.
guilty of it. I've
Of
been guilty
course.
of
As
it,
a
Brian.
teacher, for
I was
sure.
a teacher. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like there's all the time.
Totally.
And you kind of want to break your students out of that, right? You want to
Yeah.
be like, hey, look, you're going to probably have some moments in your life where you're like, I want to get this new car. And so I'm going to just focus on that new car for like
Yeah.
months and months and months. But think about, be grateful for the things you have now. Like, don't
Yes.
be grateful for the shit you're going to have later, because the shit you're going to have later, you'll have it, right? You're going to work really
Be
hard to get it.
missing the things that you don't have anymore.
That's
Like
right.
that's
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about that all the time. All the time. All the
Yeah.
time. And that movie was big on that, like making me think that way. Was
Yeah.
that? Hmm.
I honestly need to. I think I've only seen it all the way through once, and it was just so good that it's like
It just
I'd love to watch it again. It hasn't come up, but I just think, and I've seen parts of it, and I've seen the ending, and I've seen
yeah.
random.
Yeah.
So that's what kind
And
of
watch it. Yeah, watch it with the commentary too, because I've done
Oh, I
that.
need
That's
to.
yeah, yeah,
I've
yeah.
not.
Watch
I've
it with
not
the
watched it
commentary.
that way. I need
Yeah,
to
yeah,
do
yeah.
that for sure.
Watch it with the
I just know
commentary.
whenever I think of Roger Deakins, I think of his
Oh
cinematography.
yeah, always. Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
and that's saying a lot because he's done like everything,
Everything.
right?
Yeah,
But what I think of that movie, the cinematography and the dirtiness of it, and it's and also like he's he's totally cool with doing shooting on digital. He's not
yeah.
like some of the celluloid enthusiasts like me, and like
Yeah,
but um but that being said, it's like the dirtiness of the frame and just the
yeah,
grain and the grit of it is it's so good.
yeah.
Like
one of
What?
the best movies, and I think this the big thing for me is the way it's made is the restraint. You
Yeah.
don't you don't see the climax, but I think you don't even see the inciting incident. There's all
No, you don't.
yeah,
Yeah, you don't.
yeah,
the
Yeah,
aftermath. So there's all these tableaus,
yeah,
beautiful
yeah,
tableaus of the after
yeah,
the and that's just this cold cruelty to that
yeah,
movie.
yeah,
yes,
That just kind of paints a picture of the world where we're not giving you the candy, we're not giving you the spectacle, we're just
yeah,
giving you harsh, cold
yeah.
reality.
It's like in media res at the purest form. It's like
yeah,
you're just
Completely
there.
just
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
and
And then that's it.
oh,
Like, and then that's it.
and then he's
And then
gonna
that's
kill
it.
somebody at the end. You don't see that
You don't
happen.
see any of that. You go,
No,
yeah,
there's
yeah,
nothing.
And
yeah,
whenever I think of the Coen Brothers, I usually think of this like quirky dark comedy. But with that
yeah,
movie, it's like there is funniness if you're looking for it, but
yeah,
it's
yeah.
not in your face. It's like
No,
it's very
no,
dark.
yeah, yeah. What is your number 16, Matt?
My number 16
I
is
can't believe that's
ah,
your number 16, Brian, by the way. But number 16.
It's very, very low.
Yeah,
And
that's super low.
I
Super
haven't
low.
watched it enough, but it's very yeah.
Yeah, yeah, super low.
It's not an
my number.
accurate list. It's not
Yeah,
an accurate. You're gonna
yeah.
hate me for some of the ones that are
Oh,
higher.
I'm sure. We, yeah, yeah,
I'm
it's all
sure.
right.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
the same for me. My number 16 is a movie from 2015
yeah. Mm,
called The Invitation. Have you guys seen this one?
no.
It's a
No.
very small
Dinner.
scale, very intimate thriller.
Yeah.
There's not even that many like big names, but there is the dude from Zodiac who the one who's like, I'm not the Zodiac,
Yeah,
but even if I
yeah,
was, I wouldn't
yeah,
tell you. You know that
yeah.
guy?
We'll hear more
Like,
about that movie later.
yeah,
Spoiler alert.
from my yeah, we will.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
But the invitation is so cool because it's like I love these really small scale but like perfectly directed movies, and I'm really into this. The more I go into my own career, I'm like really into this idea of like strip back, a lot of stuff and just kind of go to like the basics of character and suspense and drama and building this sort of like mystery of what's really happening in a story and creating a sense of like this sort of like realism to it, but at the same time, there's something very cold and detached that I really like.
Yeah.
Where so for those who don't know, like you guys, it's like this couple, the man and the man's ex-wife invites him and his new girlfriend to a dinner party, right? So that's the titular invitation. it's a dinner party at her and her new husband's home, and it's this beautiful home in Beverly Hills, and and um, it becomes apparent that the man and the ex-wife have a lot of baggage emotionally because they lost a child together and they couldn't continue that relationship because of the tragedy of that. And yet they share all of their friends, like their old friends in common. So all of the old friends are coming to this party. And so it's like the man kind of thinks of it as like, okay, this is a nice kind of like what I talked about with my ex, like hanging out with her and then hanging out with our mutual friend. It's like, okay, this is kind of a nice like mutual friend get together and a way to kind of reconcile these like emotional ties and and
Yeah.
continue to be friends with everybody and stuff and like and so there's that on the surface, but it becomes quickly apparent that at the dinner that it's like the wife is acting quite strange and the new husband is very odd, but it's in that way that similar to what I said with Creep, where it's like I guess this is something I'm really interested in and attracted to, is like where it's like something's off, something's weird, shit's about to go down, but you don't exactly know how, and you also don't, and you feel like if you're the protagonist, you would kind of react the way he does, where it's like he's not being stupid. It's not like things are so blatantly off that he's like, okay, you're stupid if you don't leave. It's just like things are a little bit weird, and you can understand wanting to be polite for the social etiquette of the situation to kind of hold back on how you're feeling. But then he starts to really feel paranoid about things. And then it becomes like, oh my God, am I being paranoid?
Yeah.
Am I just haunted by like what happened to our kid? And I'm just like letting that fuck me up. And I'm letting that fuck up this fun time with my friends. Or is there something more sinister happening? And is there a Charlie Manson-esque cult thing happening?
There always
And
is.
it's like, yeah. I mean,
Here, I want my
yeah,
money.
it's so it no, it's that's all I'll say without spoiling anything else. But it's just like that. I really love that kind of storytelling.
That reminds
Small
me of
scale and it builds something really crazy.
yeah, that reminds me of The Menu, which isn't on my
Oh, the
list either.
menu.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The
The
menu is
Menu is
great.
another one just like that,
Um,
right? Yeah, yeah.
Ray Fiennes
Oh yeah,
and the
he's
menu is so
killer,
scary, and he's
killer.
always so scary.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I tried to show that movie to my mom who likes thrillers and
yeah,
stuff,
yeah, yeah.
but she got like sick to her stomach and couldn't watch
Oh
it.
really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, like she
Yeah, yeah. No,
couldn't do it.
it's a hardcore movie.
It's a
It's
hard.
pretty. Yeah,
Have you seen
it's
that one, Brian? The menu?
Okay. Audio. You guys hear me?
uh-oh.
Oh,
There
there
he
we
is.
go.
There he is. He's back. He's back.
Now I okay.
Okay.
I haven't
Have,
seen either of those movies,
have you seen
but
the
I remember
Wi-Fi? No, I'm just kidding.
both of those movies were highly recommended, and I didn't watch them. But
Dude, you gotta watch The Menu. You
a
gotta
lot
watch
of
The
people
Menu.
were freaking out about both of those movies, and I remember
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely watch the menu. Definitely watch the invitations.
Yeah, I'll check that out. All right, my number 16 is by somebody who I actually know his nephew. It's funny. I'm friends with his nephew, but we don't talk about his uncle's films. Lars von Trier.
Oh,
Yeah, my number 16 is Dogville with
Oh,
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That is one of my, if not like one of the good. So there's two movies that I always like to watch every so often to make me think about theater. And one of them is Man from Earth, which is from the 90s, right? Which is like have you ever watched Man from Earth?
mm-mm.
You got to see Man from
wow.
Earth.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
it's like a yeah,
that
it's
another
like a
dogma?
no, no, it's like a stage play, but like for made for TV kind of thing. And Tony Todd is in it, the guy that plays Candyman.
Candyman.
Like, yeah, yeah, yeah. All those people. So it's a great
Oh, yeah.
Man from Earth.
Yeah,
It's a
he's so good.
classic. Okay. Um but Dogville is like
And that's Von Trier. Is that
yeah,
that's
Von
also Von
Trier.
Trier?
Yeah, yeah. And it's Nicole Kidman and Paul Bettany, like all these people are in it, like all like classic fucking actors are in it. And
Dogville.
Yeah. And it's not Lords of Dogtown. That's what always everybody always thinks I'm talking about when I say Dogville. They're like, "Oh, the skateboarding movie." I said, "No, this is like yeah, it's not that.
No, no, no.
It's yeah.
It's the that very
It's like on
I
one
haven't seen it
stage.
in years. I
Yeah.
want to go.
Yeah. It's
No,
like
yeah,
Yeah,
I want to
and
go.
it's like the camera's above
the
it.
Yeah,
camera's
it's
above.
like
No
Yeah.
sets
I want to
painted.
Yeah,
I want
everything's like in
I
chalk.
want to go
Like all
back.
the
I want
sets
to
are
go
in
back and
chalk.
rewatch that because yeah. I haven't seen it since I think when I was in film school
Oh,
and we
it's
watched
yeah.
it was I think in a theater actually class and I want to go back and rewatch that one because it's like yeah I love the minimalism of
Yeah.
that and the like literally the
Yeah.
artifice you
Yeah.
know
And there's
it's
so much
literally
and
a
yeah.
stage you know it's like yeah I love
And
that.
it's like almost 3 hours long, I think. And it's like there's like such terror in you by the end of it, but there's like when you watch it from when you're seeing it from the outside, you'd think like, oh, you can't have terror from this thing. But there's so much like
Yeah,
you get so fearful for the
creeps
characters
into
and
you
for
Gross.
everything. You're
yeah
like,
Gross.
holy shit. Like, yeah. So it's yeah. No, that's my number 16. It's a classic.
awesome
Yeah, it's a
The
classic.
grossest part of that movie, and a, a lot of his movies, the grossest part is the frame rate. Like
Oh
his,
yeah.
he's got that digital, and it just grow. And whenever something gross happens in that digital, like 60, probably 60
Yeah,
frames
yeah,
per
yeah.
second frame, it makes everything feel really gross. It's not pleasing to the eye. It's not cinematic. He's like
Yeah.
anti
yeah
cinema. That
He's
whole
yeah
movie
into it.
is like that, and it just makes. And I
because
He's
heard I know Tarantino said if Von Trier did that as a stage play, he would have won like the Nobel Prize or
oh,
something.
easily,
And
easily,
wow
easily. Yeah,
and I
easily.
think that movie is I think it was an influence on Tarantino with the historical revisionism. I'm pretty sure that
Was it
was one of
really?
his
Oh,
big
okay. I
points.
didn't even know that.
wow
Yeah,
But then I watched. I didn't really think of it as a historic.
yeah
That's apparently that's kind of supposedly an influence
yeah.
that's
on that.
amazing
It's
that's like
awesome.
because like what Von Trier was what he was like really one of the like forefathers the whole Dogma 95 thing right of like just like
Don't put the director's name on the credits.
yeah just like
Yeah,
shoot everything for real and do
yeah.
everything like really like no frills I'm actually pretty new to his filmography honestly and it's interesting because a lot of people will talk about certain comparisons with certain things. And Brian and I were talking about some comparisons with the house that Jack built and Morte. And I recently watched that one
Yeah.
and was really definitely enamored with it. But I can understand also, Brian, you had some critiques about it. I could see that for
I
sure.
was like, please don't make it like that movie.
Yeah. Brian's like, your movie's better, or like your movie's not
Like,
that
don't do that.
self-indulgent. Like,
No,
That's not it. Yeah,
no.
no,
But
no.
if I had to pick one, if I had to pick one from him, I would pick Antichrist. I
Oh yeah,
love
oh,
that
I
was a
haven't
good
seen
one
that
too.
one
Yeah,
actually.
I saw that in a class. Yeah, that was a good one too. I like Willem Dafoe.
that.
He's, you know,
His German
Love Willem Dafoe.
expressionist
yeah.
influence come out.
Yeah.
And then I guess there's that video of him talking about how Hitler was not so bad.
I mean,
And
there's a
Kirsten
lot
Dunst
of
is just
videos of
right
a lot of
next to
people
him,
saying
like,
that. Yeah. There's a lot
and
of
she's like,
yeah.
and she's literally like, stop.
Yeah,
It's
please. That's
the
enough.
cringiest.
He-
Oh my God, it's
Yeah.
so hard to watch.
Yeah.
Man, I
Well,
don't know. I
yeah.
don't know why people do the things they do.
Brian, 15.
it's always like me and Everton, me and my brother always joke about this because we're like our jokes are wait the screen's kind of freezing.
What
Can you
who?
guys see me okay?
Yeah, I can see
Yeah,
you
I can
fine.
see you.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you're good.
Robert, you're freezing on me. Can we see Robert? Oh,
I
there.
can
Okay.
see me.
Hear you,
I can
yes.
see. Is it just me being still, like listening to you? Is that this?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's
I'm deep in
no. I
thought.
was just
No, no.
I was just gonna I was just gonna say on that Lars von Trier note, just that me and my brother are always like talking about that because our jokes are so disturbing. Like the things we find funny is like so not funny to most people, and like in terms of our fictional not real things, but just our fictional world of
Yeah.
characters and stuff. And like a lot of stuff we find funny is just like really grotesque to other people. So we're always like talking about that, you know, and like just like what of that, like how far do we push that, you know, in our stories that we make available to the public,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
like how much of that can we do just, you know, like how much are we just pushing buttons or how much is like actually artistic? And that's always like the,
Don't think
you
about
know,
the audience.
question to
As soon as
ask.
you start thinking about the audience, art dies. That's how I always think about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Well, yeah, there's definitely, I mean, there's a version of the movie that we three of us made of Morte that's way more like just fuck you to the like it's weird as it is, but there's a version of it that's even more like just no thoughts whatsoever to the audience. And I think there was a sort of balance that I wanted to find of like there's something accessible there. Like
Yeah.
people can still watch it and they can still enjoy it, but it's also me making it for me at the same time, you know? Like
Yeah, it's
Number 15.
later down the line you can watch the movie and oh, sorry,
No, you're good.
you cut
Did
out
I?
for
Am
a
I
second,
back?
so I just
Oh, I was just saying, let's get to number 15. What do you got, Brian?
okay. So it's blasphemy that this is above No Country for Old Men, but I enjoy it so much. The runner up for this as the comedy I watched in theaters multiple times is This Is the End.
Oh,
Um,
oh.
which features a Channing Tatum performance that I actually really liked because he's like making fun of it. I don't know if you've seen it, Robert.
Yeah, I have.
He's like
Yeah.
I have not
like
seen this
Danny
one.
McBride's he like Danny's McBride's little bitch, and it's like Mad Max. I
Yeah,
love
yeah,
him. Uh, I loved him in that 2 second clip. I thought he was amazing in that. But my choice for 15 is What We Do in the Shadows,
Oh, hell yeah.
which I think I
Nice.
saw for the first time at Ken Cinema.
Me
If I
too.
didn't,
Me
I
too.
definitely saw it in the ad. That's where I first heard
Yeah.
about this was awesome.
yeah.
And I liked it so much. I think I watched it again in theaters, and then I think I watched it again. I was in Seattle. We were on vacation in Seattle, and we're like, let's go see a movie. We're like, well, that's the one I want to see the most. We're gonna see it again. Like we just went and saw it again while we were on vacation. And then I think I was in Japan, and my friends loved that movie. We pulled it up on our laptop, and we watched it in it just always it was just such a banger for like so many years, and it's just so much fun, and then for it to be so funny but to have such great art direction. It is such a legit vampire movie, and they've you could see so many disparate influences of obscure really great horror films that they're paying. They never really do like a goofy parody. It's just a really funny, really ingenious comedy about vampires with like perfect art direction. And
Yeah.
I just it's rewatchable. I could watch it 100 times. And but This Is the End came close. And I also consider Django Unchained to be like a really like there was just some really funny parts in Django Unchained, like the Jonah Hill scene. I
Oh yeah.
remember
Oh, yeah.
2012 was just
Can't
the
see
year of
shit.
Wolf of Wall Street,
I can't see
and
shit.
but What We Do in the Shadows is my rewatchable comedy for yeah the last 25 years because yeah, so good.
Nice.
Have you
Yeah,
guys
that's
seen
amazing.
it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. I want to go back and rewatch that one because I remember it was really funny, really well shot too, like the cinematography and just like it was just kind of like that sort of like renaissance of cool vampire stuff that was like there was that really long kind of track of like kind of vampire stuff that felt kind of like like you know it's like too cheesy or whatever. But what we do in the
Twilight.
shadows
It
was
was all
like really
Twilight
fun,
shit.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
And it's really violent, like it's a real horror movie. Like when people die, it's fucked up. And the Nosferatu
yeah.
guy, like that looks like a legit like modern Nosferatu, and
Yes.
it's just so much funny shit. Like they just those dudes make me laugh so freaking hard. But yeah. Hey, Robert,
So good.
Yeah, I'm good. Can you see me?
have you seen What We Do in the
Oh,
Shadows?
no, I haven't seen it, but I've seen like clips of it and stuff. No,
Yeah, I would say it's just like The Office, but with vampires. But
yeah.
it's really Yeah.
The Office with
That's a
vampires. Yeah,
that's a great way to describe that. I love
it's good.
that.
Awesome.
What is your number 15, Matt?
My number 15 is a documentary, actually. It's
Okay.
I think the only documentary that made it onto the list with
Ooh.
it's Hitchcock Truffaut. Have you guys seen this one?
No, no, no.
Okay, well, first of all,
I thought it was older than that. Okay.
it's no, it the documentary is what was it, like
It's the
2015?
remaster. No, I'm just kidding.
It qualifies, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, right. That's
Apocalypse
true.
Now.
Yeah. That's right.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was
yeah. The
yeah.
recut. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, it was 2015, but the book itself, Hitchcock Truffaut, the book, so it's a documentary based on the book that was written way back in like the 60s or whatever. I think it was the 60s. Um, and the book was one of the first times because of this book that like the auteur theory of filmmaking, made its way into like the US, right, from France, because it was like Truffaut. The story is that Truffaut was enamored by Hitchcock's work, and he was like, there's so many deeper themes and deeper things happening in your stuff, and I want to write a book about it, and I want to do a whole interview across several days where we like sit and talk about each of your movies. And at the time, it's crazy to think about because we all study Hitchcock, right? But like at the time, he was like, yeah, everyone liked him, everyone respected him. He had his own TV show and his movies, but like he was just like an entertainer, like it wasn't like people thought of it as this, oh, he has these serious, deeper things happening in his movies. He was just like, oh, he made thrillers and, they're fun, whatever. And Truffaut was one of the first people to be like, no, there's like all this other stuff
Going
happening,
on. Yeah, yeah.
And so from the filmmaking to his Catholicism to like all these other things. So the book comes out, and that really shapes the way so many like of our heroes from the 70s and onward look at like auteur cinema. And what the documentary is we see behind the scenes of that book a little bit, and we see Truffaut and Hitchcock, and we hear some of their dialogue talking, but we also see the filmmakers that our generation looks up to and how that book influenced them. So like Scorsese talks about it, and like David Fincher talks about it,
Awesome.
and all these great. So it's like it's the ultimate like filmmaker wet dream documentary, pretty much.
Filmmaker wet dream.
So and it's an interview with them. It's an old interview with them that was filmed, and then they just kind of cut it up and they intersperse new interviews with new directors.
Well, yeah, like a lot of
Like
the
multiple conversations
uh,
they had, or is it all one sit down that they had?
it's like a lot of the documentary is about the retrospective of the newer director, or newer, right, but like Scorsese and Fincher and different ones, like the directors looking back on how that book influenced them, like
Okay.
reading it, and then their own thoughts on Hitchcock and stuff like that, and his work, and so it's like really interesting because like Fincher talks about interesting things that are to me really fascinating about the actor and the relationship to the director, and we all know, of course, how Fincher is such a perfectionist and multiple takes and all of this stuff and the obsessiveness of that. But he talks about like how he would be interested to see how like Brando or De Niro or Pacino would, those method actor, like what is my motivation, and like really digging into like how would they work with someone like Hitchcock, who whose notes to Cary Grant are simply, you're looking up because I that's where my camera is going to look. Like how would someone like, these modern actors, like how would they work in that auspice, right? And Fincher said something really interesting too, which is he was like, he said, I think that Hitchcock's one of the first directors who was just like, these are the things I'm obsessed with, and I'm not going to try to hide it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you this is who I am, you know? And Vertigo being like the prime example of that, or just like these are the things that that obsess me, and I'm not going to try to hide it at all, you know?
Like
Um,
blonde women.
Yeah. That's his mother. It's his mother, Freud. Yeah.
Um, yeah. Uh, yeah, it really comes down as a director. It's like it sounds like, oh, the actor's being difficult or the director's, egomaniac, but it's really just like, I am the director. Do you trust me?
Yeah.
Right.
Because
You
I am
trust me.
not you. I am outside of you looking at you. I'm the
Yeah.
person who's assigned to monitor this.
Yes.
There's the vision, and do you trust me? And
Yeah.
and when they don't, it just hurts.
Yeah.
They don't
Yeah.
have to, especially if you're an up and coming director. They don't have any reason.
Yeah.
But what's the assignment here? Is the assignment to direct the movie, or is the assignment to act in the movie?
Yeah.
And so it sounds so annoying when the directors say, "Oh, you're looking because I told you," but they're just so sick of having to defend their position.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're
Yes.
assigned to direct the movie,
Totally. Totally.
and the
Totally.
actors has to find a way to motivate. That you have to have
Well, and you're and
That's
yeah,
motivate what the directors wants you to do,
and
and not
and
that's the
you
direct the
actors.
movie and
you guys
flop
have
the
the
movie.
same goal too. You want to make something great. You know what I
And you
mean?
want to
Like,
make them look
Yeah.
good,
yeah,
and they
yeah,
don't
Yeah.
have
You,
yeah.
you
looks.
you want the same thing, and it's like you need to trust that the director has that, you know, like
Yeah.
knows exactly what that is. And it's like and that's where, you know, Hitchcock to me is so influential not only just like the obvious things like you know stylistically and this
And
and
the
that,
fact
you
he
know,
has
but like
cock in his name. Yeah.
yeah, of course, of
It's a
course.
podcast. We got to bring it up every
Yeah.
few
We
minutes.
Cock,
cock.
penis. Yeah.
But also like, you know, just the fact that he's so controlling of his image that it's like, you know, of what makes it in the frame, what makes it in the cut, that he's like, he had I think it was, I want to say like 3-to-1 shooting ratio, I
Oh wow.
think, where it's like, yeah, where it's like, oh, you know, 3 takes to every one that's like, you know,
Perfect.
used or
Yeah. Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like that level because of his level of detail that it's like he storyboards everything and he shot lists everything and he knows so much what the shot is going to be.
Yeah.
And he does that also because he's like, no one's gonna fuck with this. Like no one's gonna change anything. No one's gonna like fuck with it in the edit. Like this is what it is, you know.
Yeah.
I've planned it out that much.
What was
This is what it is,
what was
you know.
Kubrick's
And so I think that
take to shot
that's
ratio?
really interesting. Oh dear God, dear God, he's the complete. It's fascinating in that Kubrick is just as controlling and obsessive, but yet he's the most famous like 100 take, you know, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like to
Because
tell
he
the
knew he's just gonna slap them in the face if they try to say anything. He could do whatever. He knew he's in the editing room. He's like, I'm gonna punch their fucking lights out if you right. And where
yeah,
you're saying with Hitchcock, he just wanted to create like a chess game where they couldn't do anything.
yes,
Yeah. Yeah.
yes,
It's like,
Yeah.
no, I need it to be perfect. I can't blow all these things that could be perfected with more takes by worrying about that.
That.
yes,
Yeah.
They're both
totally.
interesting way to go because if you're prepared enough, like Hitchcock was, you can do it. Or
Yeah.
back in the day, those old like people don't notice these certain details as much, and it's just kind of like a play, and it's like, do we get it or do we not? Uh,
Yeah.
but the 3-to-1, you're saying 3 takes to one to each shot.
Shot. Yeah.
Yeah, like so like picture that like for example with Morte when we were shooting it, it was like multiple times we would shoot something and we would do maybe 3 takes, maybe 2 takes or whatever because it was like, you know, I'm not comparing myself yet to Hitchcock, but I'm just saying like that was
Soon.
the inspiration, right? That was the inspiration of like, you know, it's like we only have so much film, you know, it's actual film. We're not gonna like waste it. So it was like, okay, we're only gonna do like 2-3 takes of something, right? And then we're gonna kind of like move on. Like we got it, this is the shot, right? And we're not gonna fuck around with like coverage and oh, maybe we should try this angle, maybe we should try that. And it's like, no, no, no. I already know what the angles are going to be. I already know what we want to do, right? And that's the image.
Get
Like
more
that's
Make it
B-roll.
to where if we want to
yeah, no B-roll.
we want to experiment with the edit, you can't. You can't. You're not going to really.
Yeah.
You can make a different version. It's just going to suck.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
I get
right there. Yeah, and that's even why, it's like shout out to Gary Long, our cinematographer on Morte. He's fantastic. One of the few guys that I know personally who knows how to shoot on film. But, it's funny because I proposed to him this idea of like, when we were talking about the film budget and all this stuff, and he's like, oh, we can only shoot, like whatever. And I was like, oh, well, that's okay because we're only going to shoot like, 3-to-1, like shooting ratio. And he's like, please, Rocca, no, we can't do that. At least can we make it 5-to-1? And I was like, okay, okay, okay. Like I'll budget for 5-to-1. But then in the end, I mean, Brian, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the end, it kind of ended up being more like 3-to-1. We were just like, this is it.
Well, that's when the AD
Takes.
comes. That's where the AD comes into play, and he's like, "Let's hustle, bustle."
Oh yeah, the AD. Yeah, exactly, exactly, exactly. Like that's that. No, they got to keep it moving. And even we'd have moments where it's just like Gary's like, oh well, let's get coverage of the two of you guys on the couch and we're having a conversation, you and Bryn Abate, shout out to one of our great actresses in the movie. And it's like, oh, well, let's get more, shot of you and shot of you. And I would just be like annoyed because I just be like, no, the shot is a wide shot and it's not, I'm never going to use any coverage until this line of dialogue where we cut to Brian's face,
And it's always, if you can, it's always a good safety net to have, even if like one time out of 10 you're going to use
Yes.
the thing.
Yes.
But if you don't have the time and there's the budget's not there, whatever. But also, if you're Hitchcock and
it's a different story. Yeah, it's a different story.
Yeah.
Convergence of things. But there are times when it's like, you want this real quick? All right, what the hell?
Let's throw it in.
And then in edit, it's anybody's game. I could mercilessly throw it away or use a second of it or whatever.
Yes, totally.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you don't have it, it's just whatever. It's the edit. Just what did we get?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My number 15.
We're on 14 now?
No,
Oh, no.
well, I'm
Robert's
my number
15.
15. My number 15, man. My number 15.
Yes.
Richard Linklater. He's got a movie called Waking Life. Have you seen it?
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen Waking Life.
Oh, dude, you have to watch Waking Life.
That's one of my wife's favorite movies.
Oh, dude.
Really?
Good movie.
Dude. Yeah. You want to talk about philosophy, you want to talk about everything, like it is, and it's all these different vignettes of things. And it's not just, it's like, I mean, you could say that it's a cohesive story of something, but it really, at the end of the day, it really isn't. It's kind of just a cohesive story of what it is to be human, right? That's literally like, I feel like that's what it is. And, he does this a lot, right? He has like Boyhood and the Before series, which I could have put all three of those movies on this list because I fucking love all those, even though I think one of them was before 2000. But yeah, Linklater is, yeah. I mean, what more can you say? He's very much a human driven director in both story and in art of giving the feeling of it.
Isn't there a scene in Waking Life where these two guys are just talking and then the dude just shoots the other guy?
Yeah, that happens. Yeah.
That is just I think I've only seen the movie once, or I think I just like woke up in that part. Like that is just one of the creepiest things I've ever seen, and like I forgot about it right now. And the movie, Matt, is like there's like this is before AI. They had ways of like filtering it to make it look like a cartoon.
Yeah.
Or make it like some sort of animation.
It's kind of like a Scanner Darkly. Yeah.
Some sort of rotoscope technology. But there's just this weird, and I almost don't even want to. I think the way I remember it might even be better than it really. But I'm tempted. It's just so creepy to think
Watch it again. It's a great
guys
movie.
Having this, they're having this existential theological conversation. It's very flat, mundane, just nothing
Oh, I
special.
love that kind of
And then
stuff.
he
Yeah.
says something weird and he shoots the other guy. And
Yeah.
it's just so ugh.
Like just
Like it's just the
out of the
weirdest,
blue.
Yeah.
Like
just the
Yeah.
way
Yeah.
to go about it. And then the aftermath, it's just so quiet and weird and
Yeah.
that is
that's
It
amazing.
all, yeah,
Okay,
the whole,
I'm
yeah.
things
gonna
Yeah.
I can't I haven't thought about it since I saw it. And now you just brought it back.
I,
It's such
I
a creepy scene.
that sounds amazing.
It's so good.
I love that when it's like you don't even know that you're in that moment and then that something like that happens.
Yeah,
Like
it's not that kind
that,
of movie. You're not
yeah,
No.
it's like
expecting it at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
there's no plot. It's just a
No.
thing that happens. It's like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
ugh.
It starts with a
I,
guy getting hit by a car. That's how the movie starts. A guy gets hit by a car, and then the whole rest of the movie is kind of that guy having conversations with different people. And then
I mean,
in one of them, he gets shot. Like that's
it's amazing. Okay, I'm gonna add this
you
to
got to watch
to
it.
my
It's a
list of
classic.
must
Yeah.
watch.
It's a
Yeah,
classic
yeah.
movie.
Two
All right.
things. You just reminded me of a movie that should maybe be on the list. Enter the Void.
Oh yeah, Enter the Void
Oh,
is great. Oh yeah.
I've been. Isn't that John Carpenter, right?
No,
No.
it's a newer, younger
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
director.
That's a different
It's a
person.
great. It's one of the most like mind blowing. I'd say it's like if Bronson is Clockwork Orange for the 21st century. I'd say this is like 2001: A Space Odyssey
Yeah.
for the
Oh,
21st.
Yeah, yeah,
wow.
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Truly a
nice.
out of body
Mhm.
experience type movie. And so we have that Waking Life kind of reminded me of that. That was just
Yeah.
a really great movie. But also on the subject of Linklater and Truffaut, have you guys seen Nouvelle Vague yet?
No.
So
No.
Richard Linklater made a movie last year about the making of the Jean-Luc Godard movie Breathless.
I heard about it. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I
yeah.
heard about it.
I've been meaning to see that. Yeah,
Hung out with
yeah.
Truffaut. And they got a guy who looks exactly like Truffaut in the movie. And
Amazing.
we turned it out. My wife got a little bored, and she's like, "This," and I was into. I was really tired, but we watched part of it. But yeah, it looked really good. I saw yeah. It's not really nominated for anything, but seems good. Breathless is a good movie, and yeah.
Yeah.
But
Nice.
yeah, interesting. We just had a Godard or a Truffaut,
So
and
kind of pancake. Yeah.
Oh, and then, yeah, like
I thought I'd mention that.
Layer Cake, another movie that should be on this list. But what's your number 14, Brian?
Okay, big one. My Chris Nolan pick.
oh,
So like,
I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess, but you know, I'm gonna guess. I know you sent me your list a while ago, so I might be remembering, but I'm kind of just more guessing. I'm gonna guess it's Inception, but tell me.
okay,
Tell us.
so obviously The Dark Knight has to be the one, but almost to where you're like, you don't want to pick it. But if it really was like the one, I would put Oppenheimer's close,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yes, it's got to be Inception for
Yeah.
me. And the reason being that The Dark Knight is The Dark Knight. There's
Yeah.
nothing really more to say about it. It is, but for me, putting Nolan on the map was the 1-2 punch of Dark Knight Inception. You got
Yeah.
The Dark Knight changes the world's,
Yes.
kind of exaggeration, but he changes superhero movies and
Yeah.
filmmaking, ledger and all that. And then 2 years later, it's not his second movie, but in terms of being a big director, I think it might be a sophomore slump. But no, he does Inception. He takes genre and a blockbuster and
Yes.
all these different genres combined together, and he adds a philosophical bent to it. And he
Yes.
takes all these influences from, I mean, Paprika and this whole philosophical idea of dreams and creating this universe around it.
Yeah.
But all that's great, but what really makes it great to me is the fact that it's like this dark romantic noir. And I think
Yeah.
to me it's like one of the greatest noirs of all time. And I also want to say that film noir is something that oh wait, just a second.
Yeah. 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 Film noir is something that is dark, and people make dark films. And no, it's just to add on to what Brian said.
Film noir is dark.
It's dark
That's-
and full of darkness.
It is noir, as they would say, as the French would say. Fil- Film noir is noir.
Yeah, we did.
What is it? This
Yeah,
thing
we did
keeps,
a thing one time where it was
yeah,
like the
my
I know it
fucking,
keeps
it keeps
like
saying I'm
freezing.
unstable. I don't know why. It's weird.
Oh, I guess because we're all unstable. So
Yeah,
we're
that's right. Yeah,
filmmakers and
mentally.
actors.
Yeah.
And to quote Jeff Goldblum, here I am by
Hey,
myself,
can you hear me?
talking to
Yeah,
myself.
that's right. Yeah, Jurassic Park, one of my
Yo,
favorites. Yeah,
what did I miss? Did you guys go
nothing.
to
We
another?
all went to the bathroom. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I just went and read about film noir because
Just
I don't
now?
know what.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna edit all that out, by the way.
Yeah.
This is this long
So
intermission. We'll put the intermission thing right there. Yeah,
okay, we're back from
yeah,
intermission.
yeah.
Let's talk about Inception.
Inception. Yes.
Uh, so once again, two runners up for this noir spot. Aside from Dark Knight, Dark Knight is absolutely also a film noir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the 21st century, Old Boy
Oh
and
yeah. Oh
and
yeah.
Sin City, like
Yeah.
I
Nice.
really want to put those on the list. I
Yeah.
I think I'm going with Inception because of the idea of it being this mainstream genre mixing blockbuster, uh, and being so philosophical. I think Old Boy is philosophical too. I think I'm just not familiar. I think I only watched Old Boy once, but the idea of these movies being this thing that takes noir to another level with advancements in filmmaking techniques. And I can't think of an exact example. I think there's something in Old Boy with like a coffee cup or something. All three of these movies take noir and create like expressionist imagery.
Yes.
Um,
Being a parent. That's,
um, they take, I think, original old school film noir, like there's expressionist lighting, and sometimes there's like a tableau with like dead bodies or the way
Yeah.
someone's killed. There's people get killed in interesting ways. But with Inception and with Old Boy and Sin City, there's just, advancements in technology and filmmaking. There's just so many opportunities for these crazy surreal images to create a noir tableau or these crazy memorable moments. So all three of those movies, I really love what you could do with noir now.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
What you mentioned with Inception and also like Dark Knight, but like actually like a lot of Nolan stuff, but with Inception, one of the things that to me is so interesting stylistically is what you're saying about the noir aspect in that it doesn't follow the aesthetic mold of noir
yeah,
and it doesn't follow the expressionistic mold of a dream movie, what you would expect.
yeah,
Because I remember there was like a version of it that people thought like, oh, Nolan even talked about this where he's like, he thought about a version where it's more of like a horror kind of version of
yeah,
Inception, which I think is very interesting and awesome. But of course, to imagine what that would be, but it's like, but the way that he films the dream stuff is so like it's so realistic and it's so in the moment with the characters that it makes it feel like how we really dream in that like we're not really dreaming in noir shadows, right? Like we're not really dreaming in these really overt expressionistic ways necessarily. Like we're dream, you go to sleep and you have a dream about someone you just saw and it's like it feels like it's real and then until it doesn't, right? And that's what he does in that movie is so like it feels the only movie I can think of that makes me feel that way, where there's no real separation, is like Scorsese's King of Comedy, where it's just like
Oh yeah. Mhm.
fantasy and the reality, who knows, right? Like it just feels like it's all shot the same.
Joker. No, no, it's good.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Well, that's like a remake of
Yeah,
King.
that's
King of
all it is.
Comedy.
That's
Yeah,
all it is. That's
yeah.
all it is. That's
Um,
all it
but yeah, the with inside, especially with going down the elevator and going down to that very bottom floor.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
it kind of it has a noir feel, but that's when it's like this is a film noir. His
Mhm.
wife commits
Yeah.
suicide, and there's all this dark
Unraveling.
side of
Yeah.
him. And it doesn't, but I'd even say Dark Knight is more of a film noir because it has more of a down ending.
Yeah.
Action has an ambiguous ending,
Yeah.
but the noir imagery and just some of you see the world
Bend
folding.
into itself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, having that with this very dark, twisted bent of this fractured psyche of this guy, and his psyche's controlling the universe they're in.
Mhm.
Yes.
That's kind of like expressionism as a movie, like that
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
that is the embodiment of expressionism.
Mhm.
And just the whole movie is so I don't know. It was just very dark, and I just remember being so popular, and people were just the public's their mind was just blown.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, it's
You know,
it's also like the when you say, Brian, about the public's mind being blown like that, it's like it's interesting because I know like Tarantino talked about like Dunkirk being that apex mountain for him, where it's like it's in terms of Nolan, where it's like away from the superhero Comic-Con crowd, and it's like his thing that's like, a unique vision like that that's separate from that. But I feel like, and I really think Dunkirk's great too, but it's like Inception is that. Like it's like that is him being like, there's no IP. I don't have any safety net. It's all my own original,
yeah.
even convoluted idea, and just putting it out there, and people got it,
Yeah.
and connected with
They
it.
could totally be a franchise. Like they could have made
Yeah.
more.
Oh, they could have
Yeah.
made, yeah, they could have made
Well,
50 of them. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
but yeah, and I also like that they kind of it's sneakily a movie about filmmaking. Like he's putting
Oh
together
yeah.
a film crew and they're
Yeah.
creating
Yeah. That's right.
Yes. Yes.
That's right.
you know,
Just like Prestige kind of was too.
and
Like,
that's the thing. And here's the thing, not to dump on it, like Prestige and Memento and Insomnia, those are all great movies. They just weren't popular. They weren't nobody saw them in comparison.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Action was just so important in terms of taking this guy's genius and his popularity from The Dark Knight and then applying it to what he does. And it's just the
Yeah.
perfect combination of what makes The Dark Knight so great and what makes his other stuff so
Yeah.
great.
Yes.
But I gotta say, The Dark Knight is just as good. Maybe on a different day, I'd even say it's better.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
just
Well,
so great.
you it's not a spoiler at all to say that it's on my list, but
Yeah.
we'll get there.
Yeah. What's your what's your number 14, Matt?
My number 14 is, oh, okay. Well, speaking of superheroes, this was a difficult decision, guys. I'm even kind of debating it now as I talk about it, but it was like,
Please God,
okay,
don't say it. No, no, I'm just
is
kidding. No, no.
I was like, okay, if I'm gonna go by this self-imposed rule that I came up with of one movie per like character that stars, like fictional character, it's like the Batman movie, the Superman movie, like a fictional character is about that
Yeah.
character, right? Because otherwise I would have had like three about this character on the list because he's one of my favorite characters of all time, and that is Superman, right?
Okay.
And so I was like, okay, Superman is, I grew up with Smallville. That was Robert, you and me have talked a lot
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
Smallville before.
Smallville's great.
That was one of my big inspirations growing up, and still to this day, I'll go back and rewatch Smallville. And so that introduced me to the character, and then I went back, and it's kind of like, Smallville is, to a lot of people, that's the postmodern take, right? Like
Yeah.
it's like
Mhm.
it's a modern kind of sensibility. For me, it was like that was the coming of age take. And then I went back and I looked at like the the older films and the
Yeah.
comics and all of that stuff, and then got caught up on what the mythos was.
Mhm.
And so, I went back and I watched the Christopher Reeve, take, and that was like, what to most people that's like their Superman, right? And like to me it was like, okay, Smallville's my Superman, and I'm going back. So that being said, it's really difficult to pick one Superman movie, and I've made this rule for myself so I could do this, and I was really torn because I absolutely adored the James Gunn Superman movie that just came out this year. And
I know
to
what
me,
I did. I did
it,
not. I did not.
I know you did not, Robert. I know we
I
got to
haven't
have
seen
a
it. It's on my list of.
yes. Robert, we need to have a debate, and Brian, you
We could
need
have a
to.
debate all day. That
But
was trash. No,
to
go
me
ahead.
that movie was like the kind of quintessential like what Superman is in the comics.
Uh-huh.
That being said, and also Batman versus Superman was also very much on this same thing too, where I was like, that needs to. But then I have another movie. I think it's not too big of a spoiler to imagine that stars Batman, so I couldn't do that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that's right.
so I was like, okay, what is to me the most personal Superman movie of the century?
Yeah.
And that would have to be Superman Returns, I think.
Oh yeah. No, that was
I think
yeah.
so.
No, I
Yeah,
agree.
it's like
Yeah, that's a great one. Yeah,
yeah,
that's a great
Bryan
one.
Singer just really
Yeah.
did such an and it's so underrated. Like a lot of people just like shit on that movie all the
I
time.
thought you were gonna say Invincible or what's that? What's that? Unbreakable. Unbreakable. That's the yeah the one. I thought you were
Well,
gonna say
okay. So that
Uh,
you,
I know Matt very well, and I'm quite
he
certain
knows
I'm talking about that.
he knows
That's
that's
also
gonna
on the list. Yeah.
that's here for
Oh, that's
sure.
the M Night Shyamalan one.
That's
Okay.
here for sure.
Yeah.
But that's David Dunn, so I count it as different. But
Yeah. Yeah.
like but David Dunn, not Clark Kent.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
But Superman Returns to me, it's the wait, I forget. Robert, you've seen it, but
Yeah.
Brian, have you seen Superman? You
Oh,
haven't, right?
dude, you gotta watch Superman Returns is great.
It's
You have to watch the Richard Donner movies, like just
yes,
those
yes.
two, and
You
then
have
what you have to watch the first Superman movie, and then Superman 2, the Richard Donner cut, and then Superman Returns. Once
yes,
you watch those three films, then you'll be like, okay, I get it.
you
But
get it. Yeah, you
if you
get it.
don't, you're gonna be like, this is kind of a shitty movie. That's what a lot of
Yeah,
people they watched it and they were like,
Superman
yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Returns.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
a lot of people went into Returns not knowing those old movies, so they didn't really have the context,
No,
and they're just like, okay, what
yeah,
is this, right? Like, but what's so cool and like to me ambitious about it is that Superman Bryan Singer comes out. It's literally a year after Batman Begins, right?
yeah,
And Bryan Singer comes out and he's like, okay, everyone loves Batman Begins. We all know that's amazing. This is the origin story of Batman, and that's never been done like that. And Bryan Singer could have done that, right? And he's
yeah,
just like, no, I'm not going to do that. And I thought that was really ballsy. He's just like, no, I'm just going to do my tribute to the
yeah,
movies I loved growing up about Superman. So
yeah,
he's like, I'm going to do a story that's set in the Donner universe, pretty
mhm,
much,
yeah,
where it's like Superman has been gone for 5 years and he comes back into the real world,
yeah,
like kind of where we're at now, contemporary kind of, but he's coming back to the real world and he's seeing how much the world has changed. And because he's gone off to try to find his ancestors on Krypton, and he's
Krypton.
coming
Yeah,
back to see what the world's become.
mhm.
And it's like Lois Lane has moved on, like she's got a fiance now,
And a baby.
and she's got a kid.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's
yeah.
got a kid. And Lex Luthor is out of prison. Like,
Mhm.
in the old movies, it's very
Always.
like
Yeah.
it's very like, he gets thrown in prison, but now it's like he's out of prison and he's Kevin Spacey, so he's
Yeah. Is even
amazing.
more evil. Yeah.
He's a great Lex Luthor, but he's also like it's also like a great like portrayal to me because I love that character of Lex Luthor so much, and it's
Yeah.
like he finds this great balance of like the campiness and
Hmm.
fun of like the Gene Hackman version, but he's
Yeah.
also Kevin Spacey, so he's also terrifying
Yeah.
and really scary. It's like he's been in prison for 5 years, so he's really hardened and terrifying too.
Hmm.
So there's this great kind of like balance. And I guess that's something that always like stuck with me about that movie, and something I'm always trying to capture with my stuff is like it's this balance of like childlike nostalgia and innocence, and also balancing that with like a contemporary darkness and fucked upness. And it's always like the two tones are kind of clashing throughout. And some people thought that was a weakness. They're like, oh, like there's no consistency. Like, oh, is it trying to be the Donner movies or is it this? But to me, that's what made it so special. It's like, yeah, it is the Donner movies and the lightness, but now it's today. So
Yeah.
that's what makes it, darker and more fucked up. And also, like, Superman has a Passion of the Christ style beating at the hands of Lex Luthor in that
Yeah.
movie, right?
Yeah.
It's like kryptonite, and he's beating the fucking shit out of Superman, and it's like it's PG-13, but it feels so violent and
Yeah.
so raw. And I'll never forget, I was watching that movie with my mom actually, and there was a little kid who came to see the movie with his parents, and the kid started crying, and they had to leave the theater during that scene. And I was like, yeah, like I get it, like this is not like it's kind of a kid's movie, but it's not like it's really like it really like hits you. It gets you in a gut punch kind of a way. And I remember being like, as a fan of my thing is like, I love if the villain is like the ultimate evil and really well written and directed and acted, then it's like, to me, that's like really like impressive, because then the hope at the end is earned when the hero defeats him, right?
Yeah.
So like, to me, it was like, okay, that's good. I'm glad that little kid is crying, not in a mean way, but it's like, if he's crying, that means he knows who the fuck Lex Luthor is. He's
Yes.
scared of Lex fucking Luthor.
Tell him that? You tell him
He's
that?
like,
You remember, boy.
you know,
who
boy,
Lex
You'll
never
It's
forget. Now you
and
know.
also, there's this. I'm not a particular fan of like Kate Bosworth in that movie. Well, I don't know if it's really her fault or just the writing kind of like. I think there's way better like Lois Lane like
Yeah.
interpretations.
Yeah.
I think that the writing kind of fails her a little bit. Like
The newer Lois Lane, actually, I like
Oh,
better
she's
than
amazing. The
than
new
that
Lois
one.
Lane's
Yeah. And I
amazing.
don't like that movie at all. So that tells you something.
Yeah, but even you were like, oh, I
Yeah.
dig her. Yeah,
Yeah, she was
great.
cool. Yeah.
But I will say that, yeah, she's amazing in the new movie. But I will say that in Superman Returns, even though I'm not a huge fan of her characterization, what I really like is just the Superman, his point of view of Lois is something I can really connect to, which is like he's been gone and separate from her and disconnected from that person he loves, and then he sees her again, and then it's like all those feelings flood back, and his love for her comes back, but he's like, but we're in a different place now, and
Yeah.
he's like, how do I be Superman in that context? Like,
Yeah.
you've moved on, you have a kid, you have a like, and then how do I be Superman in that context and honor my own like ethical code, but I still love you, right? Like, so there's a very bittersweet, like kind of sad quality to it that I think is like kind of, I think it makes it underrated, because it's like, I think a lot of people are like, oh, this is just like depressing or whatever, but it's like, no, it's like it's the reconnection of the joy of the old movies, but it's like taking it in this direction that's more deep and emotional. And I think that's why it was like, I got to give it to this one for my Superman movie.
That's your Superman
No
movie.
surprises there.
Yeah, none.
I'll say while we're on Bryan Singer real quick, the Bryan Singer movie that came so close, I would have put it, maybe I could have switched it with Texas Chainsaw Massacre's Trick or Treat.
Oh, Trick or Treat's great.
Wait,
Yeah.
Bryan Singer directed Trick or Treat?
Yeah, Trick or Treat.
And he did Krampus.
Oh, Krampus. Yeah.
Bryan Singer directed Trick or Treat?
Yeah.
Dude, wait. Oh, holy shit. I did not know he directed it, but
does that change your list?
No, I still gotta give it to Superman Returns, but I love Trick or Treat. And
Trick or Treat's good.
Brian introduced Brian introduced me to Trick or Treat,
Uh,
and one thing I did know that I didn't know Brian Singer directed, but I knew the writers of Superman Returns wrote Trick or Treat.
well,
The same writers, the same
there you
screenwriters,
go.
and it was like, and I knew, and also there, Trick or Treat was one of those things where it was like very underrated, and it wasn't in theaters really. Like it was like the streaming Blu-ray,
Yeah.
whatever. And they recently well, not recently, they made 3, 4 years ago, re-released it in theaters for the first time in like a wide, like a wide release. And I'll never forget, I went because me and Brian we watched it on like DVD or whatever, like all those years ago, and I loved it. And then when it came back to theaters, I went to Parkway Plaza, that movie theater in El Cajon that we talked about in the mall in San Diego, and it was already kind of creepy because there's not many people there anymore in this kind of empty mall. And also, it was like there was literally a thunder and lightning storm on the horizon
Oh, wow.
as I was going in to see Trick or Treat. And it was like that. And then I went and saw Trick or Treat again and I saw it on the big screen the first time. Oh, it's so good.
That's great.
It should be on my list. I don't know. Maybe I didn't have enough cool things to say, but I had to mention it. Sorry,
Yeah.
just briefly. So
Yeah.
there you
Nice.
It's a banger.
Nice. I want to check the. I want to
Well,
check.
Usual Suspects would be up there for me, but I think that's like 1999.
Yeah, that's the 90s. That's the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to check the delay here. I'm going to say something and then you say something back to me, okay? I'm going to say hello and you're going to say hello back. So hello.
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 Okay, so
Hello.
Matt is off by like 2 seconds. You're fine, Brian. I can hear you. But Matt's off. But it's okay. We'll deal with it, I guess. What was I
We're
going to say?
interrupting him a lot, and then he'll know why.
That's right. Yeah. We're always interrupting him. So my number 14, I can't believe we're just at 14 still. No, it's funny. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. Is a Tim Burton movie, Big Fish.
Ooh.
Big Fish.
Oh, Big Fish is
Dude,
awesome.
Big Fish.
So good.
Dude, I went and
So good.
so I went and saw that in the theater the day it came out because I love Tim Burton, a lot of his
Me too.
movies. I've always been a fan. And so I saw the trailer for it and I thought, oh, it looks pretty cool. It had the that Yes soundtrack and everything. And
Well, the Salisbury Hill.
yeah, no, there was Salisbury Hill and then there was shit. It was the Yes song. The did it. I've seen all good people turn their head. They had that song on there too. And so but I went and saw it and I lost my father back when I was 12, I think 12 or 13
Wow.
when my dad died. And so watching that movie, it was like again like a sword went through me and twisted, you know what I mean? But at the same time there was like this hope there. There's always this hope in that movie. And I remember I wept watching that film in the movie theater. And then I had to go to work right afterwards. And so I worked in the
Amazing.
mall of the theater. So it was like I left the movie theater and I went straight to work. And as soon as I walk in, my boss goes, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Oh, allergies." I'm like, but it was because
That'll be $12.95.
yeah. I'd been crying at Big Fish. But no, it's great. And Ewan McGregor is amazing in it. Albert Finney is fucking amazing in it.
Yeah.
Billy Crudup, I mean, classic dude. Everybody that's in that, Jessica Tandy, all those people, they're all fucking great in that movie. But yeah, speak about it. Have you seen it?
This is
Oh,
this is
one
an
of the
awesome.
best. Yeah,
No, go ahead, Brian.
that's just one of the best feel good movies ever. And I just remember that's one of my favorite trailer experiences.
Yeah.
Like when I
Yeah.
fell in love with Salisbury Hill from
Yeah,
that trailer.
Mhm.
And just such a great trailer. The movie lived up to it. I love the Buddy Holly song when he
Yeah.
falls in love with the girl.
Yeah.
And it's just it's just one of the best feel good movies ever. Like it's just such a feel good movie, and you almost
Yeah.
can't believe it's Tim Burton. I
Yeah,
don't think
you can't. No, I was gonna say
Yeah.
you can't.
I
Yeah.
didn't know it was him for like 15 years. Oh, that's Tim Burton, like freaking, chameleon. And it's one of the best movies I think about death. It's
Yeah,
one of the best
easily.
represent
Yeah.
it's how you want to think about death. They're not even saying that there's an afterlife. It's just about how people are affected by people and just the legacy and it's just the most beautiful.
Yeah.
Like I haven't, and we've been talking about death and losing people, and it's like I haven't even thought about that movie. And it's almost like the antidote for like the AI movie, where it's just
Yeah.
like it
Hmm.
just
Yeah.
contextualize. It just leaves
Yeah.
you in such a good spot, and it's
Hope.
just
Hope. What's a hope?
perfectly made.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's almost like Forrest Gump in the sense of
Yeah.
these little vignettes almost that are really well connected. But yeah,
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's
It's a
like
classic.
it's like th this really speaks to the power of that movie because I
Mhm.
haven't seen it since it came out, and I want to go back and rewatch it.
Oh yeah.
Um, uh, uh, I just it speaks to the power of the film that like there's very little plot wise that I remember,
Yeah.
but everything Brian just said
Mhm.
about the feeling
Yeah.
that he left from it is exactly like how I felt.
Mhm.
Like I was like, this is so there's a hopefulness, there's like this joy, there's like this kind of bittersweet quality, but it's like it's not like a Tim Burton when you think
Mhm.
about a Tim Burton movie and you usually think of this kind of darkness and this, melancholy and kind of like it's a different feeling and I remember watching it and just feeling like without even remembering character or plot specifics right now, I just remember stylistically being like, wow, Burton is stretching his wings. Like this is like
Yeah.
I felt so proud of him because I was like I grew up loving his stuff, like Nightmare Before Christmas
Mhm.
is, one of my favorite movies of all time and the original Batman and Batman
Mhm.
Returns and,
Mhm.
Edward Scissorhands, like so many things where you can really clearly trace his style.
Mhm.
And at a certain point in his modern stuff, I kind of felt like he was kind of repeating himself a little bit, or there was just
Yeah.
certain things where I was certain movies where I was like, okay, yeah, like cool, we get it, but it's like a Tim Burton, but with this, it was like, oh, like he still has this unique voice that he can still do something different and branch out and make something that it's still, if you're really looking for it, it's still him,
Mhm.
but it's not in the obvious ways him. And I thought that was really cool.
yeah, it's just some of the most beautiful, like colorful cinematography. He doesn't really do it again except for the movie Big Eyes.
Never seen it.
Oh yeah, I
Yes,
love
Never
that.
seen
I
it.
love
word
that with
big is the title.
Christoph Waltz. Yeah,
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 it's
yeah.
a totally different type of movie, but that
Yeah.
really colorful vibe is, something he doesn't use.
That was the other movie that came to my head when thinking about him branching out was that movie and that art. It was funny because my brother used to draw human beings with those eyes like that, and my dad always criticized it. Like the eyes are way too big. That doesn't look like.
Yeah.
And then I saw that movie and I was like, okay, there's a famous artist who did it.
Yeah.
And he's like, Matt's people look like mushrooms, so that's the only way Morte storyboards like can be presented. So like
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
totally,
hit
totally.
the vibe so well.
But my ex-girlfriend told me that too. She was like, there's no other way to do story because I had showed her the storyboards for all the shots and stuff, and she was like, never hire a storyboard artist. This is the movie. This
This
is
is
the
it.
inside
Yeah.
of your brain. That's it.
The inside of my brain.
That's funny.
Pretty complex.
That's funny.
Great one, dude. Big fish. Hell
Yeah.
so,
Brian, number 13.
13, another boring one. Not much. Okay. My Paul Thomas Anderson choice.
Oh, I
No
know what it's gonna
surprises
be.
here.
I know. I
So
know. I think.
totally like too soon to say one battle. It could change someday. I don't.
Oh, I thought you were gonna see There Will Be Blood.
No,
Okay.
no, 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 no. It is There Will Be Blood.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I was
Saying
like, what?
it's too soon. It's too soon to say one battle, but it could change. I don't think it will, but it's very close. There Will Be Blood. I mean, duh, obviously. Uh, I obvious. This is just an epic. It's so well made, but to me, the coolest part of it is the filmmaking.
Yes, me
This
too.
is this abstract sensibility to it. There is a plot. It is a little bit shapeless, but it has an arc, and it is an epic arc, and it has a great ending, a great payoff. We all know that. But the real charm and appeal and the genius of it is just
Is
this
Paul Dano? No, no.
yeah, uh, Paul Dano and just the filmmaking, this weirdness
Yes.
to it where you're just kind of hanging out and floating through it, and just these weird little vignette and his great performance, of course, and but there's just this kind of, it just feels like you're just like a ghost floating through these like almost like vignettes.
Hmm.
Um, and there it's just kind of an indescribable thing. It feels very much like a book, like maybe even more so than No Country for Old Men, because it just feels like there's so much under the surface that's not spoken, and then there's so much weird stuff that is spoken, it is shown to you. It's just a very articulate but abstract movie, and it's just, and I would say, like, I would compare it like to Killers of the Flower Moon, which I really liked.
Oh yeah.
That movie is so much, it's very similar, and some people say that Paul Thomas Anderson actually wrote the like final
Oh,
draft
wow.
The original or whatever. Yeah, yeah.
drafts of it. But it is missing this, and there's some cool things they do in it, but it's missing that kind of X factor. It's very straightforward. It's missing that kind of abstraction that
Yeah.
There Will Be Blood kind of take
Yeah.
this kind of big creative leap, and it's just like, we're gonna make this really weird but not in your face about it,
Yes.
and it's just kind of this creeping dread, and then you just this big explosive wonderful payoff that
Yeah.
just feels so inevitable and so right, and I'm boring myself talking about it because we all
Yeah.
know it. There's
I've got to. Okay, so we made it. We made an agreement that if it was one of the ones on our list at some point, that we would
Yeah.
jump in
Yes.
that way.
Yeah. We're
And
both going to
so,
jump in, it seems.
so yeah, I'm going to jump in
fair.
and say that this is the first one we, while we've agreed on many different takes here, this is the first one that we've both had on our list, and it's my number four actually, so it's higher up on my list. But I guess while we're talking about it, it's like I got to jump in and just say, like,
Oh, yeah.
everything that you just said is like exactly why I love it so much. It is like you said, abstract. It's this very character driven thing. It's very like the filmmaking itself is a character, like it's like the the it's not just, oh, let's look at this character and his rise and fall. It's the filmmaking. It's the way that Paul Thomas Anderson shoots it, and the way that he stages it, and the way that the music, to me, it's like Johnny Greenwood's best
Mm.
like score, and it's like,
Radiohead, man. Radiohead.
yeah, it's like this is this. I have this on vinyl, of course, and I
One
also
of the
have.
best
I
soundtracks.
also I also have One Battle and Licorice Pizza on vinyl, but There Will Be Blood is like,
One of the
it
best.
just the score itself is something I'm always like, okay, so I saw this, I'll never forget. I saw the trailer of this movie. This movie came out in 2007, so we were very young, right? Like in high school.
I was
And I
old.
saw the trailer of it
The Dark Knight.
pre-Dark Knight, pre-Dark Knight. I'll never forget how that trailer ended with just Daniel Day-Lewis doing saying I can't keep doing this on my own with these people. And it's just like the music and and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I'd never seen a Paul Thomas movie before. I'd
Oh,
never
wow.
saw Boogie Nights. I never saw any of his stuff. And I was like, who is this? What is this movie? And I went to see it. And again, this is another Parkway Plaza memory. I saw it at Parkway Plaza in El Cajon, and because it wasn't playing at like all the major theaters, so it wasn't playing at like the Regal in town that we grew up in. It was playing at this mall, and I remember just having this overwhelming kind of sense of dread that Brian described watching the movie. And to such an extent that it was kind of like Uncut Gems in a way, where it was like, I don't remember what I was going through at the time, but something mentally, I was like, I needed to take a step out. It's not that I left the movie like Uncut Gems, but I just needed to like take a step and go to the bathroom and come back, and just kind of take a moment away from it. And it just so happened that I went at the worst possible time
This always
because
happens.
it was
Yeah,
like, yes,
yeah,
yes, yes. He
yeah.
knows. Brian knows. We went to
Every
see
time.
Kurosawa's Ran together. And Brian, you can
The
tell the
climax of
story. It's
Ran
like,
Yeah,
happens
with the
like 30
palace
minutes.
burning. Yeah,
It
yeah.
happens at like the 30-minute mark, and Matt's like, "All right, it's early. I'm gonna go take a leak." And he's gone for a long time, he literally comes back like right when it ends. We saw an Obayashi movie at Digital Gym, and he left, and nothing. He's not doing anything wrong. It's just fate. It's just
Yeah,
just
yeah.
fate. I just
It
miss
Doesn't God doesn't want him to see the good
No,
parts.
God
exactly.
wants you to watch it again.
Yes, he wants
Like
me to
you
see
have
it
to
Yeah,
watch
again.
it
yeah,
again.
He
that's
wants
right.
me to see it again. I miss
Yes.
these great moments, and he
That's
wants me
right.
to see it again. And that's what happened with There Will Be Blood. I went to the bathroom, and what moment do I miss? The
Milkshake
milkshake
scene.
fight.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
I
milkshake.
literally missed that moment. I come back, and it's already done. And then I was like texting me and Brian's mutual friend Vinny from high school. And Vinny kept telling me to go see this movie, and he's like, "Oh my God, what'd you think?" And I was like, "It's amazing, blah 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 blah." And he's like, starts quoting that moment, and I'm like, "Wait, I don't remember that." And he's like, "Matt, what the fuck? What do you mean?" And I'm like, "I went to the bathroom. Maybe I missed that." And he's like, "Matt, that's the most
Why
you
did you
thing that
do
I've
that?
ever seen. That is the you moment. That is you playing Daniel Day-Lewis. You need to go back and rewatch it. Like that is you. That is the most you thing ever." And so I go back and rewatch it, and I'm like, fuck yeah, it's the most me thing ever. Like the villain finally, after all this repressed rage, going completely over the top and insane and having this awesome monologue and having this final moment of just and the dark comedy of it and just like the whole movie having this very like dreadful quality, and then you realize it's actually a dark comedy like masquerading as like
Yeah.
the serious drama. Like
Yeah, yeah.
it's like really fucking funny at the end. You're just like, it's insane. Like it's mind blowing, And then I'm finished, and then the classical music,
It's just like Bastards, where he's
like
like, "This is my masterpiece," and you're just like, it's
yes,
so
he's like he knows.
intentional. Like,
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, it's intentional. It's intentionality.
Exactly.
He knows it's his masterpiece. He's like, he's just making it known, and the whole movie has this sort of confidence, and it's like, and I say this as a bigger fan than Brian of PTA. Like, there's certain movies that Brian's lukewarm on with
yeah. I'm not a
PTA.
big PTA fan.
Yeah,
The ones I love, I love. I really love.
yeah, like Licorice Pizza to me is like that because of personal reasons. That's the most personal movie in terms of like my personal connection with it. There's very like deeply personal reasons for that, but it's like there's that, and there's like I really appreciate Magnolia. I really,
That's
of course,
that's
we
my
both,
favorite one.
yeah,
Magnolia.
Magnolia, like the ending of that. We both, I think we all three of us love Boogie Nights.
Oh yeah. Classic.
One battle we had a really cool, amazing VistaVision screening of that, and that was really like
Lucky you. No,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
I was like
But
the happiest I've walked out of a movie theater in a long
Really?
no,
Yeah.
it was so
I'm
funny.
usually bitching and moaning about something. I'm like,
No, it was so
I know.
it was
I was
so
like,
cool.
God, that
It
was
was
so cool.
It was so cool because me and Brian were coming at it from these different perspectives of like me being like such a PTA, like I love everything he's done, like I'm ready to suck his dick, and Brian's like, he's okay.
Cock.
He's
You gotta mention cock.
And Brian's like, he's good, but like whatever. And
What do you mean
and
the master?
we
When we saw the master, and I was like,
the master.
Yeah, yeah.
Me and Brian and his brother and our friends drove up to see it in 70 millimeter, and I loved it. Brian was like, it's not like There Will Be Blood. It's not
I
that
was like,
good.
yeah,
Yeah,
nobody
it
died.
definitely wasn't. Yeah, it definitely
Nobody
wasn't.
died.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's the
But-
best. Just to follow it, I was like, oh, I was so hyped up, and it
Yeah.
didn't
Yeah.
hit
But
that
but when we saw one battle, you and me were both like, our jaws were dropped. We were like, and then it was funny because me and Brian, like the ending credits are rolling, and me and Brian are like geeking out, and we're both on the same page, and we're like, this is like the best thing since There Will Be Blood, blah 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 blah. We're like going on and on, and then we're going on for like 5 minutes as the credits are, and Brian's brother Dan is just like sitting there. And this is customary, right? Because me and Brian just go on, and his brother sometimes will just not say anything for a while. And we look over, and Brian's like, "What do you think, Danny?" And he goes, "It was pretty good."
Yeah, and
Me and Brian are like, we need to see it again on the big screen. And Dan's like, I'll wait for streaming.
yeah, it's cool. He liked it. I know he liked it though.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
But
yeah, and I guess it's a repeat of, yeah.
I must add, There Will Be Blood has a special is so high on my list because and it's the reason why, as much as I love One Battle, as much as I love Licorice Pizza, nothing quite could top it, right? In terms of if I have to choose just the one, like PTA, that's the one. Um, because it's a horror movie masquerading as a serious drama. And that's something that I think doesn't get talked about a lot, but it's like PTA actually talked about the fact that Dracula was like one of his earliest influences for the character of Daniel Plainview,
oh
and
wow.
that he was thinking about Dracula the whole time. And that to me is like, how many movies have we seen about the rise and fall of a bad person or a ruthless person or whatever? What
Hmm.
makes it stand out is that it's like it is like a horror movie, like the music and the camera angles and just like what he ultimately becomes. It's a horror movie, but you don't realize you're watching a horror movie. And that's one of my favorite like subgenres of movies. I always like talk about like any movies I do, whether they're like a kid movie or a superhero movie or this or that, they're always actually secretly a horror movie. And
Yeah,
that's what I
very
love
true.
about There
Yeah.
Will Be Blood.
And oil is the blood of the earth. So there you go.
Yes.
Yeah, there
I
will be
drink
blood.
I drink the blood of lamb from
Yeah, that's,
Brandy's.
Uh, in your defense, Matt, you probably held your pee for like 2.5 hours, so I get it. I just hope
will
that
be pee.
I just really hope that like right when you finished, he said, "I'm finished."
I'm finished.
Put that out of the podcast.
No, it's so There Will Be Blood is my number five on my list of the greatest.
Nice. Nice.
No, now it would
It
have been
made all of our lists. I love
yeah,
this.
yeah, it would have been Magnolia, but Magnolia was 1999. It just cut off,
Uh-huh.
you know.
Yep.
But yeah, Magnolia I think is the best thing that he ever did and still to this day has ever done. And that's a deeply personal reason, kind of like with your licorice pizza
Licorice
thing.
pizza,
It's
yeah.
the same thing for me. It's like, that has to do with loss and shit like that.
Yeah.
And I also, I don't know. It just, that movie woke something up inside me.
Yeah.
And to kind of, uh, tilt over to his first movie, Heart Eight, which like I just
I
saw for
I
the
have not
first
seen it
time.
yet, but
I
I
just
want
saw for the first time a couple months ago. I'd never seen it before,
to.
and
Did
I
it hold
thought,
up? Is it good?
oh, it's killer. It's killer. Yeah,
Good.
yeah, it's super killer. You got to watch it. Yeah, Heart Eight. Yeah, it's killer. And Sam Jackson's in it. Mostly
Yeah.
everybody that's in Boogie Nights is in it too. Mostly
Wow.
everybody. Yeah, no, it's a killer movie. And
Nobody
then
talks about it. It's just completely invisible. Like I
yeah,
don't.
I know, but
Yeah.
it's up there. I feel like it's up there with if you think whatever his lowest ranked movie is, it's probably above that because
Wow.
it's a great movie. But yeah, I'm gonna just piggyback off of everything you guys said about There Will Be Blood. It was an amazing film. It wasn't just like you said, the rise and the fall of this guy. It was kind of like it was a like a tortured kind or like you saw the torture inside of him but you also saw
Yeah.
the torture of the people around him and it
Yeah.
was like that kind of added to the whole symphony of destruction around him
Yeah.
as he lived um but yeah and then One Battle would have been my up there too except for the first I want to say 20 minutes of that movie I fucking hated. Like everything after the first 20
Really?
minutes. Oh yeah. I could
The
not
whole
stand
prologue?
the whole prologue was
Well,
shit to
then it's
me.
probably the first 40. I think
Oh,
it,
is
I
it
think
40?
I
Okay.
think it
I
might even
don't
be like
remember.
an
Yeah,
hour.
I didn't like anything to do with the mom. It was like to me she was a useless character in the whole fit. Like obviously her splitting was like what caused everything to
Yeah. Yeah.
happen, but like they could have just said that. They could have had the whole rest of the movie and they just said, "Oh yeah, your mom left." And then I feel like it would have been the same to me. I don't
Oh,
know. It was yeah, to me it
I think
was
you must
yeah.
have hated that she got the Golden Globe then.
No, I do. I thought that was it
interesting.
what's her name? Is it Regina King or Regina Hall? One of
Oh,
the
Regina Halls
yo, dude,
is
she
in it
was
too.
way better than him or way better than her. Way better.
Regina Hall at the
Yeah,
end at the convent.
Yeah, way better.
Way
Like
better.
her eyes, like I did not know that I could watch like eyes act in that way. Like I saw her, like her eyes were so expressive, and the fucking Chase Infinity was great too. I don't know why she didn't get like she should be winning everything too,
Oh, she's
but
amazing. Yeah.
no, she was amazing. But so, but yeah, Tiana Taylor is the name of the
Yeah.
useless character. She was to me, she was just, I didn't like that part of the movie. But I mean, Leo was great. You know, the Mexican whistle, you know, all that stuff is amazing. Like it was all good. I dug it. But yeah, um, what's your number 13, Matt?
My number 13?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, my number 13 is my number 13 is What Lies Beneath. Have you guys
Oh, with
I remember
Michelle
Michelle
Pfeiffer. Oh
Pfeiffer?
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a
Have
killer
you seen it,
movie.
Robert?
Yeah,
Have
I've
you,
seen it. Yeah, yeah.
Brian, have you seen it?
Dude, you got to watch What
I
Lies
might
Oh,
have. I
Beneath.
don't
dude.
remember
Yeah, you
it.
got to watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
So I recently rewatched this, in preparation for this. Um, What Lies Beneath is, Michelle Pfeiffer and Harrison Ford. And I just love this movie because it's like it never gets old to me, even though it's like the plot itself is it's not like it's any like like oh this is such a like unique crazy plot or whatever, but it's just the way that it's executed. Like
yeah.
it's like Michelle Pfeiffer is this woman in this house and with her husband and her daughter is going off to college and her ex her the father of the daughter has passed away, but she's with this other guy Harrison Ford that she's been with for many years, and there's this very like Hitchcock thing to it where
Yeah.
it's like,
Mhm.
it's very like Rear Window where she starts like seeing like the neighbors across the way
Mhm.
having these arguments. And actually, the dude from Dexter who plays Dexter's dad, Harry, is the husband in
Yeah,
that.
James Remar.
James Remar, he's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
good.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and it's like he's having these arguments with his wife, and she's like, "Oh, things are getting weird," and she's really emotional because her daughter has just gone off to college and she's having this like you know feelings about that, and she starts to like feel these ghostly presence in her house, and she starts to think that the wife next door was killed by the husband
Yeah.
because she's seen these like things happening and the arguments happening. So she starts to like concoct this theory. And Harrison Ford is like the classic husband, like my dad. I always like Michelle Pfeiffer is kind of like my mom
Uh-huh.
in a lot of ways. Like I always say Michelle Pfeiffer could play my mom in a movie.
Yeah.
And Harrison Ford.
That's very Freudian right there. No,
Yeah, it's
no,
very Freudian. Yes, yes. It's like let's not picture mom in the Catwoman suit, but
yeah, right.
but
Or like,
but
hanging out with Tony Montana.
Tony
No,
would
no.
no, none of that, please. But but it's kind of like my mom and dad, where it's like Harrison Ford is like like he's like the typical guy where he's like you're imagining things, you're being paranoid, this is crazy, like let's just it's none of our business, right? And Michelle Pfeiffer is like, but we're the neighbors, like we have to do something. And then like these hauntings start happening in the house, and the mystery deepens of like, is it this very simple situation that she thinks she's seeing of the neighbors like Rear Window, where it's like seeing the neighbor, like am I envisioning a murder, or did that happen, or is something else happening? And the mystery of that deepens, and it goes from this very domestic thriller to like a supernatural thriller, and it evolves into like something that's like it goes beyond the very like normal everyday trappings that it sets up.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that I'm really interested in, is like setting up the very realistic normal trappings and then very slowly ranking up that tension until
Yeah.
it evolves into something else. And yeah, no, it's just it's so good, and it's like, and it's one of those movies that's like I guess you could call it like a sleeper, right? Where
Yeah, it is.
it's not like this like huge hit. It's not this big crazy thing, but it's just this small scale, intimate story that just kind of sucks you in
Yeah.
from the beginning and develops the whole time. And they even do this really interesting thing that I'm still trying to figure out, honestly, as a director, how to do, which is like overlapping dialogue
Mhm.
that feels naturalistic. Like there's a moment where it's like,
Nazis do that a lot too.
yeah, it reminds me a little bit of like when I first saw MASH. Like that was like a movie
Mhm.
that did that a lot, where like it's like there's a moment where it's like Harrison Ford and Michelle Pfeiffer are hanging out with their old friends, and they're all at a dinner together in like some restaurant. And it's like the typical thing that happens where it's like two couples hanging out, right? So it's like, Brian and Belle, and then me and like my imaginary girlfriend, and we're all talking at the same time. So me and Brian start talking, and Belle and the girlfriend start talking. Like the way that that would be, but it's shot all from like a one wide shot angle,
Yeah.
and all the dialogue's happening at once, and
At
it's
the
all
same
like
time.
overlap, and
Yeah.
and like you can still understand what's happening,
Mhm.
and it's just that kind of layer of like subtle direction
Yeah.
that I think makes the movie so interesting. That it's like these sort of things you may not even realize when you're watching it. Like you're just like, oh, this is cool. This is a fun little like thriller. And then it's like, oh no, there's actually all this stuff that is really interesting that's happening, that
Yeah.
the director is doing. Like yeah, it's really cool. I would definitely recommend.
Have you
I think
seen?
Michelle Pfeiffer really
Yeah.
stretches her wings because she's able to be like both the sweet and lovely housewife type character, but also there's moments because of the haunting that
Yeah.
brings out her inner like Catwoman type
Yeah.
character. So it's very interesting.
You
I gotta
reminded.
see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna say, have you
Oh, I
seen?
was. Yeah, I've seen it before. I was gonna say, have you seen White Oleander? Because it was kind of like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's kind
Yeah.
of similar to that in a
Yeah,
way. It's
yeah.
got the same kind of like
Yeah.
feeling.
Yes.
Another good movie.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. That's a good
Yeah,
one.
that's
Yeah.
another good one. My 13 is. I'm gonna try not to fuck up the title because it's kind of an odd title to say. Um, The Banshees of
Oh,
Inisherin. Yeah,
okay. I know this has got to be on your list, right, Brian? Because that's like one of
No,
your
I had
favorite.
I had to choose another McDonough movie,
Oh,
but
really? Yeah.
I
Oh,
consider them all equally good, and
Yeah.
I guess we'll get to that.
No,
But
dude.
but God, Matthew,
Banshees was
Yeah.
so good.
Banshees
So
was,
good.
God,
yeah. No,
So amazing.
it's one of my top, obviously it just came out a few years ago, but it's still like a top movie for me. Mostly because of the dynamic between Farrell and Gleason. I mean, it's just so like it's not like they're kind of like they move past each other, but then not really moving past
Yeah.
each other. And that's like the beauty of it is that like they're to it's it I can't even explain it. Like I can't even say it out loud. But then also Barry Cogan,
Oh,
whatever fucking it like his whole arc, it
so
like
good.
fucks you up. Like it fucks you up.
yeah,
You watch it and it fucks you up.
It
And you're
does.
like, I've been
It
that
does.
guy before. Like I've been there. Like everybody
Yeah,
has been that
it
guy.
does.
You know what I
It
mean? Like
and
you're like, fuck, like and you want to like hold him and tell him he's gonna be okay and all that stuff. And then there's the
yeah.
war going on across the fucking pond. It's just like, yeah,
And it
it's nonstop, dude.
and it's
It's
and it's
nonstop.
and it's like talk about that philosophical thing we were talking about the absence.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
that's what it
it
is. Yeah,
it
yeah,
really is that. It's like it's we're friends, and
yeah,
now for some reason inexplicably
yeah.
we're not, right? Like it's like
Absence of
we're
fingers too.
yeah.
It's just random.
I don't want to blow my wad on McDonough just yet. I want to
Yeah,
save it for mine, but
yeah, yeah.
like I think
What
he's
what what is that? Like 4 hours from now? No, I'm just kidding. No.
yeah, for
Yeah,
real. I
yeah,
mean, but I'll just say in general, it's like he's I think he's got maybe of all time, even though he's only made four
yeah.
features,
Only
I
four.
think
Yeah,
I think he's got the best filmography
yeah. So far.
in terms of
I still need to
four
catch
out
up.
of four
Hmm.
are 10 out of 10s.
Yeah.
Just does what he does, and he
Hmm.
he does he delivers every time,
Yeah.
and once again, I bore myself talking about when a movie's like too perfect. I just kind of I almost have nothing to say. I'm
Yeah,
just
you just don't say
like,
anything.
I
Yeah,
could
yeah,
just talk for an hour about every second of the movie.
yeah.
So
That's why I can't. That's
I,
why it's like all I could say is like a few little things, but it's like the audience, whoever's listening to this podcast, go see that movie or find that movie somewhere. Find
Amazing.
all of his movies and watch them.
or
They're
his
all good.
plays. His
Yeah,
plays are even
anything.
better.
Yeah, anything. Like he just is. He's the
So good.
personification of good art. Is him.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like that's
Yeah.
it. All right. So Brian, you're number 12.
We're
We're
12.
going fast
Okay.
now. We're going quick. No,
All
no, let's
right.
just get to it.
So this movie is not going to be on Matt's list because he's going to pick the arguably the best movie by this director.
Uh-oh.
But
Uh-oh. Here we go.
and that movie will is I have to concede,
Yeah.
but this one is my personal favorite. It's Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh, yeah. Is it
Oh,
good?
fuck
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
dude.
Scorsese,
Yes.
baby. Yeah.
I love that he took the I
Yes.
hold your
Yes.
tomatoes, but I almost think maybe it's like a better version of Goodfellas in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
In
It's
that he
very
took it,
valid.
he
Yeah.
just made it. It's the fastest 3 hours have ever gone by.
Hmm.
Every time, it's
Completely.
so big and epic, but at the same time so vulgar and funny. And that's such a
Yeah.
weird.
Hmm.
You don't really get vulgar, funny epics.
No.
Anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. But just so outrageous, and
Yeah.
it was so fun. And it's honestly like, but yeah, probably like you talk about What We Do in the Shadows and this in the end, and being
Mhm.
these really rewatchable, funny movies. But that one is up there too, and yet that one is something way bigger. This huge work of art,
Yeah.
and a
Yes.
lot of people would say, "Oh, it's just like douchebag porn or something," and it's like,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but it's probably making fun of that
Yes.
more than
Totally.
anything. I
Yeah.
Totally.
don't think Scorsese is really glorifying any of it.
No.
I think the whole movie seems to be glorifying it, but it feels like it's coming from a place of disgust,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
he's
Yes.
indulging in
Great.
it in the way that the characters are indulging in it, but I think he's just showing you indulgence, and I just love the cut and paste hodgepodginess of it in a way that I don't like how the house that Jack built did it. I feel like that one's really messy and crappy, and Vice kind of does it pretty well,
Yeah.
but
Vice was,
Yeah.
yeah.
Vice is also a pretty great
That's
movie.
a killer film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Killer
have some
one.
very
But
personal connections to that one. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good
What, you like
but
Dick Cheney? Is that your personal connection? No, no, just
one.
yeah, yeah.
but yeah, this might even be like my personal favorite Scorsese movie, as millennial as that sounds. I just really like it a lot.
No, that's amazing. It is
Yeah.
honestly like for me, like as the, like Scorsese was the person that really made me like, well, there was Jaws with Spielberg, right?
You
Like,
look like Scorsese.
it's like,
No,
you see
Dude,
that woman in the window? You see the
70
woman in the window? But no, there was there was Spielberg with Jaws, and watching the making of Jaws, but then and so that was like a spark of like what a director does. And there was watching the making of Cape Fear
Mhm.
and Scorsese, and like that was like a kind of like, I always wanted to be an actor, but that was kind of like really leading me into like, oh, but you also want to direct, like this is
Yeah.
what like a director does. And I didn't really know what a director did, and that was like kind of a thing. Like it was like, this is what a director of a film does. And then I started to understand it. And so he's like one of those directors for me that's like, the ones that you always go back to when you're like, his work inspires you and you go back to that well. And whenever you're tired or you're anxious or you're depressed about your career or this or that or whatever, you go back and you watch his
Every
stuff.
day. No, no.
Yeah, it's like, it's like you go back to his stuff and you go back and you find that inspiration, you climb out of that pit, and so like for me, there is a different one that made the list for me, but it was a very close toss up, honestly, between the one that made my list and Wolf of Wall Street. Like it was like Wolf of Wall Street is like Brian said, it's so exuberant and epic and yet vulgar there's this great like it's like Thelma Schoonmaker, who I don't think gets like enough shout outs as like the best editor maybe of all time, you know, like is like she makes that runtime just fly so much. Like it's just
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I've watched this movie countless times and I'll watch it with my parents, which my ex-girlfriend also makes fun of. She's like, that's weird. You're watching that movie with your parents. But we'll watch it and we're always laughing the whole time. And we're just so
Yeah.
locked in and it's just so and the energy of it and just like it's just so alive. And I remember watching that movie in Fashion Valley Mall. I remember all these like
Fascist Valley.
yeah. Yes, Fascist Valley.
Yeah.
And I remember just being like, the first time I saw it, I remember just being like, dude, this guy, Scorsese, he's like 70, whatever he was, like
So
75.
old. Yeah, he made
He's
his
Yeah, I
so
first
was like,
old.
movie.
I'm like, holy shit, like he's 70 something years old. And I'm like, you know, we're these young filmmakers and we're these up and comers. And it's like, and he's a 70-year-old,
Yeah.
70 something year old guy, and he's doing this with this energy and this craziness.
Putting out gold.
And
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, none of his age is showing whatsoever. And it's like, it's actually, it looks like a movie by a director of like our age, you know,
Hmm.
like the exuberance, the energy, the cuts, the way that and it's like, it keeps you on edge the entire time, but it's making you laugh the entire time. And then also to go with what Brian said about the critique of this, you know, of this type of archetype of person, you know, it's like yeah, a shallow person can watch it and be like, "Oh, this is glorifying it or whatever. Like this is glorifying that lifestyle, toxic masculinity bullshit." But it's like, no, if you're actually watching the movie from beginning to end, you realize that that's not what it is. Like
No.
you're laughing with the characters. It's all fun and games. And then we get to the point where it's like it's not that. And we get to the point where we're like actually concerned about the character and the people around him and what he's done with his life. And I think there's nothing that exemplifies that more than, of course, when he's like, "You're not taking my kid, sweetheart," and he's like, and it's all shot in that wide shot, and
Yeah. Yeah.
like hits Margot Robbie, and you're just
Awful.
like, there's
Oh,
no close up. It's just
the kid in
all
the
that wide
car.
shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
gets in the car and all that. And it's very much like that visceral quality at the end of Goodfellas, but maybe even more visceral in a way where you're just like, wow, like this dude is a fucking asshole.
Asshole. Yeah. Yeah.
This lifestyle we've been seduced to is all wrong.
Mhm.
And even before that, though, there's moments that foreshadow that, you know, like to me, the moment where he's like, she's gonna be paid 500 fucking $1,000 to shave her fucking head, and the girl's like
Yeah.
shaving her head,
Like,
and
what are you
smokestack
doing?
lightning
Yeah,
is
like,
playing,
who are you?
and you're just like watching her, and everyone's having this like orgy,
Mhm.
and there's like the whips and stuff, and it's like it all seems funny, and then you see her expression just
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
falling into itself, and it's
Mhm.
like, oh my God, like what have I done? And you see like the whips and it feels like demonic almost.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
like and it's just like, yeah, that's all of Scorsese's morals, his ethics, his
Mhm.
Catholicism. It's
Yeah.
all spilled out in his
Into
life.
there.
And
Yeah.
the fact that you don't see any of the victims of Jordan Belfort, like because it's all trapped inside of his perspective. So like
Yeah.
some people complained about that where they're like, oh, well, we should have seen, you know,
All the people he
people whose
fucked
lives
over.
he fucked
Yeah.
over.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, because we're on the inside of a psychopath or a narcissist's mind.
Yeah.
So they don't give a shit, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the filmmaking shouldn't give a shit because that's how they think.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
like that's how they think. Like we don't care
you
because they
take on the
don't care.
character's mindset. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
No.
Well,
I yeah. No, I was gonna say that so Scorsese to me, like that Wolf of Wall Street was, like you said, probably the one of the best of the ones that he did in the 21st century. Um I will tell you one that I didn't like that he did in the 21st century, and that was The Departed. I thought that
Oh,
no,
oh no,
The
dude,
Departed is no that it,
that's
that
way that's
I know
super high on my
I'm
list.
sure it
That's
is. I'm
super
sure
high
it
on
is.
my
It's a high up on a lot of lists,
Again,
and
you don't like the, are you anti-rats? You don't
no,
like
no, no. What it is
He
that
the non-fucking rat.
no. So what it is that like I felt like even though because I had seen Infernal Affairs, like the movie that it's based off of, and I
Oh, I
just feel
haven't seen that.
well, yeah, I feel like that had a way better ending. And he was like, "Yeah, I'm basing this movie off that," and it's like the ending of The Departed just felt to me like a cop out. Like I wanted more, and I just didn't
Okay.
get that, and I didn't like that. And so, and then the other thing was that when he won the Oscar for it, I said he is not winning the Oscar for The Departed. To me, anyway, he was winning the Oscar for everything he did before that, like Taxi
right.
Driver,
Yeah,
Can't
the
Call Me.
lifetime.
Oh, that's a Lifetime Achievement Award as far as I'm concerned because it is not for the fucking Departed. That is, I mean, again,
Oh,
I love Jack Nicholson, love Leonardo, love Matt Damon, love everybody in that movie. The other thing was that Matt Damon and Ben Affleck are from fucking, or Matt Damon and Mark Wahlberg are from fucking Boston, and their accents were so over the top. Like they were just so over the top.
But that's what made it so
It
funny.
was not funny to me. It was like no, because when I'm watching a movie with two guys from Boston, I'm thinking like be realistic, like be somewhat realistic. Because even Jack Nicholson was like, he held back, and it's
Yeah.
like he's not from there, you know what I mean? And he's doing the thing, whatever.
It's
So it's
funny.
I don't know.
I'll throw a bone your way because
I don't
even
want a bone. I want a
no,
cock. No, I'm just kidding.
those fucking firefighters are fucking queers.
Yeah, quiz. No, no.
But okay, so we'll get to that, but it's super high on my list. But I will say it's funny you say that with the Boston accent
Yeah,
because
that's what it was.
when I watched that movie with my ex-girlfriend,
Uh-huh.
um, it was funny because she ended up loving it, but it was funny because she was like in the first few minutes of it with all the accents, she was like, I don't know if I can take
I
this.
don't
Like
know
she
what
was
they're
like
saying. No, I'm
like,
just kidding.
no, she was like
I need subtitles.
she was like I know people like this,
Yeah.
like these characters, and she was like, but I don't know if I can take 2 hours of this.
Yeah.
Like she was like,
It's
I don't know if I
obnoxious.
can.
Yeah.
Robert, does Infernal Affairs have a darker end? Without spoiling it, is it a
Yeah.
darker ending or is it a
Oh, you
less
haven't seen
a
either.
happier ending?
It's a more I'll say subdued. It's a more subdued ending that like it leaves things open
Okay.
to more it leaves more thing like The Departed was very like that's
This is
it.
exactly.
Yeah, Infernal Affairs doesn't do that. It was obviously the guy who did Infernal Affairs, I forget the director now. He was trying to do something that would obviously lead into another thing or a TV show or something else.
They made
And
three.
yeah, I know. They made yeah. So that's why. But that's the thing is like they didn't make three Departeds. So like he had to end it.
The
That you know what I
ultimate
mean?
ending
He
is what
had to
makes it
yeah,
great.
it had to be condensed into this thing and I didn't like that. So there are characters that die in obviously the end of The Departed that go on to be in the sequels to Infernal
Okay.
Affairs. You
Now,
know.
are the Infernal Affairs sequels any good? Have you seen those, or is just kind of the first one?
No, I watched all three of them and
They all good?
I I would say the first one's obviously the best, but the second one is kind of like a six, and then the last one's like a three. So the last one, yeah,
No.
yeah.
Point for
Here's
Yeah.
an interesting insight on that note is that like I didn't even know that about the sequels, but that's interesting because like I know Scorsese was pressured in that way to some extent.
Yeah.
He's so the interesting tie-in with Wolf of Wall Street is like he was kind of pressured into like, well, do we actually want everyone to just fucking die? Like, or could we do a sequel? Could we do something else, like with this universe? And he was like, no, like, fuck that. I hate sequel. Like, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna do
yeah,
it.
yeah.
And so he was like, no, this is the story. And I guess he doesn't go into too much detail, but he says that there was different tastes and different morality, quote unquote, with like him and the people at the studio. And so there was a lot of pressure with The Departed, and he kept having to like skirt that and be like, no, this is what it is. This is a singular vision. And so when it came to Wolf of Wall Street, um, he and Leo first met with a studio, and he's very like abstract about who that studio was. He doesn't say, but he's like they talked with the studio, and the studio was similarly giving them notes, and he was just like, I'm too old for notes. Like he's like, I can't do it. You know, like,
I am the note.
yeah, I am the one who knocks. I
I'm
am
the
the
one who
note.
notes.
Yeah, he's like, I'm the one who notes, and he's like, I just can't do it. You know, and he was, and Scorsese's very like polite, like
Yeah.
he's very courteous and professional, but he's just like, I can't do it. Like it's either this, like this really raunchy, crazy thing, or it's not, and
Yeah.
like they wanted apparently like certain things where they're like, it's too much, it's too raunchy.
Do you want to guess what my favorite Scorsese of the 21st century was? It's not on the list, but do you want to guess what it is?
It's not on your list.
No, I didn't put it on my list.
Is it The Aviator?
It is. Wow, that was a good guess. Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because
That is my
I,
favorite one.
I was gonna say the ultimate one that I decided not to put as The Departed, but I gotta say The Aviator is right up there
Yeah.
with Wall Street. And
Yeah.
I think Wolf of Wall Street is the best Leo performance for me of
Oh,
all
yeah,
time.
it's good.
But him in The Aviator is probably right there.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he was amazing
They're
in The
great.
Aviator.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
Leo is one of Leo's best performances, and also as maybe the only one in our little triumvirate here who suffers from OCD.
Yo, yeah. Howard
It's
Hughes,
like
man.
it's so spot on.
Yeah.
Like it's so spot that is exactly how I feel. But like they didn't have a diagnosis for it,
No.
back then,
Yeah.
and it's like that's he just he nails it.
Do you
It's
ever want to pee in a bottle? Is that one?
no, I don't want to be in a bottle.
When I'm
But I do use tissues to touch door handles. I can't
Oh,
touch door
okay.
handles, and I do understand the come in with the milk thing,
Yeah. Mhm.
even though it's not what I would personally do, but like the idea of like it has to be, sealed and handled by you specifically or whatever,
Yeah.
like no, I like I totally get it. That was one of the things that Leo said was like he was like that was the first movie that he ever pitched it to a director where it was like he wanted to do it, and the director then saw it and they loved what he
The
wanted to do.
vision. Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
his Raging Bull moment,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Robert De Niro pitched Raging Bull to Scorsese,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Scorsese
the
didn't
whole
want to do it,
movie.
and then he's like, yeah, let's do it. and,
Yeah.
and and also the fact that Scorsese shot that movie with The Aviator in terms of different stages of Technicolor.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Like the early movie
Yellow
is
and
two strip,
orange.
and then
Yeah.
the later movie is like three strip.
Yeah,
Like,
the stuff with Katharine Hepburn, man, is like
yeah,
all like
oh,
blown out, man.
incredible. Yeah, it's amazing.
Very
It's
weird,
amazing.
very
It's
orange.
like,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
well, it was, on that note of Leo, it was because of Leo, I think, that they were able to get away with the insanity and obscenity of
Yeah.
Wolf of Wall Street because Scorsese was just like, look, I'm too old for this shit. Like, I don't want to do it. Like he's like, I'm not gonna fight that battle anymore. Because he did it with Taxi Driver, he did it with Last Temptation, he did
Yeah.
it
Oh, he
with
was
so
gonna
many
give
movies.
in. He was
He's
just
like
gonna
he was just like, you know what? I'm 70 something years old. If the studio is gonna fight with me, then fuck it. I'm not gonna do it. Like that's where
not gonna
Yeah.
do the movie, not gonna
he was
direct.
like, fuck it. And then because Leo is Leo and he was so much younger and he had that star power, he was like, okay, you know what? Well, fuck the studio. We're gonna find like private equity and we're gonna find like private investors and
Mhm.
this and that for the movie. And he finds these private companies to make Wolf of Wall Street and like these smaller scale kind of studio things.
Yeah.
And then because of Leo, they're like, okay, we're not going to question anything. Do whatever you want. And
Yeah.
Scorsese's
Gonna
like,
make
okay.
money no matter what.
Yeah,
All right,
it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, yeah. It can literally be like Shit the movie where it's just Leo taking a shit and it would still make $1 billion. Okay, Matt, what is your number 12?
My number 12 is, oh, okay. This is an interesting one. Have either of you guys seen The Gift with Jason Bateman, starring
No.
Jason Bateman?
No.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I feel like I'm throwing you guys all these very kind of small scale thriller ones that are not as well known. So The Gift is one of those ones that I never get tired of. I could watch it anytime. It's always fascinating to me. So it's like very small scale. Um, Jason Bateman is the husband of I forget her name. She's a great actress. What's her
Rebecca
name?
Hall.
Yeah, Rebecca Hall.
Okay.
Yeah, Rebecca Hall. The two of them they just bought this beautiful place in upper scale Los Angeles, and they go to a mall and they're going to get like furniture and all this stuff. And then he runs into his old classmate from high school. I think Joel Edgerton.
Okay.
And Joel Edgerton wrote it, directed it, and plays this guy.
I haven't seen that tree movie he's in. What's that the one the what is that one Train Dreams?
Oh
The
yeah, I heard that was good
Yeah,
too.
I heard it was
He's,
great.
yeah, and
Yeah.
of course he's great in Gatsby too.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, no, he's great in everything. But so like he runs into this guy, and it's this very like again, I guess this is like a pattern that's emerging with my favorites. Like it's this very slow burn kind of, realistic kind of feel that turns into very awkward and then turns into something more genre heavy. So it's like he runs into this guy at the mall and it's like, oh, I don't remember you. And then it's like, oh yeah, we went to high school together, And it's this like that feeling you run into someone, you kind of recognize their face, but you don't remember, and then you're like, oh yeah, we knew each other way back in the day. And so this turns into the Joel Edgerton character like um continuing to want to be in contact with Jason Bateman and his wife, and like, oh, remember back when we were in high school, and like I'd love to invite you guys to a dinner and we could talk and catch up and blah blah blah. And like so it goes from this very like ordinary mundane, and part of what's so great about it too is like Jason Bateman is like I love him as an actor,
Yeah, he's
and he's
great.
very much playing
Teen Wolf
very,
too. Like
it's yeah, and for me, Arrested Development is so
and
funny.
Ozark.
Ozark is so
too.
good, but this was pre-Ozark,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
like
yeah.
it was in that vibe of like Arrested Development and Juno, like kind of in between,
Yeah.
where
Oh,
it's like
wow, I
he's
forgot he was.
still this kind of funny, awkward, this kind of like deadpan guy, and then he's in this like really dark kind of movie, and you're like, oh, I didn't expect him to be in that, like that, like to be in that kind of a role or that kind of a story, because you're like, oh, he's funny and he's deadpan and this and that, and he's still. But see, this is a casting thing for me. It's like he still has all of that. Like it's like
He does. He jumps in
he's
so easily.
he
Yeah.
jumps
Yeah.
in and he's funny, and there's moments in The Gift where I'm just laughing out loud because of his delivery of the dialogue. And it's not even like it's not a comedy whatsoever, but it's his delivery where I'm like, oh, it's so funny and it's so sarcastic and it's so
Yeah, it's
deadpan.
the sarcasm.
It's like, yeah, the sarcasm. And yet you're in this genre thing where it's like this buildup of this guy that you knew from high school turning into a stalker, and it's becoming something worrisome, and it's this slow build of anxiety, of like wait, why does this person I haven't talked to in 20 years, like why does he care, why does he want to keep coming back to my house, why does he want to invite me to dinner at his house, and it's like this awkwardness as like the awkwardness is sort of the bomb under the table, to use the Hitchcock thing. It's like the awkwardness of it just becomes the suspense of it, and it's like the why of it, like why is this so awkward, why is this so weird, it becomes the suspense, and then it slowly builds to like this mystery of the backstory between the two guys and like what happened with the two of them in high school. And I won't give away anything else from that, but I'll just say that it's
How's
like
it end? No, I'm just kidding.
I'll just say it's really a movie where it's like you could watch it multiple times, and you pick up on these little nuances that the first time you're watching it, you're just like, oh, okay, some guy, he sees some person who's obsessed with him and there's a stalker situation or whatever. And then you watch it multiple times and you're like, oh, there's so much more going on underneath with both of the characters, with Jason Bateman and with our, Joel Edgerton with the antagonist. Like
Yeah.
there's so much else going on beneath the surface of that. And the wife, it's like it makes you think about like the your own relationships in high school and like things that you regret and things that you've
Everything. No,
grown
no, just kidding.
yeah, it's like things you've grown up and things have changed and you're like, well, what if you're with someone all these years later and then you're proud to show them this version of you, like the adult version of you, and then the high school version of you comes back through the past in this way. So it's no, it's great, but I won't give away anything else. But it's from 2015, and like I recently rewatched it, and I was like, each moment just holds up so much. Just that slow build tension of
Yeah,
it. It's like it's really good.
that's awesome. That's awesome. Uh, my number 12 is, so again, this is another one of those like I didn't know which one to pick. Okay, like between the fucking director. So Steve
Yeah.
McQueen is a great director. He's one of
Yeah.
my favorite directors. So it was between Shame and 12 Years a Slave. And I picked 12
Ooh,
Years a Slave
nice.
because
Paul Dano.
yeah, Paul, because of Paul Dano. Yeah, there's a lot of
He's
Paul.
really good.
You're actually going to see a lot of Paul Dano up on my list, but
Run,
because
Dano, run,
I
Trigger.
I do, yeah, that's right, yeah, yeah. I do love Paul Dano, but not because of that scene. But but no, 12 Years a Slave was interesting for me because I didn't read the book before I saw it, and I usually do that when I find out that there's a movie coming out for a book. I usually read the book first,
Oh,
just to
interesting.
see, yeah, just to see like the correlation or the
Yeah.
constant or how well they did it adapting. And I didn't do that this time because I wanted to kind of go in blind, and I'm glad that I did go in blind because not because the book's not great. The book's good. I read it afterwards,
Yeah.
and the book holds up. But like some of the stuff that Steve McQueen put in there, because he's a black man, so
Yeah.
the some of the stuff he put in there about like slavery and the shit that they all went through, and kind of the
Yeah.
pain of the main character,
Yeah.
forgetting his name right now, getting pulled away from his family and everything. Um, and then like the only shitty part about that movie, and the part that I guess would have Shame would have edged out this one, was that like Brad Pitt was a producer and
Yeah.
he shows up in the movie and it sucked because it was like executive producer Brad Pitt or whatever, and then like he shows up and I was kind of like, it's kind of fucked up like for him to just like, it's
Just
not
out of
about
nowhere. Yeah.
you, like, you know
Yeah.
what I
Yeah.
mean, like because then the whole movie kind of became like him
Yeah.
doing
Yeah.
like the white savior thing, he was like, yeah,
That's the other part. Yeah,
yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah. It was
if he
kind
was a
of,
slave owner or something, it'd be one thing, but
yeah, no, he
like,
was
oh,
like,
this is my
yeah.
fantasy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm the kind white man who's helping everyone. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm the only kind white man in the South. But yeah, it was really weird. Yeah. But I love that movie because of what it was and how it did all this stuff. I did, but again, like it literally barely edged out Shame. And Shame, like I love fucking Fassbender. He's like one of my favorite dudes in on the planet. And the whole, have you seen Shame, both of you?
No, I haven't seen it.
Dude, dude, like you have to see Shame because like
You seen it?
yeah, it's the whole relationship between him and his sister, like is just like, oh, it's, yeah, I don't even want to go into it because I'm gonna spoil everything, but
Fuck that.
it's such a good fucking movie. And Hunger by Steve McQueen is another really good one that's got Fassbender in it. And there's a priest in it, the whole thing. It's also, I think it's also based on a book. I think he does a lot of shit based on a book, Steve McQueen does. But like everything I've seen by him has always been like pretty damn good. And I think he came out with a newer movie recently. I was just looking him up while I was talking to everybody, and yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen anything from him since 12 Years a Slave, really. But Shame
Yeah, Shame and 12 Years a Slave, classic Steve McQueen movies. And that's my number 12.
Awesome. I love that. And it's very fitting it came out in 2012.
That's
So
right.
it's like,
That's right. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
it's like
Yeah. That's it's all serendipitous.
Same
Uh
year as Django too. It's
the
like
I was
Django,
gonna
yeah,
say
yeah, all
I was
that.
gonna
Yeah,
say
quite
yeah.
the
that
same.
that and Django came out at the same time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. What is your number 11,
All right, number
Brian?
11, superhero movie.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm not a superhero guy.
Oh,
Yes, you are.
I know
You're a
what you're gonna say.
superhero.
I know what you're gonna say. Don't
I especially don't like Marvel.
Yeah.
And but you know, but I love Dark Knight, and I love another movie that's gonna show up on this list, and I love Incredibles, which didn't make it, but it's
Yeah,
right up
that's
there.
that's a good
Incredibles
that's
is
a
one
good
of the
one.
best super.
Yeah.
The movie is Deadpool, and
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Okay.
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 I was gonna guess Watchmen, but that's interesting. Yeah, I can see
um,
Deadpool for sure.
Deadpool is on my list. Once again, not a huge comic guy, definitely not a Marvel guy. I just love what Deadpool did for taking this. I mean, a lot of it is owed to the source material. I think what
Yeah.
such a
Yeah.
great movie is
Yeah.
how truthful they are to the source material. Just like
Hmm.
Yeah,
Watchmen, it's like
Yeah.
all you got to do is follow the dotted line, and you got to masturbate. In Deadpool's case, it's a
yes,
crazy,
Yeah, it's
random,
yeah.
but it's just such a perfect idea, and they did a perfect job of distilling it into the movie. I don't really like the second one. I love the
Yeah.
third one,
Yeah.
but the first one is just kind of a master. Like they in the way that they tell the story,
Yeah.
it's a bit more
yes,
nuanced and
yeah,
interesting than your run of the mill movie, and but to do that in a comedic way,
Yeah.
while keeping
yeah,
it dark
Mhm.
and just the storytelling just being this really engaging thing that it's in medias res, but there's like a purpose to
Yeah.
it. Feels
Yeah.
yeah,
sloppy
Yeah.
but intentional.
Yeah.
But what I really love just about the character of Deadpool and just this version of it, and just the whole thing is, to me, he's like the Toshiro Mifune character in Seven Samurai. How
Hmm.
nice,
drunk, he's an
Yeah.
ass,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
talks shit, he's really
Uh,
funny, he's stupid, he's just kind of an
yeah.
idiot, jerk, and yet when it's time to fight, he
He's
just
down. Yeah. Yeah.
he's the
Yeah.
guy. He
Yeah.
kicks
Yeah.
ass, and he rises to the occasion.
Yeah.
And that combination is the greatest. And just seeing Deadpool for the first time, I'm a huge Jim Carrey fan, and it felt like watching
yeah,
Ventura for the first time. In
Yeah.
Whereas Jim Carrey, he just does something funny every couple seconds but Deadpool, it was like there were jokes, and then there were nano jokes and micro jokes within like a 10-second period, and it's
Yeah.
just
yeah,
joke within a joke, and it's just so thought out, and they're all so good and nuanced
Yeah.
and unexpected and unexpectedly contemporary. And I think it's
Yeah.
like South Park, where because they don't show his mouth moving, they're able to ADR new jokes in later,
Yeah. Later. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
and so it's very current, and they were just making jokes about things that had just happened. And I just thought it was a pop culture version of Toshiro Mifune in Seven Samurai, and just I just think that's just one of the greatest things ever. And he's almost so popular that it's not even like fun to be a Deadpool fan.
Yeah.
It's just special to me because I'm not really a superhero guy.
Yeah.
I just love Deadpool as something else
Well,
entirely.
I yeah.
this is like I love that you brought this one into the foray because I was like I remember seeing the Deadpool, steering wheel,
Mhm.
the on your steering wheel in your car is like the Deadpool, the Deadpool image on the steering wheel, and I thought that was fantastic. And then also just like going to see Deadpool versus Wolverine with you. You and me saw this. Okay,
Very
so
drunk.
I got to give this as a for all of our fellow San Diego listeners out there. Rip, rest in peace, the Hillcrest Cinema in San Diego, landmark Hillcrest Cinema, which is no longer, which is so sad
Oh wow.
because we're so deprived of great, cinemas here in San
Yeah.
Diego.
We have a lot of AMC's though.
Yeah, fuck. We got a lot of AMC's, which is fine. We got some Regals,
Yeah,
but we do have digital gym cinema, which is amazing.
yeah,
Shout out.
digital gym rules. Yeah,
Yeah, they're great. But like we have a very few art house cinemas and like the Ken closed,
yeah, a long time ago.
the
Yeah.
last movie I saw at the Ken was Kurosawa's Dreams with my ex, and that
Yeah.
was amazing. It was
Did you go to
Scorsese.
the bathroom during that
It's,
too?
no, no, I did not go to the bathroom during Scorsese's Van Gogh scene. No, I did not.
Waited till
Um,
afterwards.
Yeah, he
no,
did
yes,
that.
exactly.
Yeah.
But me and Brian saw the Deadpool, versus Wolverine. We saw that at the Hillcrest, and that was really fun. And
So
and and I don't remember the last time laughing out loud that much in a movie theater as we were watching that, and it's like, and so like tying that all back to like the original Deadpool is like it's so special when a superhero movie that is like there's either two types of superhero movies and Deadpool is like something else, right? There's like either serious, dark, like really like taking it seriously superhero movies, which you'll see later on my list, or there's very funny like MCU goofy superhero movies, which I don't really get into that much. Like
middle, yeah,
it's
yeah,
just it's kind of just like silly or whatever. And there's no problem with that. It's just like it's not really my necessarily my jam so much. But then you have something like Deadpool where it's like
yeah.
it's funnier than all those funny ones, but it's also way more fucked up and violent and crazy, and you
And
got that
making fun of
combination
them.
of the two, and that's the sweet sauce, right?
I have a so Deadpool was one of the superhero movies that I actually haven't seen until recently. And it
Oh,
was yeah. I watched Deadpool versus Wolverine, but I had to watch the two previous ones before I watched that. And I was only interested in Deadpool versus Wolverine because of Hugh Jackman. I am not the biggest Ryan Reynolds fan, but it's because I think that he's kind of annoying to me. Like it feel to me, well, to me, it's like he's always sarcastic for just sarcasm's sake,
yeah,
and I don't like that about like as a human being. Like
yeah,
when
yeah,
when I hear him talk, he's like, "Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds." Like he's always saying something that has
Exactly.
to be like. And so I never watched those movies, and so then I watched the first Deadpool, like you're talking about, and I was instantly like, okay, this isn't as annoying as I thought it was going to be. And it was, he wasn't that bad. And he kind of like fit the character for that, the whole thing, which is good. And then I actually didn't mind the second one too much either. Like I thought that I didn't like it obviously as much as the first, or even as
Yeah,
much as Deadpool versus Wolverine. But
yeah.
it's not one that like I would say is the worst superhero movie. There's a lot of
No, no,
bad.
no. It's
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
hugely
It's
great.
serviceable,
Just
serviceable.
so there's it's so hard to get to as good as the first one
And
is.
another one with a Brad Pitt cameo. Now that we're talking
So great.
about
Oh yeah, so great.
it's so
Uh, and the thing is, Ryan Reynolds is in the comics. He's destined to play
yeah,
David
yeah,
in the
hmm
comics that he looks like Ryan Reynolds. So
yeah, yeah,
it just works out that he was. But I remember even on Wolverine X-Men Origins how they had
yeah.
Ryan
When he did, yeah, he fucked him up
first
with that.
time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They
They
fucked him
fucked it
up.
up. And then they get
Yeah,
all these great opportunities for jokes and the
yeah,
toys
yeah,
breaking the fourth wall and there's just something so intrinsic to him, whether it be Ryan Reynolds' understanding and his creative involvement or just the people who are writing it. They
yeah,
just know the character so well. They know what to do with it, and it's so adaptable. Like they're
yeah,
not just lifting jokes right out of the comics. They're taking the idea of it and applying
yeah.
it right
So
now.
Rob Liefeld, the guy that created Deadpool, I follow him on Twitter, I think it is. But I see him post often about like he's not a big fan of Marvel or any of those comic book companies because they fucked him over on rights and things like that. And so like he is tight with Ryan Reynolds and all that stuff. Like they've been good to him, but Marvel as a company hasn't given him
Okay.
like any of the money or any of that stuff. And it's the same with Alan Moore. We're going to talk about Watchmen later because that's up there for me. And so yeah. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And Alan Moore is I have like 55 of his books behind me. He's like my risen Christ. That's why I look like him. I literally model myself after him
Okay.
sometimes. Yeah, yeah. He's like my dude.
We'll
And
have to have
so
a whole episode for Watchmen.
yeah, and that'll be 10 hours and not 6 like this one. But no, but
I could put a pin in it whenever you guys
no,
want
I'm not. No, I'm
to,
no,
but
or no, I'm fine. The only people that are that would be upset about me doing this are in the other part of the house. But but no,
same here. I'm good. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, good, good, good.
We either do
Um,
it now or later.
that's
So
right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, now and later, like the candy. Um, but yeah, no, Deadpool. But Deadpool is a great movie. The first one, especially. But yeah, I've always found Ryan Reynolds annoying, and a lot of the stuff he's been annoying, like Van Wilder and all that shit. I wasn't a huge fan of his from the get go. So when I found out he was going to be Deadpool, I was like, eh. I mean, like, who else would they get? Yeah, like when you think about it, it's like, who else would be Deadpool? Like, there is nobody else. Like,
I mean, in the '90s with Jim Carrey, it would have
I
been
mean, it
cool.
would have been, yeah, but he was the
He was
mask. I
ahead of
mean,
his-
he already had his comic thing, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, it was, yeah, he already was the guy.
Were you a fan of the Deadpool comic before the movies, Robert, or were you kind of just like
Well,
discovering it through the
yeah,
movie?
no, I never really, so I'm a huge comic book, like I have read probably a billion of them. Uh, Deadpool was never one that I would like pick up out of enjoyment. It was usually I would pick it up out of like, oh, there's a continuation of an X-Men or an X Factor or an X, you know, or something, an X Force that I'd
Oh, so
have to like.
you were never crazy about the character.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't. But it wasn't because. But a lot of it had to do with like he was. So I don't know if you've ever seen any interviews with Rob Liefeld, the guy that created him. He is like the fourth wall breaking. He knows he's in a comic book, all that stuff like that. I like the nuance of. There's another character, which I'm sure we'll talk about later, who also is fourth wall breaking and knows that he's in a comic book, and that's the Joker, right? I like the nuance of the Joker. I don't like he Deadpool has no nuance at all. He's like, I'm in a fucking comic book. He. Like I just don't. And there was another character in fuck who it's in DC. He's like one of Superman's nemesis. This little like fairy dude. You
Oh,
know what I'm talking about?
Mixel
Yeah, Mixel He
Yeah.
also knows he's in a fucking comic book, right? And so, but again, that's no nuance there. Like I like nuance in a character that knows they're a comic book character, and that like that to me that offers kind of a mystique and an intrigue that you don't get with a character like Deadpool, who's like, I'm in a comic book. Look at me. He. This guy's an
Okay.
asshole. You know, whatever.
So what I'm curious about then
Yeah.
is
Go
you
ahead.
don't like Ryan Reynolds.
No, not a fan.
Weren't a big fan of Deadpool. How did you end up liking them? What was it about the movies that won you over in that?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, it was because it was like it was kind of like a perfect storm of what was the character, who was supposed to be the character. Like I said, Ryan Reynolds is still annoying to me. Like if he's in any other movie, I would not watch it. But if it was like Deadpool, like he's going to be in Endgame, everybody knows he's probably going to be in that, and or not Endgame, Doomsday. He's going to be in Doomsday,
Oh,
and
wow.
so yeah, and so him being in that's fine with me. Like I don't get. There's people online that are bitching about that. They're like, oh, they shouldn't have. It should be more realistic and all this stuff. I don't give a fuck about that. Like he is Deadpool. Like to me, Ryan Reynolds is Deadpool.
This is what
Do
it
I
is.
like the character outside of the movies? Not really. Do I like the movies? Yeah, the first one's great, the second one is serviceable, and the third one is awesome too. I like again, but it's all about it's the perfect kind of gelling of
Yeah.
those things, you know. And there's a bunch of different superhero movies that are like a lot of the MCU stuff for me is like that. There's characters I fucking do not like in a lot of these movies, but because of the people that are playing them or the kind of the supporting actors too,
Yeah.
all that stuff like helps me go like, okay, well now that character means something to me.
Yeah.
You know, yeah,
Yeah.
Deadpool, it's the script, it's
Yeah.
the needle drops.
the music,
Yeah.
yeah, music's
Yes.
great, yeah.
Feels like Deadpool just wrote and directed the movie himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, yeah,
Totally.
yeah.
And for
Well,
you,
I-
it sounds like they just made him feel important to you, right? Because before it just felt like he wasn't a thing, and they just it's almost like through the story they told and the narrative of the first one, it feels like they just made him.
It was
feel-
more, yeah, it was more real to me than it was before.
that
Yeah.
makes it even more brilliant. you
Yeah,
know?
Yeah. Well, honestly, it's like to me, I'm a big DC guy, right? So it's like Batman, Superman, like Wonder Woman, like the Flash, like the DC stuff is like my thing because that's what I grew up on. So I'm not like at all against Marvel. I'm not like, oh, Marvel, blah
I
blah blah, it
am.
sucks. But it's just like I don't.
Fuck Marvel. No,
This is
no.
not cinema.
But
But
Yeah.
like I just don't really get into it, and so like but so like it's interesting with like something like Deadpool where it's like I don't know anything. Like I'm going into it blind, where I go into Superman Returns, I go into the new James Gunn Superman, I go
Mhm.
into Batman v Superman, and all of this stuff. I go into it with a certain, like, I know the characters and I
Yeah.
know the world, and I'm like, oh, how are they going to do it, and are they going to live up to my high expectations and this and that, and like with Deadpool, it's like I don't know anything, like,
Yeah.
so I
Yeah.
go into it, I'm just like, I'm blind tasting, and I'm going into, and I'm like, and that's an interesting experience too, because I'm just like, oh wow, this is like giving me like laugh out loud comedy and subversion and violence and all these different things. And I didn't even know that was like linked to the
Part of it.
character. I'm
Yeah.
just like,
Yeah.
oh, this, I don't know what I'm going into. I'm just another superhero movie. And I'm
Mhm.
like, oh my God, like this is awesome,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
like the
Yeah.
Kill Bill of superhero
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. That's
yeah,
exactly what it is.
just
Yeah.
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 such
That's exactly what it is.
candy. Like
Yeah. Matt, what is your number 11?
My number 11
That's where we
is,
are. That's where we are. We're at
ooh,
11.
okay, number 11. Okay, this is gonna be fun. My David Fincher movie
Oh, well, yeah. All right. What is it?
was
I
there
feel
the hurdy-gurdy man came
Yes.
singing the songs of love.
we're gonna have
Yeah.
the same picture, but it's on all three of our
Zodiac
lists,
is my David Fincher movie.
Yeah.
right?
Um,
Yeah.
it's arguably, to me, uh, I am a huge David Fincher fan. Seven was the first movie I saw of his work. That was what got me invested in him as a director, and also the first Kevin Spacey movie I ever saw. And I think it was first Brad Pitt movie too.
Oh, really?
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, so it was a huge entry point to me for a
Mhm.
lot of different artists.
Mhm.
Um, and so if Seven was made now in the 21st century, that would be the number.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
But since it's 97, I think, yeah, I think it's 97. Um,
95 or 94
yeah,
even.
95 maybe. Yeah, 94. Like Zodiac would definitely be my Fincher one of the
Mhm.
century. I think I love Social Network. I love, I'm not even counting House of Cards because that's a show, but
Yeah.
if that was counted, House of Cards would be
Yeah.
would be it,
Yeah.
but I'm not counting that because it's a show, it's not a movie. But like in terms of films, Zodiac is Fincher's 21st century masterpiece. Like
Yeah.
that is um it's all of the dread and the horror and the creepiness and the serial killer fetishism of Seven, but taken into a realistic context of this is what really happened. This is the real world. And we're not going to shoot everything as film noir
Mhm.
and creepy, and we're going to shoot things just in broad daylight, like
Yeah.
the scene in the lake,
Mm-hmm.
like it was
Yeah.
one of the creepiest scenes,
How it went
just like,
down, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
like and the opening scene, which Tarantino actually said that was his his needle drop he wanted to do, that Fincher took from him before he could do it, which was hurdy-gurdy man. And it's funny he said that because I did not know that Tarantino felt that way. And I did like my own little, fun little 70s creepy horror thing with the students that I taught at a school called Price, where we did like a series of horror movie kind of shorts, like the kids did their own little shorts. And I put it in there. And I always thought Hurdy Gurdy Man was such a creepy kind of like vibe,
Yeah.
And I use it in my way, but it's like, yeah, once Fincher does it and he does it his way, it's like there's no way you could really like
Can't
you
top
could
it.
do that.
Yeah.
You can't top
Yeah.
that.
And he
Like
does it again
it's
at
like
the end.
at
And
the
it's
end when
Yeah.
they're yeah,
even more
it's like
horrifying.
yeah.
Yep.
And Fincher does this thing that I'm so interested in, and I guess that's like maybe a pattern that's emerging, and it's like I don't know. Maybe it's a subconscious thing that's now emerging as we're talking about it more. But it's like this idea of creeping dread. We're not starting it out as just like, oh, pure spectacle horror, but it's like creeping dread. And then it's like it's not resolved, or like
Yeah.
the resolution is ambiguous at best. And I think that that's what makes Zodiac so creepy because it's like I've dealt with situations in my own life that are not resolved where I'm like, I know this person is a psychopath, or I've dealt with something where I'm like, oh, this person, I think that they're really creepy and they're fucked up or whatever. Like I've dealt with these situations, but where it's like it's not resolved. It's not the Hollywood ending of like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm gonna prove that this person is this. And like that's what Zodiac is. It's like, oh, he knows or he thinks he knows, and then he's going in one direction, and then the basement scene is like to me one of the scariest scenes in all 21st century horror.
Yeah. Super creepy.
Nothing
Yeah.
scary, nothing overt happens. The guy doesn't try to kill him. There's
Yeah.
no, and it's only implication, and the implication is what makes it so scary. And then at the end, it's like, oh, maybe it was the guy we thought all along.
Yeah.
But even then, we don't
We
know.
don't
And,
know. We
and
don't
to
know.
this day, we don't know. And it's like,
And that's the truth. That's the true story.
and
Yeah.
I've read the book by Gray.
Yeah. Great. Grayson.
Whatever.
Yeah.
What's his name? The guy who wrote the book, who the character of Jake Gyllenhaal is based on.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've read the book and I've read those letters
Yeah.
to the press
The
and
Chronicle. Yeah.
the actual handwritten,
Hmm.
stuff. And it's like, this is terrifying.
Yeah.
And it's so, and that's the heart of the movie is those letters and the terror of that and the not knowing instead of
Yeah.
knowing who it is, just the not knowing, the mystery of that. And I can't think of many other movies where it's just like,
Really? No.
No.
I
Yeah.
can't
Yeah.
think of any where it's just like we don't know the killer's
Because they
identity.
can't, because
Yeah.
they're usually fictional, or even if they're about a serial killer, usually the serial killer gets caught.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just if you're writing a fiction, the studio is not going to want you to leave it open-ended. And if you're
Yes.
writing about a real serial killer, most of the times they do have an ending. So
Yeah.
it's
They
just
already got him.
very
Yeah.
it's this very special thing that doesn't happen usually in real life or in movies, and that's why this movie is so high up. This is number 5 on my list, somehow above, like,
Oh, cool. We both have it on the list. Hell yeah.
I think Robert has it on his list.
Yeah. It's number one for me, actually.
Oh,
That's
fuck
my number
yeah.
one.
Hell yeah.
That's my number one.
I swear I
Nice.
mean, honestly, like yeah, what you're saying, Matt, is the main appeal for me. It's that open-endedness. It's that that feeling of obsession and hopelessness, and it just goes nowhere. And
Yes.
it doesn't, and it takes its time to go nowhere. Just like in real life, it spans decades. This movie's
Yes.
so long, but it's
Yep.
well paced. It doesn't feel fast paced, like it feels slow while you're experiencing it, but you're experiencing the obsession with the characters
Yes.
where you're going down the same psychological rabbit hole that they are, and you're figuring it out. Oh, it is the guy, blah 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 blah. And
Yes.
it is just the killings are disturbing, but it really is that whole thing stretched out all the way, leading to this ending that is sad and confusing and just terrifying because uh I don't want to, I guess, spoil anything, but also
He doesn't get caught.
there's nothing really, but in terms of like the best parts of the movie, it's like I'll just say there's a scene where a near the end a guy goes into a store and looks at a guy in the face, and the guy stares back, and it's just,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
then the very last scene, we all know what happens there and where it leaves you, and it's just, what other movie ends like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything that even comes close it's nowhere near as well done or as creepy or as horrifying. And it's just that's just how life is. Even there's so many times in life, even when you're like, all right, I got it. I
Figured it out.
sealed this thing off. It's done.
Yeah.
We're good to go. A week later, you wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, fuck, what if this happened?
Yes. Yes.
And you're just
Yes.
never free from anything,
Yeah.
Yeah.
no matter how much you think you've done, it's
Yes.
It's
always a
not enough.
possibility
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
going to gnaw at you. And it's when
Yes.
you break free from that obsession and
Mhm.
hopelessness and despair, it is just such a unique thing that they captured. I would even say that even though Seven is like the one, that's the
Yeah.
movie you should put in like the film book.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
But
yeah.
like this is my favorite David Fincher movie, and I just
Yeah.
think about it and way more than Seven. And Seven is just so great, and it's more of the cinematography and just the dark nihilism of it
Yeah.
is just it's so iconic. But this is just in a personal way, I just feel so like obsessed with what this abstract feeling that they capture in this movie,
Yeah. Totally.
stretch it out for this long period of time
Totally.
to end it
It's
that way is
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
It's that personal, like you said, it's that personal thing.
yeah,
It's like
yeah,
I think we can watch Seven as like a pure movie, right? But Zodiac is like fellow obsessives like us. Like I think can really connect, I think that for me with the OCD thing, it's like you can like, and it sounds like for you too, Brian and Robert, maybe for you, it's like the unresolved aspect is what makes it so haunting, disturbing, interesting. It's
Still to this
like
day.
it's
Yeah.
yeah, it's like and it's like with OCD, like the thing is that it torments you with things that are not resolved, and you're like, oh, I have to fix this, I have to figure it out,
Yeah.
and it's stuff that you can't, like it's like
Yeah.
existential, like stuff you can't figure out.
Yeah.
And it's like, but how do you know that this didn't happen, or that you didn't do this thing wrong, or you didn't think this, or
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
or, or how do you know you're not contaminated, or this or that?
Yeah.
And you don't, right? It's like it's the nature of life, like you
Yeah.
don't know everything, and that's what makes Zodiac so haunting.
Mm.
Just there's no resolution.
Yeah. So the reason why it's number one for me is because when I was going into my master's program to write something, one of the first ideas I had was to write a book from the point of view of a detective that was searching for a serial killer who was never found. And in the margins of the
Oh yeah.
book, the serial killer would write like what he got wrong, what he was doing right, what he was doing. So it's kind of like the Zodiac toying with the
Yeah,
detective.
very
And
parallel.
yeah, so I watched the Zodiac movie a long time ago, and then I decided to rewatch it before I started writing this thing for my MFA program, and I watched the movie and I was like, fuck, like I'm not doing anything justice writing this because anything I do is not going to be as good as this, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But then I'm like, let me go deeper. So man, when I tell you that I spent the better part of maybe 11 months to a year obsessing, like you just said, over fucking the Zodiac Killer. I read everything by Gray Smith. I read everything by, I mean, every author that wrote about him wrote about the Zodiac Killer. And then I was like, I needed to find for my killer that I was going to create. I
Yeah.
needed to find what he was all about. And I was thinking about the Zodiac in line with, you're going to love this, Matt, with Saints, right? So I was like,
Nice.
oh, so it's like the guy kills people based on saints in
I love that. I
Catholicism,
love
right?
that.
Which
Yeah.
like, yeah, yeah. And it became a
Yeah.
whole thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, um,
what
but it
year
was
was that, Robert? When were you working on that?
2000, I want to say 17. Yeah, 2017. So like, yeah. So almost 10 years ago. And like, but I was so obsessed with it. And then, of course, like with Fincher, I could pick any movie that he did in the 20th century because, or the 21st century because, I'm a massive Nine Inch Nails fan, and so like Trent Reznor and Atticus
Yeah,
Ross
of course,
doing all the,
seven.
doing all the stuff. I mean, like fucking, I was like, I need, you know, Gone Girl was fucking great.
Oh, I
I
I've
love
not
Gone
seen it.
Girl.
oh, dude, you have to watch it.
The
What,
You
most
have
Brian?
to watch
embarrassing.
Gone
Brian,
Girl.
you have
You have
not
to
seen.
And here I am talking about Zodiac's my favorite Fincher movie.
Dude, you have to.
All right,
I mean,
Brian,
it's not going
Going
to
Brian,
there.
change that,
That's
Brian.
but
like
it's
top
Gone
two or
Girl through.
three.
Gone Girl is the only one that could come close to me in this
Yeah,
century.
it is. Yeah,
Like
it's pretty
in
damn
terms of
close. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
It's
it's
the most
yeah, it's
embarrassing
a
movie I have not seen,
yeah,
probably.
yeah. No, it's a good one. And the funny thing is that or not the funny thing, but I guess the best part about the Zodiac movie, Gone Girl, Social Network,
yeah,
Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I mean, everything that he's done is that you can watch those movies with him doing the commentary, and he
yeah,
tells you like every fucking small little detail that he can about everything he's done. And I love watching movies with him speaking in the background.
yeah. He's
Like it's
He's
just,
amazing.
yeah,
generous.
it's
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
you have to, yeah. I mean, if you watch Gone Girl, watch Gone Girl and then watch Gone Girl with his commentary because
yeah,
it'll like
amazing.
blow your mind out of the
So
back of your
good.
head. No,
Yeah.
it's amazing. But no, I love Fincher, and yeah, like you said, Seven is, yeah, probably the best thing he ever did. If you haven't watched the Alien 3 assembly cut, that's another good one. Even though
Oh, I didn't
people
like
talk about,
the
yeah,
original, whatever, but
the assembly cut's better, and
It's amazing.
because
Well,
Fincher was having a lot of him and 21st Century
yeah.
Fox were like,
Yeah,
or 20th Century
he
Fox,
was having all these issues, and then
yeah,
he got to do what he wanted with Seven, which was like the first director's cut thing
yeah.
he could really
he
do.
did, yeah, yeah, yeah,
But I will say, Fincher did something that uh, PTA did too, which is
Mhm.
in terms of casting a character, an actor, and a character archetype
Yeah,
that I saw in the future, and I think Brian, you did too, to a certain extent. Like, so Fincher casts Social Network, and he casts Jesse
Wow.
Eisenberg as
Yeah,
Mark
yeah, yeah,
Zuckerberg,
yeah, yeah.
and so when I saw that movie the first time, before anyone was thinking about this whatsoever, I was like, oh, wouldn't it be interesting if Jesse Eisenberg was fucking Lex Luthor? You
Yeah.
know, like that's interesting, like a very postmodern take on the character. And so we cut to 2016, we
Yeah.
got Batman versus Superman, which was on my list, by the way, but I had to exclude it because of the whole my
Because it's
ranting on
Superman
myself
and
about,
Batman.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like, but it was very high on the list actually, and it was like number four or something, or five. But Jesse Eisenberg's performance was, I think, was so good and very much maligned. Like a lot of people were like, "Oh, this isn't Lex Luthor. This is bullshit." Blah blah blah. I thought it was great because it's like that's who Lex Luthor would be nowadays, like in this iteration of, the tech bro kind of Lex Luthor. Like that's who he would be. And so I had thought about that way back when Fincher did it with Social Network, way before. And then also Joaquin Phoenix, when we saw him, and me and Brian saw him in The Master and 70 millimeter. I
Oh, I thought
remember,
you were going to say you saw him in real life.
like,
No,
no, I wish we saw him in real life. I
Like
wish
that's
we saw,
so good.
but we were watching The
Joaquin.
Master, and I remember distinctly the two of us nudging each other and going, Joker,
Oh, really?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, right. Very Joker type of moment. There was something in that movie where like, oh, he would be great as the Joker.
That's awesome. No, no, I was gonna say too, I forgot to say it while I was on my little spiel about what I wrote. But the other thing that David Fincher had a hand in was, like you said, House of Cards. But the other thing was,
My favorite.
shout out to my boy Holt McNally, is Mindhunter, right?
Oh, I love
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mindhunter,
Yeah.
dude.
So Mindhunter
So,
was
so
and that's
good.
connected to
So
Zodiac. I mean,
good.
that's connected to Zodiac because it's all about serial killers.
It's
I mean, it's just
it's the feel of Zodiac, but if you take that feeling and you spread it out across a series,
Killers
it's
that actually get
that
caught.
Yeah,
it's
those are the
like
ones that, well,
serial.
except for BTK. Oh, well, no, BTK got caught,
Ah,
but I mean, like at that
I'm
point,
so
he got
fucking
caught
mad that
later.
there's not a third season to
So the
actually show
season
him being
ends
caught.
before they catch
Like,
BTK.
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, because if they did a third season, we could see BTK being caught. And not only that, but like there's something that's so missed in that show that could have been so explored, which is like if it, I mean, in terms of the timeline, right? Like if they continued, was Ted Bundy. Like
yeah, yeah,
Ted
yeah.
Bundy being
Though
the
Zac Efron did a good job in that one
no, he
movie.
was amazing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Zac Efron was great in Extremely
Horrible, evil,
Evil.
or
Yeah,
wicked.
I
Yeah,
I recently rewatched that. It was so good.
yeah,
But that could have been explored so much in the
yeah,
Fincher lens
yeah.
because like Ted Bundy was actually the real life Hannibal Lecter in the sense that he was the one who gave them intellectual,
Yeah,
philosophical
yeah,
interviews
yeah.
that, and he was like, I'm gonna help you catch the Green River Killer,
And he was
which
the
is
Groover.
he's like it's like the Buffalo Bill thing, you know. He's like,
Yeah,
I'll help you catch the killer, but it's only for his own self-aggrandizement and his
yeah,
arrogance and his I still have this theory to this day of that in terms of like serial killers and their death sentences and all this
yeah.
stuff. It's like I think if Bundy was left alive, uh, on the one hand, I think that Bundy is like one of the most evil
Yeah,
serial killers, most evil people in terms of what he did and who
yeah,
he was. So I'm like, I don't have any pity for him. I'm not like, oh, I sympathize, I feel bad for him.
yeah,
But I do think, in terms of his usefulness to society with his intellect,
yeah.
if he was left alive, he could have actually helped with the capture of other serial killers. And I
He's the
think they
real
should have
life Hannibal.
he would have been the real life hound.
He would have been,
I
yeah,
have a book. I have a book. I have a book that is very fascinating. Where it's like this real life investigator actually wrote a book based on interviews with him, where the investigator was like, because Bundy was pretty much into the end, like
yeah,
pretty
yeah,
much until the end was like, I'm not gonna confess to anything, right? Like he
yeah,
was like really playing his cards close to his chest. And so the investigator was like, okay, I'm not saying you did anything bad, but if you talk in the third person about what someone in this mindset might be thinking, could you help me to capture people like this? And he's like, sure, I'll do it. And so the whole book, all of the interviews is like Bundy basically admitting to his crimes and to how he felt during them, but in third person. So he's like, well, someone in this mental state might be sexually aroused by, you know, the corpse, blah, 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 blah,
I'm
blah.
gonna do that
And
next
he's,
time I'm in trouble and they know it's. I'm gonna be
that's
like,
right.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
didn't
yeah,
do
it's
it.
I
like,
didn't do it,
But
but
if I
if
were
somebody
gonna do
did,
it,
yeah,
this is what somebody would do. If they
yes, that's what someone
how
might
they
do.
would do.
No, there's
I'll
actually
help you.
there's actually moments where I was laughing out loud because it's like the interviewer actually just kind of like, you know, assumes that it's like, okay, well, we all know the truth, right? So the
yeah,
interviewer
yeah,
is like, well, what did you think when the corpse was blah blah blah? And then Ted Bundy is so smart that he's just like, well, you're assuming that I'm talking about me, but I'm not talking about me. But if someone in this
yeah, that's right.
situation
Yeah,
thought,
yeah, yeah. Yeah, no,
and he
extremely
goes,
sharp. He was sharp. Yeah, he was super sharp. Yeah, but no, yeah, he was, and then Charles Manson, who everybody calls a serial killer, but
mass
yeah,
murderer,
he,
not
yeah, he
serial killer.
actually, I don't really think
He
he
did not
actually
kill
killed
anybody,
anybody. I don't think he killed anybody.
but he
Um,
convinced people to kill
he
people.
convinced
But
people to kill
yeah.
people, which I mean, the president does every day. So I don't know, like how he's not in jail,
I would
but
argue Charles Manson is more charismatic.
then oh yeah, then the president, yeah, for sure.
Didn't you say Charles Manson killed like one person?
He cut off the ear of one person. It was
Yeah.
it was
So he's as bad as Michael Madsen.
Reservoir
No,
Dogs moment.
yeah,
He was very Reservoir Dogs. He cut off the ear of this guy who they thought would provide them money, and he was like, he was like, well, we're gonna like torture this guy until he gives us money. And the guy didn't really have any money,
Yeah.
It's like it's kind of fruitless. But he comes in and he has a samurai sword and he cuts the guy's ear off.
Yeah.
And then he tells them like to keep torturing him and cut him up into pieces pretty much until he gives them money.
Yeah.
And the guy like
Hard to do when you're cut up in pieces, but
That's true.
well,
Yeah, yeah.
well, the guy had family connections that had money, but he didn't have any. And so, he's the stuntman guy we talked about, so he's like he doesn't really provide them with anything. It's all kind of like fruitless. So
Yeah.
like Manson's cut off his ear, then the other people start slowly stabbing him to death, and then like they finally cut him up and
Shorty Shay.
yeah, Shorty Shay. And it's like he doesn't really offer them anything, but then they try to frame it as Black Panthers related because they
Oh.
wanted to cut it. They wanted Manson wanted it to seem like
Blame
the
it on
murders.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
Sharon
yeah.
Tate
Yeah.
was
I
like,
remember reading about this. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, it's
yeah.
like so they're like writing piggies
Yeah. They talked about it in the Helter
getting the
Skelter book.
blood.
It was in the Helter
Yeah,
Skelter
like
book. Yeah, yeah.
That,
and it's
that's
like
why that's why Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was the one. You guys are talking about movies that you almost had to walk out of. I
Yeah.
I almost had to walk out of that. Kind of at the Brad
you
Pitt
knew
part
this
where Brad
history.
where Brad Pitt's on the ranch. I was like, well, the real stunt guy who went to the ranch got cut up
Got
into
fucked up. Yeah, yeah.
and
Yeah.
but really once it was they're coming up to the house and when especially when Leo is coming out and he's standing in front of the car, I'm like, the
Oh, I
real
was
guy
so
who stood,
nervous.
the real guy who stood in front of the car got fucking shot.
Yeah.
And it's just all this buildup and there was all this excitement about the movie for so long. And you see his hand on the gun and then you're just
Yeah.
like, oh my, there's so many details in that movie about him subverting history outside of the three
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
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 slaughtered. There's just so many other elements that I feel like I don't know, maybe some you take it for granted,
Have you?
but he really
Yeah.
subverts the whole, even with the Brad Pitt character. He really changes the whole.
Have you guys read the book Chaos?
I'm midway through that book right
Dude,
now, actually.
dude, that book.
It's insane.
is- yeah.
Tarantino said that was one of his favorite books
Yeah.
on the research of the Manson thing.
Yeah,
And
no,
like,
it's out of control, and part of the reason why it's out of control is that you see how convoluted the United States government is when it comes to these serial killers, and
Yeah.
and like their I guess auspice of like, oh, we can trust
yes,
that we can control these people. Like that's what it
Yes.
all it all
Yes.
turns into.
yes,
And but they feel the same way about us, right? About people
Yeah.
that have a brain. They're like, oh, we can control them.
yes,
And
totally.
unfortunately,
Yeah.
they do a lot of the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and that's the shitty
No,
part.
it's true.
Yeah.
It's the thing in Chaos that I'm really torn about is the depiction of Roman Polanski. I'm just
Yeah.
like, was he really that fucked up? Like
Yeah.
because
I mean,
like
yeah.
like
it was.
I mean like everything.
Yeah, he
everything-
was. No, no.
I mean, like I get it. Like it's like everything I've read about him. Like okay, like I get that. Like his origin story is very fucked up, and everything. Like where he came from, his family was in the Holocaust.
Yeah.
And all that stuff.
Yeah.
And but I always was just like, oh, I thought of him as just like he's a tormented artist who came from a fucked up background, and then something tragic happened, which was his wife, and then
And fucked him up even worse.
it fucked him up even worse.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
he's like,
And that's why you got to
and,
go
and then he got
fuck with
kind of like
kids.
off
Yeah.
the, he fell off the whatever. But like the way that it's depicted in Chaos is like, oh, was he like still fucked up? During
Well,
that
yeah, because
stuff?
he was,
Just,
yeah,
like,
because they painted as if he had a hand in the whole thing,
yeah,
which
yeah.
like he might have. No, he might have.
A lot of
Like,
evidence there? Like,
yeah, I mean, there is. They have like documents and shit. Like it's all there. But like again, who knows? We weren't. I always say that unless I see it with my own eyes, like see it with my own
Yeah,
eyes.
yeah.
I usually don't believe if somebody's, you know what I mean, saying the thing or whatever. especially if it has to do with something like that, like a big murder case or something.
Yeah,
It's like, oh yeah, this person did this, and there's documents about it. It's like, yeah,
right.
okay. Unless I saw, like, they called Charles Manson a murderer. It's like, unless I saw Manson stab somebody in front of me, I honestly wouldn't be like, I mean, yeah, he's a murderer, like
Yeah.
whatever. Um,
Well, yeah, for sure. It's like, when you watch like I've watched like any interview I can find on him,
yeah,
and
yeah, he's an
and
interesting cat. Yeah,
he's a
yeah,
very interesting guy, and it's
yeah.
like and he categorically denies, the
Doing
murder
anything. Yeah,
aspect
yeah,
of who
yeah,
he
yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But it's interesting because it's like so like I've always kind of come from it from that perspective of what you're saying, where I'm just like, well, I don't know him, like I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know who
Like
the
what
fuck he
like
is.
who
Yeah,
knows,
yeah,
right? Like,
yeah,
but at the same time, like it's interesting because he does kind of talk about certain things where you're like, well, maybe he did sanction it without
yeah,
like fully,
yeah. Well,
justifying.
but again, like we can't, like as a society, and I guess we're going to get philosophical
Yeah,
right now. As a society, we can't put blame on somebody for doing something that somebody that we put into power does all the time.
right,
Like we
exactly,
can't do that, like because
exactly,
that's
exactly.
hypocritical. Like on a societal level, it's
Well,
hypocritical.
Manson himself talks about that,
Yeah,
where he's
yeah,
like, he's like, well, like, what is your presidents,
yeah,
like
yeah,
said, given their approval, their
yeah, yeah,
sanction on, with their wars and this and that. And it's like, yeah, that's true. And it's like, you know, according to him, right?
yeah,
It's like,
yeah, yeah,
the only thing he said to them specifically, according to him,
yeah,
which is contradicted by some of what they say, but it's
yeah,
like, they're like, you know, we're plotting to do this thing,
yeah.
and he's like, okay, if you want to do it,
Do
cool,
it. Yeah, yeah,
do
yeah,
it, but make
yeah.
it witchy,
Yeah, but they make it seem like
you
he
know?
had like a fucking like a map drawn out of like Sharon Tate's
Right,
house,
right.
and he was like,
Yeah,
"You're gonna go here, you're gonna
yeah,
do
yeah, yeah,
this," and it's
yeah.
like, but he was really just like, whatever. But I mean, how many times in your own life have people come up to you and been like, "Oh, I'm gonna go do this thing," and you're like, "Cool, bro, go ahead and do it." Like you
Yeah,
just
yeah,
don't like. It's like,
yeah.
who gives a fuck?
Well, I mean,
Like,
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it's
Would that
it's
imply like would that
it's
implicate you in a crime?
it's it to
Like,
no, it's well, it's to me, it's interesting in terms of like the psychological aspect of that,
yeah,
right? It's like there's people that I personally detest in my life
yeah.
that personal,
I'm
people that
sorry for any wrong I ever did to you. No, just kidding.
no, there's I will not name names, but there's people that I absolutely detest, right? Like people I cannot stand that I have had my own encounters with in real life. And I would never wish anything terrible upon them. I'm just like I don't like them. They're terrible people. They've done terrible things to me, right? I'm like, but I would never wish anything terrible upon them, except for maybe like some sort of justice for what they've done to me, right? Um, and it's an interesting thought experiment to think like, okay, well, what if I had a cult of people that were following me and they licked the boots off of my spats. Like they loved everything that I said, right? So like I mentioned this person that I have
Don't like. Yeah,
dealt
yeah,
with, and I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I cannot fucking stand this person, blah blah blah. And they're like, cool, we're gonna go kill him, like,
Yeah.
and it's like, okay, well, that's interesting, right? So it's like from a
Would
moral
you would
standpoint.
you would you say that's interesting, or would you be like, "Hey, hold on, I didn't
No,
say
no,
all that." Like,
that's
because
the
if you say that's
moral.
interesting, I guess I'd be like, whatever, right?
That's the
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
moral standpoint, right? It's
yeah,
like for me personally, right? Like it's like I know my own ethics. I would be like, no,
yeah,
this person I don't like them. They're a terrible person for this and that. But no, do not go and do this thing, right?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
it's
yeah,
like they will get their comeuppance, from God or whatever.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
but we don't need to do this thing,
Mhm.
like they will figure it out on their own,
But
like that's
even if
not
you
that.
were, if you let them go do it, that's still different from chopping a dude's ear off with a samurai sword.
That's true.
All
That
right,
is
cut
true.
into pieces,
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Well,
pieces.
that's a big difference in that Manson wants, I think, people to believe that it's like the version I was just saying, right? Which is
Right.
like, oh, I don't like certain people, but it's up to you to do what you do, right? And so that's Manson's story of it. But it's like, but no, like it's not that innocent because we know he went in, he chopped this dude's ear off, and we know he was actually there on the second night of the murders,
Yeah.
and he was actually there tying the people up, in the second night. And he was like, there's evidence to show you that, where he's like, he was there and he's just like, convincing the people that second night. He's like, I'm not going to do anything to hurt you. Everything's fine. I'm going to keep you calm. And then he sends his people in and he's like, do it, and they
Yeah.
killed it. So like, it's very complicit, it's not the version he wants you to believe, right? But the version he wants you to believe is enticing because I think we all can engage and connect with it. So I think that's part of why he's this pop culture ephemeral kind of
Icon.
character.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like I think that there's a version of him that he wants us to believe that may not be true, but it's the version that I think we can connect to, which is like, oh, I didn't do anything, but yeah, there's people that I hate. And
Yeah.
like if people love me, want to go and fuck up those people, then that's cool,
Yeah.
like whatever, I didn't do shit. And so I think that that's like why we can connect to him because he does present that version of himself, even if it's not the actual truth. But I think the truth lies somewhere between that version of him who is not complicit, and there's the version of him that is the ultra mastermind evil Joker villain that plans everything. And I don't think he's that either. I think he's somewhere in between.
Yeah, he seems a little too goofy to be that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
One
goofball.
last thing about Zodiac before about the ambiguity and the creepiness, because
Yeah.
there is one other thing. I mean, I haven't read too much and looked too much into it, but there is one other thing that captures the feeling of the Zodiac movie, and it's the Zodiac Netflix series from like 2 years ago. Did
I
you
haven't
guys?
seen it.
Well,
I haven't
this is
seen
the
it.
Zodiac speaking.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you guys know what's in it though. I forget exactly what information is given, but there is a videotape. So Zodiac is the movie is all about Arthur Lee Allen and
Mhm.
he's prime
Yeah.
suspect. We think it's him, and then it's not him, and then maybe it is. And this is the Zodiac speaking. Nowadays it feels like, okay, it definitely wasn't Arthur Lee Allen. We're beyond that. There's all these other suspects. We're gonna figure it out. Blah blah blah. But this is the Zodiac speaking. There's this interview with Arthur Lee Allen, and once again, I forget exactly what it is, but there's this long interview, like right before he died, and I forget how incriminating it is. I forget if the majority of the interview is he's really being weird and suspicious, and it ends with this feeling that it's him, or he's really just saying no to everything, no, no, no. But he does kind of leave this manifesto at the end. I forget if it's verbal or written. He left. I think he leaves these documents out, and there's all this stuff. And I think there's this video. Maybe he was recording himself with the camera, and then
Oh, interesting.
Mm.
but and then at the very end, he filmed. It's like a still image that he got with the video camera, and he filmed his own ass, and it says "The Living End" on his
What?
ass.
Oh my God, that's
I think
amazing.
he died like shortly after that, and that's what we're left with.
What? Well, what is this called again?
This is the Zodiac speaking.
This is the Zodiac
It's on
speaking.
Netflix. It's like a 3 or 4 part like miniseries.
I'm so
But
gonna watch that.
it once again, just like the movie, it gets your hopes up and gets you the gears turning about an answer, and you get so close, and it's the same guy, and
Wow.
you see this, and you're just like, what the fuck do I do with that?
It's
Is this just some
amazing.
crazy guy,
It's
or
amazing.
or is this a ha ha ha, I got ya, like?
Yeah.
But it's a haunting image, and it's gross and it's weird, and I forget all the context around it, but that's what how it ends. That's what we're left
I'm
with.
so
Yeah.
stoked to
That's
see
a good one. That sounds
Wrote the
cool.
living
Really
end
amazing.
on his ass and show. So even if he's not the Zodiac, this guy is a fucking psychopath, and what the fuck is
Yeah.
his
He's
story?
like,
Yeah,
what the
yeah.
fuck?
What other things did he do that we don't know
Yeah.
about, even if
No,
he is the Zodiac, you know?
Yeah.
that's
And,
amazing.
and one
But I was
last
just
thing. Yeah.
wondering,
No, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
no, I was just gonna say, if either of you guys read the Graysmith book.
Yeah. That's what I read it when I was,
Yeah.
studying the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, just seeing the
The
handwriting.
handwriting. Yeah.
Yeah, like
It's
the
all,
letter.
yeah.
It feels
Goodbye.
Yeah. It's,
yeah, oh no, it's terrifying.
yeah.
It feels very jokery, you
Yeah.
know,
I
like
actually, so I told you I wrote that, I was writing that thing where I had the serial killer writing in the, margins of the detective story.
yeah.
I actually made the Zodiac's font. I made his like handwriting as a font, and then
Oh, nice.
and
Hell
I
yeah.
made that the handwriting inside
I
the
love it.
margins. But I was going to say one last thing about Manson is that my mentor during my MFA program, Harold Jaffe, who has since passed on, he um, he actually corresponded with Manson in jail.
No
And
way.
yeah. And so he wrote a book about him called Coyote Jesus, I think. It's out there on Amazon.
I heard about this one. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he fucking he was he didn't love Manson because of the murder shit or anything. He said he loved Manson because he shook his ass at the world and laughed. That's a quote from Hal
He,
Jaffe.
like,
That's literally
literally
what he
did.
said. Yeah. He literally said, so when you said the ass thing, I was like, oh, that's
I love
Charles
that.
Manson. That's what Hal thought about Charles Manson.
And Gacy's last words being "kiss my
It's
ass."
my
Just like, yeah, it's very, there's a lot of ass stuff and serial killer stuff. All right. So my number 11, we're, get- we're counting down still. My number 11 is Parasite.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, dude.
That's,
That is my number 9.
oh, okay,
That's,
cool. So look at that. We're snowballing here.
that's amazing. That's
Yeah, no,
amazing.
so yeah, Parasite was one that I never really thought about capitalism in that way until I watched that film. And then I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Like there are people that are like, even though my whole life has basically been versions of that. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I grew up on welfare. My mom we were on welfare and food stamps and shit my whole childhood. And then I was in foster care system. And then, I was a lowly paid fucking security guard most of my
Yeah.
life before I became a teacher and everything. So like I've seen the trajectory of my bank account go from like nothing to finally a little bit. But even when I have that little bit, I'm still broke, right? It's
Yeah.
like I'm still fucking broke.
Agreed.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so it's all like watching that film and thinking about like how I guess that's one of those movies that like when you watch a foreign film and you think like, wow, we're not dissimilar at all.
Yeah.
Like our
Yeah.
people, like we might be culturally all fucked up and everything, but when it comes to money and like the
We're
pursuit,
all the
we're all the
same.
fucking same. We're
Yeah.
all screwed. And there's only like 1% of us that can watch that movie and go like, I don't know what the big problem is. You know what I mean? Like or whatever.
Yeah,
So
dude.
that's
Yeah.
like, yeah. But most foreign films, when you watch them, you go like, fuck, man, like, wow, I'm learning something new about the culture. You learn nothing new about culture at all when you watch Parasite
Yeah.
because you're like, oh, that's America. Like literally that's
Yeah.
America. And then people in England, oh, that's England. It's like anybody that watches that film, they think that. And I think Bon Joon-ho, right? The guy
Yeah.
that did it,
Yeah.
he's done a bunch of great movies, obviously, right? Okay. The Host, right? He did The
Yeah.
Host, which was
Yeah.
fucking great. I mean, a lot of his movies have been great, but Parasite I felt was like that was his closest to perfect movie that I've
Yeah.
seen from him so
Yeah.
far.
Totally.
And when he won all the Oscars, I was like, no
God
shit.
bless.
No
God
shit. No shit, right?
Because
No shit.
that was such a great year for movies.
It
It's like
was. Yeah.
Once Upon a Time in
2019. What a year.
Hollywood,
Mhm.
The Irishman,
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
so just so many great movies. And I remember in Uncut Gems, which
Yeah.
did the Oscars. I
Yeah.
really wanted that to win
Yeah.
more. Uh,
Yeah.
but then I was like, fuck, how do I feel? Because I wasn't like 100% on anything,
Mhm.
even though they were so. But when I saw Parasite, it was kind of like, oh shit, and I was like, not only in such a great year, it somehow just easily ascended above everything else.
Mhm.
It at least for a long time, it to me it felt like the movie of the decade. I
Yeah,
was
no, it was. Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
was like,
Mhm.
there's just something about this. This is so perfect. Now there is something about it where I haven't really thought about it that much since then. Like I saw it once, and then they
Yeah,
released it again in black and white, and I saw
yeah.
it in theaters in black and white for some
Yeah.
reason.
Mhm.
And I just remember thinking, this is so great. Bong Joon-ho is like Steven Spielberg in terms of
Yeah.
his visuals,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
so emotional, and he just gets right to the emotion, and he can make every shot interesting, and the sequence of shots,
yeah, yeah.
the storyboarding is just exquisite. But he also does interesting things, like even in Host, I forget, there's a scene early in the movie where the monster is chasing a guy, and I
Mhm.
forget if the monster gets stuck on like a flag or the
Yeah,
guy
yeah,
has it.
yeah. Is
But
it?
like there's a scene where it's like chasing someone behind a wall, and all you see is the wall, and you see the flag sticking up going like this, and
Yeah.
that's the shot, and it lasts for a while, and you're just like, who does that? And it
Nobody. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
and
Nobody.
stuff like that is so interesting. And but on top of that, it's you have this movie that there's just all this heart and personality, and you just
Hmm.
love the
Yes.
character, like
Yeah.
if Steven Spielberg, like E.T., where it's just
Yeah.
like E.T. but with like extreme like horror or extreme like,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially
where
the ending. Yeah,
he
yeah,
just
for
gets
sure.
right to the heart of those characters. Like, you just care
Yeah.
about them,
Hmm.
and you care about the characters, and it's just shot so well, and it just builds to this thing. And then Parasite, it's great from the beginning, but it just gets bigger and better than you'd ever expect as it goes
Yeah.
on, and then it becomes this allegory, and then it gets a little too on the nose when he says like, oh, my phone is like a nuclear bomb, and if I send
Yeah,
this
yeah.
that was a little too much, but I still like appreciated it
Hmm.
as a whole. But it just get and then the guy hidden in the room, it just gets more
Yeah,
and more
yeah,
fucked up,
Yeah.
and then it just leads to this finale. It's kind of like There Will Be Blood, where there's just this
yeah,
Yeah.
climactic payout, and you're just kind of like, this is very earned, and this is
yeah,
very right, and it
Yes.
feels like it's about as big as it can go. And it's very similar in the way to Host. I think there's a lot of similarities to Host. They just feel like very similar movies, but they're both great in that way. It's just very human story, and these characters, and you're just rooting for the characters to
yeah,
survive.
yeah,
Yes, totally.
yeah,
No, that's yeah, it was like it was such a I need to go back and revisit it again because it was I remember seeing it in the on the big screen. I think it was like Hillcrest Theater. I remember seeing the big screen as it was unfolding and just
yeah.
like it was like what a year for cinema,
No,
you know,
movies,
like
man. Yeah.
2019 that was
Hmm.
like, you know, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which is as you'll see very much on my list. But spoiler alert, there was a Joker, there was Irishman, like
Yeah,
what a year that was, you know, The Lighthouse, you know, it was like a
Oh
crazy
yeah,
year in
it
terms
was
of
yeah.
cinema.
yeah.
And it was right before everything was just like
Shut down. Yeah, yeah. Everything went
down,
to
you
shit.
know, and
Yeah,
it was like, and I just like what Brian said. It's like it really just kind of like sucked you into its world in this way that where you're just kind of like you think you're watching this type of movie, and then it becomes this other genre kind of thing, and all of a sudden it's like a class struggle drama, and then it's like kind of a horror, and it's like a thriller.
yeah,
And the other thing too is like I have his book on his storyboards, you know,
yeah.
and
Oh
that's
yeah.
really cool. Like just to see like
How he does it.
it's
And that's
Yeah,
yeah,
like the storyboard movie. Like if you're gonna look at storyboards
yes,
for like one movie, like that's like
that's
it's a
yeah,
recent
it's
movie.
like
Like that's like it's just
you just see it all right there, and it's like it's all very structured, very planned out, very specific, you know,
and
and
it's so funny. Like when he finds the thing
yeah,
in the trash, and
yeah,
he like, oh no, like the
yeah,
comedy of it is it's so funny, and that makes you care about the characters more, and that makes the
yes,
tension greater.
yes,
And it's yeah.
yes, totally. The movement of the camera, the blocking of it, it's like everything about it, and also the fact that it's a movie that probably, you know, because it won these Oscars and stuff, it's like people can be like, oh, it's so serious and this class war thing and this and that, but it's actually really funny. And
yeah,
it's like, I think a lot of people don't think about it. It's like that it's a really funny movie and also that it's got nuance in terms of the class war thing, you know, like it would be very easy for him to just be like, oh, rich people are evil, poor people are good, you know?
Yeah.
Like that
Oh
could be
yeah,
the
yeah.
easy narrative, but it's not that. It's like the you know, the good people are flawed and they take advantage of the rich people and they do bad things, and the rich people have their good sides too. So it's like he actually like makes you question things in terms of just like the rich versus poor, which is like I think a lot of the issue with this whole subgenre of like the eat the rich thing is just like, oh, okay, rich people are evil, good people are poor, like blah, 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 you know. And it's like, no, he doesn't do that. Like he
No.
doesn't make it easy. He makes you root for both sides and actually see the bad and the good of both of them, you know?
Well, and like Host, right? You'd
Yeah.
think that that is kind of a weird movie when it
Yeah.
comes to like reality, right? You're like, oh,
Yeah.
this is like a kaiju or whatever, and it's like
Yeah.
attacking everybody, right? Capitalism is the kaiju in Parasite.
Yeah.
Okay, it is the
Totally.
thing that is
Yeah.
attacking the people and killing them and creating, you know, this whole thing.
Yeah.
That's
It almost feels like a remake. I feel like
it's
maybe
a
maybe
remake of Host.
Yeah.
maybe I'm imagining this, but
No, no, no. You're probably right.
I
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
like both movies have the families get displaced
yeah.
and
Hmm.
shelter,
Yeah, yeah,
and it's the same male actor in the
yeah. It
lead.
is. Yeah, yeah. It's that
So
guy.
many similar. It almost feels like a remake. Um, yeah, it's so similar, but and Host is a great monster movie. Parasite's a great movie about society,
Yeah,
and The Patriot it is not because it's nuanced. The good quote unquote and the bad. And everyone's kind of black and white. It's um. Well, I mean, I guess they all meet in a gray area where
yeah.
some of them do good stuff. They all do good and bad things. It's believable. So, freaking masterpiece. Love it.
It is. It is. All right. Now we're in the top 10.
Top 10.
Brian, what's
Okay.
your number 10?
All right.
Oh.
So on the subject of serial killers, this movie is weird being on this list because it feels like it's not from this era. It feels like it's from another era. American Psycho.
Oh, yeah.
That's oh
I
And because of
dude,
that, it's
yeah.
dude, that's my number six. Okay, so
Yeah.
we're gonna have to talk this out. Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
so American Psycho, it feels like it's from another time. I almost feel bad because I honestly like day to day I probably like some of these other movies I mentioned already, maybe a little bit more. Like American Psycho is more like when I was younger, but it's just such a classic. It's so iconic and it's just so ingrained in society and culture and me. It's just always been one of my favorite movies. um I love it as a horror movie, I love it as a serial killer movie, I love it as a social satire,
Yes.
but my favorite element is the end of the movie when the characters around him start to call his reality into question, and the frustration he feels. Christian Bale is amazing in
Yeah.
it.
His
Number
best
one.
performance,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think.
One of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
best performances ever to me. And the frustration he gets when the people are telling him what he's experienced isn't real is one of the greatest things
Hmm.
in a movie to me. And the way they film it and the way they go about it, the way they show it in the movie is very simple, and it doesn't need to be anything else. It just is what it is, and it's just perfect and just very haunting. And the ending is what makes it just truly great to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
But it's just a great, yeah, it's a great satire. It's a great horror movie.
So this is another movie that you have to watch with the commentary because the
Yes.
commentary
I love the
from the
commentary.
directors, the director and the writer of I mean, just everything is great.
Mary
Bret
Harron.
Easton Ellis, obviously, like, he might not like me very much, but I do consider this movie also a great film. It's not on my list, but yeah, I love Christian Bale in it. He's amazing. I love Justin Trudeau in this. I mean, he's fucking amazing in it. He's amazing in everything, though. I can't really, if you haven't seen
Leftovers on HBO. That was have you seen Leftovers? The show
No.
he was oh dude, fucking dude, you gotta watch Leftovers. That will dude. Okay. Leftovers. And also the Mosquito Coast remake that they did for Apple TV. That one is also amazing. So
All right, well, selling point for Matt is The Leftovers made by Damon Lindelof.
yeah, Lindelof did it. Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. No, it's
Watchmen.
killer. It's killer. Yeah, he did Watchmen and all that.
No,
But
that's
yeah,
a-
so I love American Psycho. It is really good. Go ahead, Matt, since it's on your list.
Okay, so it's my number six. So
Six six six.
yeah, so yeah, 666. So we're skipping ahead a little bit for me, but yeah, for everything that Brian and Robert, everything you guys just said, actually, American Psycho was the first movie that I saw that way before I read the book, right? Like it was the first because the book is its own entity, it's a separate thing. So like the first movie I saw that I can remember that vindicated my style for what I wanted to do is in particularly with the movie Morte, which we've, discussed that we're all a part of here. Um, this movie was kicking around in my head since like 2003 or something, so like the character was there and the story and all this, but I always was like, I want to do a serial killer story, but it's not a typical serial killer narrative, I want to do a dark comedy and it's all from the serial killer's perspective pretty much, and it's like this absurd slice of life lunacy, of like the mundane that the serial killer is living in versus like his life as a serial killer. So that was always there in my head. And I had no idea about American Psycho.
Yeah.
And then I saw American Psycho.
And you're like, this is it.
Actually, yeah, I think Brian, I think it was you who recommended it to me because I was like,
Really?
yeah, I think so.
Sworn
I
you
think
had
so.
already seen
No,
it.
I think it was you because I think we were talking about how we loved Christian Bale and we loved him in Batman Begins and blah blah blah.
Like
And
you've
I
seen him
think
as Batman, but what about Bateman?
yes, I think you said
Bateman.
that to me. You were like, "What
Playboy
about
by
Bateman?
day.
What about Bateman?" And I think I went to Blockbuster or Hollywood Video and I got the American Psycho. I rented that and then I watched it and I watched it with my mom and uh, and I
Whatever.
was like, I knew she liked dark, disturbing, fucked up stuff, but like, I was like, this is, according to Brian, like really fucked up. Like, but I was like, but I think it's gonna be good. And she watched it with me, and she loved it, and she was laughing, and we were both laughing, as we were watching it. And I was like, this is what I want from Morte. I was like, this is the feeling I want. You can watch something really dark, really fucked up, but you can be laughing as you watch it and I had never seen anything that quite did it the way that I had it in my head, and until that movie. And so I was like, this is it, this is the template. And then we showed our buddy Vinny, who it was our high school friend who had known about Morte for all these years, and he was like, Matt, you had to have watched this movie before. Yeah, and he was like, "This is obviously one of your influences," and I was like, "No, like I saw it after I thought of this, but it
That's crazy.
reinforced why the influence was there, And he was like, "Oh my God, this is it, like this is the precursor, And so that was like a huge thing for me. It was just like realizing sometimes you get inspiration from something you see, and then other times you already have an inspiration and you see something that reinforces like, yeah, I'm on the right path. Like,
Yeah.
this is it. And that was that, I was like, oh my God, this is it. Like this is the feeling I want. And Christian Bale's performance,
Oh,
the music, and
amazing. Oh yeah, the music.
everything.
Fucking
And yeah,
Huey Lewis in the News, man.
Huey Lewis. I didn't know who they were until I watched that movie, and I was
What?
like, no, I was like,
You never watched Back to the Future before that movie?
No, no,
What?
I never did before that movie. I was
Damn.
no, I never saw Back to the Future before that movie, but
Have
I
you
was
seen
like,
Back to the Future now?
of course, yeah,
Okay.
nowadays.
By
Well,
the
so
way,
Outside.
did you guys know What Lies Beneath is Robert Zemeckis?
yes,
Zemeckis? Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, Robert Zemeckis.
Zemeckis,
Weird.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't see how that tracks, but anyway.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
No, it's crazy. It's Zemeckis, like, but yeah, I was just like, oh my God, this is like everything I kind of want to do in a movie, you know? Like I was like the humor, the dark comedy, the fucked upness, the violence, the social satire, everything that I kind of want to do. Like this is
yeah.
that,
You know what the crazy part about that movie is too, and I think about it often, is that so Bret Easton Ellis is gay, right?
Yes.
And the
And
screenplay is
Patrick Bateman is so
yeah,
homophobic.
yeah, and the screenplay is written by a woman, and the movie is directed by a woman. And
Yes.
it's like, but you can't tell that watching the film. Like you watch the film and
No.
you think like, oh, this is the most like misogynist piece of
So
shit dude in
no,
the world,
exactly.
like
And
whatever.
that's
So
exactly
no, no,
why
no, no.
she's able to.
So
Yeah, and that's
Okay, I had the unique experience of watching the film, loving it, going back, reading the book,
yeah,
and then going back and rewatching the movie multiple times. And it's fascinating because if anyone reads the book, it's like 20 times more violent than the
oh
movie.
yeah,
But
way
it
worse.
also doesn't
Like
have any shape, like
it's
and that's not a bad thing.
No,
It's just immersed into
it's a
psychotic.
it's just yeah,
it's like you're reading a diary of a madman. Like you're
Yeah,
yeah,
really
yeah.
reading Patrick Bateman's
Ozzy.
diary.
No, that's-
Yeah, it's like
it's like Naked
exactly.
Lunch. It's
It's
like
like
Naked Lunch. You're just like, how did you make this into a movie? But they made it. They
yeah,
took
they
exactly
turned it
what
into a
yeah,
film.
they turned it
And
into a very good
yeah.
movie.
And I will say the novel is my favorite novel of all time,
yes,
because it's so, to me, the funniest thing I've ever read, and to most people it's probably the most disturbing thing. So that says a lot about me. But it's like at the time when the book came out, it was like so disturbing, and people were like banning it, right?
yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah,
women's groups were like burning their bras and shit, like banning.
yeah,
And to me, reading it, I'm like, this is the funniest fucking thing I've ever read because it's so extreme and because Bret Easton Ellis is just like, I don't give a fuck. Like he's like, I don't care. Like this is the character's point of view, right?
yeah,
So he can have a chapter where it's like Patrick Bateman, is stabbing a girl through her wrists with like a drill, whatever that's called, a
Putting a
drill.
rat like it's
Yeah, like, and he's putting like cheese up her vagina, and a
yeah.
rat is crawling up,
Rolling up it, yeah, yeah,
and
didn't make it into the movie.
he's like smoking cigars in front of her in the book, and he's like, I still smoke Cuban cigars. Look at how cool I am. You don't remember this, right? And she's like, the rat's like crawling up her ass, and he's like cutting her like head off as the
yeah,
rat. Like it's the most disgusting fucking shit ever. But it's so funny because it's just like it's so over the top and
yeah,
so satirical and absurd that you're like, I can't even take it seriously because it's so ridiculous, right? And Bret Easton Ellis is coming from that place of like, this is cartoonish,
yeah.
like, and
And then a
satirical and
whole
crazy.
chapter on Huey Lewis and the
Huey
News.
Lewis, yeah,
That's
whole
right.
chapter. I'm gonna
Yeah,
do this.
Mariah
I'm gonna do a
Carey.
whole chapter on Whitney Houston. I'm gonna do
yeah.
a whole
Phil
chapter
Collins. Yeah,
on Phil Collins.
yeah,
And the movie is just like, okay, and that's what makes it so interesting too, is it's just like the book is the non-mainstream version of the story, which is the most extreme, going on all these like tangents of a psychopath, like, version. And the movie is like, okay, well, let's take all that and tame it down so that people can actually enjoy watching it, right? So they're like, let's actually kind of tame it down and cut some of this stuff
But they give it shape too.
and
They give it
shape
Yeah.
it
form, and
into
it's
like a
a
narrative.
movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like, and we make it into a narrative, and it's like,
Yeah.
and so it's like I saw the movie, and I never read the book, and I was like, oh, this is so interesting, this is crazy, this is everything I want to do. And then I read the book, and I was like, oh my God, like this is so fucked up. What the fuck? And then we made Morte, and I was like, I want to find a balance between the two. Like I want to make something that is palatable enough and streamlined enough that you can watch it and enjoy it, you know, but at the same time, I want to make something that's really abstract and like
Yeah.
obscure and like, what am I watching? You know, like, is this in his head? Is it not? And so I wanted to find that balance between the book and the film. And so that inspiration was a big thing, I think, to me. And I think also like a big turning point for me in terms of the serial killer, like first person narrative,
Yeah.
like, to see from their perspective, from their head. I think if I hadn't seen American Psycho, I may not have been primed for Dexter, which
Yeah.
is my favorite,
Another one.
like my top five favorite series of all time,
It's
you
a
know?
great one.
Yeah.
Have you seen Nip Tuck?
Oh, I need to watch more of Nip
Dude,
Tuck.
you need to watch
I've
Nip Tuck,
seen
man.
some of the early episodes,
So
and
that's what got me into serialized TV, basically, is that
really,
yeah, dude, I watched Nip Tuck, and I saw a trailer for the second season. I remember I was at a buddy's house and I saw a trailer on his TV. He was watching FX, and I said, wow, that looks interesting. I should watch so I watched the first episode of the second season without seeing anything else from the first, because
wow,
DVDs and shit weren't really a thing back
wow, it's
then,
a
you know,
new
whatever.
thing,
Yeah, it
yeah.
was a brand new deal. And so like I watched that first episode live on FX, and I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. And there's serial killers in that. There's all kinds of shit in that
Oh,
show.
I
Yeah,
did
you
not
haven't
know
gotten to
that.
that. Yeah, you haven't
Good.
gotten
I
to that.
didn't.
Okay,
Dude, it's
I
so
had no
good.
idea.
Nip Tuck
I
is
had
one
no
of the
idea.
greatest
That's
series.
okay.
Yeah.
Nip Tuck's then added to my list.
Yeah, you got to add it to your
I
list.
will.
Plastic
The
surgeons and serial killers.
That's
Oh,
right. No,
Yeah,
it's a
I had
killer.
no,
Yeah,
yeah, I
it's
had
so
no
good.
idea.
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
Speaking of lists, though, what's your number 10, Matt?
Oh wait. Before we do
Okay.
that, I just want to add one final American Psycho note, which is to say,
Oh, go ahead.
final note on that, which is just simply to say, when I was dating my ex-girlfriend at the beginning of our
Uh-oh, where's this going? I'm
relationship,
just kidding.
it's like American Psycho, and I say this for any potential newcomers to my romantic dalliances. Rom American Psycho was one of my test movies. So I was like,
Oh,
if I can watch American Psycho with my girlfriend and she thinks it's funny
yeah.
and she gets how fucking funny it is and she's not like grossed out by it and creeped out by it and she's like gets it, then she's a fucking cool chick and
You know,
I
you
am
know,
ready to date her.
you know what mine is?
What?
Natural Born Killers.
Oh
I show
yeah.
that to I show
Well,
that to everyone.
funny you mentioned that because I have a Tarantino one for me too, but it's Pulp Fiction.
It's a Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, and she
Yeah.
passed both tests. So
That's great. That's
like,
good.
I showed Belle American Psycho very early.
Did you really? Yeah.
And it wasn't about her liking it or not. It was the fact that she didn't leave.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
okay.
She didn't go fuck you and like walk
So
out.
she passed the
She did,
test.
like,
She passed
yeah.
the test.
For
Good.
some reason, I put that. I was comfortable
Yeah.
enough to put that.
It's
on
because of
very-
Christian Bale's handsomeness. That's what it was. No, but okay, Matt, what's your number 10?
My number 10, what is it? Let me see. My number 10 is okay, my Spielberg one.
Oh,
So
BFG. No, I'm just kidding.
so
Hmm.
so Spielberg was an interesting debate because he's made so many amazing films in the century. It was a toss-up between how was it? It was a toss-up between this. It was a toss-up between Catch Me If You Can,
Oh, that's a good one too.
which is
that's a
very
good one too.
very close to this one.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I had, for personal reasons, my connection to the material, I had to give it to The Fabelmans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I still haven't seen that movie.
Oh my gosh,
I still
dude,
haven't
yeah.
seen it. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
for me, The Fabelmans
I know
is,
David Lynch is in it. That's all I know about.
yeah, David Lynch.
Yeah. Who I
He's
love.
got the best cameo, you know,
Yeah,
as John Ford.
John Ford. Yeah,
Which
I
really
saw the
happened-
cameo. It was on TikTok.
Yeah,
I
it
love-
really happened to Spielberg exactly as
Yeah.
his
I've seen.
script.
Yeah, I saw the interview
Yeah.
like years ago. I'm surprised
Yeah.
he was.
Yeah.
No, I saw it too. I was sitting next to my parents who were watching it on like Thanksgiving or whenever it came out. and they have no idea, right? Like they're just like they don't know who the guy with the eye patch is, you know. And I'm like nudging my mom, and I'm like, this is exactly the thing that he
It's
talked
John
about.
Ford.
Blah, blah, blah. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, and she's like, oh, cool, you know. It's like, but The Fablemans to me is like it's his arguably most personal film.
Yeah.
Um,
Duh. No, no.
it's obviously, you know, it's his
Yeah.
They should have
autobiography,
just called it the
obviously.
Spielbergs. It would've been-
Yeah,
Cookie
it's like
tea, and he's like, "This isn't obvious enough. I'm gonna just
yeah,
do
it's
it."
like I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
make it my thing, you know, and it's like and the thing is, you know, I knew all this stuff before seeing it pretty much. Like I had watched the documentary on Spielberg and all of his interviews and all this stuff. So I was like, okay, like I know his story, right?
Yeah.
Um, so you could go into the movie and be like, well, I know it, right? Like it could be flat if it's not executed
Mhm.
right. But it's like, no, I knew it, but he executed it in such a way that I was like emotionally moved.
Well, he's Spielberg. What do you
Right.
expect?
Well, he's the master. He's the
He's Spielberg.
master.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, here's
You
a
know,
funny
Steven
story.
Spielberg. Yeah,
Here's a funny story that I really could connect with, and it's like, so he wrote the story obviously based on his own youth and then his parents, right? So like, Michelle Williams and Paul Dano come in as his mom and
parents.
dad, and
Who
and
plays his dad?
Paul
Paul
Dano,
fucking Dano,
who, by the way,
fucking
his
limp
Riddler,
dick,
his Riddler being the Zodiac killer,
Oh yeah, it was killer.
right?
Yeah, yeah, that was great.
like
Yeah, that was
That's
great.
that
Yeah,
made
that's
yeah,
that was
yeah,
that was
I
genius.
love this. No,
yeah,
I love this too. It's a great
yeah,
connecting
yeah.
everything.
That's
Like it's
right.
like
Yeah, and we're not even halfway through our lists. Isn't that?
so Paul
I'll go to
Dano.
bed. I'll go to bed when you guys go to bed.
No, I'm fine.
Well, to me, everything he's in is he's kind of creepy. Like he's creepy in The Will Be Blood. He's creepy as the Riddler. He's creepy in 12 Years a Slave.
Great in the Beach Boys movie.
I haven't
Oh,
seen that.
Beach
I haven't seen
Boys
that,
is
and I
so
love
good.
Beach
Rated
Boys.
Brian
Yeah, I haven't
Wilson.
seen
So
it.
good. So good in the Beach Boys movie. But the Fablemans, he's like a normal guy, you know? Like he's just a normal guy. And like
Dad, yeah.
it's like he's the dad, you know? He's the dad figure. He's Spielberg's dad. And he's like, you feel that kind of mundane, normal quality from him where he's not doing anything in particular, like special to stand out as an actor. He's just like, he's so
Yeah.
subtle and you
Yeah.
feel his heartbreak in the role. And Michelle Williams is like, I've always thought she's very underrated in terms of like,
Dude, Blue
how
Valentine is like fucking
yeah,
a killer
yeah,
movie. Like
fucking,
she's.
fucking no, that Manchester by the Sea,
I
like,
haven't seen Manchester by the Sea. That's
oh,
another
dude,
Casey Affleck one. Yeah, I
okay,
haven't seen. I heard
Manchester by
it's
the
really good.
Sea, like, it's one of those movies I can't watch again, kind of because
Yeah,
it's too heartbreaking, but
yeah,
it's so
yeah.
good
I
and
heard
she's
it was
amazing.
great. Yeah, yeah. I have to
Um,
watch it.
but in The Fableman, she's like, she embodies that sort of like beauty of the mom who believes in her kid
Yeah,
and wants him to do what he loves, which is film. And at the same time, she has that like instability of who Spielberg's mom really was, you know,
yeah.
like so she's got this wild instability, and at the same time, you see why she's kind of like his hero.
Mhm.
And you see why the parents have this feud because they're so different. And you see the feud being like part of his impetus of inspiration because the dad is very like science and technology, and the mom is very like artsy
Mhm.
and out there. And you see the combination of the two. And you even see like these awesome moments of like little Spielberg, you know, like teenage Spielberg, like directing his first movies. And some of like the
Little
first,
Spielberg,
yeah, it's like that's some of the fuss.
Baby Driver. No, no. I'm
It's
just
like,
kidding.
yeah, that's some of the most fun stuff to me is like just seeing that stuff and knowing it's all real, you know, and seeing like, oh, well, how did he first direct his actors when he was like a teenager, you know? And then like reflecting back on my own like adolescence and being like, oh yeah, I remember when I was in high school and I was first doing my movies as an amateur, as a teenager, and like that homemade amateur quality, all building up to this moment of like he first meets one of his inspirations with John Ford,
Yeah.
and that glee and that jubilance of that, and then that's where it ends, and you're just like, oh my God, like that's the ending of any of our journeys, right? Like it's
Yeah.
it's like what if I got to talk to like Tarantino in depth about my stuff, or Scorsese or Spielberg or whatever,
He'd say fuck Paul Dano. That's what he'd say.
Fuck Baldino, get him out of the fucking movie. All
So
right,
for
go
as much as
fucking
he
suck a
hates
dick. All right.
everything he hates about Paul Dano makes Paul Dano perfect for the role in The Fabelmans.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
he's
He's
just
so
supposed to be
ordinary. He's so
so
normal.
lame and boring, and like
Yeah.
you could feel the mom's frustration, like
Yes.
being like, oh,
Yes. Yes.
like
You get it. It's
right.
like
I think we're just gonna, yeah,
he's a normal, ordinary, boring guy. And it's like,
devastatingly so.
yeah, and it's like, and that it's interesting because Spielberg doesn't tell you who to root for, right? Like it's like you
Yeah.
could be like on the side of the mom. You're like, oh, like she's unique, she's outside the box, this relationship is stifling. Or you could be on the side of the dad and you're like, oh, he's a good guy, he's stable, he's nice, like he hasn't done anything to his wife, and why is she emotionally
Yeah, he's not a
cheating?
bad guy.
Yeah, he's not a bad guy at all. And it's all shot on film, of course, and you get that feeling of like the early films that he shot on like 8 millimeter or whatever, and it's just like, it's so good. And to me it's like it's the definitive Spielberg movie of the century.
Mm.
I feel like Catch Me If You Can gets close in terms of like
Yeah.
there's a lot of similar
Yeah.
themes, and there's a lot of autobiographical stuff there too with the parents and the divorce. But I feel like The Fablemans is just like that is him at his most naked.
I
And
mean,
yeah,
yeah. He's got you got AI has a the boy mother thing, but
yeah,
Fablemans is like you have the most sentimental director of all time making a movie
yes,
about his mom.
About his mom.
yeah,
And
yeah,
it's not through like a veil like E.T. Like you could see the similarities, but
yeah.
it's like if you look at a picture of his mom in real life, like he made her look like his mom.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And it's not a loose thing, like it's literally his autobiography
Yes,
James changed.
yes,
And that's like it almost so special you're surprised he even made it. You're surprised he could
Yeah.
even do it after never really, he usually doesn't even write his own screenplays. Like it's just
yeah.
such a surprise that he would make that movie at that point.
That
Apparently, there's a couple big-
yeah. It's like it's such a surprise that he would actually be that on the nose with how personal it is, and even to such an extent that he was like he promised himself he wouldn't cry during the production, and then the very first day of production, out comes Michelle Williams and Paul Dano, and they look exactly like his mom and dad, and he immediately starts crying, and the crew and the cast like came around him, and they're like, it's okay, and he was like, I promised myself I wouldn't cry, I would be just like,
Dude,
You
director,
can't do
Dude,
that. You
like
can't
that,
do
literally, I
that.
I challenge anyone to make
Yeah.
a fucking movie and get
doppelgangers for their parents and see them.
Yeah. I have a I
yeah,
have a whole I have a whole like screenplay idea about my stepfather, the one that I'm named after that died. And like even in my head thinking about it, I get kind of emotional because
yeah,
just thinking about the movie, I'm
yeah,
like, man, if I saw somebody that was like playing him or whatever, like I'd be a wreck because I
yeah,
miss him. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And he misses his parents, and that's why he made that movie. You know what I mean? Like I
yeah,
get it. You know what I mean? I get
Those
it.
are the movies to pursue, though. Like, if you can come up with an idea and it just makes you cry just thinking about it, it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a good thing to do, and that's going to get you through the making of it, and you're probably going to make something really good.
yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
And at the same time, that just means everyone should probably just make a movie about their fucking
Well, I'd
parents.
be a shitty director,
Well,
so it has to be one of you. So
I,
no,
I
I
will,
could write it.
I will say there's something cooking in the wings right now that
Oh,
deals very directly with parental stuff.
in the
Brian,
wings.
it's
I mean, I honestly, some of the movies on your list, I didn't want to spoil it, but some of the movies on your list, I'm like, Okay.
You can see the
can see how
connection.
that
Yeah.
can influence on the
So
movie.
speaking of missing people and people dying and things like that, my number 10 is Coco, the Disney
Oh,
movie. Yeah,
nice.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I that is probably so there so it was really close between that and Toy Story 3. There were those
Oh,
two
yeah.
were like, dude, so I remember going and seeing Toy Story 3 and I went with a woman. It was my ex-wife, and we were in the movie theater watching it, and uh she looks over at me, and this is at the end, when he like, when everything goes down and he gives his toys away, and Andy gives his toys to
Yeah.
the, whatever. And I literally was just staring up at the ceiling. And my ex-wife goes, "Are you okay?" And I said, "I'm fine." And there's just tears like coming off of
Yeah.
down my face.
Yeah.
It was like I
Yeah.
could not look at the screen. I couldn't look at her. I couldn't do anything. So Toy Story 3, that was a big deal. But then I went and saw Coco by myself. And I sat in the very back of the movie, or back to the theater, and there were a bunch of kids there. Obviously, it was like right in the right when it came out, and so I sat in the back because I didn't want to be weird or whatever. And then there were like these. I want to say there were like three or four little girls in front of me with like their parents or whatever, and at the end of the movie, the whole remember me shit and everything, man.
Yeah.
I just like I couldn't hold it in, and
Lost it.
I was in the back just like weeping, and this little girl, one of them, like she like kind of looks over the chair at me and she goes, "Aw." That's and I thought, oh man, like I was like, there I am, bro. Like that's me. I'm the
Yeah,
guy.
dude.
But that movie fucked me up, and that's
Yeah.
why I had to put it as my number 10 favorite film of the
I love
21st
that.
century, because it's
I
like,
love that.
yeah, plus it's the first, I think, is this the first cartoon we've talked about, or what,
Yeah.
or
yeah.
like Pixar movie? Yeah, yeah.
I mentioned Incredibles.
Oh
I
yeah, you
love
mentioned
that. That
Incredibles.
one
Yeah,
might be my favorite Pixar.
yeah,
Coco
yeah,
there. Like
yeah,
I
yeah,
love Bugs Life. I love the first Toy Story.
yeah, yeah.
Coco is a really great. I mean, Soul is
Yeah.
also
No, Soul's good. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's another Trent Reznor like
Yeah.
soundtrack
but
of
Yeah.
that one.
in
Well,
terms of like rewatchability though, like Coco's kind of a fucking banger,
Yeah, it
man.
is a big
yeah.
banger. Yeah,
Just
yeah, yeah.
go through
Yeah, I need to go
and
back and rewatch it, honestly.
The music too. The music's out
Yeah.
of control.
great
Like,
some of the
Yeah.
best
oh
music
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and yeah, it's just one of the best Pixar
And
movies
it
ever.
teaches you a lot about the culture too, which is like great.
Yeah.
Like you don't
Yeah.
like they had
Yeah.
the Book of Life or whatever, which was like kind of came out around the same
Same
time.
time,
It
yeah.
wasn't as good. Like obviously,
Yeah.
because we're talking
Yeah.
about Coco and not that. But like but yeah, you learned a lot about the culture. The art was amazing. The fucking all the CG was out of control
Oh,
good.
that wide shot of the
Of the
whole
whole thing.
like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's just where
Yeah.
you want to be.
That's where you want to
Yeah.
go. That's when you
Yeah.
die, that's where you want to go.
That's-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Freaking
No, it's amazing.
Talk
It's
about
like-
Steven Spielberg's sentimentality and the power of making
Mhm.
people cry and just tugging at the heart. The ending of that
Yes.
movie just tug,
Oh,
and then it
Coco,
just
yeah,
leaves
yeah.
you with this feeling of feeling so good, kind of like Big Fish. You just
Oh yeah. Similar.
so
Yeah, very
good
similar.
about
Yeah.
life and death and all of
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, it's also interesting that you mentioned Toy Story 3, right? Because
Uh-huh.
that was on the Tarantino
Yeah, the
Ray Styles
podcast.
thing.
Yeah.
And Tarantino very, very rarely,
Yeah.
gets so choked up that he's like teary-eyed,
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it was his number 2,
and
right?
that was like, he
Yeah,
was
yeah.
like so choked up, and he starts crying. Like,
Yeah.
and this is the same podcast where he's talking about,
Fuck
the-
Paul Dano.
the Buck Baldino and the masochism of
Yeah.
the sadomasochism
Story
of Passion
3,
of the
man.
Christ, and in the same breath, he's talking about Toy Story 3, and he's like, goes, the one time the boy is gonna play with his toy.
The one last
Final fucking time.
Yeah, it's true.
like
I
damn,
can't
dude.
talk about, and
No,
he's
it's
like
true.
choking up,
Yeah, it's true.
and it's like it's amazing, like
Yeah.
it's but it's true. It's like
Yeah.
and I think that speaks to the power of what we're all talking about in terms of like we can enjoy these violent, crazy American Psycho, this and
Mhm.
that, but at the same time, like we also can enjoy
Coco.
the things that
Yeah.
Coco. We
Yeah.
can enjoy the
Toy
things
Story.
that really move us on this resonant
Yeah.
level of like
Yeah.
innocence and childhood
Yeah.
and
And didn't Tarantino also said that they should have stopped at Toy Story 3, which I
oh
also
yeah,
agree with because
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
haven't
yeah.
even watched Toy
Yeah,
Story 4. I
yeah,
haven't seen it.
I
I'm
watched
Four is
it. It
not
was
good.
not
Four is
interested.
good,
Not
but
interested. Sorry.
but I
will
understand. Yeah,
I
yeah.
will say it was good, but at the same time, I'm also kind of like, well, but what's the
Why?
purpose? Like he
Why
said,
even do it? And now they're on to
yeah.
five.
It's
Yeah,
like, but it's kind of like, okay, you have to me, like he considers the Toy Story movie the perfect trilogy, and I agree. I would say the Nolan Batman trilogy is that for me.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's that for me. You know,
Don't
it's
shoot
like
your wad. I know that that's coming up, right?
yeah. I won't shoot my wad, but I will just say if you did a fourth movie after Rises,
Oh yeah. I mean, like,
why?
yeah.
There's no
There's
fucking
no
point.
reason.
Well,
It
he
There's
is
did
no.
leave it
ended as
open with the
perfect.
Joseph
Yeah.
Gordon-Levitt on the, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's no way you're gonna, especially with a lot of people considering Rises to be like
Oh
inferior.
yeah.
Yes.
You
Which
know,
I
it's kind of like
disagree
you're
with.
not gonna,
Yeah.
you're probably not gonna do any better. But who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
But
last person who would want it would be him. So
that is an interesting
nothing to
food
worry
for
about.
thought because before Batman v Superman got, materialized, there was all these rumors about like Christian Bale reprising the role and like a Nolan and
He'll do, so I'll just tell you.
Snyder shared
Yeah.
universe and all this stuff.
I'm going to tell you right now that it will happen eventually. Like Bale will come back, will be a
Really?
Batman again. Oh yeah,
Only,
with
only,
all this like
only,
dimensional shit that they're doing and everything, the multiverse stuff, he'll come back.
no.
He'll come back as Bruce Wayne or something.
In
It'll
in
happen.
I'm
DC.
gonna bet money on this. He'll only do it if Nolan is behind
I
the.
don't know, man.
Okay,
I
well,
think they'll CG his ass in, guaranteed.
did
For
you
the
guys watch The Flash and see
Yes,
yeah,
Michael?
of
when
course.
George Clooney
Yeah,
shows up at
I,
the
I really
I
enjoyed
haven't
that stuff.
seen it,
oh,
so
you
I don't.
haven't? Oh,
So
okay.
don't spoil. But
George Clooney.
was it worth watching?
It was okay.
It, I,
Where's the
I,
the Michael
it,
Keaton of it all? Isn't
yes, it's
That's the best part,
it's
though.
it's
That's the
worth
best
watch.
part.
it's a big part of it too, right?
It's
Yeah.
purely worth. I'll say this. It's purely worth watching as a nerdgasm. Like it is just a nerdgasm. Like Michael Keaton and the different versions of it and the different like connections from all the universes. Like
Mhm.
it's so much. It's just so much fun. Like it's just a fun movie. And also, I'll never forget the day I watched it when I was like really fucking pissed off at the principal of the school where I used to work at. And I was like, everything's fucked. I hate this guy. I hate the
Everybody
school.
sucks.
Everybody sucks. And the graduation day was happening that same day. So it was like the students were graduating. And I was like, do I even want to go to this graduation? Like, I fucking hate everybody, And like, like and not in terms of the students, but just like the administration, it's just like I hate everybody. And my ex-girlfriend was like, well, what's the point? Like, do you really want to like come to the graduation, or do you want to just like go do something that makes you happy? I was like, you're right. And I went and saw that movie, and I was just like, this makes me happy. I'm just like watching like the ultimate fan, nerdgasm thing happening.
Yeah.
Just like it's all like all the nerd DC stuff, like just like spilled onto, and I was just like completely disconnected from reality for 2 hours. And
Yeah.
it was great. So I would definitely recommend it in that regard, in terms of just like
Yeah, it's a fun
fun.
it's a fun popcorn flick, but it's
Yes.
not like it's not obviously it's not a serious comic book movie, and
No,
it's
it's just
definitely
fun.
not.
It's
It's just
fun.
fun. It's just
Yeah,
fun.
it's
Yeah.
Is it
fun.
missing? Is it kind of feel like it's missing a crucial element, like a crucial amount
Well,
of
it's
depth?
like Aquaman. Have you seen the Aquaman?
No.
I really
Okay.
enjoyed Aquaman.
Yeah, Aquaman. The first one was all
I
right.
will say I guess certain things just keep reminding me of my ex, but but the song from
What
Aquaman,
doesn't, right? Yeah.
yeah, but the song from Aquaman, she's a mystery girl, the Roy Orbison.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's an early song from that era.
Early
But
cut.
yeah, it's no, it's like it's just fun, it's a
Yeah.
fun
My beard
fun
used to be a
comedy.
lot shorter, and when I went to go see Aquaman,
and at the movie theater. And when I was leaving, there was this little girl, and she looks over at me and she goes, "It's Aquaman." And she like pointed because I looked like Jason Momoa a little bit at the time, and I thought that was the coolest compliment. I was like, "Hey,
That's a
she just
great
called me. She just
compliment.
called me
That is a
Aquaman.
great.
That's cool." But anyway, okay. So my number 10 was Coco, and we went through that whole thing. What is your number 9, Brian?
Mine was Parasite, which we talked about.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Okay.
all right.
My turn.
Now moving on. What's your number 9, Matt?
My number nine is Love Actually.
Oh, okay.
I watch that
So
every Christmas, dude.
Yeah,
yeah,
man, that's
it's
a good
it's
one.
it's an ultimate Christmas movie for me. It is uh revealing my inner romantic. I think that that's a big part of me, and I think that a lot of movies I like and movies I make are very fucked up. And so I think a lot of people might not know this about me, but I'm very sentimental, I'm very romantic, and Love Actually is the encapsulation of that very much.
Yeah,
It's a Christmas movie. Like Brian said, I watch it almost every Christmas. It's the soundtrack. I
it's
consider
great.
it like
Yeah,
one of the best movie soundtracks, and I think it's underrated as a soundtrack. Um, Particularly the song "Both Sides Now" by Joni Mitchell.
And the way they use it,
The way they fucking use it, dude, it's like
it's a sad scene.
that's talk about emotional. It's like that song, it's like and the way they use it. It's like
yeah.
that's a character realizes her husband's cheating on her and she listens to Both Sides Now by Joni Mitchell and she just sits all alone. It's Christmas Day
Hmm.
and she's listening to that as she's crying before she has to go back out and talk to go back
Yeah,
out and
yeah,
fraternize
yeah.
with the family.
Mom on Christmas
Yeah,
Day.
mom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
um that's so poignant and so real to me.
Yeah, it's realistic. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
like
Hmm.
it's I listen to that song almost every time I'm
Sad.
broken up
Yeah,
about
yeah,
something or truly, and it's like I'm very heartbroken and stuff and it's like and the lyrics of that song and the feeling of that and the feeling of like you have to go back out and fraternize and socialize and pretend to be happy.
yeah.
I think it's something that I connect with a lot. It's like it could just be like a funny, silly romantic comedy, but like there's all this depth happening underneath the surface, and it's like I told my students recently, I was like, because I was teaching them the meaning of the word optimistic, and I was saying like you might see me every day and you might think that I'm happy every day and that I'm smiling, so that means I'm happy, and I'm energetic and I'm this and that means I'm happy. That's not what that is,
Mhm.
right? I'm not happy every day. I'm sad sometimes. Quite a lot of times I'm sad or I'm depressed or I'm angry or I'm dealing with something. And that's different, right? It's like I can feel these deep, dark emotions, but I can still be optimistic, meaning I believe in something positive at the end of that, right?
Mhm.
And it doesn't mean that I'm always going to be happy. It just means that I believe something positive is coming at the end of that
Yeah.
tunnel. And that's what love actually is, I
Mhm.
think. It's like that you see her heartbreak and you see, that sadness of that really deep sadness, of like that song of Both Sides Now and the poetry of the lyrics of that song. And you see that and you feel that with her, and you feel these other emotions like Liam Neeson's character like lost his wife and you see all
And
these
like
things.
12 other stories. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah,
it's
there's
a,
all these stories, and you're
yeah.
just like, oh my God, like you're so sucked into all these stories. But you see there is optimism, and it's not perfect though. Like it's not like it ends on this perfect,
No.
everyone is
Yeah.
happy. It's like no, like not everything's great. Like there are
Yeah.
sad endings, there are bittersweet endings, but there is hope at the end of the tunnel. And I think that's
Yeah.
why to me it resonates more than almost any romantic comedy because it has the depth of that darkness and that despair, but it also has the uplift of that comedy. and that hope, and it balances it like so perfectly. And I will just tell like a personal story on that note that like it's like uh the story is just like I was really broken up about a girl relatively recently, like a year ago, and I was listening to Both Sides Now, and I was hanging out at my mom and dad's house. And so like my mom is like an extreme empath. Like if she hears me listening to a song and she sees that, like she'll see right away like I'm sad or whatever, right? And like, oh Matthew, like is everything going okay or whatever? But my mom was on a vacation, so she was out in on a vacation and visiting her sister in Hawaii. So there's no her around, right? I was dealing with this heartbreak on my own. I'm hanging out with my dad, and my dad's in his like room in his little, room, and I'm listening to Both Sides Now, and he comes out, and I'm listening to the song, and I'm thinking of that heartbreaking scene from Love Actually, and my eyes are streaming with tears, and I'm thinking about my own situation and how self-pitying I am, right? And my dad's like, "You're still awake?" I'm like, "Yes, I couldn't get to sleep. I'm still thinking of blank, like the girl, I'm still thinking of blank." And he sees the Both Sides Now playing on the screen. And he's like, huh. And then he goes back into his room and he falls asleep
Yeah.
without any kind of connection to what I'm
Yeah.
feeling whatsoever.
Yeah. So is that optimism? Like
Yeah.
is that optimism? Like,
It's either optimism or he's just completely ignoring it. Like he's like,
but
I don't want to deal with it.
But isn't hope and optimism the ignoring of what actually is reality? And yeah, what I mean? That's not it, ignorance is bliss, right?
So, dude, that movie is one thing is it's a great anthology that not an anthology that's separate vignettes, but interconnected anthology.
Mm-hmm.
Episodic.
I think Trick or Treat is the Pulp Fiction of horror movies. Love Actually is the Pulp Fiction of
romantic comedies.
Oh, I love that. That's a great analogy. Yeah.
Yeah, that is good. Yeah. All right. Speaking of love and Love Actually in reality, or I guess not reality, my number 9 is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So
nice.
Yeah.
Paul Dano.
Yeah, there he is again. I told you it's going to be a lot of Paul Dano coming this way. But no, that movie, I remember I saw it and I thought, man, I didn't know that Jim Carrey could be that handsome. He was a handsome motherfucker in that movie, dude.
Totally.
Like I was like, because before I was just like, yeah, he's the goofy like comedy guy or whatever.
Yeah.
But he like, man, he just was he was a good looking dude in there. And then Kate Winslet again, I'd only really known her from Titanic and shit like that. And so seeing her and with the funny colored hair and everything, I think that she actually like started that whole thing. Like if you think about it, and you watch it,
Pixie Dream Girl.
yeah, the Pixie Dream with the colored hair and all that shit. Like that was her. Like she was the one. And yeah, Eternal Sunshine. The script is like flawless. I have it. I can actually see it. It's right there in my book. Yeah. Kaufman is just the adaptation. I mean, everything. Adaptation was actually going to be.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. No, that was going to be one of mine.
That's an honorable, but that should be on my list. I really loved that movie.
Yeah. Brian Cox in that movie is just like out of control, dude. Like,
oh yeah.
So that was another great trailer with Under Pressure, David Bowie and Queen. Like, that was a great trailer, but a great movie and a great movie about filmmaking and
writing.
That's
everything.
That's that's a big honorable mention for me.
Yeah. No, Kaufman's a genius when it comes to writing. Yeah. Like everything. But his but in Eternal Sunshine, the thing that I liked the most was that I guess not so much the philosophical part of it, but more the scientific part of it, where it was like, if we had access to this, like everybody would be doing it. Like in my head, that's what I'm thinking as I'm watching. Like everybody, right? There isn't one person I know
who isn't like a child or what, but even some children, right, would probably want that. Like, oh, I don't want to remember this, that, you know what I mean? It's
Well,
like, yeah,
it's weird because it's probably not that hard to do in this day and age or in the very
it's
near.
coming. Yeah, it's coming.
And you almost wonder if it helps mental health, does it then prevent mass shootings? And
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
does it kind of save the world in a way, or is it fucked up like it is in the movie, or is it both? That's
Yeah. Because I mean, how like you're saying, like how far does it go until you start losing pieces of yourself? And that's what happens in the film, right? Is that like
yeah.
they both start losing pieces of themselves, like in the the movie. Um, and so yeah, that's Elijah Wood is great in it. I love Elijah Wood. He's awesome. I mean, I could have put all the Lord of the Rings movies on the list. I didn't, but like that's yeah, like classic. But no, Eternal Sunshine, yeah, that's definitely my number nine, man. It's a classic movie.
That the very end when he's going through his memories and all that stuff
Mhm.
and all of those in-camera practical effects
Yeah.
when
Mhm.
the boy and he goes under the
Yeah, the
table.
little kid. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mhm.
The kind of once again those kind of illusions that they used in Lord of the Rings where like there's like the forced perspective
Yeah.
and they do that to make him look like he's little.
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
Kind of the same thing they did in Lord of the
Yeah,
Rings,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I just love that stuff. It's so convincing, and the fact that it's all in camera, it's crazy. And then just so many disturbing images, like when he turns around
Yeah, and
and
it's all messed up.
missing,
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
great, like horrific elements in that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because kind of a personal story,
Here
but
we go. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll just say that that movie was I was watching that at the time many, many years ago, a little bit late to the game with that film, but I was watching it with a girl who I was on a date with, and she really liked the movie, and she wanted to break my she wanted to break my like virginity rule because I was a very late bloomer for a while.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, I was like, I'm gonna wait till marriage or I'm gonna wait till,
Yeah.
a
Well,
serious relationship.
you're a Christian man, of course.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
And
He's like,
she
watch
really,
Eternal
and she,
Sunshine, and then you're really gonna want to get down.
Yeah, so, yeah.
no,
We'll just forget about it later, baby.
she really wanted to break my rule the way that Joker wants to break Batman's rule.
That's-
And she's like showing me that movie, and I was like, okay, like I still remember to this day. I was like, okay, I'm really into this, like physically, with like the trying to break the rule thing and all this. I was like, okay, I'm really into this. I was like, but I'm kind of more into the movie. Like this is really great. This is a great movie. Like
Yeah,
I'm,
cool. Anyway,
I'm kind
yeah.
of there,
Like, don't show me a good movie if you want to get it on. Say
Yeah,
something
yeah.
lame.
That was Jackie Brown for me, man. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
you put
Jackie
Jackie
Brown.
Brown on, man. Like, it's like I don't want to do anything except watch Jackie Brown.
I played the soundtrack from Jackie Brown when I was getting down with my ex-girlfriend. I was playing the what was it? The
Strawberry
it
23,
was
man.
yeah. I was playing that. I was playing
Or
that. I was playing I think Across 110th
yeah,
Street,
across
and it was like
110th Street. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Womax and all that. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, they're great. Yeah. No, that's funny, man. Yeah, no, what's it called? Yeah, Eternal Sunshine, again, classic movie. Number nine on my list. Brian, what's your number eight?
All right, back to serial killers.
Oh, here we go.
Another one that feels like it's from not from this era, feels so old school. Uh, on most day on many days, I consider this superior or as good as the original, which sounds like blasphemy, but Hannibal, I really like this movie.
dude,
Oh,
dude.
I
Right,
can't say that it's better.
that's Hannibal is literally my number seven, so it's like right above your. Okay, so we need to talk about
Facts.
Hannibal. Ridley Scott, yes.
So yeah, I'll never say this is better than Silence of the Lambs. Like that is the movie, and in many ways, like Silence of the Lambs is like objectively better, but there is this thing about Hannibal where Hannibal is kind of arguably the best part of Silence of the Lambs.
Yes. Yes.
But is he only great in small doses, like Nosferatu and these other characters where they're
Yeah.
only in the movie for 15 minutes, like Beetlejuice, he's in the movie
Yeah,
for,
yeah,
but he is the movie. Did
Yes.
do they need to be relegated to that small part to work, or do they work when they take over the narrative? And in Hannibal, you let him take over the narrative, and it's almost like you let him direct the movie.
Hmm.
Because what I love about Hannibal is he's so much the appeal of Silence of the Lambs, and when he finally escapes, it's like the best part, and that's what makes Silence of the Lambs so great. Is his escape, and then Hannibal is just indulging in him being out, and you're seeing the world
Yes.
through his perspective, and you're
Yes.
seeing, he's such a fucked up, like psychotic monster who eats people, but he's also like a man of class and he's a man of culture,
yeah.
and
Mhm.
that's a cool thing to see a
Yeah.
movie through the eyes of someone like that. And so
Yes.
you have opera and you have wine,
Yes.
you have all this debonair cultural stuff. Meanwhile, you have these horrible visceral killings. And also, Hannibal's got a budget now, or he's got time to orchestrate this stuff. So he's got these really great artistic, poignant
Yes.
murders that he plans out. Like
Flourishes.
he kills one guy by recreating the death of his famous ancestor, who there's like
Bows in or
of
bows
it,
out.
and then
Like
Ray
Judas.
Liotta at the end, and
Yeah.
and and then the whole thing with Gary Oldman is as Mason,
Yes.
and it's kind of like a superhero movie with Mason as the super villain and Hannibal as the superhero, and he
Yeah.
catches him and he's gonna feed him to fucking boars,
Yeah. Yeah.
old comic book stuff,
Yes.
and it's just so low class, but with this through this lens of opera and high culture and Ridley Scott's directing. And
Yes.
it just was hated, and people just thought it was a freak show, and it was just gross. And really, I mean, they tamed down the book a lot. The book,
Yeah.
his sister's a lesbian who kills him by shoving eels down his
His
throat,
throat. Yeah. Yeah.
think about his ass and
Yeah. It was
prostate, and
hardcore. Yeah.
but the movie is, I don't know, I know Jodie Foster didn't want to do it because but she thought it betrayed the character of Clarice, and in the book it really betrays the character, but
Yes.
Yeah.
but everything she does is kind of out of her, you know agency. Like in the book, he brainwashes her and drugs her, and she can't really do anything about that. That's just a fucked up ending, and I
Yeah.
don't even mind that. But the movie is way more in defense of Clarice, and
Yeah.
Yes. Agreed.
very much the character from Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
like a hint of hesitant ambiguity, but she fights him to the very
Very
end.
end. Yeah.
And
Yes.
and
Yes.
and I really do love that ending. It takes kind of the idea of them from Silence of the Lambs, this connection
Oh, where'd you go? What
between
happened?
them
Oh.
into Hannibal's point of view, how he feels about her. And he chooses to cut off his own hand instead of hers when he has no reason to do that, other
Yes.
than just randomly really caring for her a lot. And he escapes, and the epilogue is beautiful and just
Yes.
disgusting and haunting,
Yeah.
and it's a great, yeah, I just think it's a great all around movie, and it's stuck with me, and I think about it just as much as Silence of the Lambs, if not more
Same.
sometimes, but it
Same.
doesn't get the love that I think it needs, and I think it's just a really artistic, beautiful movie, and yeah.
Same.
I want to
Same.
tell. Can I tell my Hannibal story real quick?
Please.
So yeah, Hannibal was out at the same time as Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon,
Oh yeah.
and yeah, and so I was in the movie theater. I want to say I was about 14 or 15 years old, and I was high beyond all rational anything. I was so we went to the back of the theater and we took a squirt can and we poked holes in it. And we smoked out of the squirt can, and we were like, "Yeah, let's go see Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon." So we bought some Reese's Pieces, and then Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon's on the screen, and we're sitting there and we're throwing the Reese's Pieces. This is the day it comes out, by the way, so the theater's packed. We're throwing the Reese's Pieces at the fans at the top of the theater, and they're hitting people. So people are like, "What the fuck?" They're all turning around, everything, and we're reading the subtitles for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, like in the most like ridiculous Asian like caricature voices you could ever. We're like, "Oh my god, yeah, fuck it." We're doing this whole thing, right? So then security comes and they kick me and my buddies out. They're like, "Get the fuck out of here," whatever, right? And so we're like, "Yeah, whatever." And they're walking us out, and the security guy turns around and like goes somewhere else. And we ran into Hannibal, right? We ran into a theater that was showing Hannibal. And so we're all sitting in like, I want to say like the third row of Hannibal. And so we're sitting there and there's a guy I want to say he's like 3 seats down from me. And I'm high as all hell watching this movie, and I'm thinking like, wow, this is fucking crazy, whatever. And then the scene where Ray Liotta, his head's gone, and they're doing the thing
Great
with the
scene
brain.
to watch
A
when
great
you're
scene, right?
stoned.
Okay, well, no, but listen to this. So I'm perfectly fine watching it. I'm like, whatever, right? The guy that's 3 seats away from me that I don't know starts having a grand mal seizure right there in the
Oh
I swear to
no.
God. And so they had to call paramedics. They turned the fucking lights
What?
on and everything. Yeah, it was the most wild. And they stopped the movie, and so I never got to see it all the way through. At that
What?
point, I saw it later, but like I never got to see it in theaters all the way through
Crazy.
because I was like,
Now,
yeah,
was it a random seizure, do you think, or do you think it was caused by stress from watching the
it
movie?
might have been stress from watching the movie because like we were watching
Oh,
it and he just like fucking just was like he's like sitting there
Oh
watching it and he just was
jeez.
like and he just
Oh
started going.
no.
Yeah, yeah, it was wild, dude.
did you guys
What?
start it from the beginning in the theater, or were you came in halfway
We
through?
came, well, no, we came in like I want to say like 20 minutes into it. Yeah,
Okay.
20 minutes. So he'd been sitting there the whole time and he was
That's
fine.
How do you feel about the movie at that point? And then how was the suspense after that of like wanting to know what happens at the end? Did you care? Did
yeah,
you
good
not care?
question.
When you finally finished it, did you like it? Or were you like, this
Oh well, no, yeah, I loved it. I love anything that's well, Ridley Scott comes up in my list later, but like yeah, I love anything that Ridley Scott does. And so I was, you know, I wanted to see the end of it not because of that, but because like I love Ridley Scott,
Yeah.
and because I didn't really remember a lot of it too, because again I was high out of my gourd. I was completely, I remembered the only scene I really remembered was the Ray Liotta one, and then the other one where he's in that circle and he like jolts at Clarice, right? He like jolts at her or whatever. Do you remember that where he's like tied up and he like does the Hannibal does the thing? I can't
Yeah.
remember, but yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
So
you,
that,
you mean like the flashback with the nurse where it's like
or where he's
before
in like that, he's
he
like
bites
tied,
her
he's
tongue
like
off, or
he,
it's like
you mean when
the
he's in the pig pen and he's
he's
like up on the
no, no,
cross?
no, where he's like tied up in he's got there's the circle around him, remember? And he's like tied up and he can't go outside of the circle because he's like tied up to the ceiling or something. Like he's got like the thing on him. Do you remember that?
I think he's like tied to like a
oh probably
cross
the
in
pig
like a
moment,
pig
right?
pen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
It wasn't the
Pig.
pig pen. I could have sworn. Well, again, I was really high. It could have been something else. But like
Oh my God.
I was so
That
high.
is great.
But like yeah. But no, I remember. But I remember the seizure. The seizure obviously is a big thing. And they took the guy on a stretcher and everything. And as they were taking him out of the stretcher, me and my buddies like walk out like alongside them or whatever. And then my aunt who I was living with at the time, she's like there to pick me up. And she's like, "How was the movie?" And we're like, "Great." 'Cause they thought
Yeah,
they thought it was
the tiger crouch,
the
the
tiger
That's
dragon
crouch and there
amazing.
was a hidden dragon.
That's
And we
amazing.
saw it though. We saw the hidden
Dude,
dragon.
that's like the perfect way to experience that movie, though.
Yeah,
It's like
high and with a seizure.
it's so fucked up. It's
Yeah,
so insane. It's
yeah,
like
it was out of
I
control.
never. I'm envious, honestly, because I never got to see it on the big screen. Like, it's like,
Mhm.
but I did see it. For me, it was like this kind of like amazing inappropriate blasts of movies when I was
Yeah.
way too young to see them, where it was like seventh or eighth grade or something, where it was like Silence of the Lambs on Blu-ray, DVD or DVD or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
It was like watching that, and then it was like the next movie that was coming out that year was Red Dragon.
yeah. Oh
Like
yeah, Red
like
Dragon's
Red
great.
Dragon was
Yeah,
coming
it's a
out.
classic
And
too.
so I was
Mhm.
like, oh, like I want to catch up. So it was like I watched Silence of the Lambs, and I'd already seen like some other disturbing movies like Cape Fear and The Shining. So I was like, I want to watch like Sons of the Lambs, which my mom was always like, this is so creepy, this is so terrible, like, you know, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, I want to watch it, you know? So we watched that, and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing, you know? And then we rented Hannibal, and we watched that. And then we saw Red Dragon, which was like in the theaters that year. And I'll remember seeing it at the Edward Cinema in El Cajon. And it was like, I remember my mom like leaping from her seat as we were watching it. You know, like I was like, you know, an eighth grader, and she was the one leaping from her seat, you know,
Yeah.
as we were watching. And so I remember just being like, oh my God, this is the perfect trilogy. This is amazing. But then really revisiting it and going back and rewatching Hannibal over and over,
Mhm.
I was like, oh, this is not just like originally I was just like, oh, okay, this is cool. Like this is like, you know, a sequel to the original, and they're all the sequels are inferior kind of a thing, you know, like I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, but then going back and rewatching it over and over, it's like Brian said, it was like, oh no, this is like something else. Like
Yeah.
this is opera. This is theater. This is opera. This is something it's not trying to be the original.
Yeah.
Actually, an opera that's playing itself out, you know, in this very grand giganal kind of, you know, structure, you know, and it's like because it's Hannibal's POV, you know, it's his world now. We're not in the Silence of the Lambs world. We're in
Yeah.
Hannibal's world.
Yeah.
Silence of
Yeah.
the Lambs walks
It's
a fine line.
yeah, it's
This
very
one he's free, and you see the
it's free.
beauty of his freedom.
Yes,
You see the
yes,
macabre, disgusting elements.
yes.
You get
Because
everything.
because we're there with him, we can go as over the top as he is, right? Like we can actually experience the world as he does. So we can experience the insanity and the gore and the craziness that you only saw that little glimpse of in Silence of the Lambs with
When he
that scene where he
escapes.
escapes. And it's like that's opera, you know? And I'm a big opera fan. Like I love, you know, I collect opera vinyls. I go to see opera, you know, live performances of opera. So like, it's very like over the top and very crazy and theatrical, and that's who Hannibal is. And so that's why that's the movie is that, you know, and like a lot of modern audiences are just like they don't get it because they're like they don't know opera, they don't know
Go, oh, this is
theater.
gross.
It's, oh, this is gross. This is like just trying
Yeah.
too hard. This is gross. This is creepy. It's like, no, that's Hannibal's world. You're in his
Encouraging.
world now, you know?
Yeah.
Great.
It's
And
where
that's
he's
what,
comfortable.
yeah. And that's what the show doubled down on too,
Yeah.
which is why I'm so glad the show exists because it really doubled down on that and like feels like it's in sync with that vibe of the Hannibal movie. But for some reason with the Hannibal movie, people, I think because it's like, you know, Anthony Hopkins and it's like
And have you seen Manhunter?
I
Yes.
love Manhunter.
Yeah, that's
Fox
another.
is
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Totally opposite though, right? It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
like if you're looking at Hannibal as the opera and the grand giganal, then Manhunter is this very subtle,
Yeah.
like, you know,
Brian Cox as
Brian,
Hannibal Lecter.
Brian Cox's Hannibal is very underplayed. It's
Weird.
very like it's stylish, but it's
Yeah.
not like
Yeah.
I'd
it's
love to
not this
see.
Yeah.
horror
It's
kind of
style over substance. That's what it is.
I'd
yeah.
love to
Yeah.
see a version of Hannibal with Brian Cox in that.
Yeah.
I would
Let's
love
see
well
that
especially
Hannibal go free.
every time I rewatch Succession, I think about that too. I'm like Hannibal Lecter, you
Well,
know.
we had
Oh,
yeah on one of the other episodes, I was talking to somebody about the infinite slot machine and how like not slot machine but slop, right, with a P, because like at some point AI is going to get to the where you can just literally type in I want to see Silence of the Lambs and Hannibal with Brian Cox as Hannibal
oh
Lecter, and you
no.
and press enter, and then you'll be able
Yes,
to see that.
yes.
Like, and so that's what I'm saying is that like do you when we get to that point, are there films like that that you would rather see that couldn't be made, obviously, because Brian Cox will be dead or too old by that point or whatever. And it's like, is that fair to
No.
buy into that?
No.
Or no,
I,
I
I
don't.
think
Yeah,
people will be
yeah.
putting their friends in it. I think people will be watching. They'll be putting their friends
that's
onto
for the porn thing. That's not for the. No,
Yeah.
just kidding.
too. That's
Yes.
where the
Yes.
real money is made.
That's it.
Yes.
That's why.
Well,
That's why
no.
VHS won, bro. Betamax wouldn't do the porn thing.
Yeah. No, it's crazy because yeah, it is true. It's like, the that sort of the AI taking over things and stuff. But it's like I think if you look at like the original actual footage of stuff where you're like, oh, Brian Cox Hannibal, it's like I think AI could do its best to replicate that, and it could be like passable, but like Brian Cox does stuff in that movie
Yeah.
that you couldn't as an
Yeah.
actor.
Yeah.
If you're like looking at Hannibal as a character, you would probably play him more over the top or,
Yeah.
or do things. And it's like, no, he's not doing that. Like he's doing something else, like he's his own actor,
He
And then-
underplays it even more than Anthony Hopkins.
yeah, he underplays it.
Haley
Well,
blows it
kind of similar in a way with Mads Mikkelsen, but like Mads
Yeah, it's
Mikkelsen,
very similar, yeah.
he's his own form of underplaying it, right? It's like it's the devil on earth kind of thing,
Yeah.
like
Yeah, and even though Red Dragon's kind of a perfect movie, I just love
I
Hannibal
love Red
much
Dragon.
more. But I gotta say, I think maybe even out of all three movies or most horror, the scene Red Dragon's got that scene with Rafe Fiennes and he's got Philip Seymour Hoffman in the wheelchair. Like that's just one of the
Ah,
best scenes.
Yeah.
That's
Two of the
honestly
best actors of all
Oh,
time.
honestly,
So
honestly,
scary, and you just
honestly,
want to
dude,
cry.
Yeah.
I was
Thinking about
okay
that, like-
because of my little mandate I put on myself. I didn't include it, but it
Yeah.
was so close. But I was like, okay, if I can only include one, movie per fictional like star, I was like, I can't include Red Dragon because obviously Hannibal is like
Is in it. Yeah.
he's the star of Red Dragon, even though he's a cameo.
Mm-hmm.
But I was that scene, I was like, holy shit. Like
That's an
that
Oscar-worthy scene.
that
Yeah.
was the first scene I ever saw Philip Seymour Hoffman in a
Oh,
movie.
really? Wow.
Yeah, I was terrified by that scene. My mom,
Mine was Twister.
like,
It was-
oh, dude, really?
Oh yeah, I saw Twister back when I was a kid. So Philip Seymour Hoffman was in that. I mean, like that was
Wow.
that was the first thing I
Amazing.
saw him in was that.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, you go back and you watch Boogie Nights, and then
Oh yeah, and I watched everything else. I was
of
like, he
course,
kills
The
it.
Master
Yeah.
and-
And then his
But-
his son is doing a great job. I mean, like Licorice
Oh,
Pizza is great.
I
but
fucking
but
love his
the long
son in
walk
Licorice Pizza.
was
He's
great
so
too.
good. Like
Yeah.
it's so good. But to this day, it's like if I'm annoyed with my brother about something or whatever, I'll just be like, open your eyes or I'll staple them your eyelid your eyebrows to your forehead. Like,
When
we're
Philip Seymour
still
Hoffman,
talking about that.
he turns into a baby, and it's just so honest. Like,
Mhm.
Yes.
who would be comfortable with showing that side
Yeah.
of it?
Yeah.
To go
Yeah.
there and to know that he would go there in that situation, and he wouldn't just think, "Oh, I would be really
Play it
strict."
off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
completely turns
He's
into
just
a baby.
really and
Yeah.
It's
and,
really
and the moment where he's on fire as he's going down the
Oh yeah, with
Going
the
down
on
the
the wheelchair.
and the guy's reaction.
Yeah. Yeah.
very-
No, it's a kill. It's a killer. It's killer. All
It's
right, Matt, what's your number 8?
my number 8 is okay. My number 8 is in contrast to all this dark fucked up stuff we were talking about. My number 8 is a comedy that my family and I are quoting all the time to such an extent that we almost don't even remember sometimes that we're quoting it.
Yeah.
Meet the Parents.
Oh yeah, fucker. Yeah.
Honestly, the Meet the Parents was it was the first movie I ever saw De Niro in.
What?
No, seriously.
That's
I
crazy.
was in like 6th grade, and I had never seen any of his serious iconic stuff yet.
That's crazy.
And we went to see that at the movie theater, and my parents were cracking up, and I was laughing too. But I was like, I knew it was funny, but I didn't know why it was so funny. Like I was like, oh, this is funny. But they
Yeah.
were like, oh, Robert De Niro is this really scary guy.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay. Like, I mean, he's funny in this movie, but like, what do you mean? And they're like, no, just trust me. Like, he's really scary.
Yeah.
And then like a year or two later, I see like Cape Fear, I see Taxi
Yeah. Yeah.
Driver,
Yeah.
Goodfellas, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's that guy.
Yeah.
But so I didn't know. Like, I was just like, oh, he's like funny, but then I realized like, oh, he's this really scary actor. He's this really method, serious guy, and then he's doing these like funny movies like Meet the Parents. And I think that made it even more special for me because I was just like, as an actor, I was like, oh, that's interesting, like that he
Right.
could be the utmost scary, but he could also be the utmost funny, and he can do both, and he can like somehow meld the two. And I think um for me and my family, it's like there's stuff that we just talk about. Like it's one of those things where it's almost like not even fair to call it like a movie to us because it's just like it's so like entrenched in our like dialogue, like where we'll just like say stuff from the movie that's not even we're not even really thinking about that it's like from the movie. Like we'll just always do the like, oh dear Lord, three things I pray, or
I got
you
nipples,
know,
fucker. Can
the
you milk me?
nipples, yeah, you can milk anything, or
Yeah.
the
Why don't you see if Denny's can help in
causes.
the Magic Dragon?
Yeah, it's like, or we'll always do the like, if we want to ask each other a question and we're not really getting the answer we want, yes or no, Greg, you know, yes or no, Greg, like, and so it's just it's such a like personal movie, like
Yeah.
it's so personal, it's so part of our family thing, and it's also just like it's to me it's like the funniest kind of humor in that, like to me the things that make me really laugh are like in terms of comedies and stuff like that is like when stuff really reaches for like how fucked up can you go and still find a way out of that. Like that's what makes it a comedy funny to me. I think is like it's like no, this is fucked up. Like he burns the house and he's trying to get the cat and like it's like it's just
With the
so fucked
volleyball and
up
her nose
and
is
it's so
bleeding.
fucked up and it was like I was watching so fucked up and that makes it even funnier. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, it
and,
almost feels
and
like a movie Ben Stiller would direct, like
yeah,
The
yeah,
Cable
totally.
Guy,
Well,
or
well,
it's like a dark
I,
comedy.
Yeah.
well, it's funny that you say that because I would say it's like Ben Stiller's best performance, and it's like whenever I try to
Really, yeah.
like when I teach young actors, students, and stuff about like being funny, I'm like I show clips of that because I'm like he's not doing the like I'm trying so hard to be a
No,
comic. No, he's
he's
just
playing
so
it like a
real.
drama.
He's
He's
so
playing it
real.
like a
Yeah, he's
drama.
Yeah. And
acting
that's
like
why
he's
it's
in a
funny.
drama. That's what
He's
makes
very
it
stressed
funny.
out. He's very stressed out. And it's a very truthful movie. Like it's an
Yeah.
exaggeration, but that's exactly what it's like when you're trying to court somebody.
Yes.
Maybe
Yes.
not in every situation, but I've certainly experienced it where it's like nothing you can ever do, even if you were just perfect, there's just nothing you can do that will be enough.
No.
Never be
Yeah.
worthy of
Yeah.
their
Were
daughter.
Their
Bell's
love.
parents like
Yeah.
this?
Yeah, I had experiences like that. It took a long, long time. It took a long, long time to get past, that and to earn your way into the circle of trust.
That's funny.
Very real.
That's
It's
funny.
very
Yes.
accurate.
That's yeah. This is how it is. This is how it is. No, I've been very lucky then that most of the women I've dated or been in marriages with don't have fathers, so I didn't ever had to worry about that. But my
Can't
yeah.
blame them.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But my wife now, her dad is amazing and was very open, loving, and everything when I first got with her. So yeah, I'm just lucky I've never dealt with anything like that. You know.
because I'm no peach myself, but like, it'd be, but I know if I had a daughter, man, I'd fucking, the shotgun would be,
Yep.
yeah, you know what I mean?
Yep.
This is how it is, bro.
Totally.
That's how it is. All right. So where are we at? My number 8, Troy, Wolfgang Peterson.
Okay.
Oh,
Troy.
interesting.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. So, I've always been enamored with the Iliad and with uh the Aeneid and with anything to do with the Trojan War, Achilles, all that stuff. Later on, I have another movie that's kind of similar, connected in a way, but yeah, Brad Pitt in this movie as Achilles is
Yeah.
I feel like it's the quintessential portrayal of Achilles. And then Eric Bana, who like disappeared off the face of the earth, uh, who who I think is like he to me was one of the greatest actors until
Yeah.
he disappeared, right?
Yeah.
And he was a great comedian too. I don't know if you ever saw any of his. He had like a comedy show in Australia. It was like the Eric Bana Comedy Hour or something like that. And dude, me and my buddies used to watch clips of it, and we would just crack up. Yeah, it's Eric Bana.
Well, no, he was I offered him a role in a movie I was writing, and I was very disappointed he didn't say it.
Yeah.
But
Was it the Hulk too? No, I'm just kidding.
no, it
There's
was
the
not.
Hulk and Munich.
But his
Yeah,
character
Munich
kind of had
too.
some whole his character had some whole qualities, but we'll see. But maybe in the future, But
Yeah.
he was so good in what was it? It was that show where he was like it was pretty recent where he was like a psychopath,
Oh,
but
I haven't seen it.
no, it was based on a real thing.
Oh,
It
really?
was Dear John, I think it was called, where
Okay.
it was like woman who meets a guy,
Uh,
and he's like the ultimate charming guy
yeah,
type of,
yeah,
but he's actually a Dear John who's
yeah,
plotting to like have her done with and then
yeah.
take her money. And he's done this with several people, and he was so good.
Oh
Yeah.
no, I love him as an actor, and he was
Yeah.
amazing in Troy. And then anybody want to remember who played Agamemnon?
Oh yeah, who is
Is it
that?
Brian Cox?
It was Brian Cox. It was Brian Cox.
Fuck
Who's
off!
yeah, fuck
Fuck off!
off. Okay, but no, he was awesome. And then God, there were so many great fucking actors in that movie. But yeah, Brad Pitt was amazing. And then I went to Comic-Con. It was either that year or the year after. And there's a place where they sell swords, right? Like in Comic-Con, and you can now when you buy them, you have to like go to the front and give it to them, and they put like a tag around it, and you can't pick it up until the end of Comic-Con or whatever. But back in the day when I went to buy this sword, they had the sword of Achilles there from
Oh,
the movie.
nice.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
there. And I was like, I want that fucking thing. And so I went up to the guy and I go, how much are you selling this for? And he's like, they do the whole shtick or whatever. He's like, I'm thinking like 130. He's doing this thing.
Wow.
Because it was real metal. It was an actual sword, right? And I was like, I don't know, man. I can't do 130 or whatever. He goes, doing the whole. He's trying to barter with me. So I got him down to like, I think it was like $30 or something like that. And then so
Nice.
yeah, I got him to like the 30, $40 something, and I bought it. And then the first thing I did with it when I went home with it, because I grabbed it and then I went home, was I put it through there was like an old mattress on the side of the like an alleyway near my house, and I like put it through it. I was like, oh, this is just like in the movie when he puts it through that one guy, and I was like, this is like that. And so then I did that, and then I looked at the mattress and I went, take it, it's yours. I did the whole thing. Like I was like, yeah, because I was like, I love that
The
fucking movie.
actual sword from the movie?
No, it wasn't the actual sword. It was
Was it
just it
replica?
was a replica. Yeah, it was a
'Cause
replica.
even still, that's a steal. 30
Yeah, it's
bucks.
amazing.
Yeah, yeah, I got it for 30, $40. So I don't have it anymore. I lost it. But like I sharpened it, the whole thing, dude. I used to just walk around with it like, and I was like, yeah, I have the sword of Achilles. I thought it was the coolest
Dude,
thing.
that's
But
so
yeah, that's
sick.
like it's one of my favorite like movies about the Trojan. I mean, Odyssey hasn't come out yet, and I'm sure it's going to be great.
You
And
must be stoked.
Yeah. I'm pretty stoked about it, and but the thing I'm not stoked about and pissed off about actually is the fact that they limited the fucking tickets for the 70 millimeter stuff, and
Uh-huh.
I wasn't able to get them, and I'm very upset about
They already
that.
sold out.
Yeah, they sold out in like 5 minutes. Like I literally like I sat there with the thing, and I was like, click it, and then it's like gone.
Oh,
Like it
for like
was.
Irvine Spectrum,
Yeah,
like
yeah, all of them, like
Sucks.
everything. I was so mad because I wanted to take my kid. My kid is
I
like
have to
he
see it.
loves.
You can't see it anywhere else besides Irvine
No, I
Spectrum.
know.
Or
Yeah,
do
yeah,
they,
yeah.
or are they gonna like? Are there gonna be more screenings
Well, yeah,
later?
because so what it was is it was the tickets I think for the first week are
Okay,
gone. So like the week, yeah. So I have to wait until the
that's
week
the
after.
only way. I refuse to watch it anywhere else the first
Yeah,
time.
because I
Go to
saw
my-
Oppenheimer there, and
Yeah,
like in
hell
70
yeah.
millimeter, and
Right.
that
Yeah,
like that blew
same.
me away. And I had like I had a massive panic attack during that movie. Like
Ooh.
during the Trinity test, dude, I was like literally
Brian,
sitting there.
remember
Oh
our
yeah,
time seeing that in
oh
the
yeah,
70 bill?
yeah, dude. Benny
The
Safdie.
panic attack thing, we were both kind of feeling that, right?
Dude, I was good, but it's funny. My wife, I took her to go see it. She went to the bathroom during the Trinity test scene, so when she came
She
back,
pulled a mat.
Oh
She
oh,
pulled a
no.
Diaz, people
mat.
the Matt, yeah. So then when she came back, I was like, you do like, I feel like shit right now because I was just like, I just gone through like this huge, I thought I was gonna die.
Moment.
But it was amazing. But it was like those are the movies, those are the kind of things, those feelings that you get when you're watching a film. That's what makes for me, that's better than skydiving. Like even though
Yeah.
I had a panic attack, it's
Oh my
like the
God,
adrenaline went up and I was like living. I was alive. Like those
Yes.
movies remind you you're living, like in
dude.
the worst way, dude.
Totally.
In the
Matt
worst
and
way.
Totally.
I, Matt and I just saw the Odyssey preview at Irvine
Oh,
Spectrum.
Oh, okay.
The 7 minute.
same, right?
They show the Trojan horse
Uh-huh.
segment,
Yeah, yeah,
and
Amazing.
I don't think I felt that giddy since I saw like the Dark Knight prologue like
yeah, yeah,
20.
yeah. A
I
million
was
years
just
ago.
I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
literally
Yeah.
like, because how you're saying you about the Trojan War, it's
yeah,
that's how I feel about the Odyssey. Like
yeah.
that's like the greatest story to me
Yeah, it's
next
amazing.
to, like
Yeah.
Watchmen, and like my
Did you see The Return,
I love The Return. I was
dude?
crying. Yeah,
That's oh, okay. Yeah,
beautiful. I mean, I'm bummed because I like the monsters. Like
yeah,
that's
of course. But
what I
like, but
really want.
yeah, but
But
who are the monsters when he gets back? You know what I
yeah,
mean? That's
but and then the return does a great. I mean, Ray Fiennes,
yeah,
that's great, and but they just do so much great stuff with the context of it, and I love how the return kind of plays with ambiguity of, does she know that it's him the whole
hmm,
time?
yeah, yeah.
But my top five favorite movies of all time is the number five, arguably, it's on my mind all the time now as maybe a potential for like number one, is the Hallmark made for movie
Yeah,
version.
with Amon Asante.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
so, there are
yeah, yeah,
Well, you told me
days
that, yeah.
yeah.
more days than not. I think it's maybe my favorite movie of all time.
Yeah, we had to
And
watch it. We had to watch it in sixth grade.
the effects
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
hold
Mhm.
up. The Cyclops,
It's so
Scylla,
good.
it's so
Yeah,
well made. The music is
hmm,
perfect. The
yeah,
acting is incredible
yeah.
from
It is.
everybody.
Hmm.
It is a perfect movie, and that it's the only thing that's I got going against the Nolan movie is I don't know if it can top this because it's already this
Uh,
perfect thing.
Yeah.
This 3 hour epic version of the very dark. They took a lot of liberties with the material, but it is just kind of the movie, the kind of like the Bible of
Yeah, it's
movies.
the quintessential Odyssey, like
Essential story and
adaptation. Yeah, yeah,
perfectly done, and I just don't know. But yeah, there's a lot of great things going for the Chris Nolan movie, but
yeah.
I just had to mention that because you said about
No, no, no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
amazing. That's
it's a good
amazing.
segue. Yeah. You've never seen that, Matt? You've never seen
No, no, no,
dude,
I
you
haven't.
did, yeah,
produced
Yeah,
that's
produced by Francis
I've,
Coppola.
yeah, Coppola. Yeah,
Got his
Coppola produced
fingerprints
it.
all over, and it has
Yeah,
that
yeah.
wow.
grand in the 90s, man. They just put all this money into it, and they
Into
put all,
TV movies, man. They
yeah,
just did
and
that.
it's directed by the guy who wrote Andrei Rublev
Mhm.
and Ivan's
Yeah,
Childhood, and he
yeah,
worked with Tarkovsky a lot,
yeah,
and
yeah,
It's
yeah.
amazing.
No, it's a
It's
killer.
interesting
Yeah.
because I've kind of been going into it with this very fresh perspective. Like I, of course, I, teach English and literacy, so I know about the Odyssey, but like I don't know all these different
It was
versions.
originally in Greek. It wasn't
Like,
in English. No, I'm just kidding.
but but I but I haven't seen all these different versions. So I was like, I showed like the trailer to like I'm teaching a class right now about like Greek mythology and stuff. So I showed them like the trailer of the Nolan version, and some of the kids were scared by it, like they were actually kind of like
Yeah.
they're like, "Oh, this looks scary." Like they were actually scared, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." Like, I was just
Go
thinking
see it
about
in
it.
70 mil, see what happens.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Well, I was just thinking about it from the excitement
Yeah,
perspective of
yeah.
like, us seeing it on 70 mil and IMAX. And I didn't even think of it as scary. I was just like, oh, this is exciting, like this is interesting. And I was like, oh, but it actually is scary when you think about it, right? Like
Mhm.
there's
the
all these
whole
scary
thing
things.
is going to be
Yeah, like
IMAX.
and the IMAX and the overwhelm of that and the monsters and the swords and
The fact that the Cyclops is a giant puppet, like it's a life
yeah,
size
it's real. It's actually
practical
scary.
effect.
And I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I
so
think it's
it,
going to be a three-part. I think I don't. I haven't seen anything in the trailers that shows that it's going to be anything than the first third of the story. I think they're going to turn it into a franchise. I kind of hope that they don't, but if they do,
yes,
you
yes.
just get more
You
movie out of
you
it. So
you
it's win-win.
you mentioned this when we saw the prologue, and I remember thinking that was really interesting. But like we know how Nolan is so like only one movie at a time. So do you think
I
he's
know.
actually thinking that though, or like
Well, he's
I
done
in
a
the trailer.
trilogy before. He's done
I
a
know
trilogy
in the
he
trailer I
before.
has?
can see they
Yeah.
go up at least to him going into the underworld. So I think they're going to do at least half of the story. It just depends on how much of it is the Trojan War and not. But it's win-win. More movies.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
great.
All right, Brian, number 7.
Okay, so number 7. This one's interesting. I hated this movie the first time I saw it. This is Bronson by
Oh yeah,
Oh
Bronson. Yeah,
yeah, hell
yeah. That's
yes.
Tom
and
Hardy. Yeah,
one of the best movies,
Hell
yeah,
yes.
yeah,
one of the best performances of all time.
yeah, yeah.
I thought he was the best actor in the world for a long time, and he just didn't get you. They just made him Venom, and everybody's just like, cool, I guess that's it. But
I
but
thought he was great as Venom, to be honest with
and he's great in Inception and Mad
you.
Max, but
You
Bronson
you
is like that.
you
That is such a that is such a
you showed me Bronson before he was Bane, if I remember
yeah.
correctly. And
Yeah,
And
I
I
was
yeah.
was
like,
like, this guy,
oh,
dude.
This
dude,
is
this
Bane.
guy. This is
Yeah.
like, yeah.
And it's a great movie. But I was like, I hated it so much the first time I saw it. I was like, this is so slow. What the fuck am I watching? What
Yeah.
are they doing? He's got the makeup and he's turning and it's going on and on. And what the fuck are we doing? And I was so mad about it. I kept ranting about it for like days. And then finally I was like, man, I'm really like fixated on this. Like, if I'm so passionate about it, maybe I should give it another chance and watch it because I can't stop thinking. I just needed to watch it again and assess it again. And then I was like, okay, wait, that's actually pretty cool. Okay, wait, what? And then after that, I was like, that was actually really insane. Like, what the fuck? And then I watched it again, and I was like, I just fucking love this movie. Like
Yeah, it's a great movie.
the
Yeah.
soundtrack, but really, what gets me is the visuals of the cinematography and how he does things not like Spielberg where he like combines shots into one shot and he
Yeah.
moves from one composition to another, but he just creates compositions within the same composition. So there's a scene where Bronson's like choking a guy on the ground and they're behind like a chair and it makes it look like Tom Hardy's on one side choking him and the other side you see the guy's legs sticking out, but it's almost like a girl in a magic box getting cut in half,
Yeah.
like it's the same body, and you don't know what it means or anything, but it's just things like that add to this mind fuck of the
Yeah.
visual of it. There's another scene where I think he gives the guy some tea and then they take the tea from him and then all of a sudden his hands turn into fists like that,
Yeah.
and then you see behind him there's like a guard from the prison, but the guard is framed in a way that it looks like Bronson's grabbing him by the collar and about to punch
About to
him.
punch him. Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
these are just little things that they're just subliminal little things that I just haven't really noticed that in other movies. I've seen genius filmmakers do all sorts of things with compositions and move, but this movie has so many little Easter eggs like that it's so like well thought out, and but it's not in your face. It's just if you notice it, you notice it, but
Oh,
it's very clearly intentional and
yeah.
subtle. But I don't know what to make of it. It's just things the they just add to the overall experience. And already it's just this great movie with this
Yeah.
great
Yeah.
soundtrack and all these great shots, and it really is like an upgrading of a Clockwork Orange,
Yeah.
but it's
No.
also its own thing, and it's just this crazy beat. It's just so fun.
I
Yeah.
love that.
Yeah.
Incredible
And
performance.
the true story is fucked up too. I mean, the whole like there was did you watch the documentary?
I might have. Was it on Netflix
It might
or
have been. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I
okay?
remember seeing it streaming somewhere. But yeah, it's just as fucked up, if not even more
Wow,
fucked up than the movie. So
amazing.
Troublemaker, man.
yeah, he was
And
hardcore, man.
it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I just remember. I remember. I'm excited to go back and like rewatch that one because I do remember you showed that to me and our mutual friend who's a filmmaker, Vinny, and we were watching it all together. And I remember just being like elated by the filmmaking. Like I remember this sense of like the exuberance of the filmmaking and the craziness of it, and like the joy of just kind of breaking the rules, in the filmmaking and Tom Hardy's performance and stuff like that. And I remember just being like, oh yeah, this is the kind of thing I want to do. Like
Yeah.
just like break the rules and not give a fuck about how you're supposed to shoot something. What is normal? What is a normal shot supposed to look like, or coverage, or this or that? Like, just no, this is what it is. Like,
Yeah.
and so I want to go back and rewatch it because it's been a long time, but I do remember that feeling of just like kind of exuberant joy of the filmmaking process from it.
I'm
Nice.
not even a fan. I'm not a huge fan of that director. Like his other stuff is okay, but I don't. I'm not cheering him on about like I'd like to see some of his older stuff, but everything else, nothing comes close to this.
This was
Like,
his magnum opus. Yeah.
yeah, he doesn't
Yeah.
do it. It almost like seems like intentionally he doesn't want to go back to it, but now he seems to be more of like a giallo thing with the lighting and stuff, which is cool, but this one just has so many different things happening from scene to scene
Yeah.
that
It's a great movie. It's a
if
great crime movie.
yeah.
Yeah. It's a good one. All right, what is your number seven, Matt?
My number seven is okay. So I guess we're gonna have to kind of skip ahead because
Hannibal.
we talked about Hannibal.
Okay.
We that's my number seven.
Okay, all right. So then
Yeah,
I got to
we
do.
talked in depth.
Okay.
And my number six is American Psycho, which we've
Okay.
talked in
Okay.
depth
Also,
about.
we'll skip you. Okay, so we'll do Robert's seven then. So
Yeah. So my
Yeah.
number seven is my Ridley Scott movie, which is Kingdom of Heaven. So,
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
dude, oh God, fucking dude. This, so it's about the Crusades. That's number one. Okay. Have you seen it, Brian? Okay, both of you. Um, you have to see there's a road show cut. Man, it is like it's like almost, I think it's almost 5 hours long. It's like four and a half, something like that. It's like it's a killer fucking movie. And the commentary, he does the commentary too, really Scott does. And it is like it's a masterclass in the Crusades. It's a masterclass in filmmaking. It's a masterclass
Wow.
in, I mean, everything. Orlando Bloom is the main character in it. He's okay. He's passable. But like Liam Neeson's in it. Ed Norton's in it. Eva Green plays the main like love
Oh,
interest.
wow.
She's fucking hot as all hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, I mean, there's a bunch of people in it that you would recognize and be like, oh yeah, like I want to watch this movie, whatever. Oh, fuck, Jeremy Irons. I mean, everybody's in it,
Oh
right?
my gosh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's so many people in it. But you have to see it. All I can say about it, without spoiling everything, is that though, like, not to spoil the Crusades, but what happened, right? But there are a lot of Ridley Scott movies that I could have put in this, like that he's done
in this 21st century that I could have put here and been like, oh, whatever, But like, he got a lot of shit for Prometheus. He got a lot of shit for,
Yeah.
Robin Hood wasn't that great. I mean, it was okay. Um, American Gangster was good. Everybody likes that movie. Um, huh? Oh yeah,
Hannibal.
Hannibal. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Hannibal. Yeah, we've already talked about Hannibal. But like, Kingdom of Heaven is something that like you could like when we talk about obsession, like when you watch that movie and especially you watch it with the commentary and everything, you realize like what that word means because he was like, I want to make a fucking movie. And of course, he's in the midst of dealing with, I think he was dealing with the death of his brother at the time of him
Oh,
like making
wow.
it, like Tony Scott had just died or whatever. And he's like, I'm gonna make this movie about the Crusades. And he just kind of like dived so deep into it. And that like, I don't know. I mean, again, like everything I'm saying right now does not do it justice. It's one of the greatest films ever made.
Wow.
People can talk shit about it all they want, which they do. Um, but yeah, Ed Norton is killer. He plays King Baldwin, the Leper King, and he's fucking amazing. He wears like this metal mask the whole movie, or like most, when he's on screen or whatever. And yeah, it's
Uh,
a triumph of film.
what do people hate about it? What is the
They don't. They just don't. Like a lot of Ridley Scott's movies, they're kind of like, oh, it's too slow. The script sucks. Like shit like that.
Wow.
Which like I don't agree with when it
it
comes to
kind of
this
slipped
movie.
by. Like I never really heard about
No,
it,
a
but
lot of people didn't. Yeah, a lot of people didn't.
even
Whenever I bring it up, a lot of people are like, what is that? Like, and I have to explain it.
Wow,
I
interesting.
heard about it recent. I
I
don't
didn't know
know.
it.
Maybe you told me about it, Robert,
Yeah,
or
I
something.
did. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
recently. So I
mhm.
heard about recently that was really good, and I've made a note that that's
Yeah.
like one of the ones
If
that
you it's so good that if you watch it and you don't like it, like I will, like if you paid any money for to watch them, I'll give you the money that you paid to watch it. Like that's how good I think it is.
my
I think it's a
Wow.
great fucking movie.
my dad
Wow.
did that with the Patriot. I showed him the Patriot, and he's like,
Yeah,
"How much did you pay for this?"
yeah,
I like it so much, I'm gonna give you the money for the
yeah, yeah,
DVD.
yeah. That's
Wow.
how I
And
feel about
I,
Kingdom of Heaven. That's how I,
amazing.
yeah,
Amazing.
yeah. It's a classic film. All right, so
Yeah.
now we're gonna move on to six, I guess. Since
Okay.
yeah, what's your number six,
Okay, so
Brian?
speaking of 3 hour made for TV movies,
Yeah.
there's another one. This is the weirdest one on my list.
Okay.
Not
I know.
completely defensible, but I've got some opinions on it. 2000, I think 19,
Mhm.
made for TV, FX's A Christmas Carol, with
Oh.
Guy
I knew
Pearce.
it. I knew it. I knew it.
I
I
love
want to say that I saw this. I'm like it's weird. I have like a memory of it, but then I don't.
No,
very dark.
I still need to watch it. I know we had a very long conversation about this. I really need to
That's so
watch it.
It's
weird.
it's ballsy. I think Tom Hardy produced it. It was
Hmm.
very like Peaky Blinders
Is
adjacent.
it? Yeah. Yeah.
They have a guy who looks and sounds exactly like Tom Hardy, especially like from Bronson, who plays like Scrooge's dad, who's
Yeah.
not a character in the book. So it takes so many liberties. The book is very like precious to me. That's one of my favorite stories.
Yeah.
And they just freaking go to town on it. They just completely obliterate it. And for better and worse, like there's some stuff people hate about it, but what it does, it's such a short book. They turn it into this 3 hour thing, and in doing so, they're able to get so deep into the heart of the themes of it. So the first hour is just basically Scrooge and Cratchit in his office.
Mhm.
Now, normally when you watch Christmas Carol, the first hour, by the end of the first hour, we're on like Ghost of Christmas Future, and the
Yeah.
movie's story's almost over. This one, the first hour is just basically that, introducing those and seeing the psychology and the interplay between them. That is there's just some exchanges between them that fucked me up a little bit. Like it's you just kind of see what makes Scrooge tick. They throw the prose of Christmas Carol kind of away. Like they kind of write their own
Yeah, their own dialogue of their
new
own.
dialogue for it, and they get some gems. There's some ridiculous things that happen that I understand why people don't like. But the second hour is just like just the Ghost of Christmas Past. And then the third hour is you're cramming in the present, the future, and the end of the story all
Oh
into
wow.
the third hour. But the second hour, you got Andy Serkis's Ghost of Christmas Past, and it's like very Yule themed. Like it's not 1800s, it's like 1600s, like old, creepy, like Christmas shit. And that's the aesthetic of the whole thing.
Okay.
Um,
You said this was like one of the darkest versions,
oh
right?
no, it's so dark. It's like kind of too dark. Like there's a bunch of stuff where it's like, no, don't do that. They make it way too bad. But no, it just gets into the heart of it by in throwing away the prose and expanding it and making it this big long thing. They're able to get into the heart of that the selflessness that Scrooge discovers and him kind of like keeping himself in check. Spirited was also a really great Christmas Carol.
Is this your favorite adaptation of the story?
No, no.
What would that be?
Uh, it's got to be the Albert Finney Scrooge musical from
Yeah,
1970.
Uh,
And
mine's yeah,
yeah. Which one's yours?
mine's the Muppet Christmas
The
Carol.
Muppet.
oh
That
yeah.
was
The
mine for
Michael
the
Caine. I
longest
mean,
time. It was the
that is
Muppet.
yeah.
It's
the
well,
Muppet.
I just taught a unit, an entire unit on this, to my high school students, like right before Christmas, and I had them do their own adaptation, right? So like we watched various different versions and all this stuff. I will say, for me, it's like um, I have not seen the one Brian's talking about, and I really want to see that, but I have seen the Muppets one. Of course, I love that,
It's a
but
classic.
it's a classic. Um, the one that made me interested in the character when I was a little kid, like really little kid, and I was like, that was the version to me that a
It's
lot of people
Mickey
don't talk
Mouse.
about. It was the Mickey Mouse. No,
Yeah, yeah,
seriously, it
yeah,
was
yeah,
the Mickey Mouse, like the Scrooge McDuck,
yeah, yeah.
the cartoon version of Scrooge McDuck, and that was the one that was like, oh, that's like the what I think of when I think about Scrooge, because it was like, oh, that was the turning point thing as a kid. I was like, I watched that and I play acted that as a kid. Did the little coins and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, but yeah, it's amazing, right? Like the different. Oh, and even like the Jim Carrey version I showed the kids, and they
That's
were
up
like,
there for with Muppet
yeah,
Christmas Carol.
they were creeped out by that. I was like, yeah, this is like a horror movie.
So
That's like
Robert
what it is,
Zemeckis.
you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, Robert Zemeckis, another one. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
That's a great that one's the most purest, like this is right out of the book. This is just
Yes.
Yeah.
pure eye
Yes.
candy.
And then the really good like kind of not like it's an adaptation, but it's not like it's Scrooged with Bill Murray.
Bill
Like
Murray.
that's another one
Yeah.
that's
Of
like
course.
it's
Yeah.
amazing but it's nothing it has nothing to do with the with the aesthetic
Oh yeah.
like it's the whole like it
It's its own
encapsulates
thing. Yeah.
everything but it's just the aesthetic is different.
The George C. Scott one is great.
Oh
There's
yeah, that's a classic too. Yeah, yeah,
made for TV with Patrick Stewart. That
yeah.
one's great. And then
Have there have
the Alistair Sim one, the classic one.
has there been a story that's been adapted that many fucking times like that other than like the
No.
story of
Dracula.
Jesus
I
or
mean,
whatever?
yeah, it's like
Dracula.
it's
Yeah,
There's pictures of the Johnny Depp one coming out.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. Yeah, I saw
Right
him.
west.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I showed my students there was a great inverse adaptation of it, which was the Smallville Lex Luthor story, where
Yeah.
it was called Lexmas, and it was just like, what if we took that story of like the Scrooge kind of thing, but we made it more fucked up and more like the
Yeah,
inverse of the story. So it was like Lex Luthor sees what his life could be if he was a good person and not a greedy person like like Scrooge, but instead he sees also like, well, without the power and the money, like the
Who
people
is he?
close to him could
Yeah,
die,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
And he could lose that power and that money. Like if the person close to him, like his wife, were to die and he didn't have that money and power, what would he do? And so it's like he chooses money and power because of that. So it's like the Scrooge story, but instead it's like the inverse. Like he
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah, yeah.
choose the happy ending, but he chooses the fucked up ending,
He
you
has
know?
to be greedy in order to save the
Yeah.
people around him. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
no,
great.
yeah, yeah.
So yeah, this is on here. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous stuff happens, but it makes me cry, and it takes everything that I love about it and it turns it into this big novel. So it's just a bigger version of it, and I don't know. There's just so much of what's great about the book that's in here that's bigger. There's just some crazy stuff too, and you're either with it or not. But
Awesome.
Love that.
All right, Matt, what is your number 6?
My number six is okay. So we
we do it.
we've already talked about American Psycho, which is my
Okay.
number six.
Okay.
So
Okay. So now
should
my
I
number
jump to
6.
my number five?
No. My number 6. And then
Your
we
number
go,
six.
yeah,
Yeah.
my number 6. So my number 6 is another historical epic, and it's Oliver Stone's Alexander. So this
Oh,
is the
cool.
one that connects a little bit to Troy because Alexander the Great, who
Yeah.
I've talked about before on my podcast because I have this weird, strange obsession with him. I keep a copy of the Iliad right next to my bed because he kept a copy of Iliad next to his bed.
I love
Alexander
that.
did, you know. Um, so I went into this film already knowing a lot about Alexander, and I went to Egypt because of Alexander. I was going to go originally to Macedonia and follow his entire. I was going to follow the whole thing, but it cost too much money, so I just went straight to Alexandria,
Yeah.
instead. Um, but my goal, I guess, in life at one point before I became a teacher and before I did all the things that I've done so far was that I wanted to find his tomb because it went missing, and
Wow.
everything. And
Mhm.
so I was like, oh man, And so this movie came out, I think in '04 or '05, one of the two. And it was right around the time I graduated high school. And so I went and saw it in the movie theater because I love Oliver Stone. My mom showed me a lot of The Doors and shit like that when I was a kid and everything, and JFK, and I didn't get to see a lot of his like older films until I was older myself. Like what's that fucking one with James Woods where he's the photographer? It's like
Oh, right.
El
Yeah.
Salvador or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget what it's called. But anyway, Oliver Stone's always been a big like director in my life, and obviously I love Natural Born Killers. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. I think that's his best work. That's his magnum opus is Natural Born Killers. But Alexander, to me, again, not to everybody. A lot of people gave it shit, kind of like they gave Kingdom of Heaven shit. Um, a lot of people will say that Alexander is not that great of a film, and I implore them to take on the task of making a movie this epic about
Yeah.
somebody like this and then come back and tell me that this movie isn't great. Like it is
Yeah.
a great fucking movie. And Colin Farrell is killer as Alexander. And Jared Leto, who I don't like very much, is good as his boyfriend or whatever. And like it's like, it's just a good movie, like all around good movie.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And have you guys seen it? Have
No,
you seen
I haven't.
You've never seen Alexander either? Oh man, you got to watch Alexander, especially the director's cut with Oliver Stone's um commentary. Again, I love watching movies with the commentary, but Oliver Stone's commentary on Alexander is fucking amazing. It's just like the Ridley Scott on Kingdom of Heaven one. But his commentary on Natural Born Killers is that will change the way that you look at life. Like that, oh
Wow.
yeah, the commentary for Natural Born Killers, like you'll watch the news differently after you'll watch everything
Whoa.
differently after you listen to Oliver Stone's
Yeah, hell
commentary.
yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. But yeah, so Alexander the Great is again one of my idols. I was in therapy and my because I found out that my stepdad that raised me wasn't my actual father, and that my mother was a prostitute and she got knocked up by some John, and I still haven't found the guy. I don't know his name, anything about him. And so my therapist said you should make a list of people that you look up to that are male.
Yeah.
And the first number one was Alexander the Great. It was
Nice.
yeah. If he would,
Yeah.
if I could have anybody as a father, it would be him. Like
Amazing.
he, yeah.
Not a bad choice.
No, right?
Yeah.
That's like, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. It's funny you say 'cause I have not seen that film, but
You gotta watch it.
I was literally just talking about him to my students, what was it, 2 days ago? Um, because they're learning about Greek mythology and
Hmm.
stuff.
Yeah.
And so I was like explaining to them about Alexander the Great, and then I was like explaining to them about, chariot races and the
Mhm.
different things that existed at the time, like the, battling lions,
Mhm.
the different things. And I explained to them something that I had heard, which was like about Alexander the Great's father.
Yeah, Philip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Philip of
Yeah.
Macedonia.
Val Kilmer plays Philip in the movie.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Oh, I gotta see this. Like
yeah.
just the idea of him throwing him into the pit with the lions
Mhm.
to see if like his son could withstand that and to like test his strength,
Yeah.
you know? And my students were like, "What? Like, what if that didn't work?" Like, and I was like, "That was his
What do you
father,
think would happen?
If it didn't work, then he didn't pass the test,
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. And then the fact that like who was Alexander the Great's teacher? It was fucking Aristotle. Like Aristotle,
wow,
like was Alexander the Great's. And you know what happened was that I'll tell this little bit of a whatever aside. Philip was going to destroy the city that Aristotle lived right
yeah,
in, and he goes, "I'll tell you what, I won't destroy the city if you teach my son." And so then Aristotle came
wow,
and taught his son, and he didn't destroy the city. Otherwise, he would have killed like all of Aristotle's family and all of his friends and everything. So it's
whoa,
all that like that all kind of led to that. And then
amazing.
yeah, it's fucking and then Angelina Jolie plays his mom. That's another thing that in the movie.
Wow.
And she's Angelina Jolie. She's a beautiful woman.
Yes.
Um yeah, it's very. All right, so that was my number 6, Alexander. What's your number 5,
Mine
Brian?
was Zodiac. We
Okay,
touched.
okay. Okay, we touched on that. What is yours, Matt?
My number, what, five?
5? Yeah, number 5.
Um, oh, okay. My number five. I don't think it's a shared one because I don't think you've seen it, Brian.
Oh.
I
Even though I've been telling you for years about this one. But maybe I'm wrong. Robert, I think you've seen it.
Okay. I hope so.
M. Night Shyamalan and Ding Dong's one on my list, which is very difficult to choose because he's one of my favorite directors. There's many on this list of
Yeah.
21st century, but to me, his masterpiece of the 21st century is Unbreakable.
Yeah, Unbreakable. Yeah, it's a classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's a great
Brian,
movie.
you haven't seen that one, right?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. You know
This
what?
is
You know what I think you know what I think M. Night Shyamalan's best movie is? Is Lady in the Water. No, really, no, really. I
no,
fucking no.
it's funny you said because I actually want to go back and like rewatch some of those ones that are more maligned,
Yeah.
like Lady in the Water, because like a lot of people like talk shit on him and they're like, oh, Lady in the Water, blah blah. But I want to go back and rewatch it
Yeah,
because
Unbreakable is like you said, it's like the best superhero. It's the best Superman movie
well,
that
it's
wasn't about Superman.
yes,
Like
no,
that's
it's to me like it's a tie with The Dark Knight in terms of like the best superhero mythology
Mhm.
movie that is done in the most grounded possible way.
Yeah.
And I think that Unbreakable is for me, it's like it's a template for another movie I'm making that's like a superhero story in a way, but it's like grounded in this very like realistic, mundane kind of environment, like and Unbreakable to me is like very inspiring because it's like M. Night is just he's shooting it in this way that it feels very almost like documentary, this sort of realism to it, where it's like the for those who don't know, it's like there's Bruce Willis's character is in a train wreck and he's the only survivor, and then he gets this mysterious, enigmatic, you know, letter from a comic book collector who's like, "You are a real life superhero." Basically, he's like, "You are how many days have you been sick?" And Bruce Willis's character is like, I don't even remember. Have I ever been sick? Like he's like trying to remember that. And then he meets this guy at the comic book shop played by Samuel L. Jackson. And Samuel L. Jackson's like, comic books are actually like a real life mythology. Like I've been studying this all my life. And what's interesting about it is that they're both based on these real life um, elements of the real extremes of human physicality, right? And that Bruce Willis is the titular unbreakable in that he's never been sick really, and he survives the train wagon. He's the only one to survive it. And then and he's like this super strength, but he doesn't really even think about that. Like it's not like something that's part of his everyday thing. He's just like a security guard and he doesn't even think about it, you know? And then M. Night places Samuel L. Jackson's character as his counterpart, where he has this imperfecta thing that is a real life symptom where your bones break very easily, and like the tiniest little flick could break your bones, you know? And so Mr. Glass, as he calls himself, you know, is like he's the opposite end of that spectrum where he's like, my bones break that easily, you know, but I've got this superior intellect to most humans, but my physicality is so inferior. And if that's true, isn't it also true, according to comic books, there must be my counter opposite, right? And so there must be someone with superhuman strength. And so it's like he's seeking that out and he's like trying everything he can to find that counterbalance to his physical inferiority, but he's got that intellectual superiority. And he's like, I'm trying to find who that comic book opposite would be. And so like the whole movie is like that kind of question of like, well, what would those archetypes play
Yeah.
out like in real life? And what would that be, right? Like if there was the Superman character, but he exists in a real reality and he doesn't know he's Superman, what would that be, you know? And who could bring that to his attention, right? Like, and how could that work? And how could the comic books be almost like this, like history book or this like lens for the character to see what his abilities could actually be in real life? So it's like M. Night did this thing that was so cool was he was like, I'm going to take comic book mythology as the serious, you know, in-depth mythology before anyone thought of it that way. Like this was like way before like Batman Begins, way before like Dark Knight, you know.
Yeah.
And he was like, I'm gonna take this seriously. And everyone was just like, oh, okay, like he's the guy who did The Sixth Sense. So like they marketed it as like, oh, it's like another thriller movie by the guy who did The Sixth Sense. It's like a horror movie. And he was like, no, that's not what this movie is. But that's how they marketed it,
Yeah,
you
they
know?
don't care.
So yeah, people
Yeah.
went in, they're like, oh,
Yeah.
they're expecting this like scary movie, and they're like,
It's not
oh,
that.
that's not what it
Yeah.
is. So they're
Yeah.
disappointed. And and he was disappointed because it was like no one was really thinking of the movie as what it was supposed to be on its own terms. But he was like, well, I'm really into comic books. I'm really into the superhero mythology. I think this is important and interesting. And people didn't really see it that way, right? Like, and people were just like, oh, what is this? And then years later, it had this like cult following. So
Yeah. Yeah.
to me, it's like it's one of the most important superhero mythology like films that I can think of. And also not only that, but also like it's the way in which he shoots it that it gives it such intentionality that it's like every single shot is designed in such a way that it's like it's either the mundane reality that Bruce Willis's character is in, or it's becoming the comic book mythology. And the way that his camera moves, where it's oftentimes just like uncut, no coverage, everything is designed. It's like just one take, and it's just like the camera's moving from this to that, and it moves from like a very realistic kind of milieu to like a comic book, you know, um, aesthetic.
Hmm.
Like it's like that to me is just like it's so masterful, and it's like it's almost kind of like you can't even really describe it unless you watch it. But it's like that masterful kind of composition where he can do that and take you from the mundane to the supernatural or to the like comic book surreal kind of thing. And even just like everything about it, like the colors, like he has the colors where it's like each color signifies something.
There's something. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the Bruce Willis green organic, and there's like the Samuel L. Jackson with
It's
like
purple.
full, yeah,
Yeah.
like everything about it. It goes from this like mundane color palette to like very comic book and like surreal. So to me, that's his Sixth Sense is like very, very close. That's 1999, but
Yeah. Hmm.
Unbreakable in 2000 is like that's his
Best.
masterpiece to me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. That's your number five. My number five is There Will Be Blood. So we don't have to talk about that
Yes.
anymore. We don't talk
Yes.
about that. So what's your number four, Brian?
Number four, I think this is on your list, Robert.
Yeah.
This is the best comic book movie ever.
Oh, oh,
Comic book ever.
oh.
I think I consider this the story of all time. I think this is kind of right there. I think this is one of the best stories of all time as Watchmen. I think
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just
Yeah, nice.
it's
Yes.
entertaining. It does everything a superhero story should do. It dissects superhero characters in every possible way. Every possible archetype is dissected and so many different real life ways. Um, and then it encompasses like what feels like the entirety of like human wisdom.
Mhm.
Uh, not just in terms of like the Dr. Manhattan character, but it just in terms of the scope of what you see. Like you see a guy arguing with his wife before New York is destroyed. You see like a lesbian couple like arguing, like one of them's jealous or something before New York is destroyed. You're just seeing a god's eye view of life, and the guy just does so much extra credit. Like he could have done a 1/1000th of this and it would have still been
Yeah.
more than was necessary. And he just, and yet at the same time, none of it feels like fat, none of it feels pointless. It's just very, very um big. I mean, it's only like that thick, but it's just exactly what it needs to be. It goes every and then in terms of the movie, because once again I gotta say the movie has the source material to thank, but at the same time they didn't fuck it up. They
Yeah.
followed it.
Yeah.
They followed the instructions. They used the panels as the storyboards, and they did it.
Up
And
until the ending.
Zack Snyder did serve. Yeah, they changed it. And some would say that it was appropriate in some way for that version of the movie. Like I guess I get why they did it.
Well, like the
It
squid
makes it a little
thing,
more contemporary, I think, like
it
post
would feel too much,
9/11 or
maybe.
Cold
Yeah.
War
Like,
but uh yeah, but also the needle drops and the way he directed
Mhm.
it is baked into my feeling of like I wasn't crazy about it the first time I saw it, but it was when I saw the director's cut, not the really extended one, but just the 3 hours director's cut.
yeah.
That was when I was like, man, this movie does everything a story and a movie can do, and
Yeah.
the violence and the heart, and it's just so extreme, and it's just everything about the human condition at like level 10.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it just says everything. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's my number two on my list.
Nice.
Yeah, it's to me, I don't care what anybody says about Zack Snyder. He is the to right now one of the greatest living comic book people that
Great.
ever directed a movie about comic books.
100%.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? 300 was fucking
Yeah.
amazing. This was what I read Watchmen uh like a million years ago when I was first getting into comic books.
Yeah.
And being able to sit down, I mean, I saw the trailer first, right, with the Smashing Pumpkins.
And Muse.
The
Oh,
end is the
yes.
beginning,
Yes.
right, playing, in the
Lit
background.
from the,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, all that. And I was like, oh, this is fucking, it felt like the panels came right to life just watching that trailer. And then I went and saw it in the movie theater, and I was like, fuck, I needed a new personality, and I gained
Yeah.
it with the comedian. Like just
Yeah.
watching
Same
Jeffrey
dude.
Dean, dude,
I
I
was him for
wanted to,
Halloween.
yeah, so was I. Yeah, yeah, so was I. So was I. Everybody was, every smart
Oh
person was. But no, but so it's funny. I have a similar story to what you were talking about, Matt, about the Superman Returns with the little kid crying and stuff on the
Yes.
leaving.
Yes.
So I have a similar one for Watchmen. So I went to go see it, and I was sitting. I want to say I was sitting maybe like in the middle of the theater, and watching it. And before the movie comes on, this grandmother walks in with like these two little kids,
Oh
and
no.
I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, do they know what movie they're in right now? Like this is not, but I think they saw like superheroes and they thought, oh, it's gonna be
Oh
like a fucking
no.
superhero
Oh
movie.
no.
So it was fine up until the point where they showed Dr. Manhattan's cock for the first time. As soon as they showed the big blue cock on screen, one of the kids starts screaming, crying, and the grandmother like grabs and
Like three of
they
them.
leave out of they leave out of the theater. But I thought that was pretty funny. But no, yeah, it's one of those movies that I watch. I try to watch yearly. I have the ultimate cut in 4K. I try to watch it with the Black Freighter stuff. That was Gerard Butler plays the voice in the Black Freighter. If you haven't seen it, the cartoon thing in the middle of it.
Oh, nice.
And then the TV show. So I want to talk. I didn't like the TV show very much,
I haven't
and
seen it yet.
so the TV show to me is not that great. But the thing is about the TV show is that it's supposed to be a continuation of the graphic novel and not the movie. And the thing that they did right with it, other than Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross doing the score for it, which again, love them, was that the squid part. So they show the
Oh yeah.
squid, they show all that stuff. And I thought in my head as I was watching those scenes in the show, I said, if they literally just cut that scene and they put it at the end of the movie, you
Yes.
have the perfect adaptation of
Yeah.
Watchmen. Like it's right,
Totally.
it's there, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Like
that
Tim
was
Blake Nelson, he's gonna get like a
yo,
blowjob or something, and then he
yeah,
comes out and the squid's already killed everybody. Oh
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. No, it was that whole part was amazing. And I again, I hope that I hope this is one of the only ones that I hope that they remake it as a miniseries. Like I hope they remake the
Yeah.
graphic novel as a miniseries and then
Yeah.
keep the squid ending for that. So then it's like, and I hope they use the same template, just different actors to do the thing because it's
Yeah.
just what Zack Snyder did. A lot of people on I go on 4chan onto the TV and
Yeah.
movie forum on there, and on there they say they always they joke, they say Snyder is the blueprint, right? And it's like he is the blueprint when it comes to a
Yeah.
lot of these
Yeah.
superhero movies,
No,
Marvel,
it's
all that
totally
shit.
true.
He was the
Totally
blueprint.
true.
The
He's
one they're
he's
going
he's
on.
yeah, no, I'm really glad you brought him up because it's like I was so it broke my heart to follow this self-imposed rule about the like, you know, the one movie per like character star thing because Batman v Superman, the Ultimate Edition, the Zack Snyder cut was like that was way up there for me.
Yeah, it's great.
And no, it's incredible. And it was like and I think that everything he did with like Man of Steel, Batman v
Mhm.
Superman,
Yeah.
Justice League Ultimate Edition, like everything he did, I think was like that is the apex of like what you can actually. I'm so sick of comic book movies. I'm so sick of like superheroes. I'm like, but I look at what he does and I'm like, that's the apex of what you can do as a filmmaker
Yeah.
who genuinely is not fucking at all interested in IP bullshit. And he's just interested in the comics and the actual origin of the characters. Like, that's what it is. And it's like people were so up in arms about, oh, Batman doesn't kill. People were upset about that. They're like, oh, Lex Luthor doesn't have hair and he's not blah, blah, blah. Like, and I was like, no, what he's actually doing is he's stripping it back and he's like telling you this is what the darkness and craziness of those comic books actually were. Like Batman killed in the earliest days.
Yeah.
And how are we going to take that and take him from who we thought who he was in that day to who we know he is now? And then how are we going to take Lex Luthor from the long-haired, quirky, over-the-top mad scientist dude
To
how
the
are we
bald
gonna
guy.
take him
Yeah.
and then evolve him into who he is now, right? And how are we going to take the Superman solemn figure and take him into the optimistic superhero he is today, right? Like all of that was so interesting. And it's like, I feel like a lot of people were just like, oh, these characters aren't who I thought they were. So this is trash. And they were like, they didn't understand there was an evolution that was happening there.
Yeah.
So I love Snyder and I love
Yeah.
like with Watchmen, he was like very faithfully adapting that.
Yeah.
But with BVS, he was like, oh, I'm going to actually dissect that,
And I have to say one more thing about Watchmen before we keep moving it on. But so when it comes to the comic book, I think I told you, Brian, I kind of model myself, my look and everything of Alan Moore. Like I love Alan Moore. He's
Yeah.
always been, like if you look at a picture of Alan Moore and a picture of me, you're like, oh
Nailed
yeah,
it.
it's almost
Oh,
the
yeah,
same
yeah.
guy. Yeah.
My
And-
favorite graphic novel is The Killing Joke. So.
Oh yeah, The Killing Joke is a classic. I mean, everything Moore ever did was amazing and still is doing. He's still writing and everything. But he does novels mostly now. But like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, all that stuff. It's all
Yeah.
like everything he did was great.
Yeah.
But there was, so as far as The Watchmen is concerned, there was a sequel to The Watchmen called Doomsday Clock. It was
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Hated
It was
it.
not great. I still read the whole thing because I love the characters and everything. But there was a prequel series too called Before Watchmen, which I don't know if you guys read that, but the comedian part and the Ozymandias part of the, because they have like the different characters, they do like it's like a whole graphic novel book of each character kind of thing, and it's before the actual Watchmen events, right? The Ozymandias and the comedian ones are by far, I think, some of the greatest prequel. Like I usually hate prequel stuff. I usually hate sequel
Yeah.
things. But those two books, like if you can get a hold of those, like illegally or not, read them and like bask in the glory, which is that, because the art is amazing.
Wow,
The
interesting.
story is amazing.
Yeah.
There's a whole, so I don't want to give too much away because you should read them, but the comedian one, a lot of it has to do with his relationship with JFK. Like, because they show they show him assassinating him in the movie, but in the comic book, it's like how close he was to Bobby and JFK in like,
Wow.
it's crazy, dude. Like
In the original Watchmen, is there anything, or is it just did
It's-
Zack Snyder just invent that?
so no, there's
It's alluded to in the comic book.
it's alluded to in the comic book
The
in some of the writing, like the
Okay.
actual like text, but there's not like a picture of him hanging out with JFK or anything like that. But
the
like
prequel is not Alan Moore, right?
no, it's
He hates
so
them.
yeah,
But
so
they did a
Alan,
pretty good job, it sounds like.
yeah, they did. So
Yeah.
so again, I love Alan Moore very much, and he got fucked over super hard, kind of like I was saying with Rob Liefeld, the guy who created Deadpool. Same deal. Marvel fucked over Rob Liefeld when it came to Deadpool. DC fucked over Alan Moore when it came to everything. So like he doesn't get paid for The Killing Joke. He doesn't get paid for Watchmen. He doesn't get paid. Yeah, he doesn't get it. Yeah.
What?
But the reason isn't because they wouldn't give him the money. the reason is because he says he doesn't want the money because they took all the rights away. Like
Yeah,
he
yeah.
essentially
He
created all
doesn't
those.
like that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
get
he
that.
created all the characters in
Yeah,
Watchmen, but they won't give him the rights to
yeah.
it. They're like,
and they
we own
want
them.
to pay him, he just won't take the
Yeah,
money.
he says I'm good with it. And I met Dave Gibbons, the guy that drew and colored everything in the comic book, and he told me because I asked him, I go, well, do you get paid for it? He goes, fuck yeah, I get paid. So
Now,
he
did
gets
they
the huge brunt of it is
did they
Dave
trick him
Gibbons.
into signing the contract, and or did
They
he
didn't
just
trick. So that's the thing is that like they don't trick a lot of these people into what happens when it comes. And you're gonna, I mean, I'm sure you found it out maybe in show business so far. Or you will find it out later. Is that like there's the contract. Do you want to do your art or not? Kind of thing. You know what I mean? And he was
Yeah,
like, well, I
yeah.
want to do my art. And so he just signed it. And then and then he
later?
was, yeah, later that he was like, I actually want the rights. And they're like, go fuck yourself. And he was like, well, but, um,
Wow.
so anyway, uh, be as to say is that Watchmen is, I feel like I think it's the greatest comic book movie of the 21st century. I mean, it's
Yeah.
my number two of all time.
I think it's one of the greatest stories of all time. Like
Yeah,
top
it's one of the
two,
greatest
like
stories of all
greatest
time.
stories
Yeah,
of
yeah,
all
yeah,
time.
yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
and
But
Zack Snyder, maybe the best needle dropper of all
oh
time.
yeah, he's got. I mean,
The
everything he
opening
does.
credits of
I,
Watchmen
I,
alone.
I, I
Yeah,
still, I still,
yeah.
I still
Times are
can't.
a changing. Yeah.
I still can't think of times where it changed without thinking of
Dawn of the Dead.
that
And
opening.
Dawn of
Yeah,
the Dead.
that's
Yeah,
like, and
written by James Gunn. No,
yeah,
that's
yeah, no, I can't think about what's it all along the Watchtower,
yeah.
without
Hmm.
thinking about and
All in the comic book too.
Desolation
Yeah.
Row and
Hmm.
like
All
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
there.
so many
yeah,
They're
songs
just
yeah.
like
All of
reading
it.
the
All of it.
instructions. You know?
All right. What is your number four, Matt?
my number four is oh well we've talked about this one extensively, but There
Okay.
Will Be Blood is my number
Okay. Cool. All
Okay.
right. So my number four is, and again, I wish that I could put all of his movies onto this list, but I can't. Tree of Life, Malik. I mean,
Oh,
like that.
nice.
I mean, that movie,
Yeah.
fucking Terrence Malick. So I go back and I watch this. There's two films, Samsara and Baraka. Have you seen
Love
the?
those
Yeah, yeah,
movies.
yeah.
Got them
I
both
go.
on Blu-ray.
Yeah, I watch those all the time. And when I first saw those films was when I was in a really like dark place drug wise. And
Yeah.
so like I watched them and I kind of it kind of took me out of it a little bit and I thought like, oh, okay, this is cool, whatever, right? The director that reminds me the most of both of those films without him being implicitly like that is Terrence Malick. Like his
Yeah.
sweeping shots, like all that, it's all Baraka and Samsara.
Beautiful
Like
imagery.
yeah, it's amazing. And so like and everything he's made, I mean fucking Days of Heaven, Flatlands, I mean everything, Badlands, I mean like all that A Thin Red Line. I mean all the movies, even the stuff he did later with like Christian Bale and all that stuff, like it's all amazing. But Tree of Life was where I feel like he got a lot more recognition for what he did. And I don't want to say it's because Brad Pitt's in the movie, but I kind of feel like it is because Brad Pitt's in the movie. And
Yeah.
and he does a really good job. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say like the thing that I did there's the movie with that he does Terrence Malick did with Ben Affleck. Uh, I forget what it's called now, but I watched it. It's Ben Affleck and he plays like a priest and like have you seen this one?
I had no idea they did
Yeah, yeah,
that.
yeah. It's Ben Affleck and he plays like a priest and Terrence Malick is the director. I can't remember the name of it at the moment. But
Through the Wonder.
yeah, yeah, Through the Wander. And so like a lot of the dialogue is whispering. Like a lot of it is. Like it'll be like these sweeping shots of like a church and then it like goes into the church and like Ben Affleck's kind of like
Yeah.
looking away from the camera and then he's like, I love you, or whatever. He'll like whisper something. And that was a great movie, but like Tree of Life, I felt like had he took all of human history and Sean Penn and Brad Pitt and everybody, and they're all,
Dinosaurs.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, everybody's in it. The dinosaurs, yeah, yeah, all that stuff, and it's all like this, in the thing, and
Yeah.
I didn't put uh my Darren Aronofsky movie on here because I wasn't really thinking about that. But have you seen The Fountain?
Hmm.
I
Yeah, yeah,
have
yeah.
not. I have
So
not seen the fountain.
you need to watch The Fountain. The Fountain's really good, and it's really sad. But The Fountain, it well, that Tree of Life and The Fountain to me are kind of like in the same vein, where it's like,
Wow.
yeah, it's like it's hard to describe. It's kind of like the your life and then the life of the people around you, and how those two things intersect with each other, and how that it influences both the past even before you were there, and then
Yeah.
the future when you're not around anymore.
Oh,
Like
interesting.
that's yeah. And it's the same in the fountain
Tying back
is
to what we were talking about at the beginning. Yeah.
yeah, absence. That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. Yes, 8 hours ago we were talking about absence. That's right.
The Fountain's got like maybe the most tragic ending next to The Mist,
Oh
maybe.
yeah, big time. Big time. Oh yeah, the mist. Are you kidding me? Oh man. Yeah. Durabont.
Okay, that's a contender, but no, I won't put it on my list.
That's
But
an honorable mention for
I got
sure.
it. I guess my big honorable mention is The Ring. I don't have The
Oh,
Ring on
the
my
ring,
list,
yeah.
but it
Yeah,
should
yeah.
be on. It's really great.
Have
Yeah.
you seen the original? The
Yeah, I love Ringo. Yeah, it
yeah,
doesn't
Ringo's great. Yeah, yeah,
qualify, but
yeah.
that was horrifying. Yeah.
All right, number three, Brian.
Number three, I gotta pick a McDonough movie. I
Yeah.
can't. They're all equal. None of them are lesser than the other. But I gotta. I'll just go with In Bruges.
Oh, I was gonna put in Bruges. Bruges was on my not
I
honorable
haven't seen
mention,
that
but it
one
was one that.
actually.
Oh, dude.
Yeah,
Uh,
but
Colin Farrell, man.
they all do the same thing in different ways. But that's kind of the one. I think it's the most McDonough because I will say that one is probably the darkest.
Yeah,
Three,
it is.
they're all dark, especially Three Billboards. But In Bruges is just really dark. But what he does so well is he goes so dark, and yet he keeps it so consistently funny.
Yeah.
Just constantly like a Tarantino movie is like laugh, 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 and then oh shit, McDonough is laugh, 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 laugh. I'm gonna tear your fucking heart out,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and
Wow.
yeah,
you're
yeah,
just
yeah,
devastated.
yeah,
And he just has this power, and with his plays too, it's just the most powerful thing in storytelling to me. And In Bruges is just an example of how he does it so well. It's philosophical. It's very clearly based on a play by Harold Pinter,
yeah.
like a short play.
Yeah, yeah.
Even named the characters off of two
It's-
actors
Yeah,
who
yeah,
performed the play for Royal Shakespeare Company.
yeah.
Um, but it's very much his version riffing on the Pinter play, and it's very Pulp Fiction-y too with these
Yeah.
gangsters. But
Wow. Nice.
that comes from the Pinter play as well. But it's just so dark and just so hilarious, and then Rafe Fiennes as the bad guy.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not so bad. Like there's a human quality to he's not Jason Isaacs. There's a human
No.
quality to him too.
Yeah.
Um, the interplay, the idea of suicide, having to kill somebody, but
Yeah.
they're about to commit suicide, and that changes how you. And uh, yeah, it gets very deep. They're looking at Hieronymus Bosch paintings, and
Cool.
uh, they're just exploring this guy's inner turmoil, and it's just a beautiful movie.
It's a
And
great movie.
That
Yeah.
sounds like
I wish I could put
absolutely
all four of his
made for my
movies.
must-watch list right
Yeah,
now.
you have
Oh
to
yeah.
watch In
Oh
Bruges.
dude,
Oh yeah,
it's
you have to watch In
required.
Bruges.
All
Yeah.
four, and then Seven Psychopaths, Three Billboards,
Yeah.
Banshees.
Have
They're
you
all
seen have you seen all of them? Or Matt, have you seen Three Billboards?
No, no,
Dude,
I
you gotta watch.
haven't.
Have you seen
No,
Seven Psychopaths?
no. Brian,
You gotta
Brian's been
watch.
telling me
Yeah,
for a
yeah, yeah.
while about this,
Dude.
and I think Banshees, right, was like the first.
You saw Banshees.
Yeah, I think that was the first one that
Have
I
you
was
seen? I
like,
think did you see Seven Psychopaths or no?
no, no.
Okay.
You told me I need to watch that one.
Christopher Walken's in it, man.
Yeah.
That's how I
He's like,
discovered him. I
yeah,
saw it. I didn't know who he was. I didn't know
yeah.
what he did. I went to San Diego International Film Festival,
Uh-huh.
and it like premiered there.
Oh,
And
did it? Wow.
he was there.
Wow.
He did a Q&A. I was like, who is this guy? And then later I'm in school, I read his plays. I'm like, oh, this guy's amazing. And then I went,
Yeah.
and I had actually seen In Bruges, and I rewatched. I was like, okay, this
Yeah.
guy's
No, he's amazing. And Three Billboards. I mean, there's not. It's another one that that rips your heart out. It's just like In Bruges. It's like you're saying, like but it's not like there are like funny bits in Three Billboards, but Three Billboards is more like it's a slow tear of your heart. It's a slow
Yeah.
tear,
and what they do with Sam Rockwell
Yeah,
and
Sam Rockwell's.
the
Yeah,
version.
yeah. Yeah, he's
Amazing.
amazing. But anyway, we could talk about that forever. What's your number three, Matt?
Oh, my number three is okay. My number three is I'm not a fucking cop, all right? I'm not the
It's
fucking
favorite.
rats.
Robert's number one.
The Departed is my number three, and very close to my number one. It was very, very difficult to narrow it down, as we talked about with Scorsese. That's
Not for me. No, I'm just kidding.
that's my guy. Like him and Tarantino is like those are my two top.
Yeah.
And so it was very, very difficult to narrow it down. And I was like, there's the Wolf of Wall Street, as we talked extensively about. There's so many amazing movies that Scorsese has done.
Shutter Island.
Shutter. I love Shutter Island. No,
Yeah.
Brian, you're not a big
No,
fan,
like
but
It was okay.
I love that one. I loved what he did with Hugo. I loved, teaching my students about Méliès with Hugo.
Yeah.
Very underrated movie, but I loved Killers of the Flower Moon. His most
Mhm.
recent was like
It's a good
I
one.
saw that like 5 times in three theaters,
Mhm.
The Irishman, like he's just done one amazing movie after another.
What's your favorite Scorsese movie of all time?
Of all time?
Yeah, of all time.
It's a toss-up between
Oh, I
um
know what it is.
I think Brian's gonna say, right? But
It's Cape Fear's your number one with no close second, right?
Cape Fear is the one that made me want to make movies in a way, like it's like
You
Cape Fear is the first time that I really saw, like, besides Jaws with
yeah.
Spielberg, it was like the first time I saw a director really talk about the process of making a movie, and like the excitement of making a movie and the passion of that, and like how extreme you could go, like because I was in like seventh grade when I saw that movie. So I was like, oh my God, like this is so extreme. This is so crazy. Probably like the most violent movie I'd seen at that time in my life. I was like, oh my God. And then like Robert De Niro, like the in-depth method acting that he did for that part, and for like and I actually, funny story, was I was like, when I was at that age, way too young to have seen it, way too young to be quoting it, way too young to know any of it. And it was Halloween, and I was like, I'm gonna be Max Cady for Halloween, and
Not
my mom.
Sideshow Bob.
Yeah,
No,
no,
I'm
I
just
was like,
kidding.
well, it was actually, thank you, The Simpsons, because it was because of Sideshow Bob that I even was like, what is this, like, parody? What
Yeah.
is happening here, it was because of The Simpsons, and
Mhm.
so like, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to school dressed as Max Cady, and my mom was like, no, like you don't want to go to school dressed as like a serial killer, rapist, like character, and
Why not, Mom?
you're in like eighth grade, like why? And I was like, well, no one will know, like, right? I was like, no one knows about cinema, like no one will get it, right? Like I'll just do it for my own amusement. So my dad put all these like fake tattoos on me,
Nice.
and like slicked my hair back like Katie, and I had like the like fake cigar, like
Yeah.
cigars, and I was like talking like in the southern accent the whole day, like
Yeah.
cats, is that you, cats thing, like doing
Yeah.
this. And no one understood what the fuck I was doing, right? Like, they're just like he's weird, whatever. And like there's like one teacher, and the teacher's like, okay, so I get the bodybuilder thing and the tattoos, and like, but what's with the accent, And I was like, oh, well, my mom doesn't want to tell people, but I'm the guy from Cape Fear. And he's like, oh, okay, I get it, Like,
That's so
so,
funny.
so like Cape Fear was that one of like point of no return, right? Like, of like,
Yeah.
in terms of like, gets you sucked into like filmmaking and stuff. Um, Goodfellas is the one that I always like revisit every year, because
Yeah.
on my birthday, my parents do the meatballs, the
Oh,
way
nice.
Ray
Do they do
Liotta's
do they
parents.
have do they do the garlic with the
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because my dad is Italian, and
yeah,
so
yeah,
like
yeah.
100%. So they'll do the meatballs in that same way, and
That's
like
awesome.
we'll watch
Yeah.
Goodfellas together. It's so like Goodfellas has this very like personal family connection, But in terms of like this century, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's definitely got to be The Departed. In terms of like The Departed was the movie as much as like I said, I absolutely adore Wolf of Wall Street, Killers of the Flower Moon, The Irishman. But when I saw The Departed, it was like it was 2006 and that movie came out, and I was a senior in high school, and it was the first movie that I remember seeing where I really understood. I already knew who Scorsese was, and I knew what a director did, kind of. Like I had learned that a little bit from the Cape Fear thing and Goodfellas. But it was the first time I kind of understood what an editor does in a
Yeah.
movie, and the way that I watched that movie with the quick cuts and the way that the music would cut out and cut
Dropkick
in.
Murphys and
Yes, the dropkick.
Iris
I'm a
Engine.
sailor, hey, and I lost my leg. Oh, Billy, and the music just cuts out. Like and the opera. It's like the opera music, and then, like it just cuts out. Like I was like, oh, this is what like an editor does. Like the way the music cuts and the way that we go to the iris around Matt Damon when he's in the middle of the shot, and then it's like the iris, and then later on when he's like sucked into like his guilt of his complicity in this world, and it like closes in on him, and like just all these little editing things. I was just like, oh, this is what an editor does, and I was like, this is so much fun. And like the first time I saw that movie, I was so excited by the editing. I went back and I started editing for the first time. Like the first thing I ever edited was like a movie that I made in high school, and I was like, the first time I ever really edited anything was because I was so excited by the editing in The Departed. So it was like the editing of the movie, the way that the soundtrack cuts in and out, the way that scenes just like cut abruptly, and then we start on another scene. Like everything about that was just like so enamored by that, and the way that it just like flowed, and also just like as an actor too, just like how Jack Nicholson, I mean, everyone in that movie is just like crazy
Mark
amazing.
Wahlberg.
Mark Wahlberg, I still to this day, I work with people where I'm like, I'm the guy who does his fucking job. You must be the other guy, like I was so
Maybe,
like,
maybe not.
maybe not. Maybe fuck yourself,
Yeah, we go fuck
like,
yourself. Yeah, 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 yeah. See, I know that quote.
yes.
No,
It's yeah, no,
yeah.
I never get tired of that movie. To me it's like it's a perfect, when like Tarantino and certain directors talk about like a perfect quote unquote movie, The Departed to me is that. It's like it is a perfect movie. Like I just go watch it endlessly and dissect new things from it.
Well, watch Infernal Affairs and then come back to me and
Yes, I
tell me
know.
that
I
The
know the
Departed is so great.
irises were
Yeah,
not. The irises are in Infernal Affairs.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. No, no, I was gonna
But
say,
Robert, let me
yeah.
ask you:
No, go
is
ahead.
Infernal Affairs how Jack Nicholson saying, "Truth is, I never get tired of pussy either."
No, it does not have that, unfortunately. Yeah, no, it doesn't. But if it did, it'd be pretty funny, wouldn't it? No, but my favorite Scorsese movie. Um, so I would say it would be Taxi Driver, right? But I actually love, like, close to my heart, The Last Waltz.
Oh,
I
nice.
think that The Last
Yeah,
Waltz is like the
yeah.
best thing that he did. I mean, I like the King Comedy. I love After Hours. I love all that shit
After
and
Hours is
everything.
great. Yeah.
And oh fuck, brain go away now. Where'd brain go? Oh, Waking the Dead, dude. Waking the Dead. Have you
You
seen?
mean
Or Bringing Out the Dead. Right,
bringing out
Bringing Out
yeah,
the Dead.
with
Bringing Out the Dead
Nicolas Cage?
with
Yeah,
Nicolas Cage. Have you
so
seen
good.
that one,
Oh, it's amazing.
dude?
It's
That's like yeah, yeah.
Brian, have you seen that one?
Dude,
Bringing Out
watch
the Dead?
Bring Out the Dead.
It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's like if you took Taxi Driver, but you were like,
Made him an
"Oh,
EMT.
let's put it in the 90s,
Yeah.
and it's an ambulance driver,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and he's
Yeah.
dealing with people fucking dying all around him
Oh,
at
dude,
all hours of
it's
the
a
night."
really good movie. Yeah, and it's Nicolas Cage, right? Is it before or after leaving Las Vegas? It might be after he won the Oscar.
Yeah,
I
around
think it was
that same
after.
time in the late
Yeah,
90s.
yeah. So he's killer in it.
Mine's
Anyway,
Age of Innocence for me is
oh yeah, Age of Innocence. I forgot. That's Daniel Day-Lewis. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I forgot Scorsese even directed that. All right, my number three is so last year. What won Best Picture last year?
What was it?
It was Nora, right? The
Oh yeah.
Sean
the
Baker,
Oscar, yeah.
right? Okay. So I haven't seen that movie. I still haven't seen it. Um and part of the reason why I haven't seen it is because I can't believe he didn't win an Oscar for my number three movie, which is Florida Project. Have you seen
Oh
have you
yeah.
seen Florida Project?
Honestly, that was a movie much like Uncut Gems where I was like I was too overwhelmed and I had to stop. Like I had to
Really?
pause.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Yeah, it was like I definitely want to go back and revisit it because I know it's like it's amazing, but I
Willem
was just
Dafoe?
so overwhelmed by it. I was like I need to pause it, you know.
It's the Willem Dafoe one.
Yeah, Willem Dafoe. Yeah, but Willem Dafoe's like the only actor in it. Everybody else in the movie is not an actor.
Non-actors, yeah.
Yeah, they're like non-actors. It's so fucking good, and like I remember I saw it in the movie theater, and it was because I had just gotten that thing called the Movie Pass, that you could watch like four movies or whatever in a week, and so
Yeah.
that was one of the movies was like Florida Project was, and I thought, but then I saw Willem Dafoe was in it. I love Willem Dafoe. Last Temptation of Christ. We're back on Scorsese again.
Yes.
But like,
Yeah.
yeah, but like, I love Willem Dafoe, and so I was like, I'm gonna go see this Florida Project movie with Willem Dafoe, and I didn't look at anything about it. Like, I didn't watch anything. I didn't like read about it, anything. And I went into it blind, and fucking like, my God, man, I was like taken aback by the cinematography, by like the story that isn't really like it doesn't really exist. Like the story, it's not really a story. It's kind of just like reality. It's like life. And that was I felt like that was the most heartbreaking part about the whole movie was that like these people were all non-actors except for Willem Dafoe who plays like the handyman in the motel, and it all takes place in this motel in Orlando, Florida, and it's from the perspective I want to say of like these children, but then it shifts perspective from the children to like Willem Dafoe to like the child's one of the kids' moms to like, and everybody's so like real. They're so real. Like one of my favorite things to do most days, and you can ask my wife and anybody this, is watch Cops. I like to watch the show Cops, and I feel like Florida Project is like a slowed down version of Cops.
The
Essentially,
person
it's
I saw reminded me of that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's because it's very much like it is like the turmoil and like the reality of what life is outside that you don't see every day. Like, because obviously, I don't live in a motel, so I don't see drug addicts and prostitutes and people trying to feed their kids and shit like that. That was my life when I was a child, when I was a kid. That was what I dealt with. But like, I didn't, from my perspective, it didn't look like that. From my perspective, it was just life. And so being able to watch a movie that kind of encapsulates that just a touch to where I can recognize it as something that is kind not a one to one, but kind of um, a transparent kind of thing. I could see through it into myself.
You're up to
And
nature and
yeah, 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 yeah.
fucked up than you realized, right?
Exactly. Yeah, no, exactly. And the ending, we've talked about hope a little bit in this very long podcast. Um
The
Hope.
longest of all time, maybe.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. No, it's definitely not. I'm sure it's not. Um but there at the end of that movie there is hope, and it all comes in the form of, and again, I'm not really spoiling anything, but it comes in the escape of that, the confines of that reality. And does that escape, like what I think Sean Baker was trying to create with that movie was to make the person watching, the viewer, think, is the escape an actual physical escape, or is it a mental escape, or is it a like a soul escape? Like what can escape from the turmoil of all of that? Uh, so when it didn't get nominated for any Oscars, except for I think Willem Dafoe got nominated for it, but when it didn't get like win anything or whatever, I was really pissed off, and I was like, they're really fucking up here, and I don't remember who it was going up against. I'm sure it was going up against some heavy hitters, probably like Daniel Day-Lewis and all those fucking people. They were probably there, but um, I challenge anybody to walk into that world and then watch that movie and be like, oh yeah, this isn't a one-to-one. And I guess maybe Sean Baker did the same thing with that movie Tangerine. I haven't seen Tangerine, but I think they said that he did kind of something similar with that. And then maybe with the Sonora film, which again I haven't seen. But Florida Project to me is that's my number three of the entire 21st century so far. So I
No,
highly
that's amazing.
recommend it. Yeah.
That's
I
amazing.
was I was pissed off in 2022. Banshees of Inisherin,
Yeah.
Tar, which is very
Oh
close.
yeah, I haven't seen that.
That's
Seems
a
good.
that bit like There Will Be Blood, but with the female
A
character.
composer, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
hard.
it just feels like There Will Be Blood. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tar, There Will Be Blood, The Fablemans.
Yeah.
Just lots and lots of great movies that year. None of them won shit, and
Yes.
Everything Everywhere All at Once won all the
Oh
awards.
yeah.
I didn't
Look,
even like it that
I
much. It
No.
it's amazing. Yeah, it's like I know we talked about this
was a
before,
great
but it's
year.
like I actually really loved that movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once. But that being said, it was like I was happy that something innovative and outside the box and kooky and weird was like being, recognized like that. But at the same time, it was like, but there's all these, like you said, like there's all these other ones that like
Amazing films. Yeah,
that
yeah.
it shouldn't just be one, It's
No.
like I'm glad that this is getting recognition, but there's also Fablemans, there's also Banshee, like there's all these other ones, like like where's the balance, right?
Yeah.
Like of the different ones, and
Too much in one.
yeah, it's like
And how did Michelle Williams not win for the Fablemans? Like,
Yeah.
oh, she was incredible in the
yeah.
film, yeah, she was great, like
Or Kate Blanchett for Tar. I was like, oh my, I couldn't.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. And the Jamie Lee Curtis thing, that was a Lifetime Achievement Award. That was basically what
Yeah,
that
that
was.
happens a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it happens. It
And there's
happens.
times when we benefit from it too. And I'm like,
Of course. Yeah, of
yeah.
the
course.
person I like or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
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 All right.
Well,
Brian, what's your number two?
Number two, strong honorable mention for Kill Bill, but I gotta go with Inglorious Bastards. This
oh,
Oh,
that's your Quentin one, dude.
Huge,
Yes.
huge contender for like my favorite movie of all time. It a just I I don't know, perfect movie all around. It it's he changes history, but it's dark and it's just I just love the images. I love the cinematography. I love that there's no uh overwriting like LUT on it. It's just a lot of primary colors and
yeah.
it's good
Yeah.
compositions. There's no tricks. There's a few interesting framing things that happen, but it's just a good straightforward movie and it has the feel of a classical film and it's a combination of like 70s like grindhouse type movies with like classical like
Yes.
1940s, 50s and 60s huge class and it just how I mean what else like look at that ending like
Yes. Yes.
what more can a movie possibly do and the tension builds so much
And another Brad Pitt movie. Like Brad Pitt just he keeps showing up in
Yeah.
he
this
didn't
in
have to
this
produce
list.
it
Yeah.
yeah
It's
but
kind of I rewatched it recently, for the bazillionth time. And I remember the first time I saw it, was at that, Regal Cinema in uh, East County in Rancho San Diego. And I think if I remember correctly, I was there with my buddy, with our mutual friend, Vinny. I was like writing a different movie at the time, and I was like, and we were getting very tired, and my buddy Vinny was like, dude, I think we've earned a break. Like we've done a lot of writing. Let's go and watch the new Tarantino movie, you know? And we went and saw it. And then we ran into you, Brian, at the same screening. And we were all just like had this kind of blown away, like, oh my God, like what did we just watch? You know, like there was this like energy in the air. And it's like Tarantino knew that, you know, like just recently we were watching it, you know, it's like you feel that confidence and that energy in every fucking frame of that movie, in every line of dialogue, and literally at the very end, you know, you know, only Tarantino would do this. And now, you know, this is something that I always do, just like personally, but it's like only Tarantino would end a movie with a character literally saying, "I think this just might be my masterpiece."
He was right.
You know, written and
Yeah.
directed by Quentin Tarantino. And it's like only he would have the balls to do that, you
He
know?
knew
Like,
it. He
and it's
knew
like
that
he's
he
just
had
like
it. Yeah.
he knew, and to this day he says that he's like, "This is, I think this would be my masterpiece," you know. He
And it
says
fits.
that's
It fits in the context of the
yeah,
scene.
it
Not
fits in
playing like
it's the context of the story, but you know the metatextual, you know, context too. And it's like every time that I finish a film that I'm really proud of, I do that, you know, like I'll just like say, I think this is my
I think
my
this might
casting
be.
career. And like but it's like that movie also gave us one of the great gifts of acting that, you know, we could never imagine if it wasn't for Tarantino's diligence and obsession with the perfect
and,
actor for the perfect role, which is
and his
Christoph
writing.
Waltz.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
Christoph
like
Waltz.
That,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
character. Yeah.
if he did not find him, he would not have made the movie. Like he's like, I'm going to find the right person who can sing my lines like poetry and can do French, English, German,
Yeah.
you know, can do the full spectrum of all these things. And it's like, if I don't find that, then
I'm not doing it.
I'm not
Yeah,
going to do it. You know,
yeah.
I'm not going to direct it. I wrote it, but I'm not going to direct it. And it's like that kind of level of obsession and care for the craft, you know, like that's the level that I'm always like anything that I do, I'm like that's the bar that you set yourself for, where you're like you want to have that level of meticulous obsession and detail and like it has to be this way or it's not worth doing, you know,
Yeah.
like it's got to be that kind of level of your own mind's perfectionist and maybe no one else even gets it, you know, but it's like your own mind's perfectionist way of doing it. And I think also just the whole that being the first time he turned cinema into a power play against evil is such a huge thing that he was like he wrote himself into a corner and he was like, oh man, the bastards are doing better than I thought they would do. And he's like,
Let him win.
what
Yeah.
do I do?
Yeah.
Right? Like, do I fucking kill Hitler? And he writes it down on a little piece of paper. He goes to sleep. And he's like, this is either going to be really stupid in the morning or it's going to be great. And he wakes up and he's like, this is great, you know? And he's like, I'm going to fucking blow up Hitler. All right. You
Yeah.
know, like that's amazing, you know? Like
But we
that.
also talk about people living beyond and living through film, and that's the best
Yes.
example of it is Shoshana literally, spoiler
Yes.
alert,
Yes.
dies. 2 minutes later, her face is up on the wall. Fuck you, Nazis! You're all gonna die.
Yes.
And she
Yes.
lives in the film. They
Yeah.
It lives on
her
in
and
celluloid. Yeah.
she gets to kill them and kill all the Nazis even after she's already died. The opening sequence alone is enough to make a great movie, but the tavern sequence,
Oh
that's
yeah.
then everything in between.
Yes.
It's a movie you watch. I watched the trailer and I was like, this doesn't look as that great. This is the first Tarantino movie I ever saw in theaters. Everything else is on this small little screen. I'm like,
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't see Death Proof in theaters?
no, it was the very
I
first.
did. I did.
I saw.
did.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
I
not
saw
my
it in a
favorite
drive-in.
Tarantino.
Yeah.
My least favorite.
Yeah. It's
But
like
but
this.
this is up there with the Texas Chainsaw as one of the best times I've ever had in the theater.
Nice. That's-
And I thought it was just this dumb Brad Pitt thing. I was like, yeah, maybe I'll like it. But it's about the girl the whole time, and you're just
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
expecting that. It's
Yeah.
just yeah.
It's always about the girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
All right. What's your number two, Matt?
Oh, wow. Okay, well, we're gonna get back to Quentin in a second because he's my number one. A different film, but
Yeah.
Bastards would be really, really close. But my number two would have to be. Want to know how I got these scars?
Of course.
Yeah, yeah.
That would be my Christopher Nolan movie, and
That's
for
right.
many, many years, it would be my until the number one, which is a Quentin movie, which we'll
Yeah,
get to in a sec. That was my number one for the longest time.
yeah,
And it's pretty much still neck and neck, you know.
yeah.
The So when I was following the making of that film with The Dark Knight, you know, I was like in college. I was a film student and stuff, and I was very, very like I was very excited in a way that almost seems like it's hard to top and how hard to even describe now in the new age of film in terms of like there's a bunch of movies that come out, you know, and like teenagers watch, you know, the development of new movies and they're like excited for a second and they go on to the next thing, right? Like the fucking Gen Z culture that we're talking, you know, that we teach. But it's like for me, it was like, and for that generation, it was like you're watching the evolution of cinema in a way.
Yeah.
Like you're watching the cultural zeitgeist
Mhm.
of a director that you admire and an actor that you admire and a character that you're fascinated with. And you see all this convolution of like all these three things happening at once. And so it was like, okay, I love Batman Begins. And then, you know, I went back and I studied, you know, a bit about Nolan. And I was like, okay, I'm into him, you know, like I'm like interested in what he's doing. And then I had loved Christian Bale and Batman Begins. So then I went back and saw American Psycho after Batman Begins, like retrospectively. And I was like, oh my God, like this actor is so great, right? Like, you know, all this stuff. And then Heath Ledger, I had seen Brokeback Mountain. I had seen a couple of things like 10 Things I Hate About You and stuff. And I was
Weird.
like,
Classic.
yeah. And
It was
I was like,
weird at
oh,
the
this,
time.
no, it's amazing. It's amazing. I was like, oh, this guy's really funny, but he's also really serious. Like he's great. And I was like, but a lot of the world was just like, what the fuck, right? Like Heath
Yeah,
Ledger is the joke. Like what is this? You
Didn't
know?
know. Didn't know what that was
You
gonna
didn't
be.
know, yeah.
yeah,
And then that first teaser came out with it was only the voice, and it was just the starting tonight, people will die. I'm a man of my word. And I
yeah,
was
They
like,
and then
and I
in
was
the
like, what?
prologue,
Like,
yeah.
and even then I was just like, I was trying to kind of figure it out because you know, Joker I grew up with was the Mark Hamill Joker, you know,
yeah.
from the
Or
animated.
Jack Nicholson too.
Yeah,
The
and
Jack
Jack
Nicholson.
Nicholson was the
Yeah,
first one
yeah.
that I really grew up with, and then Hamill. So it was like it was such a different sound to his voice. This is a different take, and I was like, oh, this is interesting, but I don't know yet, right? Like I was like, I don't know if I'm sold, but I know this is interesting, and I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, you know. And then that first trailer came out with the Why So Serious, and the prologue came out with the bank heist, you know, and the prologue in IMAX, like going and seeing that in a theater and seeing that IMAX thing. And I was just like that and the trailer, I was just like, oh my God, like, okay, I'm sold. And that and the combination of Heath Ledger saying that Malcolm McDowell and Clockwork Orange was
Hmm.
like an inspiration for him. And I had just seen that movie like a year prior to that, and I was just like, oh, I before Heath Ledger ever said that, I was like, this is the Joker, you know, like
Yeah.
if you took the Joker and put him in the real world, that's like, you know, Clockwork Orange, you know, this creepy rapist killer guy. And he listens to Beethoven, he's
Yeah.
theatrical. And then he comes along and he says that, and I was like, fuck, this guy gets it, you know, like he totally gets the Joker. Like this is who that psychology is. And so I was just so beyond excited, you know, like I was just like I was following everything he said, everything that came out, and then his tragic passing happened, and then it was like, you know, this dark shadow over things for a bit. But then the movie came out, and then it was like I was one of many standing on the sidewalk, dressed up as the Joker, waiting for that epic moment of seeing that unfold on the IMAX screen for the first time in the Mira Mesa IMAX theater, you know?
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
if I remember correctly, Brian, I think you were there too. I think we were at the same midnight screening.
Yeah, and then I think we saw it multiple times
Yeah.
later.
Yeah, we did. We did.
Just
No,
so
we
addicting
we,
seats.
we reenacted it later, and then we saw the
It was
trilogy
we
all as
never
one.
seen we'd never seen anything like Heath Ledger before in
Yeah.
that,
Mhm.
and then we never seen anything like the IMAX. That was all new. It was just this whole
Yeah,
mind-blowing, so many things we'd never seen combined at the same
combined.
time.
Yeah, well, I mean, talk about IMAX. It was like that was the first time that had been done, you know, like Nolan revolutionized cinema.
Yeah. Mhm.
That now it's like
Wants to do it. Yeah.
everyone's used to that. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, it's IMAX or whatever, but Nolan did it first, and he did it to me the best. Like, you know,
Mhm.
you don't top that bank heist scene or the LaSalle Street
Yeah.
heist scene and the
Yeah. With
IMAX,
the
you know, the
truck.
truck flip
Yeah. That's right.
and the practical effects and everything he did. And it was just like everything about cinema was like encapsulated in that movie to me. It was like the acting of Ledger and the writing of the story in terms of taking a genre, you know, that was like kind of like sort of looked down upon, like taking a genre that at that time was like it's like
Nipples
superhero,
on the
that's
bat
silly,
suit,
yeah, it's
George
whatever.
Clooney.
And he's like, I'm gonna take that genre and I'm going to embrace it to its utmost, and I'm going to, you know, it's like Sergio Leone with like The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take this genre that's sort of just thought of as silly and whatever, and I'm gonna really just like amp up why it's operatic and why it's epic and amazing, and take that and I'm gonna combine it with like the crime genre, you know,
Mhm.
like and combine it with Michael Mann's Heat and all these other
Heat is one of the greatest movies ever made.
yes,
That
yes,
is
yes.
yeah.
And I recently rewatched that and I was like, oh my God. And it's like just the sheer like to me like one of the things that I'm always chasing after is the feeling of that high of the Dark Knight of like um in terms of like what I want to do for audiences, you know? It's like and that's like a really tall order, right? It's like that's really kind of unfair of a burden to put on yourself. It's like, oh, like how are you
But
gonna
but yeah, it's
but
gonna
it's like
make you do your very best.
yeah, but it pushes you up the hill, right? You're
Like that's what you gotta compete.
that's
No,
that's what
that's
you
what's fun.
want,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, it's like if you want the audience and sure, like no one's gonna walk into the next movie we made and be like the anticipation of the Dark Knight. Of course not, right? But like they might walk in and they might be like thinking, oh, it's this genre, and we think we know what we're getting. And then they see something transcendent, right? And that's what the Dark Knight is to me. It's like this is what you think you're going into. Oh my God, transcendent, you know, I never could have expected this. And that's the reason why at the end of every film unit that I teach, I show the Dark Knight as the final. Like I'm like, this is everything we've been learning. This is auteur theory. This is writing of the script. You know, this is the hero's journey. This is
Adaptation.
editing. It's yeah, it's everything. Like
Mhm.
this is the acting. Like this is all of those different points. Is like that's right there, and you don't even really need to look that hard to see it. It's like that's the Dark Knight, you know. So, um,
And he captures it in the Odyssey prologue. That was I felt the magic
yes,
of being 18,
yes,
being
yes.
and it's like a heist. They show the
Yeah,
Trojan
it
horse thing, and
is.
it's like a
Yeah.
heist scene.
Seeing that in
Whole
IMAX with
thing will
you
be
reminded me of that feeling of just seeing that spectacle, you know, and
yeah.
the suspense of seeing that in IMAX. Like,
And the Matt Damon casting is weird, but so was the Heath Ledger
Yeah.
cast. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
and there
probably gonna
is
be
this,
great.
there's an intellectual aspect to Matt Damon that makes sense. It's just so random.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They work together, but it was just so weird at first. But I just remember feeling that way about Heath Ledger and just going, "Hey, this is one of the best
Hey,
casts
Whatever. Yeah,
ever."
yeah.
let it be what it is.
Let it happen.
On that note too of the Heath Ledger casting, it's just like I remember building up to that movie. Everyone was just like, "Oh, it's gonna be so dark." You know, they're like, "Oh, it's gonna be so scary. He's gonna be so creepy and this and that." You know, and then you see the movie, and one of the things I thought was so transcendent was that he's still the Joker.
So
Like
funny.
he's
Yeah.
funny. Like
Yeah.
he's fucking funny. Like his jokes are funny. The
Mhm.
magic trick is funny. The the
Ha
you
ha.
complete me is funny. The ha 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 ha. All of it is funny. So it's like a lot of people just I think even now they're like, oh, he was so dark and he's so scary and he died and blah blah. It's like no, he was actually really funny. He is the
Yeah.
Joker. He's
Yeah.
not, and I think that's a lot of what we've been missing in terms of like modern iterations, in terms of like, oh, let's make the Joker really dark and this and
Yeah.
that.
I
And it's
can't
like,
believe how much they try to sound like him and look like him. Like
Oh, and
I
everything. Yeah, and everything.
can't
Yeah.
believe they don't try to do their own version.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, give him grills and tattoos and do the exact same voice.
Have you read any of the Absolute Batman, the new one? So
No,
there's a
but
new
I've heard it's really dark, right?
yeah, it is. It's super dark, and it's got a version of the Joker that's I don't want to say it's unlike anything because I mean
Yeah.
he's kind of like this. He's like a businessman, and he well, so I'm going to spoil a part of the comic book. I don't really care. So Bane is like his underling, and he sends Bane to go and like beat up Batman. And so Bane goes and breaks Batman's back, does the whole thing, you know, the regular deal. But with this, he tells him to do this with the promise that like he won't touch Bane's where he lit his homeland. It's like this island or something off the coast of
Oh
Chile or
yeah.
whatever, right? But then after Bane kills or doesn't kill Batman but breaks his back and everything, Bane finds out that actually right after he left his homeland to come to Gotham City, Joker nuked his fucking the island where like his family and everybody was, and he didn't
Oh,
find
that's
that out until after he already did what Joker did. And
very
so then,
great.
like one of the last panels, the Joker just like laughing when he finds that out. He's like, ha ha ha, you know, like whatever. But it's like that like that sadisticness and everything. It's not funny, obviously, but it's like I felt like it was a different take on the Joker, where he's
Yeah.
like this guy who's like I don't give a fuck like
Yes.
what you
Yes.
think, like I'm gonna do what I want to do, and that's it. And they yeah, it's I highly recommend the comic book. It's really good. It's a different take. All the Absolute series, there's Absolute Superman, Absolute Wonder Woman.
Yeah, yeah.
They're all different takes on those characters. And so yeah,
I kind of wonder if like what you're describing, it's like if Heath Ledger had lived, that's always like an interesting point of discussion, you know, but it's like Nolan's very adamant where he's like, you know, I don't plan movies in advance, and I believe that's
but
his.
he was gonna put him in
But I do
Rises.
think if there
Yeah.
was Rises, like, oh,
Yeah.
that would have been interesting to think about. Like, how would Ledger Joker have interacted with Tom Hardy's Bane? You know,
Yeah.
that was
It might have been a small part, like how
like
Scarecrow
a
was a small part, but it's hard to
Hannibal type of
imagine after how
cameo.
big it was to
Yeah.
have
And remember, once the AI slot machine is able to make
Exactly.
the next,
Nolan would be like Nolan would piss on AI.
yeah, of course
He will
Yeah.
never use AI.
Him and
course he
Del
would.
Toro just
Of course he would. All right. So my number two is Watchmen. I already said it. What's your? Let's bring it home. What's your number one,
Right.
Brian?
This
Oh.
movie is beautiful. This is like the best shot movie ever, maybe. For a long time, it's just my favorite movie
Debbie
of all.
Does Dallas. No, I'm just kidding.
Deep Throat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't qualify. Yeah, Children of Men,
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean,
Hell
classic.
yeah.
Classic.
Needle
Absolutely.
Nice.
Drops, the
Yeah.
cinematography of El Chivo.
Beautiful.
Just every scene is a completely different set piece. The best art direction of any movie ever. Completely real. There's dystopian movies that were made before 9/11, and then there's dystopian movies after 9/11,
Yeah.
and there's just this authenticity that people you can't unsee, and you know what a third world looks or like, or you know what
Yes.
that kind of thing looks like in reality at this point. And so Children of Men, that the art direction and the cinematography and just the really overly impressive oneers that you
Yeah.
almost don't even need them. And to start in a building, the top of a building, to go all the way down that building when you're
Yes.
just surrounded by just flawless art direction, a
Yeah.
guy carrying the last baby on
Baby.
earth down a
Yeah.
building,
Yeah.
getting shot, people dying, a guy falls out a window, someone dies on the ground right in front of him. He
Yeah.
goes outside, crosses the street, and soldiers everywhere shooting at him. He's got to run. They run all the way across town, and it's still the same shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe
Yeah.
they had a spot where they crossed a wall and they were able to splice it, but
I don't think so.
I don't know how
Yeah.
often they did that.
I don't think so.
Just
No, it's like,
amazing needle drops with Ruby Tuesday cover and Michael Caine's character, and the scene where he meets his cousin and he leaves him with that line like, how do you get by? And it's like, oh, I just try not to think about it. And in the background you see the pig from the Pink Floyd album
Yeah.
cover
Yeah. Yeah.
floating
Yeah.
there. All sorts of the statue of David that's been patched up with some metal, just art direction everywhere. It's just the most art directed movie
yeah.
I think ever, and it's just there's just so much detail
Mhm.
in every scene. All the graffiti that was designed, I think, by Banksy for the movie, it was custom made for and to just start your movie out with a guy in a coffee shop, and
Yeah.
he walks out of the coffee shop and it blows up, and a lady walks out holding her arm, and
Ah,
and then
Yeah.
the guy who was in there 2 seconds ago, that could have been him. He's now the main character of the story,
Yeah.
and
That's right.
yes,
they're
totally.
driving in the car and the ping pong ball, and then this
Yeah.
whole
Yeah.
in the car, and then his wife is just dead in the first
Yeah.
20 minutes, and
Yeah.
it just I just love Clive Owen,
Yeah.
and since
He's another actor like Eric Bana who kind of like dropped off the face of the planet.
I don't
And
know what
yeah,
happened.
but still both of those guys, if they made a movie together as like brothers or something, I'd go watch it tomorrow. I think that both those guys are
Oh,
amazing.
I always thought he could have been James Bond like for a
Oh
while.
yeah, easily, 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 easily.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
but
that's
yeah,
that
I kind of got over it, but
Yeah.
I it's
that
still a
that
good
move
movie. Yeah.
that movie I think was one of those revolutionary things for me where I just realized like how much you could do as a one shot, as a
Yeah.
one take.
Mhm.
And
Until 1927 came out, right? Or what? Or
Yeah,
1917, 1917. Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
but
well,
it's gimmick. It became gimmicky, and I don't
well,
even.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say to be honest, it's like it does feel like in modern times it a lot of times it feels a little bit gimmicky, where it's like I'm not saying anything bad, like I haven't seen some of these movies, but I do feel like sometimes I'm just like, okay, like they're so excited to talk about how the whole thing's shot in a
Show
wall.
One
offy.
shot.
But with Children of Men, it was just like it was organic,
Yeah.
like it was
Yeah.
like it was
That
part of the
wasn't that
story.
wasn't the selling point. There's way
No,
better things in the
exactly,
movie than
exactly. It
that.
was that
Yeah,
was something
yeah,
you discovered
yeah.
as a filmmaker. It was like, but it was just part of the storytelling, right?
It
It
was a
was like
documentary style of like
documentary. Yeah, it just
footage in
immersed you.
Iraq,
It immersed you.
following them around,
Yeah,
Yeah. And I always go back to that moment in the car,
yeah,
with like
yeah,
the character who's shot, and then there's the blood, and like
yeah,
and all of that's going down. It's the jib on the car, and the one shot of that. Like
yeah.
it's incredible. Like and I always think about whenever I'm planning a one-air that I'm excited about, I'm always thinking about Children of Men, where I'm like, when it's a long, complicated one, where I'm just like, can I do this? Can I pull this off? Is this crazy? Is this too ridiculous? Then I'm like, well, Children of Men, like
Yeah,
look at
yeah,
what they
yeah.
did. Like it's like look what Quran did,
Yeah. It
and
gives you when you see movies like that, I guess that what you're saying, it gives you courage
it
to
gives you
do those
courage.
things.
just like
Yeah,
Yeah, it does.
yeah,
It does. It gives you
this was
courage. You're
20
just like,
years ago,
yeah,
and it's
yeah.
immaculate.
Yeah. You're like, oh, well,
And you
cool.
almost feel like people have gotten lazy since then. You're like, what the
Super
fuck?
lazy.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
super fucking
Yeah.
lazy.
Well, anytime that someone would be like tempted, like I'm shooting something and someone on the crew is tempted to like chop it up and leave it to post, or leave it to effects, to figure it out. I'm just like, well, look at Children of Men, like
Yeah.
that's not what they did. Look at
Nope.
how much look at how much immersive quality that cinema is. There's just like it puts you right in the spot with the characters and the vibe with the characters and that's really happening in real time,
Mhm.
like, and that's the perfect kind of example where it's just like, okay, well, that set the bar up here,
Yeah.
so if you're going to try to take the lazy route, oh, well, let's try coverage and we'll do it in post or oh, let's try to, VFX or whatever, and we'll try that. It's like, no, like Quran set the bar up here. And it's like, if you want to be up here, then you have to meet that bar, and if you don't do that, and you're trying to do something that's on that level, at least in terms of like you're trying to shoot it all in one take, then it's kind of a failure, I think. Like if you're like, I'm gonna cheat and I'm gonna do it in post.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I think it's kind of like it's like no one else might know. People might watch and they don't care. But I know if I'm watching it, and I'm like, we didn't actually achieve that. So it's that kind of achieving of capturing it all in
If you
camera.
capture it, you know you have it. If you
Yeah.
rely on
Yeah.
post, you're hoping
You're,
that you're gonna
yeah.
splice it up and it's gonna work. Otherwise, you
Yeah.
have to do something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
that's also that's the danger of AI too, is that it'll take away
Ah,
all that shit as well. You'll
yeah.
just be able to type in, make this look good, and then it just does, and then you're like,
Uh,
where was the work?
well, the
Like you,
sheer fact that movies now, there are some movies that have to put in the credits
yeah,
no
no
AI
AI.
was
Yeah,
used.
yeah,
As much as that is nice, they put it there. It's kind of like a sign of the loss of the art form,
yeah, yeah, yeah. What is your number one, Matt?
Oh shit. My number one.
I know what it is.
If Brian knows what it is. I'm wearing a shirt that gives away a little bit of what it is. Uh, drum roll.
Jazz hands.
Couldn't stop it. Fucking 3 or 4. You had to have 8 goddamn whiskey sours. You're a fucking miserable drunk.
Every
You
fucking
fucking
night.
drink too
Fucking
much.
night.
You're a fucking alcoholic. You fucking drink too much. I'm gonna stop fucking drinking right now. God damn it! You're gonna go out there and show that little girl who the fuck Rick Dalton fucking is. All right. If you don't go
That
out
fucking
there and
James
show that
Stacey.
little girl, that fucking James Stacey, you're gonna fucking blow your brains out. All right.
Gonna get
You're
these
gonna
eyes
fucking right all over your goddamn pool. I mean it, motherfucker. Get your shit together.
Dude.
And don't cry in front of the Mexicans.
Don't cry for the Mexicans. This would be my number one Quentin Tarantino, which is saying a lot, as
Yeah.
we talked about. Very hard to choose between Bastards, Kill Bill,
Django.
Django,
Yeah.
Hateful Eight.
The upcoming sequel directed by David Fincher.
Yes,
There will be on our
good
list.
Lord, right? It's like
No.
no, it is a difficult decision to be sure. But that being said, it would have to be Once Upon a Time in Hollywood for me. That it was. I will never forget seeing it the first time. I was convinced the way that I would be almost in the similar way that I would be convinced right now that like nothing I could see of Chris Nolan would top like The Dark Knight. That's how I felt about uh Quentin in terms of Pulp Fiction, where I was just kind of like everything he does is going to be a masterpiece. Like I know it's going to be amazing. I'm so excited, but nothing could ever top like Pulp Fiction. Like that was kind of my feeling. It was like he's gonna do something amazing, and I am ready for it, and I'm so excited, and I've been geeking out for months about this. I'm so excited. But like, nothing's gonna be this. Like it'll probably be my number two, maybe number three or whatever. And then I see it, and I was like, the first time I saw it, I was like blown away by it, but I was also still processing it. So Quentin was there at the ArcLight screening that I was at,
Oh,
Totally shit
and
faced.
Brian, I think Brian, you had seen it
wow.
like a day before I did or something.
He was shit faced
And
both days.
yeah, he was very shit faced. He was very like, all right.
And Brian, you were in it, weren't you?
I mean, in the
Yeah,
I'm thinking
this guy is in like multiple like scenes of the movie.
I
He's
told
Like,
Margot Robbie, I'm like, what if I'm in the movie?
yeah,
Yes.
dude, no, if you like go back and rewatch Once Upon a Time and you see Brian in the Playboy Mansion like dancing in the
yeah.
background,
Pretty
and and
pretty good.
and
Yeah. I had
and
to fight
also
for it. I had to fight for my spot because they could smell the fanboy on me and they kept trying to get me out of there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm here. You're paying me. So anytime they ask for, you'd be surprised how many people were just sitting around on that set and they'd be like, all right, who wants to be in the next scene? And we're talking about history and the people are just sitting there. They don't care. I'd be like, I'll be in the scene. You know what I mean? Because
crazy.
usually when you're doing extra work, you don't care about the project. You just,
How'd you get that gig?
I spent like 6 months obsessively looking it up on LA casting,
Yeah.
and I very quickly found the people and the posts, but they wanted people with long hair, they wanted people with period vehicles, they wanted people who could ride horses, and I submitted anyway. I would just lie or whatever, and anything that came up, and I just stopped cutting my hair. So I think it was maybe from February to like August, or my hair just got really long, and I kept taking updated pictures to get my hair longer, and I would just obsessively uh submit, and I finally got through, and then I think one day I was literally like at work, and they were like, "Can you send a current selfie?" So literally like at work, I just went, "Okay." Uploaded that, sent it in, and I was just it just kind of manifesting it, and I lived up there at the time, so it was kind of easy
Yeah.
to commit to it. And I
Mhm.
mean, I would have done the same thing if I
If you
was,
didn't, right? Yeah.
but it was just that obsessive, like this is huge, and just kind of being, yeah, yeah, just kind of completely doing whatever is needed. But it was really just literally just uploading my pictures to a website and just constantly submitting and talking to people, and I think trying maybe a couple emails and stuff, and finally getting through. And it was, yeah, it was very scary, and yeah, and then being on set, constantly being worried if I was, geeking out too much or whatever, because even before I was cast, I was such a nerd. I lived over there. I was always, finding out where they were filming, and I'd drive by and I'd see this or that, and
Oh yeah. Yeah,
uh,
this is like this is like Brian. Okay, so I remember that Brian and I were geeking out and sharing this info as Brian was like getting cast in these different moments. And like I was throwing out my resume at certain moments. And then Brian was like, there was like the scene where Brad Pitt is driving on Hollywood Boulevard, and he's speeding along the roads and stuff. And Brian was in the background.
Yeah, I
Like
saw
Brian was there in that scene,
that.
and
Yeah.
I was like so excited because even though I didn't get cast, it was like, oh my God, like Brian, that is so cool. Brian is
Yeah.
there. So I drove up to LA just to see Brian be in our favorite director, like to see him there, and Brian's there. And like Brad Pitt's there, and he's driving down the streets, and like Tarantino is there,
Yeah.
walked
a
right
few
by you
feet away
too.
from
Like,
us. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it was like it was amazing, like and just as like to see that, and every time I watch the movie, I think about that, where I'm just like, oh, there's Brian right there, like he's there, and then later in the El Coyote scene, and then like Brian said about the locations, Like that's because the movie is so location centered. It's
Heavy.
there's no
Yeah.
studio stuff. It's all shot on location, and it's all
Walk up,
very like, you know,
just see
historical
Leo
Los
right
Angeles.
there. You just see Leo there in the car. Like there's no,
Yeah, it's like
they can't hide him. Like he's just right
yeah,
there.
it's like it's right there, and it's like I've done. Unfortunately, unlike Brian, I was not in the film, but I have done the like field trip of, some of the location, many of the locations. So I went to like, El Coyote, where we've gone before, and I went to like,
Cielo Drive.
see, I went to Cielo Drive,
Real one and the fake
the
one.
real one and the fake one. Me and my
Yeah.
ex-girlfriend drove up to the real one, and I was I'll never forget. It was such a different feeling because when we went to the real one versus the fake one in Studio City,
You're not
it's like,
supposed to be there. It's trespassing, so it's very
yeah,
scary.
yeah,
And you
it's
can't
such,
get out of there. You have to back
You
up.
have to back out.
yeah, it's such a
Yeah.
different
Very
vibe. It's like,
scary. Yeah, it's creepy.
yeah, it's like Studio City. We drove up and we were playing the, Young Girls Are Coming to the Canyon, song from the movie, and we were just having fun with it. And people saw us taking pictures, and it was kind of like just fun.
Yeah.
And but when we drove up to Cielo Drive, I was actually playing the Manson family, song that they sing in the movie,
Yeah.
which is a real song that was written by Manson, where always
Yeah.
is always forever,
Yeah.
and I was playing that, and my ex girlfriend was just like looking really uncomfortable. And I was like, "Oh, am I scaring you? Like, are you scared?" And she's like, "No, I'm not scared." And she's like, I don't know why we're doing this." And I was like, "You're scared?" She's like, "No, I don't, I'm not scared." But it was clear that it was very like this very uncomfortable feeling because you could feel the history in the air of
Yeah.
the real Cielo Drive. Same as when we went to Spawn Ranch. It was like there's a different vibe when you went to the real place and
Yeah.
stuff. And but all those elements of Once Upon a Time, I think the historical, the real places that are still there, the places that are like I go up to LA often, and it's like the places that you go up and you're like, oh yeah, this was in Once Upon a Time or whatever, and this is part of history, and you're listening to the soundtrack as you're driving down those roads. Like I almost can't talk about it without almost like tearing up because it's like it really it has this emotional resonance to me. Like it's um like I can't hear California Dreamin' by the Jose Feliciano version from the movie, without getting choked up, or like, Out of Time by Rolling
Mhm.
Stones, where it's just like this to me, like sort of like I guess like to me it goes back all the way back to our original discussion about um absence and about continue like capturing a legacy on film and all that stuff. It's like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood to me it is, I think, this sort of poignant, beautiful kind of capturing of memory and love of friends and those close to you, and the town of Hollywood, and just everything about that. It's just like it feels like it's a capturing of a memory that is ephemeral, and like it's like that absent thing where it's kind of like it's there but then it's gone. And I think that's why it chokes me up every time I watch it, and every time I get to the end of that movie. I mean, literally most recently I was like doing a rewatch with my mom, because she went up with me to see Kill Bill at
The whole damn affair
the
or
whole
whatever.
damn affair,
The whole
yeah,
bloody
the whole
affair.
bloody
Yeah.
affair,
Yeah.
and she went up with me to see that at Tarantino's theater, and she loved it. And then the next day we were kind of on a Tarantino bender, and she hadn't seen Once Upon a Time in a long time, and was like, and she's like, I know that's your favorite, let's watch it. and so we were watching it, and it got to the out of time sequence, and like we were eating dinner, and like I couldn't eat because I felt so choked up and so like I was about to cry, like it just really, I was just like I can't, eat right now. Like I just have to watch the movie and just like let it unfold because it really just it has that emotional factor for me where it's just like, and I think that's why like it's hard to choose between any of his movies, Kill Bill and Bastards and Django and Hateful, and like there's so many masterpieces in the century, but to me, Once Upon a Time gets me emotionally more than any of his movies in that way, where it's just like the nostalgia and the poignancy and the sort of looking back, you know, at a different time in life and realizing that time is gone, and still trying to keep that alive through cinema, but it's like there's something ephemeral and very sad about that. And even when it's like at the end, it's a fairy tale happy ending, and most people just say, "Oh, that's a happy ending," but it's like, but it's really sad too because
Yeah.
it's like we know it's not actually the ending, and there's something very poignant about that, I think.
But
Yeah.
for him to present it as this is the way it should have ended,
Yeah, should have. Yeah.
that's what
Yes.
makes that's where you want to cry. And I remember I cried, I think the second time we saw it at the new bed.
Because you saw yourself on screen, right?
I was like, oh, I did so well, I did so good. But we actually saw Tarantino that night. He was sitting in the back row, and we went, "Oh my God, look!"
Oh,
Um,
you and me.
but
Right.
that was the time I was
Well,
crying.
well,
The first
well,
time I had that panic attack, and I didn't know what I was just didn't know what to. We saw it again, and I was like, "Holy shit!" This because like I get emotional when I watch Bastards in a similar way too. It's just this tension and also their rewriting of history, but the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood ending, it's like he does it again. He does the changing of the history, but it's just more personal. It's not about this big awesome thing that should have happened. It's just this tiny little,
intimate.
by comparison, it's one person's or the lives of like a few people.
Yeah.
This one thing that happened at this one house that's undone, and how big that was, how big that was that it
Yeah.
happened, and how big it is in the movie that it didn't happen. And it's just you just go, oh yeah, that should have happened, that's how that should have gone
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
Do you feel like, so we were talking about cinema keeping people alive. Now, do you feel like there's an injustice in the fact that this movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, keeps Sharon Tate alive at the end of it? Is there an injustice there that maybe is it like Tarantino basically saying fuck reality at that point, or is it something more than that or less than that?
I definitely think it's fuck reality. I think it's very much him being like, well, who gives a fuck about reality, right?
Mhm.
Like this is cinema. Like we all know what really happened, but fuck that, right? Like this is how it should have happened.
Yeah,
And if
I don't.
you,
Yeah,
yeah, it's like if you see like him talking about Sharon Tate and how her movies like influenced him
Mhm.
growing up and stuff, it's like you can see that kind of that he felt that way as he was a young kid watching her stuff, where he's like, oh, this is this beautiful, sweet, like person, and why did this happen?
Mhm.
Like, and I always felt that way. Like I you know, came to her story later, a little bit later in life, but I always felt that way with like Selena, for example,
Yeah, yeah,
where
yeah.
it was like, knew what happened to her. And I was like, that's so fucked up. Like, why? Like, and I was always like, couldn't that have ended differently? And then later on, I came and I read Hilter Skelter and I read all the
Mhm.
Manson stuff. And so I was like, so then I felt the same way about Sharon Tate, where I was like, oh my God, this is so like fucked up. But that was like later in life, a little bit
Yeah.
later. But I read all this stuff and I was like, and so because I read all the Manson stuff, then seeing that in the film too, I was like, oh, this is so authentic,
Mhm.
like seeing Swan Ranch, like that's exactly what the photos,
Mhm.
like exactly what they look like, and like the wardrobe and the way they spoke about Charlie and like, all this stuff. I was like, this is exactly the real thing, And so it's almost like I think Brian and I talked about this. We were anticipating the movie so much and coming up with theories about how it might end and this and that. And I was almost like, it's like because we knew Bastards and what he did there, we were kind of like, okay, well, maybe he's going to do something similar. But then watching it, it was so true to the Manson ethos and stuff
Yeah.
that I was almost like, oh, well, maybe he's actually just going like the real life direction. I don't know.
Or maybe the
Yeah.
the fictional
Or
characters will get killed, and that adds another
yeah, like Cliff could get killed.
cliff.
The Spawn
Or
Ranch.
Leo could get shot.
Yeah,
Got the margarita pitcher.
Well, I like the intertwining of the fictional Manson. The actor played him there and then played him in Mindhunter too.
yes,
And
yes,
and now
Exactly like him in
yeah,
Mindhunter.
yes.
and now
So
David
good.
Fincher is going to do the sequel to Once Upon a Time. So it all kind of like it's this intertwining and kind
Ties
of
together. Yeah,
melding of
And
the two
Zodiac was
things.
on Tarantino's
Yeah,
best
yeah,
of.
yeah. So there you
yeah.
go.
There
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which is my number one. But thank you for segueing into that. Yes, Zodiac was my number one, and
So
we
was
talked about that.
60s
Hell
That's
yeah.
killer.
right. It's all there. It's all there. All right. Well, holy shit.
A 9-hour podcast.
Easily. Who would
3 hours
have?
would have been long.
I'm
So
hoping. So I'm hoping when I press stop record in a second and then
it actually
end,
saves.
it actually saves. That would suck if it didn't. But I mean, it's good that we had this conversation, right? Like whatever, I love you, Brian. I love you, Matt, very much, and I appreciate you being on here. We will have more discussions like this in the future, I'm sure, and we'll be making wonderful, wonderful movies, I'm sure, into the future as well. Uh,
Masterpiece cinema.
Before I stop recording, though, is there anything that you want to hawk? Is there anything you want to talk about, like brag about? Say that are you selling anything right now, or is anything going down in your life that you want to talk about? Sell? What's going on?
Yeah, dude. Got I don't we both of our movies are in posts. Got Matt's is Morte
Mhm.
and mine's Corpse in Kensington, and they're both just kind of getting the finishing touches put on them, and they're coming at you, coming
Yeah,
soon
coming
to the
at you.
theater near
It's
you.
it's
Yeah.
it's definitely an exciting time for sure.
Yeah.
Morte is in the stages right now of we're talking to a distributor about getting theatrical distribution. So
Awesome.
yeah, man, like that's
In IMAX, right? No, I'm just kidding.
I've
70 millimeter, baby.
I've actually been like, if we're gonna, fully embrace that, let's do 35 millimeter print. Like, bro,
Nice. Yeah,
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 let's
yeah,
do it for real on film.
yeah, yeah.
So we've been talking about that a lot, which has been exciting,
It's
and just
cool.
like sending it to
Yeah,
festivals and fingers crossed.
yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Same with Corpse. I'm just finishing it up. Gonna
Yeah.
start with festivals, try for distributors, and get it out there.
Nice. And then the other movie you can't speak on right now, or is
And
that
we're all in that one.
yes,
We're
yes.
all in Morte, but
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
in another movie. It's called Fall of Giselle.
Okay, we can talk about it. Okay. I
Yeah,
didn't want
yeah.
to talk. Yeah, Fall of Giselle.
And that
How close is that to being
I mean it's that one we just did. I'm editing that, but
used?
like I'm into the edit, and yeah, it's turning out pretty good.
Very
And
cool.
we did a lot of oneers in that. We had some budget,
Yeah.
and we were able to do some experimenting. So I'm hoping the oneers will make the editing a little faster.
Yeah.
It may not
Ev-
take as edit as
So
yeah.
much.
excited, yeah.
Yeah, everything I've seen, like just watching Brian work his magic, watching Matt work his magic, it's like this is, I feel like the future, you two and others like you who I haven't met yet. You're both like the future of
indie filmmaking and the future of, hopefully, like I said, the Oscars and the Golden Globes and the everything. And I just I stand back in awe of such greatness. And I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass, because I actually what every time, like, again, I've watched your work. I couldn't do it, which is why I don't do it. Okay. So watching you guys do what you love, do what you do, it fills me with joy, and I'm happy to be a part of it in any small or big way.
Wow, thank you, man.
Yeah.
No, that means a
Fills us
lot.
with joy to have you on set.
Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, thank
It's
you.
yeah, no, it's well, it's always thank you. I appreciate that. And it's always so much fun, like like when we shot Morte, it was so fun whenever you were there, because it was just like you were excited about the process of
Oh,
like
yeah.
not only like who you were playing, but like the fact that we were all just like having this fun time on the playground, like
Yeah.
making a movie, and we were all excited about that, and you were
Yeah.
like on that same page with us, and like
Yeah.
getting the references of like
Yeah.
what we were doing and
Well,
all.
and
Yeah.
seeing the talent, man. The talent is what, like, I feel, again, it's one of those things where when I'm there, and I've told you this before, like, where I don't feel like I belong. Like, cuz I'm just around you guys and the acting and everything, and I'm like, I don't fuck, like, what am I doing here? Like, I get that imposter syndrome kind of thing. It's when I had
Dude,
to act with Nick, like, we all love Nick. When I
yeah,
had to act with him, man, I
Nick
was just
Young.
like, what am I doing here? Like, I thought the first time.
It's
But
funny. It's funny
Turned
you say
out
that.
great, man. I've seen
no,
it.
thank you. I
No,
Footage,
appreciate it.
yeah.
Yeah.
it's
Him
funny you say that
portraying.
yeah, because it's like the first day you were on the set of Morte. I remember it was like it was you and it was Nick Young. Shout out Nick
Yeah.
Young.
We love Nick.
And the three of us were in a play together, which is how all of us met. And then
Yeah.
Nick had acted in Brian's film.
Yeah.
And so like him and Brian already knew each other,
Yeah.
and so like it was a great like connection of everybody. But I just remember you, Robert, you were so like natural, which was amazing, because I was just like I was giving Nick all of these kind of like I didn't tell him in advance like all the dialogue he would have to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of like for like, oh, you're gonna say this too, and you're gonna say that too. And I felt kind of bad for him, like he was
Yeah.
kind of in the other room and he was sweating and he was kind of like
Yeah.
getting like trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And he was doing a great job, but he was just like getting in the zone and he was
Yeah.
very serious. And I remember for you, I was just like I gave you like one direction, which was just like everything you say, it should sound like the most casual thing ever.
Yeah.
And when
Yeah.
people watch Morte, you'll see that what Robert's saying in the scene is so fucking ridiculous. He's, I won't give it away, but it's
No,
like
no,
so
no.
absurd.
It has
And
connections to what we've talked about
yeah,
today. But
it's
yeah.
so. But I was just like, Robert, say it as though it's like another Tuesday for you,
Yeah. Yeah.
and that's what you did, and it
Yeah.
was just like you played that, and you and the Nick combined, it was just like that was the energy of the scene that I envisioned in my head. It was like perfection on
That's
celluloid.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate that, man. No, I do. And I appreciate you both. And we need to we need to cut this now. But again, like I said, I love both of you. And this was the first time I've had two people on the podcast, and I don't think I'll ever do it again. No, I'm just kidding. No, no.
Maybe you'll split this into two parts.
I mean, I
maybe
thought about
3
it.
or
I
4
thought about
parts.
9 parts.
Nine-
All the rest of them are
Stop.
all the rest of my episodes are like an hour long. This is the
9
long-
hours.
This is 9. This is 9
But we will
hours.
not be offended if you shorten this, because
That's it, yeah.
I've never listened for, even if a famous person, it's 3 hours max. I've never gone
But
over.
maybe people will listen to it because it's so long. Like, who knows? This is like the Das Boot of podcasts. No, but all right. Well, I'm going to stop recording now. But yes, I love you both.
You guys, love you. Thank
Love
you.
you guys.
It's been
Thanks.
awesome.